Marksman Ha wanted to become part of the army forever. One day, due to an accident, he became paralyzed and was thrown back into civil society. A revolutionary new game has given him a new life where he can walk. All he saw was a target. He quietly said that there is a sequence in everything in the world. The same applies to shooting. The eyes play the first and most important role. They see everything, only they give you a chance to hit the target. Then there are the fingers, which perform a direct shot. After that, there is only a breath, which concentrates strength, confidence, and calmness. Only knowing how to breathe correctly, you will be successful in any business. The last step is waiting for the moment of truth. The sergeant in charge said that you can go crazy like that. He hit the bull's eye again. The sergeant knew it even before he fired. The partner offered to clean up after a successful shooting. The partner asked how many times he missed, if at all. Sargent Ha said that shooting every day and not knocking out 10 is very strange. The partner was shocked. The partners chatted, and Sargent Ha and Ha were not sure that he would get the highest score in the shooting, but he would do his best. They were packing boxes when something happened. One of the boxes broke. The sergeant was lying covered in blood. The partner shouted for him to come to his senses, but he did not respond. How life will deceive you. The boy was lying in the hospital. The news showed that one of the first-class soldiers was injured at the military base. Don't be sad, don't be angry. He received a check and documents that provided money for recovery after the operation to remove the nerve of the leg. On the day of mourning, you will come to terms. Believe that a happy day will come. The heart still lives in the future. All that is true is all sad. Everything is momentary, everything will pass. What will pass will be nice. A poem by an unknown author. After that disaster, the sergeant began to have frequent nightmares. He walked on fire. Unknown hands tried to grab him. He screamed and begged for help. Someone grabbed him and tried to pull him out. Subconsciously, he understood that he was alive, but he could not believe it. In this nightmare, he noticed that he had no legs at all. Someone unknown touched his face and called him. He did not understand what was happening. The unknown spirit of the woman asked if he wanted to walk again. She said that if he signs a contract with her, she will make sure that he starts walking again. Ha could not believe that she would make him walker again. Ha suddenly woke up, but did not understand where he was. A young man came to him unexpectedly and asked what happened to him and whether he had a new nightmare. Ha shouted that he scared him. The boy was offended that his brother did not recognize him and asked why he was so scared. Ha said that he seemed very tired, that he did not notice how he carried it. Ha did not immediately understand that he was transferred, but immediately shouted what kind of device it was where he was sitting. The brother said that it was a now popular virtual reality capsule, which he was able to assemble while the brother was sleeping. Ha shouted that his brother bought this thing without his knowledge and also installed it right in his room. The brother told him not to worry because the aunt paid for everything. The capsule cost about 10 million won. Ha did not understand where they could get 10 million. His brother calmed him down. He told that his aunt bought the capsule for him. He explained that everyone was worried about him. The brother told him to just accept it. In addition, it was possible to earn extra money in the game. I still did not understand if so much money was a joke for them. My brother hinted that he would probably also like to start walking again. Ha could not believe it. He had just heard these words in a dream, and now he was awake. The brother said that he would help him to start walking again, but he did not have to slow down and stomp. Ha shouted that nothing was opening for him, and what kind of login was he talking about? The system issued a message that voice recognition was completed. The boy did not understand what was happening around him. It was a game authorization system. He was inside some very strange program. Everything was shimmering and bright. Ha understood that he fell from somewhere from the sky, but now he was here. He only realized that he was standing on his own legs, which held him, just like once before. A girl appeared in front of him and greeted the stranger. She was shining and radiating something good. She blessed him for joining the world of Midros. Ha stood and thought that something was sorely missing. Ha shouted that he was naked and covered himself with his hands. The girl laughed and said that all newcomers from Southeast Asia adopt such a pose. The girl asked him to relax and said that she had already studied human anatomy many times, so she was ready for anything. I didn't understand at first. Ha finally relaxed and asked if they were artificial intelligence. The girl answered yes. The girl said that it is very cool. Artificial intelligence in the form of a young girl continued. In order to start a new life in Midros, it was necessary to name one's own name. The guy understood that she was asking him to come up with a nickname. Ha thought, and introduced himself by his own name. The guy said he would use his own real name as well as his true appearance. The girl was very surprised and said that she could completely change him, as well as his body and even his race. She asked if he was not going to change anything. Ha said he feels confident being who he really is. He wants to walk in this world on his own feet. The girl replied that she understood this stranger. The earth disappeared from her hands and she was satisfied. The artificial intelligence congratulated him on his first step into the world of Midros and wished him to get everything he wants in this world. She added that she would wait for their next meeting and disappeared. Ha fell somewhere again. The demoness with burning eyes said that there were 7 magical bullets. 6 of them will be directed where the shooter wishes to direct, and the 7th will be directed by the devil. 6 cartridges will hit the target, and the 7th will hit where he wanted. The shooter was too weak from the temptation to kill. The demon ordered to cast magic bullets. Soon they will meet at the gates of hell. Ha didn't fall anymore. He landed on a solid surface. There was noise and commotion all around. Ha was in a real place where the sun shone and people walked. Ha couldn't believe it was a game. It was more like the real world, with real nature, people, and everything else. The boy looked at himself and understood that his character was real. He remembered how artificial intelligence offered him to change his body, appearance, race. She asked if he was really satisfied with his own appearance. Ha replied that he wasn't going to take a selfie or anything like that, so he didn't need it. It is enough for him to be himself. The girl screamed and laughed. Where did she have so much self-confidence? It was even similar to narcissism. Ha shouted that everything was wrong. He would just like to feel his body one more time, his own body that can walk. In reality, this is not available to him. And in this world, all possibilities are open to him. And in this world, although not real, but very similar, he can even run, he can feel like a person again. Ha would never have thought that he could be so happy just because he could move his legs with ease. Ha could not believe that it was so personal and touching, so much he wanted to live a normal life. The man stood behind him and said that he had met many newcomers at Candle Castle, but this was the first time he had seen such a sincere stranger. The man introduced himself and said that he helps all newcomers to adapt in this world. Hay understood that it was an NPC, a non-game character controlled either by the computer or by a special wizard. Ha immediately asked the little man what he needed to know in order to adapt in the Midrash. The little man immediately understood that this newcomer was ambitious. The NPC was very happy and said that first he would introduce him to the things he had to be very careful with. He said that people can't run forever, so if he doesn't rest properly, he won't be able to move anymore. Ha realized that he was talking about endurance. Everything was identical to the real world. The NPS said that if he figured it out, they would continue. He pointed his finger at the girl with the apples. The NPC said that he was going to go and get her now. Ha didn't immediately understand what he wanted to do, but then Ha put it on the floor and shouted that it was illegal and called the police to the scene of the crime. NPS said that he surrenders. The NPS confirmed that this is indeed illegal, because common sense works in Midrash. If he commits a crime, he will be kicked out of the city, and for catching a criminal, you can win a reward. The man was satisfied, because this was exactly what he was trying to explain to him. Ha understood, and added. Ha reproachfully said that if he was forced to touch, he would simply be kicked out of the city. He could become an accomplice without passing the training. The NPS said that he catches on the fly. The NPC said that they would go to the Northern Training Center, where he would receive his next lesson. Ha doubted that everything was okay with this game. Ha remembered that he needed to go to the north and found the right direction. Having warmed up, he was ready to go. Ha ran with incredible speed. He was happy. He could move. He wanted to scream with happiness about it. Now with new legs, he could go anywhere in this world. He laughed at reality. He shocked all the passers-by when he ran so fast. The boy received a message from the system that after 10 grueling runs, he would receive the achievement Novice Runner. Ha ran further to the training center. The center seemed very strange and familiar to him. The logo was similar to the coat of arms of his unit. Ha received a wooden sword and everyone was fighting around. The mentor shouted that it didn't matter if they didn't have fighting skills, as long as they had the desire to live in Midros. The god of battle will guide them in the right direction and help them. Ha noticed that his body was moving on its own, and thought that it might be an auxiliary combat system. It was weird. The other players also looked pretty funny. It seemed like this combat system was just playing with the players. Ha thought it would be interesting to pretend that this was reality, and try to attack the player with all his might. Ha did something incredible. Everything around him glowed. His sword seemed magical for a moment. Everyone around them stopped and were shocked by his skills and strength. Ha chopped the scarecrow into pieces. People around said that his shot was stronger than all the others. All the players gathered here. Even he could not believe that he did it with his own hands. Everyone around tried to understand how he did it, and asked if he used the technique he had just learned. Ha received a new achievement. He understood that it was not worth standing out too much and thought that a real soldier should spin like a round stone. It was time to choose a new profession, and he met again with that girl, artificial intelligence. Ha said that they saw each other less than a day ago. The girl confirmed that Koreans are the most active, and they play games all day long. She offered him to choose a weapon. The girl said that after choosing a weapon, confirmation and transfer would take place, so he had to choose very carefully. I didn't even think that the choice could be so big. The girl said that there are those who cannot choose for a whole day. This made her very angry. Ha doubted whether it was necessary to choose a staff. The girl said that you only need to grab the weapon to choose. The girl told the stranger to look around and choose a little more slowly. She emphasized the slowness and importance of choosing. Something very interesting and important for Ha appeared above her head. It was a musket, his favorite firearm. Ha understood that this was not a modern example of a weapon. It was similar to a migrand, but not so high-class equipment. The girl was surprised that he knew so much. The girl asked what kind of weapon it was. Ha said that although he did not know the name, this musket certainly fired lead bullets, and it was also older than Napoleon. The girl enthusiastically said that he was a real student of Candle Castle, because he understood it quite well. He wanted to shoot once he was allowed. In addition, he noticed that iron cartridges also came here. The girl gave him gunpowder, a ramrod, and cartridges that come with this weapon. Ha understood that even realism should be in moderation. He took 2 types of gunpowder and ammunition. Ha decided to fire a shot and turned on the combat assistance system. Ha loaded the powder magazine with burning powder, added all the powder and put the charge, and pressed with ramrod so that the bullet was right next to the powder. It took him almost a minute to load the rifle. His hands could not hold him because it was too heavy. He still decided to shoot. If he hits the target, it will be a victory. Besides, the distance is only 40 meters. Ha fired a shot. He was covered in smoke and dust. Ha was upset because he could not hit even from 40 meters. The girl was surprised if he had time to read the instructions for the rifle. A shot from 40 meters had a probability of hitting 50%. Ha decided to try again. He was not ready to give up. He again went through the full process of charging the rifle with bullets and gunpowder. Ha almost cried from the weight of the rifle, as well as from the speed of its loading. He did not understand whether this rifle was made for shooting. The guy asked the artificial intelligence what happened to the other long-range weapon. The girl showed him the available options: a bow, a longbow, and a crossbow. After rereading their specs, Ha turned to his rifle and said it was too much even for a rifle expert. If he hits the target, he will survive. Otherwise, death. Ha asked if these conditions were not too strict. The girl replied that it was all done to control the balance of the battle system. If the rifle is for shooting, then it would be possible to increase the probability of hitting or the range of the shot. The girl said that it is necessary to maintain the balance of the combat system. Ha thought that the system might simply not be able to answer this question, and he would be able to find the answer himself. He asked for a game, not a second reality. Ha decided to gradually learn about everything. If he could fire 10 shots per minute, or increase the probability of hitting the target to 80%, then it would be great. He decided to leave the game. Exiting the game was possible only after choosing the player's class. Ha shouted to be released. The girl repeated the same. Ha couldn't even find out which class would be the most profitable for him. Besides, he doesn't play for fun. He needs to earn money. Ha decided in a completely different way. The girl asked if he was giving up the musket, the iron, or even the staff. The boy reached for the staff, but something went wrong and pixels began to appear everywhere. Ha was simply thrown out of the game, and he flew into the abyss. In the room, the mother shouted for Ha to wake up and respond to her. She constantly tried to call him. Mom asked if he was all right, if nothing hurt or bothered him anywhere. Ka was very surprised to see his mother in front of him. The guy replied that everything was normal. The mother was worried and asked what had happened to him. She said that he moaned so much that she had to pull the plug out of the socket, and he immediately woke up. Ha realized that he had to leave the game by force. Mom was worried. Ha asked that the next time she needed him, she could simply press the call button. Mom said that she would go, but asked him to rest. Ha shouted that this is definitely a profitable game. Ha began to worry because he left the game forcibly, so anything could happen to his class, which he did not have time to choose. The boy had been reading about this situation all evening, and this happens often, so in order to start the game over. 3 months of waiting, and then only a new character. The guy was worried and hoped that he definitely held a wand in his hand, so he must be a magician. The guy calmed down and went back to the game. He returned and found out that he was a musketeer class person. That is, he had a rifle and a sword. The guy thought that in this case, he would simply become a musketeer, but he is not sick enough to delete his account and wait 3 months. To his grief, the boy went to check his own skills. In order to improve, he had to spend all 50 units of mana that he had. The boy lay upset and thought that it was not a musket, but just a useless spear. A man who looked like an NPC approached Ha and said he hadn't seen the musketeer class in a while, and said he wanted to test his skills. The guy was interested in the offer. He needed to catch rabbits outside Candle Castle, ruining agriculture. He needed to destroy monsters. Ha decided to complete this stupid task. While Ha tried to load his own musket, the rabbit watched him. Ha completed all the preparatory stages and remembered his past work. He tried to calm his breathing and take aim. The guy fired, and he was once again covered in smoke and gunpowder. It seems that Ha did not hit. Although the distance was quite small, only 35 meters, he still did not hit. The rabbit was sitting, but his eyes became bright red and angry. The rabbit headed straight for him. Ha tried to load his musket at maximum speed. The guy thought that as long as he is charging here, some pitiful rabbit can kill him. Ha decided to run away from this mad beast and ran with all his might. The rabbit was confused but went after him. The boy thought that he had run away for a sufficient distance, but the rabbit caught up with him at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Ha realized that nobody needs realism in this game. Krill pushed him away with his mighty paw. The players around believed that he would soon run out of mana. They also argued whether he had a staff in his hands and whether he was a magician. Ha understood that he had spent more than half of his health, and the rabbit still continued to attack him. He wondered if there was any other way. After thinking a little, the boy grabbed his rifle and held it tightly in his hands. The rabbit was right in front of him. With the butt of the rifle, he threw the poor monster beast into the air. Ha rested for a moment and thought that his rifle can be used not only to shoot bad rabbits. The rabbit quickly returned. Ha tried to cope and continued his attempts to fight with the butt. The rabbit became more and more aggressive and made counterattacks with its strong hind legs. Other, stronger players watched and argued whether he could catch this rabbit at all. The boy believed that he should be a marksman, shooter. After a long battle, Ha finally caught the damn rabbit. However, his musket was a long-range weapon. While resting, Ha was tormented by the fact that he could miss again. This shot cost him his life. Ha thought and got angry that those who have high endurance will not die so easily. Besides, he musketeer should not fight in close combat. Observing the others, he realized that this monster was of a fairly easy level, and the others did many times better. Ha felt some kind of discrimination. Ha gave his word that he would not lose to anyone, not even to this game system. He will show everyone what he is worth. He spent all the following evening studying the factors that affect the accuracy of shooting, the trajectory of the shot, and the speed of the bullet. He also read about smoothbore muskets and their characteristics. Ha read about a ballistic coefficient that gave a shot range of up to 350 meters, although external factors must also be taken into account. If you use all the privileges, then you can improve the shot. Ha clutched his head and thought that until he had learned to use a musket, perhaps a bat would be a better weapon. Mom looked into the room and asked if he wanted some fruit. She stroked his head and asked if he was in a good mood, and for that it was necessary to buy fruitcakes earlier. Ha told Mom to go to bed already, and she asked him not to sit at the computer for a long time. Ha thought that now was not the time to eat, and it was better to concentrate on something else. He thought about how to make money faster. Although he could not become a prosecutor, he will be a musketeer. If he collects 20,000 gold coins in the game, then in reality it will be 2 billion won, and he will be able to walk again. The players were surprised by the sound of the shot, but doubted that there could be a rifle or other firearm in Middle-earth. As Ha tried to perform a quick reload, they wondered if he was filling the weapon with mana or reloading it. Ha was pleased, because this time the recharge took 3 seconds less. The players were shocked that this one took as much as a minute. That is, he made one shot in 60 seconds. They thought that the boy would rather quickly abandon this game. He was not hunting at all, but just shooting at a tree. Ha did not listen to what others were saying and thought that everything went as he expected. He would create a series of shots and be able to increase the accuracy of hitting the target. The bad news was that he had only 23 cartridges and powder capsules left. It was time for real tasks. This time he hoped to kill the rabbit with one shot. The distance to the target was about 130 meters, the west wind at a speed of about 5 meters per second. The object was on the right. Ha fired a shot. It seems quite successful because something happened to the rabbit. The boy had a good premonition. He really hit the rabbit in the back leg, but it only angered the animal. The rabbit began to attack the boy again. Ha hoped that he would die sooner and beat him with a weapon. Ha threw the rabbit away and made a quick reload. He finally hit it from 100 meters and killed it. Ha received several achievements. He entered the Hall of Fame because the effect was twice as high. It gave him as much as 42 units of experience and rose to the 8th level. Unfortunately, the muzzle of the musket was destroyed. Ha thought that the spark was also something that could only be used at the right moment. Ha decided to use his weapon as it was convenient for him and activated the stupid weapon mode. Although he could break the necessary parts like that, he continued to beat the rabbit with the butt. The players noticed him and gave him the nickname Blood-Splattered Butt, and wondered why he was not using his weapon properly. I kept thinking why it is much easier to catch these rabbits without a weapon. But still, he caught him. His game level was finally up. Ha was quite happy about that. The players around him congratulated him on the transition to the first level. They said that Vini used to beat so hard with this weapon. People around talked about Ha and discussed his nickname Blood Butt. They said that his shooting skills are also cool. Ha thought about his own, but decided to go on one more quest, and then buy necessary things. Ha finally finished the rabbit quest. He got 1 rabbit skin and experience. The man asked if he was able to resist the aggressive rabbits and offered to go through this quest again. Ha refused. Ha earned as many as 50 copper coins, so now he only has 19,999 and 99 silver and 50 copper coins left. Ha went somewhere where they just wanted to buy a rabbit from him. Besides, it was the freshest meat. The woman said that she had not seen such good rabbit meat for a long time. The restaurant Sacred Grill, Madame Lu was ready to pay 7 copper coins. Madame Lu asked the boy to help her. Ha asked what he should do. Due to the fact that it was a meat restaurant, he needed to hunt meat. Ha understood that one more quest was waiting for him, where he had to develop a new menu for the inn. He needed to bring 5 ordinary rabbits, as well as a black fur rabbit. It was a related quest. Ha asked what kind of black fur rabbit meat it was. Madame Lu said that the meat of these black fur rabbits is very special, and they will know about this taste only when they try it. The woman said that it was necessary to make a bait and hang a bag with it on a tree. However, it will work only at night, so it was better not to waste energy during the day. Madame Lu said that he should not joke with her and not bring fake meat. Those who joke, she will cut off their legs. Ha noticed that her knife was longer than a sword, so he said that he would manage. First, he needed to buy bullets and gunpowder. Now he had 1 silver coin and 27 copper coins. Black powder cost 10 coins and cartridges cost 3 copper coins, so he owed 1 silver and 26 copper. Ha did not understand why it was so expensive. The seller replied that it was because of the small number of muskets around. The seller thought that he should have been told much earlier. Ha wondered how he could earn money, because for each shot, he used 18 copper coins. He plays this game to earn money. He was offered to use another gunpowder that could explode, but it was cheaper. The boy understood that he had only losses with these rabbits. Ha thought that if he bought everything he needed, he would have 1 silver coin left. If there are not enough cartridges, then he can use the butt, but the meat will be in too terrible a condition. But the woman will kill him. Ha asked for all the necessary 7 cartridges. He gave money and almost cried. The seller told him to come back to them. The guy asked if they needed workers. The seller joked that how could he hire someone who was sorry to sell 7 capsules of gunpowder. He knew that it was necessary to become a magician. Magic could be used without spending money. The guy wondered why he didn't give him a job. Ha thought that there should be certain conditions for receiving the quest. The commander saw his level and immediately gave him a task, and Madame Lu, after seeing his loot, immediately offered it as well. He couldn't get the quest from this shop owner, so you need to meet certain conditions to get the quest from the NPC. Ha just now remembered that he also needed food. His energy was down to 40%. The guy decided to go eat some bun. The sun was already setting, and Ha barely made it to the bakery. Ha wanted to buy just a few buns from her, but the saleswoman replied that they were already closed. The boy promised that he would be quick. If he didn't have time to close, he wouldn't know what to do. It is obvious that he will not be able to buy any food after sunset. He needed to choose something as soon as possible. Everything that was cheaper had already been dismantled. Ka asked why they were not there. The saleswoman said that they could not bake much, because the rabbits ate all the wheat. Ha thought that the NPS was talking about some difficulties. Maybe she was hinting that she needed help. The guy wanted to take advantage of her lack of pain. Ha said that he killed rabbits at the request of the commander and offered to exchange the meat for buns. The girl was very happy. The saleswoman said that he is already the 20th person to offer this today. Since the rabbits multiplied too quickly, it was of no use to her. Ha wondered why this NPC was so smart. Ha said that he understood the situation, but he was the one who received a special task from the owner of the Sacred Grill. He needed to catch a black fur rabbit. The girl asked about the black rabbit, whether he meant Black Agnes. The saleswoman thought that he was joking because the boy could not be so capable. Whoever can catch Black Agnes must have enough money for bread. She apologized for being direct. I took out the bag and asked the girl to look at what Madame Lu had given him. The smell was terrible. The saleswoman realized that it was Ani who could have done this horror Lu. It seems that this boy was a real artist if Madame Lu trusted him. The girl asked if she could ask him for something. Ha was happy that he succeeded. She said that there was nothing difficult here as long as he caught a black fur rabbit. She asked if she could fulfill his request. It was a life-threatening gathering of spices. These special herbs grew in the place where this black rabbit defecated, but this place had to be kept a secret. Ha thought that if the developers were crazy, then the NPCs could be as well. Was his life worth a few buns and a few copper coins as well? Ha asked if she meant that Black Agnes was a black fur rabbit. The woman confirmed that the rumors say that it was because of him that ordinary rabbits became monsters. Such a rabbit was called Black Agnes because of its ferocity. Ha replied that he really wanted to help her with this situation, but the girl asked what was wrong with him. Ha said that he is so hungry that he will soon lose consciousness. He thought that he should have eaten a loaf of bread, then only he would have energy. She looked at his impudent face and asked if he was asking for bread. The girl asked what would happen if he just ate the bread and ran away. Ha said that he will definitely help her and will not run away. The saleswoman asked him how the new conditions were, where he was offered new conditions, 3 additional buns, which increased the level of difficulty of the quest, and also had a time limit. In addition, if he does not put in the time and also cannot complete this task, then his level of intimacy will drop as much as 10%. The girl promised to give him buns in advance. The boy thanked and promised to do everything in his power. The girl said that she trusted him. Ha! It was very sad because the bread was really tasty, even better than in reality. He gained new skills, which were responsible for the ability to trade with NPCs and increased his luck in receiving tasks from them. Ha walked and thought about his fate, but only 12 hours to complete the task. There were people standing behind Ha and shouting that they were gathering a party to hunt the black rabbit. He became interested and turned around. Ka asked if it was possible to go with them. They asked what his profession was. Ha said that he is a marksman. They openly discussed that from his appearance it was clear that he had not yet obtained the 5th level, and he had no money at all. They did not understand how such a player could help them with the rabbit boss. The group said that if they died, they would not be able to complete the quest again. It would be better for them to find higher-level players. Ha thought he didn't have such conditions. Ha asked what quest they were doing. He was told that it was a quest to collect rabbit fur. They tried to chase poor Ha. It was quite rude to say that he was very low level. At least I got information, and that was good. At this point, he met people with different quests, so he would need to have at least 4 in order to raise his own level to 10. Ha assumed that there would be 1 rabbit for 1 bullet. At least he had another 12 hours to get everything done. Ha received 3 more quests. He needed to bring wool to the clothing store, claws to the workshop, and horns to the jewelry store. The boy received 3 more quests and raised the trade skill level. By catching 1 rabbit, he will complete 5 tasks at once. Now he needed to collect herbs, meat, eyes, claws, and horns. Now the difficulty of the quest has been increased to very difficult, and he has only 4 hours left to complete this task. Ha went to the forest and started hunting rabbits. His skill level increased to level 5. Ha thought that he hit too hard with the musket, so his butt became very weak. If the musket breaks, it will become lower. Ha reached for his knapsack and saw something unexpected. There stood the same people who were at the fountain and were gathering a group to hunt a rabbit. They shouted that they would soon die. They called for an archer and a doctor. It was a low-level quest for them, so Ha didn't understand where so much blood came from. The boy wondered if they were performing a magical attack. The black rabbit ran at them. He was huge, so no forces could help. Ha realized that they were mages. They could attack once every 15 seconds. Compared to his 1-minute cooldown, that was pretty fast. The rabbit came at them. They tried to run away and save themselves. They shouted and asked for help. Ha understood that in front of him was a real Black Agnes. He was breathing like a bull. He was not at all like a normal rabbit. The guy decided to analyze the situation first. Rabbits chased people from the group and killed them one by one. Ha watched peacefully from behind the bushes. Ha just now realized that there were 2 rabbits and did not understand how there could be so many of them. He will soon go crazy with this game. If the small rabbits hurt his lower back, then after the blow of these bosses, he will definitely break something. Ha understood that he had made contracts with 5 NPCs on his own. Even if this rabbit was alone, he would not be able to deal with him. If he fails, minus 10 trust from everyone, there will be as many as 40. At such rates, he simply will not be allowed into the village. Be that as it may, now he was a musketeer, and he had to fight with a rifle. If he hits with 1 shot, he can kill one of the rabbits immediately. And he definitely knows how to do this because this skillfully made world was created on the example of a real. Therefore, his shooting skills of a real special forces came here with him. Ha opened the character window and transferred all points to agility. After doing all the necessary things, he got 80 points of dexterity. Ha decided to try. He grabbed his rifle. The rabbits were catching up with the group of wizards, but Ha called them to him. The rabbits had burning eyes and headed towards the boy. The boy understood that such a number of dexterity points was not enough. He needed to raise it up to the 9th level. So he will improve the power of the shot and the success of the attack. It will not even be bronze level. Ha told himself that he must kill one rabbit with one shot. If he fails, then everyone here will die. The musket was loaded. All he had to do was insert a bullet and aim well. Someone started screaming and calling for help. The rabbit tried to catch up with those who survived. Ka did not understand why they immediately ran in his direction. Ha did not understand what he needed to do with 2 players at once, and shouted for them to run in different directions and distract 1 rabbit each. The girl in red shouted that he was an idiot, and if he was going to save them, let him save them both. She shouted that he was talking too much. Ha was beginning to think that it would be better to shoot this girl instead of the rabbit. His ears were already bleeding. Ha tried to calm down. He needed to concentrate on his own target. When the target reached the required distance, it was necessary to shoot. The guy took aim and waited for them to come as close as possible to him. The players ran away and continued to shout. One of the players was grabbed by one of the rabbits and started killing him. The rabbit approached 45 meters, that was the limit. Ha shot. He was back in a heap of smoke and powder. The charge flew right by her face. You could see the fear of death in her eyes. The bullet hit the rabbit directly in the head. The girl turned around and realized that she was saved. Another black monster rabbit caught up with one of the players and bit his hand. Ka grabbed the girl by the hand and said that it was necessary to run away from here. The rabbit caught up with the victim and began to eat her. Ha only thought about when he could recharge again. The girl thought that he, with his low level, could kill such a big beast with one shot. The girl thought only about who this boy really was, and Ha worried that he wanted to save the other as well. He did not think that he would be eaten so quickly. Be that as it may, Ha had to run away from the rabbit and find a time and place to reload the musket. The rabbit had already finished with his victim and began to chase the others. They continued their escape when a figure appeared in front of them. They shouted that it looks like they will die here. A girl with blue hair hovered in the air right in front of them. The girl in red saw the other and immediately rushed at Ha and pinned him to the ground. Something was about to happen. The blue-haired one sent an icy volt at the black rabbit. She froze him. The monster was wounded. The girl in red turned to Ha and told him to tell about his own name. Ha was surprised at such a request. His name was needed in order to form a team, and then give him what she owed him. With joint efforts, they destroyed the terrible monster that tried to get to them. Ha thought that even though they caught him, but Ha thought that if they set it on fire, the objects should have burned as well. Ka suspected that the girls wanted to take everything and asked what he got. In fact, she wasn't going to do that. His rabbit was lying a little further away, which belonged entirely to him. The girl in red just struck the last blow, so she had the right to take it away. Ha collected all the necessary items. His knapsack was incredibly heavy. The girls continued to follow him. Ha did not understand what was happening. The girls introduced themselves. The one in red was Ramhwa Yon, and the other girl with blue hair was Ramhwa Jong. Ha said that he did not ask anything. Ramhwa Jong from Hong Kong was very popular. Yon couldn't believe that Ha was a user of me. Ha asked if they knew him from South Korea. Ha said that they don't know each other, so let her take her girlfriend and leave him alone. Ha said it was fun hunting with them and left, leaving the girls with a strange feeling. The girls could not understand how Ha killed Black Agnes with one shot, despite the fact that the state of his physical strength was in perfect order. Something was wrong with all this. Ramhwa Jong shouted at him that Puwak grass was on the other side and pointed with her hand. Ha was shocked and remembered the saleswoman's words that one should not let others know about her. Ha did not understand how she could have learned about it. He did not tell anyone about it. Did he fail the task? Yen asked what kind of grass it was, and John answered that it was a certain quest item. John asked him not to worry and let him tell the other players about it. Ha listened and was shocked by this. The girls suspected that he could behave so strangely because of the fear that they would take away his quest item. Ha thought that they hit the target. John said that Ha killed the monster with one shot. She watched it closely and asked how he did it. In this case, they talked about the rabbit monster. Yen asked how he was able to kill a monster that had full health and no wounds. Ha said that he was just lucky. Ha received 3 achievements at once. The first is a black rabbit hunter, the second is a one-shot miracle of a Black Agnes. Third, he received the title of connoisseur of weaknesses of entry-level monsters. Finally, the quest was finished. They drank to a safe return from a dangerous mission. The girls bought a lot of food and sat down at a local tavern with Ha. Ha doubted, but still asked who they really were. He asked because the NPS guard even greeted them and cleared the way. It seems Ha really didn't know. Yan said that Hua Zhang was ranked 5th in Asia and 9th in the world. She was a very famous player. Ha was very shocked by this. The girl in red decided to introduce herself again. Yen was a pyromancer, that is, a fire sorcerer, and John was a cryomancer, that is, an ice sorcerer. Ha was surprised that she had just run away from the rabbit being like that. Yen said that it's all just her class and she can't do anything about it. Ha said it must be humiliating. Yen told him to start telling the story of how the wig killed Black Agnes with a single rifle shot. Ha again explained that he simply fired a shot, as a result of which the rabbit died. Yen shouted for him to stop making a fool of himself. Yen asked him about his level, because he would have to be a character with a very high level to have such interesting skills. John said it was an instant kill. John began to tell that Ha had level 6, dexterity level 55, and attack power of only 223. His musket was so-so. Other skills did not change anything. Even with critical damage, it would be impossible to kill such a monster. It is impossible to explain it to others. Ha could not understand how she could know his characteristics. Yen shouted that with the 5th level, it is impossible to overcome such a complex monster. John said it could only be the result of an instant kill. John said that in order to kill Black Agnes, it was necessary to be at least a swordsman or to have a 90th level. Yen broke the 90th level of strength, or something else. John explained that he needed to be level 9. Ha now understood why the achievement said that he should be ashamed to hunt in the newbie zone with his skills. The girls discussed something for a long time and agreed, and both passed, as in poker. Yeon asked Ha from South Korea if he would like to join their guild. Yeon explained that Hwa Jung, who is ranked 9th in the world, was also a guild master. They were quite famous. Ha said that it was very strange that they decided to call a 6th level player. Yen said that his level can always be raised, but the bad things can also always be replaced, because they have everything necessary for that. Yen considered it a fairly simple investment. Ha asked how much they had. Yen immediately said that he couldn't even imagine how much. Yen kept trying to convince him to become a part of their guild, because the head was ranked 9th in the world. He didn't understand. Ha refused. Ha said that his mother taught him not to take sweets from strangers. John confirmed that his mother raised him well. Yen said he was turning down a very good opportunity. Ha said that it sounded too attractive. Ha was all the same for the popularity of their master. John asked if he knew the rank of their guild. Ha assumed that it should be quite high. Ha explained that he needed to conduct his own investigation, because you can't buy from the first store. If the first store was the best, you should just return. Yen agreed with the rest, and said that it was better than speaking blindly, and asked to at least add them as friends if he ever changes his mind. Ka did not refuse here. Yeon said she would pay the bill and called Hwa Jong with her. Yen forgot something. She thanked Ha for saving her. While Yeon dealt with the money, Ha asked why Hwa Jong didn't want to go. Hwa Jong said goodbye to him and said see you soon. Ha was very much shocked by all these events. He was the only son, attended a school for boys, and also served in the army. Ha would never have thought that he would meet such people on his very first assignment, but now it was time to receive the reward. The owner of the jewelry store could not believe that he was able to kill Black Agnes in one day and get his red eye. Ka asked to contact him with various other questions. Then Ha was generously thanked in the workshop, where soon the claws would be made into very good weapons. Another task quest was completed. Ha's level rose to 7. After that, in a clothing store, the owner was so pleased that she promised him a better reward for his actions. He received a set of armor as a bonus. The hard work paid off. Now he got armor as well as the friendship of NPCs. Ha broke into the bakery. The girl first greeted him as a regular guest, but then she understood who he was. The girl was glad to see him and invited him inside. Ha said that the baked goods smelled very nice. The bread was just baked. The girl offered the boy to try it. Ha refused because he wanted to save his own money. The girl was offended because they were acquaintances, so it was not worth talking about money. The girl asked Ka to take his time. Most likely he hadn't even had breakfast yet. She asked him to enjoy milk and pastries. Ha thanked. The girl cautiously asked him about the herbs. Ha handed her a small package. The girl was immediately happy. The girl was incredibly happy that she received the long-awaited Puvak Trava. Ha thought that such a strong dramatization was not necessary, but he asked if it was so tasty. Puvak grass had a divine aroma, even from which you can easily become addicted. Ha said that it was just grass that grew on rabbit droppings. Although Ha ate quite a lot, but this girl tired him quite a lot, and he felt strange. It was necessary to finish faster. Now Ka came to the owner of the restaurant. Madame Lu said that the rumors were true after all. Meanwhile, Ha could not get used to her size. Madame Lu said that there was nothing to hide in this candle castle. She also knew about his trip to the bar yesterday, as well as about his successful hunt, which is the talk of the whole village. Ha gave the briefcase containing the booty to the owner and asked if she was going to give it to the chef for inspection. Lu said that she was dealing with him and trusted him. Madame Lu was satisfied with his prey. She could not believe that it was the meat of the black rabbit. The woman said that she would give him a bigger reward. She asked to wait while she prepares food. Ha suspected that this might be another quest and asked how much time she needed. She could cook everything quickly, but needed Ha's help in creating another new menu for her sacred grill. As a reward, he would receive a special lunchbox from Madame Lu. Ha knew that there should be another quest. This time he needed to find a golden eagle living in the local mountains. This was the last task at Candle Castle. Ha asked if the next box was also from the Holy Grill. Madame Lu said that because they were in a small village then, she plans to open her second store in the capital. If she really wants to do a big business, then she needed to change the menu and add golden eagle meat. Ha understood that even in this game there was corruption. Madame Lu prepared a special box of food for him. Ha hoped that it would all be fit for consumption. Ha only now realized that it was a special lunchbox, Black Agnes, which improved stamina and agility. Ha was very happy, because boxing would improve his characteristics because he was not ordinary. According to the scale of item levels, this box was incredible. It is the third level from the top. Ha was analyzing the prices of rare items and objects and thought that it would be possible to sell his box, but he unexpectedly noticed a label. It was written on the label that this object is not for sale. Tsu was not even equipment. It would have to be sold. Madame Lu asked if he liked it. Ha said it was an incredible gift. Ha understood that nothing could be done about it, so it was necessary to accept what was there. It was necessary to be more modest, because it was possible to lose everything altogether. Madame Lu said she would wait for the golden eagle. Ha gave her a military salute and promised to get it as soon as possible. Ha was very satisfied. He managed to complete all the tasks. He opened the character window and saw that he has level 8 now. He will receive other tasks at the 10th level. There are 2 levels to go. If he can catch that golden eagle, he will be able to leave the Valley of Beginners. Ha began to eat his lunchbox, Madame Lu. It turned out that the food has an extraordinary smell and taste. Ha ate, and everyone else felt this divine aroma. Ha could not understand why the meat was so tasty. He thanked the developers. The meat was so delicious that he was ready to cry. His dexterity and endurance began to improve at the same moment. The meat was just like in real life. Ha had a feeling that he could catch a few more Black Agnes now. All that remained was to raise the level. Ha was now ready to start hunting. He opened the inventory. The time has come to buy cartridges for the musket again. He only has 5 left. Ha almost cried because at such rates all the musketeers died out due to high prices. Ha went to the sales counter and said hello. He hoped that he would be given quests or discounts due to the high level of intimacy. Ha told the merchant that he had come to him again for gunpowder. He was lying on the couch. The merchant greeted him. Ha was indignant that the merchant was too lazy to get up and serve him. The boy didn't even have time to say that he came for the gunpowder when the merchant asked if he would buy 8 sets, because this time he looks different. 1 set cost only 18 copper coins. Ha asked if the price was the same. The merchant replied that it could not have changed. Ha thought that the merchant would speak more politely. The merchant said, "Why were all these musketeers needed at all? Besides, there was only 1 musketeer in this village." Ha noticed the composition of the defective product and realized that it could be bought for a lower price. Ha understood that he had 37 sets of gunpowder and still needed to leave a reserve. To begin with, he wanted to buy 23 sets. 23 sets were supposed to cost him 4 silver and 14 copper coins. The merchant understood that things had to go well if he was going to buy so many sets. The merchant noticed a strange smell from Ha and asked about it. Ha explained that he had recently had a lunch of meat. The merchant began to search him and said that it was not the smell of meat. The merchant almost lost his mind. He asked what kind of smell it was. He did not understand what was happening to his face, and the merchant shouted that it was the smell of bread. The merchant shouted and said that this is unusual bread. Ha seems to have understood what the merchant meant. Ha took out a large loaf of bread and said that this bun with puak herbs was in his bag. The merchant could not believe his words. For him, these herbs were like a drug. He already wanted to get them. The merchant asked him to tear off a piece for him, and he gave him as much as 50 coins as a reward. Ha refused and said that this bun was very difficult for him to get and asked for at least 5 silver coins. The merchant was upset and called him a thief. In this case, for such an expensive price, he could do without bread. Puak herb bun was very tasty and advertised it. Ha already thought that he would not succeed when the merchant turned to him and asked if it was so difficult to get a bun with puak herbs. The boy realized that he had reached a critical point. Ha asked how much he was ready to give. The merchant said that a maximum of 2 silver coins and several sets of bullets, and Ha said that it was a pity to give a lot of money for such delicious bread. Ha continued to insist on 5 silver coins, but the man tried to intrude that he would sell him sets of 5 coppers. It seemed that the discount did not work. Ka changed his tactics and asked for 100 sets of gunpowder in exchange for a bun. The merchant called him a thief. Ka questioned him, and he already said that he didn't say anything. The merchant began to beg Ha to buy only 70 sets from him. Ha thought about this offer. Ha finally agreed to take 70 sets, but in exchange he had to introduce him to a gunpowder seller. Ha came out of the game and sat at home rejoicing that this was his best deal of all time. Saving money on the dirt is quite an achievement. Ha said that it was necessary to try harder to earn a lot of money and help parents with money. Ha decided to check the task and the price for it. Turning on the TV, Ha heard the news about Midros, the game he was playing. In the news, it was said that many events took place in the game today. Ha was amazed that the news was now showing this game. The first news was a change in the top 10 players in the world, which had been in the same place for some time. There was something else interesting. Rumors said that the famous player Ramhwa appeared in one small village, but she was not the only one there. Ramlong also appeared with her. The news did not understand what they were doing in the village for newcomers, according to their data. Ha understood that that company was one of the most powerful in Hong Kong. According to news reports, they came there to recruit newbies, one Korean user to be precise. It is believed that the meeting took place specifically in a small village with a small number of people. Ramhwa herself wanted to hire this user. It seems he was really outstanding. However, his identity was not revealed. Ha understood that it was about him. Ha hoped to relax already, but the news reported that the user had a long wooden weapon in his hands. It was more like a rifle. The news wanted to know about this Korean very much. The news said it was interesting to see if this user would show up at Candle Castle with a long rifle-like weapon. Ha thought he was definitely gone now. Ha began to search the internet for information about this meeting and the sisters' trip to Candle Castle on YouTube, in which you could see enlarged images, but the sisters used protection against unwanted screenshots. Ha has read a lot of horrible comments about his appearance and initial items, which allegedly shamed him and the whole of Korea. Ha now understood why Ramron's group became very famous, but there was very little information about the sisters' guild. If he joined the guild, it would be much easier to level up, but the conditions looked too ideal and suspicious. However, judging by Yen's character, she would sooner kill him than he would give up the guild. Ha understood that to begin with it was necessary to raise the level, and then to decide something. Ka fulfilled some task and brought fox skins. The master was shocked that he managed so quickly. Ka finished the first of the quests, hunting the foxes that were harming the village. Ha immediately asked the master about the wolves. The master wondered how he could know about it, and besides, it was not convenient for him to ask him again. Ha read on the internet about all the following quests and said that he would definitely catch them all. Ha was surprised that the reward for this quest was a coupon for repairing his weapons. The master confirmed that the time had come for this. Now he could repair the butt, and it would stop rattling. Ha decided to go on a mission, and the master wished him luck with it. In this area, it was recommended to play in a party where several players participate. Finding players was not an easy task, and playing with the 8th level alone was a bit difficult. The only bad thing was that the wolves did not move one at a time, but only in a pack. It was necessary to wait until they were all separated. For 10 chanterelles, he spent 13 sets of gunpowder. That is, he had about 71 sets left. 11 bullets and wolves were his. He will raise himself to the 10th level and spend everything else on the hunt for the golden eagle. I heard strange sounds and spells ahead and decided to crawl there. I hoped that somewhere he could find a wolf that had fought off the pack. The boy saw people doing a quest with wolves in a kind of party. There were quite a lot of people there. Some drew the attention of the wolves to themselves, and some dealt with them. Ka was disappointed in his abilities. He crawled back because there was nothing interesting there. The wolves simply melted from such strong attacks. Ka decided it was better to go and look for prey than to watch them. Ha saw a wolf, completely alone and with red eyes. While the wolf cub was enjoying the sun and the grass around, Ha was already preparing for the attack with all his might. He bit off the lid from the gunpowder set, carefully poured it into the musket. He carefully blew the muzzle, tapped the butt on the floor. Ha was almost ready. While the poor wolf was living his life, Ha was aiming. Ha thanked the commander because, thanks to the cereals, he now recharged in less than a minute. Ha fired a shot and hit the wolf directly. He was able to do it like he did with the rabbits the first time. Ha wanted to approach his hunted prey, but another wolf, very angry and hungry, immediately appeared next to him. Ha did not expect such a change of events. He did not think that another predator would appear here so quickly, which had been hiding so successfully nearby all this time. The boy understood that his musket would disappear if he had to fight in close combat. The weapon could not withstand such attacks, so it was only necessary for the wolf to wait a moment. Ka tried to do the whole set of measures as quickly as possible to prepare the musket for attacking the wolf. Ha only had to aim, but the wolf did not even try to come closer to him. He walked around, as if surrounding his own victim. Ha realized that the wolf was trying to get out of the aiming zone. It was a very cunning move, and he did not understand when the animal had time to learn this. It seems that the developers worked well on this. It was very difficult to hit a moving target, even if it moved only from left to right. It was still possible to run away from a bullet at such a distance. Ha thought that it would be possible to move further away and lure him with this, but in that case, he would not be able to take his prey. In this case, Ha had no choice at all, and he had to act instinctively. Ha made a very loud and dull sound. The wolf got angry and growled. The predator swooped down on him, but after taking a step to the side, his prey was right above him. Ha shot above him and hit the wolf directly. The predator had no chance to win this battle against a true master. The guy was surprised that the animals here died even after you just hit them with a bullet. Based on the fact that the wolf reacted to the sound of the shot, which he imitated with his voice, then he was a little stupid. It turns out that Ka did the right thing by waiting before taking a shot. Ha checked whether there were any more wolves nearby. While Ha was admiring his prey, two figures approached him and said they were amazed at how he had killed the wolves. Ha turned around and saw two strange creatures in front of him. At first, he thought they were other users. However, then he lost his sense of normality and shouted that these were enemy mobs. That is, the monsters that were going to attack. The creatures shouted that they were not monsters, but ordinary game users, and begged not to shoot. Ha realized that there was a lizard and a druid in front of him. He had seen them once on the home page of this game. The boy wanted to leave them, but they tried to stop him. Ha apologized, because he thought that the monsters had appeared again. The lizard said that everything was normal, because everyone thinks so from the very beginning. Druid wanted to show Ha his crow. The lizard decided to get straight to the point and asked if he was hunting himself. Ha said yes. This surprised the amphibian very much. He was amazed that the boy could kill two wolves at once. It seemed that although the lizard was speaking in a friendly manner, his face was angry. The lizard approached him and asked if he would like to hunt with them if they were of the same level. After each phrase, the lizard began to laugh strangely, which alarmed Ha. The lizard said that due to the fact that wolves walk in threes, it was difficult for the two of them to hunt them through the 9th level, and someone else was needed. From the side, it looked like a hop stop, but they spoke politely. The lizard pointed to Ha's weak point, his long recharge, and hinted that they would be able to cover him at this time. Ha realized that they were following him. Ha understood that he could not rely on luck all the time. Besides, these players were of his level, so he had nothing to lose. Ha said that he was only level 8. The lizard was surprised, because he thought on the contrary that he would be stronger. Nevertheless, they decided to hunt together. The lizard said that he would attract the attention of the animals and attack them. Mr. Druid was a tank and a doctor, and Ha only had to shoot them in one way, and then the job was done. The roles were distributed. The boys began to get to know each other. Amphibia was a lizard named Biemi. He was a poisonous mage. The druid was Jin Kong Kong. He had the 9th level. Ha asked Mr. Kong what his profession was, because Ha felt that something was too familiar. Ka paid attention to the crow and realized that it was the man who became a druid due to a power failure. He read about him on the forum. Ka immediately started asking if he was the man, and if it was true that he started balding due to stress. Jin Kong Kong explained that he had already started medical therapy. The druid said that everything was fine. Besides, he was used to it. After this incident, he was even given a gift. The lizard said that he was from Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and asked if his appearance suited him. I thought their combination was good, but he was disappointed that he was the only one dealing damage. At a rather unexpected moment, and under strange circumstances, a team of players was formed who considered each other pathetic. During the attack, the druid released his mad crow, which scared the enemies. Ha could not concentrate at all at such moments. For him, the crow made sounds similar to the quacking and crying of a 3-year-old child. And the lizard quite successfully inflicted damage on the wolves using its poisonous saliva. Ha, it was no longer funny. It was necessary to act. Ha understood that if he continued to laugh, his hands would shake, and he would not be able to hit the target. Besides, the wolf could run away from the bullet. Then he would lose a whole minute. Ha successfully shot the wolf with which the druid and his crow cub were fighting. Lizard and Kong quickly dealt with the other wolf thanks to fruitful teamwork. Druid left the wolf unconscious, and Lizard finished the job with a dagger. Another wolf appeared behind them and began to growl aggressively. The boys who had just dealt with another predator were not fully ready for the next battle. Ha very quickly seized the initiative and shot the monster until it did no damage. It was amazing, but their connection really worked. Let's raise his musket skill level again, all the way to level 3. The lizard congratulated Ha on reaching a new level, now the 9th. Ha said that the hunt went too quickly. That's why he rose so quickly. The lizard explained that it was all due to the fact that Ha had a fairly high level of attack power. Jin Kong coped well with the role of a tank. Kong thanked, and Ha understood that they knew how to behave properly in society. Ha said that he collected all the necessary items for the quest. The lizard said that they will be unnecessary because if he gets 89% experience, then the level will increase. When the level rises to the 10th, then it will be possible to start the quest with the Golden Eagle. They decided not to waste time and go there. Other players began to pay attention to them because a party with players of different classes gathered, which was a rather rare phenomenon. While the tank was healing itself and keeping the wolves at bay, the lizard was poisoning them from behind Kong. Ha, in turn, came quite close and killed these predators. The players were surprised because they saw the musketeer for the first time. The players were impressed. This team hunted quite well together, although it looked strange, but it was quite effective. It seems that they had a high compatibility. The most surprising of all seemed to be the lizard. It could use its abilities right on the move. The druid complimented the lizard and asked how he manages to cast on the move, use magic. The lizard said that it somehow managed to do so. Ha asked if casting on the move was really that cool. The druid explained that this is the same as running with a glass full of water without spilling it. Ha thought about it and realized that Ramhwa was doing the same, that is, casting on the move, and she was ranked 9th in the world. The guy just now realized that this lizard was doing the same thing as the top of the world. It surprised Ha very much. The team decided to rest a little. The lizard approached Ha and asked how many % of experience he had. At the moment, Ha was only 69. The lizard said that even if they started the quest with the Golden Eagle, it would be possible to complete it only with the 12th or 13th, so they still needed to train. The lizard continued to talk about average team levels depending on the number of people and so on. Ha understood that the lizard didn't want to start the quest until he reached 10th level. The team decided to hunt wolves again. In the meantime, Ha used all the bullets. The boys got the desired 10th level. The lizard offered to go to the city and regain his strength. Everyone supported this idea. Ha expected them to be on the same level, a little higher than his, and agreed to return to the city. The boys collected all the wolf skins and brought them to the workshop. The master immediately recognized Ha Win and was surprised that he had such an unusual team. Ha finally raised his level, but he noticed something else, unusual. Ha completed the quest and destroyed all the bosses and monsters that threatened the security of Candle Castle. Ha now had 100% intimacy with everyone, including the castle's security guards. Ha received some unusual effect, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone else. Ha's reputation was raised to 30. Ha was so worried that he would have preferred to run away, but the lizard asked him to wait. The group went outside the city. Ha said that because the village is quite small, it was difficult not to attract attention. The lizard said that nothing could be done about it. Yashir explained that everyone just saw getting a reputation for the first time, but how did Ha manage to achieve 100% closeness? Ha, out of misunderstanding, asked how he learned about it. The lizard brushed off internet forums. On the one hand, Ha was surprised by the fact that he himself had 100% closeness, and on the other hand, he told the lizard that he did not believe in such power of information on the forums. It could not be the result of only quests, because with the usual performance of tasks, it increases only to 60%. Ha himself did not understand such a phenomenon. Ha said that it was a worthy reward for his efforts in completing so many tasks in such a short time. Ha told his team that when he was at the 5th level, he was doing something completely different. He was doing a rabbit hunting quest. The boys were shocked by the fact that others were also given quests. The druid asked what happened to Mr. Biemi, so it felt a little bad, but he assured him that everything was fine and laughed strangely. Lizard Biemi kept wondering if Ha meant the same black rabbit he had killed on the 5th level. The lizard could not believe it, and Ha quietly watched him. Ha went to the arms dealer again and bought sets of bullets and gunpowder, all of which were incredibly expensive, but he used his trading skills to keep the prices down. The chief guard of the village had one last request to Ka. Even the Grand Master of this city sometimes has requests. Ka was in a hurry, so he asked him to be faster. The guard gave him the task of Lord of Mount Candle. The wolves came down from the mountains for the reason that the golden eagles flew there. Ha had to get rid of them. In return, he would have received a letter of recommendation from the Musketeer Academy. Since Ha had maximum intimacy with the residents of Candle Castle, he will now have a higher level of national public value. Each of the team had a good lunch, received their quests, and was ready to go on the hunt for the Golden Eagle. They stood and looked at the mountain. Now this was the last task in this village, their final exam. Ha and his group went and observed various quarrels between other players, who had no understanding among themselves due to the difficulty of the game. This terrible atmosphere made the three of them sad, because people here changed groups like gloves. There were a lot of people and everyone was selling something. Some were gathering a group for a quest. At this gathering, you could buy some rare items or spells. Ha saw this for the first time and called it madness. The lizard said that if the group does not have good interaction, then the items and weapons should be at a high level. The druid added that it was strange that it was their group that had the best interaction. Ha heard various stories where groups went hunting and had everything they needed, but were still defeated and lost players. Ha told BME that a full group could be created. The lizard replied that it could, on the contrary, destroy the group completely, because it is difficult to come across a decent player. He continued that they would be able to make good use of this method if they could get to the boss, so Ha didn't need to worry about it now. Ha calmed down and realized that he should have just relied on his teammates and gone into battle with them. Druid and BME trusted Ha completely. They hoped for his skill. They were ready to enter the portal and begin their quest. Meanwhile, one of the sisters was attacked by fierce wolves with red eyes. She fought them off, even though she was weaker. Hua Zhan protected her at the cost of her own life. Hua Yan was a little surprised by this, but very grateful to her. Hua Zhang used a special frost fog technique and left the wolves in a large piece of ice that she couldn't melt. Hua Yan wanted to finish off the wolves herself, but Joni stopped her and told her to save her mana because the wolves gave almost no experience. Yen was shocked that her sister wanted to save mana. John explained that no less than 1% of mana is spent on wolves, so it was worth keeping the initiative in your hands. Yen muttered disgruntledly that such a high level was boring. Hua Yen said that they would quickly complete this quest together with their sister, but John asked to finish it herself because it was her duty. John ordered her sister to create the strongest possible magic spell to end this as soon as possible. Yen was hesitant at first. The distance was too far to the target, but John told her to do her job. John began to create something incredibly powerful and speak in some unknown language. It seems she was also creating a powerful spell. With this, she began to attract the attention of the eagle, or rather, the king of eagles. A whirlwind of icy air began to form around John. The eagle approached her, and John took the initiative in her own hands and began to act. She pierced all the eagles and birds around with ice rods that looked like little daggers. John did her job and defeated the eagles. She got a new achievement. The girl shouted to her sister to finish faster. While Yen fought the other eagles with her firepower, John entered the portal and said they would meet later when she caught up with her. A group of boys also entered the portal. This location was called Kings of Candle Mountain. The lizard asked if Kong had water skills. Kong replied that he had them, but he could not use them during the battle. The lizard said that it was okay, and he asked out of curiosity. HA was surprised that BME was so knowledgeable in other classes as well. The lizard turned to Ha and said that it would be nice if he followed behind. Ha didn't quite understand this strange request. BM had some plan. He hinted that if Ha looked carefully, he would understand everything. Ha was dying of curiosity. He wanted to see what the plan was. BME activated his own poisonous saliva skill and began to apply it to his own body. Ka did not understand and was nervous that this could harm him. BME was covered in poisonous saliva, and Kong will use the spirit that makes him one with nature. That's why Ha had to go behind. Ha didn't understand and worried that the wolves would attack them anyway. BME told Ha to just watch. Wolves will not attack them under any circumstances. The territory of the servant wolves already began from there. If it is possible to destroy at least 5 of the strongest, then they will be finished. According to Ha's calculations, they would need to overcome at least 20 before they could pass to the Golden Eagle. Ha still did not understand what they were going to do. Ha saw the wolf and immediately warned BME about it. The lizard told him not to speak, but just watch the process. Ha did not understand what the lizard was doing and why it was going straight to the wolves. He suspected that BME wanted to escape while he was shooting. Surprisingly, not a single wolf touched BME. Ha asked how he managed it. Yashir said that the game is a fairly intelligent artificial intelligence that is close to reality. Wolves see them as prey, but they will never touch dead bodies. That's why they didn't attack him. His poison made it known that the prey was dead. In addition, his race had some resistance to various poisons, so he did not harm himself. The lizard continued to tell that Jin Kong disguised himself as a tree because of the spirit of union with nature. It will cover Ha, and its smell will not be perceptible to predators. Now Ha understood why the lizard knew so much, and how he used his racial advantages correctly. This game was about finding system problems to learn your strengths and weaknesses. Druid's crow flew into the sky and began to caw loudly. Ha did not understand what was happening like everyone else. The crow made the wolves feel the prey and set everyone up. Jin Kong tried to call the crow back, but it refused to obey. The lizard said that in such a case it was better to run away. Wolves surrounded them. There were more than 20 predators against 3 poor warriors. Kong apologized and said it was his fault, so he would take the hit. As long as he defended himself, they could escape. The lizard thanked Kong, who said that it was only his fault, so they shouldn't worry about him. They just had to find a new tank and finish the quest. Kong wanted to say goodbye, but Ha said they couldn't just leave him here to die. They played together for so long. Ha still continued to think that artificial intelligence was very close to reality, so it was simply necessary to find a slack in it. Ha asked Kong not to attack the wolves. It was clear that the druid did not want to die, and say goodbye to them. Kong nevertheless replied that if they were slow, the wolves would attack first. Ha gathered courage, and said that if they lived together, then they should have died together. The lizard asked if they really had any way to survive, because the 3 of them only had 1 musket. BME did not understand what Ha was going to do, having filled 2 bags of gunpowder and not a single cartridge. Ha asked everyone to close their ears and fired a loud shot into the sky. The lizard did not understand what was happening, and the druid did not hear anything at all. Ha thought that this was the end, because the wolves did not run away. In a few minutes, the wolves began to move away from them due to a specific smell. The lizard scolded the boy that they could all die. BME and Kong started asking why the wolves were running away, and Ha started running and shouted that he would explain everything after they were safe. The boys ran away from that place as fast as they could. The lizard asked what the hell had just happened. Ha explained that he tried to modify something. What Ha did worked much faster than he expected, so he had to run while there was time. It acted like poison on the wolves. Ha said that it seems that the aggression of wolves has become much less. Druid agreed, because they did not pursue them anymore. The lizard still did not understand what had happened. BME asked if the smell of gunpowder scared the wolves. Ha confirmed that this game was similar to the real world. Even people find it difficult to breathe gunpowder, but for wolves, it is generally like poison. Ha was satisfied because he was afraid of damaging the musket by pouring 2 bags of gunpowder into it. The guys complimented Ha that his knowledge in this was really professional. The lizard asked Ha if he had played Midros before. Ha was very surprised. Ha replied that they were playing it right now. After thinking, BME understood that Ha was right and said that it was worth going. Kong turned to both of them and asked them to turn away as he needed to call the crow. Ha asked if he couldn't use the skill on other players. BME said he had never heard of such a thing. Kong explained that he was just a little shy. Ha and BME really wanted to see how it looks. They were even ready to make a screen recording. Jin Kong agreed, although he was ashamed, but it was necessary to call the crow. The druid shouted that he was summoning a crow and began to move as if in some kind of dance. Ha and the lizard were dying of laughter. The druid said that if you don't do it out of desire, the call may not work. Worshipping nature is mandatory for druids. You must always put your whole soul into this call. Ha said that it is too much even for a raven. The druid finished these horrors. His dignity was destroyed by some pitiful crow. The crow arrived, so it was necessary to leave. The boys finally reached the mountain and saw the golden eagle, their last boss in this village, circling around it. It seems that this game had a logic that the monsters got bigger as their difficulty increased. Compared to the rabbit, which was the size of a bull, this eagle with its dimensions was like a giant airplane. If the wings of ordinary eagles were about 2.5 meters, then this one was 4 times larger. In short, the eagle was 10 times larger than normal. The lizard began to explain to Kong their plan of action. After they reconnoiter the situation, they will be able to start the operation. BME explained that it was necessary to beware of the eagle's attack, because if it grabbed Ha with its paws, he would be left without arms. Ha did not understand how many more times he needed to risk his life in this game. After that, there will be an attack with the help of a sound wave. The eagle will sit on a tree branch and make a terrible sound. If they fall under this attack, they will be stunned. That's why they'll need to deal maximum damage while he's sitting in the tree. If the bird's stamina drops to 30%, he won't be able to fly anymore. While he's sitting there, Kong will either uproot the tree or throw stones at the eagle. Ha said that all this was not necessary and he would just hit him. Lizard asked if he was going to shoot first. Ha confirmed. The lizard said that it would be safer to deal with the smaller eagles first, and then with the boss. Ha stopped listening to the lizard's thoughts and took aim to determine the approximate distance to the bird. Kong said that the similar distance would be very long. Ha said that the distance would be about 90 meters. The lizard raged and said that it was too far for them. Ha said that if nothing worked, then BME would attack first, and he was going to give Kong some separate task. Ha asked Kong to curl up and lie on the floor. Ha explained that he would serve as a support for him. Kong was confused. Ha was satisfied. Everything was perfect, and no tripod was needed. Ha asked if he could not breathe, because then he would not shake. Kong thought that Ha wanted him to take his last breath. Taking aim, Ha carefully observed and calculated the distance to the object. The eagle moved at a distance of 95 to 115 meters. With each movement of the wings, the bird rose 2 or 3 meters up. Ha! It would be much easier if the speed of the bullet was higher. Ha was ready to start. Ha took aim a little further from the placement of the golden eagle and fired. Ha understood that he had hit the target. Now it was necessary to wait for him to descend and attack together. The guy couldn't even think how windows with achievements started coming to him. All three couldn't believe it. BME and Kong were happy that Ha was able to kill the boss of the mountain, a huge eagle, with just one attack. Ha could not believe that the eagle died from this alone. Ha understood that it was he who shot, but he did not know how it could turn out like that. The Golden Eagle King of Candle Mountain was defeated. All players leveled up, they received the Golden Feather achievement, and Ha received the 4th Musketeer level. Kong and BME said that Master Ha was very cool. They leveled up thanks to his achievements. Ha was pleased that he was able to handle this monster so quickly. He had only 30 seconds left to take everything before the dungeon closed. Ha noticed that he had 2 more achievement windows. While Ha was rereading all his achievements, Kong noticed that the portal had opened, which meant that they had to leave. When he read that he was going to be in the Hall of Fame, he was shocked. Everyone was already in a hurry. Finally, they managed this dungeon and could return. The boys walked through the village. Kong said that he could not believe that they had really completed this quest. And Kong said that it was the first time he had received an award of this rank. BME became very suspicious again and asked how Ha was able to get into the eagle. The lizard did not understand how it all happened, moreover, from one blow. And it was a boss monster, not just some animal from the forest. Kong approached the lizard and asked what was wrong with him. Wasn't the main thing that they managed to win this quest? The lizard explained that this was not the point. It was simply impossible for their level. The lizard said that it was the boss, but asked if it wasn't some kind of buff. Ha said that they all stood by and watched. He himself did not think that he would be able to deliver a critical blow. The lizard asked if it was just a critical attack. Ha confirmed that he was just lucky. He didn't know that the eagle would recoil from one shot. If he could do this all the time, he would be at the 50th level. Although it would be nice. Lizard narrowed his eyes and looked at Ha in disbelief. This look was scary for Ha. The lizard apologized for his behavior. He really had never seen anything like this before. That's why he reacted like that. Kong also said that he felt like they had won the lottery. Ka remembered the sniper's wise words about what to do so that others do not know that you are shooting. Ha took an example from BME's reaction. It was necessary to remember these words quite well. Ka came to the local platoon commander and reported that he had coped with the task. The level rose again. Ha received an invitation from the commander to the Brown Bess Musketeer Academy, which was the best on the continent. It seems that this academy was named after the Great British Musket. The commander noted that Ha should have understood his own shortcomings, but he gave him this in order to make his eyes even sharper. Ha remembered that he was already receiving achievements, that he knows a little about the shortcomings, or because of this he remembered this problem. While Ha stood and thought, the commander came closer and took him by the shoulders. Commander Zeet hugged him tightly and thanked him because Ha had done a lot for their empire. Ha understood that the level of intimacy was already above 100. Ka said that he needed to thank the commander. Ka was overtaken by his army memories. People around were surprised that Ha hugged an NPC. They didn't understand how this was even possible in the game. Ha asked what his friends were going to do next. Kong needs to go to the Emerald Forest, where professional druid training took place. The lizard headed for the Tamba jungle, which was next to that forest. The boys did not want to separate and leave each other at all. Kongu and BME were on the same page, so they were happy about it. Ha promised that they would meet again and be able to play together. They said goodbye and agreed to create a party again someday. It was necessary to go to the capital. Finally, Ha was left alone and could look at his status window and check his achievements. He was the second person in the world who owned the achievement Sniper Etymology. Ha was checking the status of his character, and it was more like a joke than the truth. Before that, he had received nothing but vigilance. And then suddenly, both strength and intelligence exceeded 30 points for now, and check what skills he got. All the new skills were related to calmness, while shooting and musketeer skill. He didn't really like them, but it's better for him not to do that and not to complain, but simply to steadily accumulate experience and knowledge. The most important thing was that now it was necessary to report on the completion of the quest and receive the promised rewards for it. The landlady greeted Ha, who knows a little about weaknesses, and asked how his hunting went. Ha said that everything went well and asked the landlady not to call him that, and not to come so close. Madame Lu couldn't believe that he had practiced it so quickly, as if he wanted to deceive her. Ha said that he would not deceive the lady who had helped him so many times. If he had deceived her, he would have turned into a piece of meat himself. Madame was amazed at the quality of the golden eagle meat and could not believe that she finally got it. Ha got the coveted silver coin for the task and had to wait until they made him a lunchbox. Madame Lu asked if he wanted to meet her chef Ki-Ye-Mi, who was sad that they did not see each other last time. He sharpened his knife and said that you don't often meet people like Ha. Madame Lu called Ki-Ye-Mi and said that Mr. Ha had come to see him. The chef looked out from the kitchen and was glad that the meat had arrived. The chef was beside himself with joy. Because the meat was of the highest quality, Ha felt that he was talking about him, because he was looking into his eyes and not at the products. The chief thanked Ka because he had never met a person who brought such good meat. Ka begged to be let go. It seemed to him that the chief loved meat too much. The boss said that there are no bad people among those who love meat. Ha was already mentally screaming for someone to save him from the clutches of this glutton. The chef asked if Ha had any thoughts about starting to study cooking. Ha could not believe what he heard. He heard about getting industrial skills, that is, cooking. There is no separate class in the game like a chef, because all classes were combat. However, it cannot be said that industrial professions do not exist. There are players who choose to be warriors in order to become blacksmiths. In this game, it was quite a profitable business. Ha wondered if this skill was industrial or basic. If it is close to manufacturing, then it seems that it was industrial, which meant that it also involved skills such as farming, gathering, hunting, and fishing. It was possible to learn 2 crafting skills, and this will be very useful, choosing skills that will bring money or help in battle. In addition, he will be able to sell food, which will increase the warrior's statutes. Ha understood that there was no point in thinking anymore and agreed. The chef said that it was a great choice. Now every day he will take a short course in cooking. The game allowed mastering skills in 1 day, so Chef Ki-Ye-Mi drilled into his head all the necessary basics of cooking. Therefore, Ha will cook and study with him all day. Ha was ready to learn by doing and said he was ready. During his service in the army, Ka lived in a dormitory for quite a long time. He was engaged in cooking quite often and professionally. If it's just some kind of dish, then there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, he only had to sweat for 1 day, that is, nothing to worry about. The boss shouted at Ka that he doubted when he removed the skin from the meat. He shouted that he was just spoiling the meat, and in general the boss could show him how to do it right on his finger. The chief explained to Ha that food becomes excretion after it is eaten, and not before it is cooked. Ki-Ye-Mi said that he didn't need Ha to try his best, just do normal. Chief Mi shouted that in his opinion it was a normal roast, then it was a horror. It was necessary to bring a priest. Perhaps the rabbit still had a chance of survival. The chief complained that he would not have started teaching him if he had known that he was so untalented. He would go back in time and tear out his tongue. Ha knew in his head that he wanted to shoot this NPC, but after that, he definitely wouldn't be able to play this game. Now it's time to taste the dish. While the chef was trying to taste the dish, Ha thought that if he didn't like it, he would shoot him and be done with this game forever. Ki-Ye-Mi said that this dish was wonderful. He would never have thought that he could cook it in 1 day. It seems that it was all because he had a wonderful teacher. I got the skill of cooking. Ha held back all day and needed to keep his cool to not kill this boss. Ha thanked me for teaching him. Madame Lu asked if he was already leaving. Ha replied that he should have already left and they could have closed. Madame reminded Ha not to forget to take the lunchbox with him. Ha almost forgot to collect his award. Madame Lu wanted to ask him something else. Ha tried to take his boxing, but for some reason he didn't move. It seems she wanted to give him another quest. Madame asked if he would listen to her request and laughed strangely. Ha doubted whether it was against the rules that the NPS said first not to listen to the request, but to accept it immediately. The hostess asked why he was so cold to her and took out another lunchbox and put it on the table. Ha was very surprised and nervous. Ha got another quest to deliver a lunchbox. The reward was very strange, a simple invitation to open a restaurant, and the punishment was terrible. Ha asked if he just needed to deliver. Madam confirmed. Ha asked if her sister Madam Chu was some kind of monster, and if her home was in some deadly forest. Madame was surprised how he could say such things about a child who lives quietly in the capital. Ha asked what the difficulty of the quest was then. Madame said that the difficulty was only in the person. Ha did not understand the landlady's words at all. Madame said that the world is not a safe place at all. Ha asked Madame Lu if there was going to be a killer after this lunchbox. Lu said that everything was wrong, although it didn't sound bad, but the matter was the murder of the person who was guarding this lunchbox. In fact, Madame Lu was joking and it sounded good only as a marketing ploy. Ha was enraged by the difficulty of this task. It was as much as 500 kilometers to the capital. It would take about 10 days on foot. The road will be the same, so this path cannot be called direct at all. The road should take at least 15 days, in case he is lucky and he does not go into the mountains. If he goes to the mountains, he won't be able to do it in time. But no matter what, he needed to go there, because the Musketeers' Academy was also in the capital. He will take care of this matter. Madame Lu thanked Ha for agreeing to help her and showed which box the Golden Eagle's meat was in, because it was for her sister. Ha asked if it would spoil on the way, but he was put under a preservation spell. Lu said that even if the food didn't spoil, she couldn't guarantee that the taste would stay the same. She asked if he was going to ruin her dream by delivering bad food. She hoped for Ha. A new and dangerous quest has begun. Ha left Madame Lu's restaurant and tried his lunchbox. The food was incredibly delicious. This time the effect was much greater than that of the black rabbit. This special lunchbox constantly improved his agility and strength. I thought it would be cool if he could make such a lunchbox himself and sell it. The other box was also interesting, and it didn't even have any smell. This rare lunch was subject to sale, and also raised the statutes by as much as 20 points in total. Ha believed that he had dreamed it. He did not understand where it was possible to get such a rare object, which could raise statutes just like that. Now I wondered how much he would get if he sold it. The exchange rate remained unchanged, 100,000 won for 1 gold. Madame's lunchbox had no restrictions and conditions for use. You could say that this is a trick item because it increased skills. If you just ate it, it would be worth a lot of money. Ha could sell it for 100 million won in cash. Of the 2 billion he needed for treatment, 100 million was already 5%. Ha understood that he needed to keep himself in his hands, because the shooter does not give in to emotions. If he were to sell it, he would lose good relations with the NPS and the residents of the capital would be angry with him. But is it comparable to money? Even if he fails this quest, his relationship will be ruined, and if he sells it too, he didn't care if he quit this game after that. If only the reward was good for this quest, and it's just an invitation to the opening of the store. Ha was furious. He was already thinking of just selling this item and betraying Madame Lu. He consoled himself that there could be no cheating in the game, and that Madame, although realistic, was just an ordinary computer program. It seems that when the lady said to beware of a certain person, she meant him. Mom came into the room and asked why such a young man like him was breathing so hard and asked if something happened. Ha asked her not to worry, as he would soon go to bed. Mom warned that she will be late home tomorrow. Mom reminded him not to forget to eat. Ha thought, why is he doubting? He needed to think much more simply, because he still needed to go to the capital. He will doubt later. Ha decided to go to the weapons store. The merchant was glad to see him there. The seller asked if he had found the grass of Powak today. Ha said that it was hard to find her lately, so it was worth waiting. Ha asked how things were going with meeting the wholesaler. He was just on his way here. The seller offered Ha a cup of coffee. Ha inquired whether he sold maps of the world. The merchant replied that yes. Now I am interested in the price. A map of the castle's surroundings cost 80 pieces of silver, and a map of the entire empire cost as much as 5 pieces of gold. From the very beginning, cards were luxury items, so they cost accordingly. Ha now I understood why on the internet they got pieces of maps and glued them together. Ha decided to leave this issue with the card for now. He will buy it when he earns money. The door opened and a man entered. Bob arrived quite early and asked if it was true that he was supposed to be introduced to someone today. Bob said that a real salesman is never late to a meeting. Ha finally saw who this wholesaler was. Bob asked if it was true that Ha needed a lot of gunpowder. Ha said that he just wanted to buy it at a wholesale price. Bob said that everything would be fine, and the boys shook hands. Bob brought 500 sets of gunpowder to begin with. Ha understood that even wholesale it would cost more than 50 silver coins. The merchant intervened and said that the goods should have been checked first. Bob said it cost less than a silver coin. Ha unhooked the dealer from him and asked Bob the price. As it turned out, a set of gunpowder cost 4 coppers and a bullet cost 1 copper. Ha was immediately disappointed and returned to the cellar. He began to make excuses. Ha said that he was making a fool of himself and offered him sets of 15 coppers each. Of the Puvak himself, the seller begged him to wait. The seller said that he can compensate for these losses with something else. The main thing is that he does not go anywhere. Ha became interested. Ha asked if he had a musket in the store or protective equipment. The merchant began to talk about other stores. Ha began to suspect that he had been lied to. The merchant said that he could choose anything from the store. Ha said that they would be flowers for the map of the kingdom of Pubiel. The price of the card was equal to 500,000 won. The seller shouted that he was a damn thief. Ha again began to blackmail him by asking him to find the grass himself. It worked and they agreed. Bob looked forward to their future deals. Ha received a sufficient amount of gunpowder and cartridges. Ha also opened an account in the bank vault, so it will be easier to make payments with Bob. Ha decided to talk to his friend Kijon. His friend was currently on vacation with his guild members. Ha said that he had already managed to catch the golden eagle, and his friend asked if he sometimes met Ram Huajong. Ha asked if he was also in the fan club or not. His friend spoke in a completely different tone and said that he would have to remove those girls. Ha could not believe that his friend spoke like that. He asked if he was also caught by these devilish thieves. As it turned out, his friend's guild had set a reward for these two. If he had known, he would have killed them on the spot. Ha asked why he wanted to clean up that little girl. He asked what he called her and said that she was crazy. This girl was a real witch. He and his guild members just sat in ambush, and she took and froze them all. At the same time, you feel and see everything, but you cannot move. He added that she was smiling when she tore off all their heads, like some anchovies. The fact that his friend could not connect to the game is still nothing. But his horrors at night, which did not end, tormented him for a long time. His friend was ready to catch them and tear them to pieces. Ha knew that this was post-traumatic syndrome. His friend apologized for arguing. Ha said he understands him and the need to find these players. The friend also added that Ram Huayan got to the big market and blocked the air from all the little ones. It could not be left like that, so he connected many other guilds to it. If he joins the guild of those girls, he will beat him in real life. Ha heard a lot of interesting things and said goodbye to his friend. Ha realized that it seems that reality and the game are too closely intertwined, and it was better not to join the guild now. Ha was happy to receive such an incredible offer from the top of the world, but he would not want to go against his younger cousin. Ha did not have time to think about it now. He hoped that it would somehow be resolved when he came to the capital. Ha decided to take care of it in his spare time. Now he needed to learn to work with the map. It was very similar to railway navigation. There were no routes, but the locations and directions were clear. During his service in the map army, he read until he lost his pulse, so this will not be a problem for him. In addition, it was interactive. He knew the way, so there should not have been any problems, even if there was no money. He would be able to obtain resources on the way to the capital. After 3 hours, Ha decided to run, or to recall his skills as a beginner runner. At the entrance to the forest, he saw a sign with the inscription that a zone with a large number of unexpected attacks was beginning. Ha decided to be more careful. The target was a brown bear, and immediate provocation skills were used against it. Various warriors fought against this beast and drew its attention to themselves in order to give others a chance to strike it. Ha noticed that there were many different classes here. He noticed the peculiarities of the shields, that sometimes the players with them cannot attack. Ha noticed that many people were hustling and wanting to escape, because this place was a battlefield, and they could all lose their belongings. Others gathered a shock squad. They accepted everyone who was a warrior and could do something useful. I did not understand where so many people could come from here. In order to defeat this bear, at least 20 men were needed. However, such an instantly assembled team had low interaction, and this could have played into the monster's hand, and he could have been attacked as well, so he decided not to join them. Ha watched as a team assembled from 3 smaller teams invited just about everyone they met on their way. He was just about to throw away all his regrets and move on when someone shouted that the boss was already on his way. Ha decided to watch a little, and only then go on. He was very interested in watching this battle. People were preparing for the battle and adjusting the placement. Behind the tanks, there will be doctors who should treat everyone in turn. Ha understood that for a newly assembled group, they worked clearly and harmoniously. Their formation was perfect. Since they were assembled from already existing groups, the harmony was not bad. Ha was ready to observe the battlefield because it was at a fairly safe distance, 70 meters. Their main task was to attract the monster's attention. While they would distract, others would damage the beast. The scream of the beast had a rather strange effect on him. Even though he was far from him, Aso's cry of agony imposed a spell of immobility for 2 minutes. The range of an ordinary magical blow reached up to 55 meters. Why did this one reach him? Ha doubted whether it was definitely a bear. Its size was more similar to some huge elephant. Ha's legs could not move. He was very angry and furious about it. Why did he feel this terrible feeling even in the game? He was nervous. Ha understood that there were 2 minutes left until the effect of the attack subsided. He really wanted them to defeat this monster in that time. Everyone was as if frozen. They could not move at all and had to hope that someone could know this spell from them. The bear came straight towards them, and very quickly, it seems that the animal had good experience in battles and knew what to do. The captain of the newly assembled squad stood in front of everyone, right in front of the animal, and was ready to protect them to the last. He could withstand only 2 of his attacks, so all the tanks freed from the spell had to prepare to take over his attention. The captain shouted for the doctors to release the others from these spells and prepare for the next attack of the beast. The captain tried to hold back the beast's attacks and used the strongest shield protection. He was on the verge of... Others shouted that those who were preparing for close combat should stand behind, and the tanks should maintain their positions. Ha was freed from the spell and able to move. He hoped that they would indeed catch the bear. There were shouts that they needed a break. Some players had already stopped being nervous. They were resting and discussed whether it would be worth shooting a video from the battlefield. It would be possible to get a lot of money from it. The captain shouted for those behind to stop resting and prepare an explosive attack. The monster's health was almost 20%, so it had to be finished. If the bear's health was below 20%, after it has decreased further, it will use its roar again, after which they will be in danger. The strength of the shields was greatly destroyed. Everyone relaxed and did not have such a strong desire to finish off the beast. It seems that the team showed its maximum. The captain yelled for them to prepare for the attack as the monster's health dropped to 21%. The monster's health kept decreasing, and the monster was engulfed in flames. All people were engulfed in fire. Unbelievably, in the game, monsters could not use magic, and here even fire magic. Nothing worked. It was not simple magic. They decided to run away from here. That is, they had to retreat. The group was disbanded, so if anyone wanted to survive, they had to run. The captain noticed Ha behind the bushes and told him to run away too, as if he hadn't heard. Ha said he didn't take part in their battle. The captain said that this monster will attack everyone who comes across it. In addition, he can follow them for several days. The shortest period is 10 days. This monster could be in this condition for more than a month. Ha shouted after them that they had started this battle, and now they were just running away like cowards. In other words, he couldn't use this road for more than a month, but then he would fail Madame Lu's lunchbox quest. Ha did not understand why they brought this monster to such a state. If he can get to the capital in time, he will find this captain of flowers and pluck all the petals from him. It was necessary to come up with a plan because it was not an option to gather your team to fight the monster. He chose the last option, to try to overwhelm this monster himself. Ha chose all or nothing at all. The monster's health was less than 20%, so he had a chance to kill it. He still had a little time while he ran after the remaining people. The distance was about 70 meters, and the wind was southeast. Ka was preparing to fire. Ha hit him right in the head. It was a good shot the first time. The captain thought about the fact that it would be worthwhile to gather a new squad. Since the monster was in such a state, 20 people might not be enough. While he was thinking about this, the girl tried to attract his attention. The captain shouted that they could not stop until they reached the village. The girl told him to look back and said that the man who was hiding had shot the bear. The captain was surprised and asked what it meant and turned back. The captain was surprised that Ha was a musketeer and regretted not adding him to the team earlier. The girl said that the boy hit the monster in the head. The attack power of the musket in the game was the greatest. If it attracted the attention of the monster, then it could be defeated. The captain asked what the distance was between the shooter and the victim. It seems that the shooter had really good skills if he was able to hit the monster from such a distance. The 2 survivors said that it would be possible to join him and defeat the boss together. The captain told them to stop talking such nonsense and drove them back to the village. He admitted that the skills of the musketeer were good, but it was over. The captain said that reloading the musket required as much as 1 minute, no less, and his teammates said that he had already fired, so that he should die in this minute. I didn't understand why the boss didn't die, because he made a headshot underscore. The bear used a fear effect on everyone around him. Ha admitted that he was too confident and quickly filled the musket powder. The worst thing was that he attracted the attention of this burning monster. Ka tried to reload his own musket as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the bear was catching up with other people who were burning alive and were still on the battlefield. Ha was surprised by the fact that the bear did not step on him anymore. although during these 2 minutes of the effect, he would have time to kill everyone who remained, including him. Ha shouted and called for the help of the commander with the shield. If he covered him, then Ha would be able to attack again. It seems that Captain Kvitka has already escaped, and no one was going to help him. If this all continues further, then he is a corpse. He ordered himself not to be afraid and to adjust himself correctly. He took aim and decided to see if this monster could withstand another blow to the head. Ha took a shot. The captain turned and realized that he had fired another shot. 2 other players were also shocked that that player got into his head again. It seemed impossible at all. It was the first time they saw such a strong and sharp attack. Their admiration for this shooter grew. The 2 insisted on going to that musketeer and helping him defeat the bear. They wanted to get items and experience from the boss and finally rest. The captain asked how they could talk so thoughtlessly. The captain said that everyone there would die soon, even that cool shooter. The 2 continued to try to persuade him and asked him to be a tank. The captain explained that if they go into battle, he will be the first to suffer, because one of his shields was broken. He was very sorry for that player, but he recently gave him advice, not to shoot, but to run away from there, and they needed to go to the village as soon as possible. The 2 saw that the bear was breathing fire and finishing off the last members of their team. The captain was speeding them up. According to the captain, they needed to collect the team and return in about an hour. Thanks to the shooter, the bear was weakened. The captain was satisfied, because everything in life depended on choosing the right moment. The warriors came to the city and told about this brown bear. People said that this field boss was damn hard to beat. The captain began to gather a new team and told that he needed 7 tanks and many doctors and other soldiers. People agreed. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the scene. The captain warned everyone and asked them to be as careful as possible. The monster could appear at any moment. The valley looked desolate and dead. Everywhere there were huge traces of claws and claws of the bear. The monster itself was nowhere near. Looks like the bear killed all the users here and changed its location. It was quite large, so finding it was not a problem. 2 hours later, the search continued. People were confused because the bear was nowhere to be found. They began to suspect that they had all been deceived. After 3 hours, the people began to be indignant and angry with the captain. They no longer hid it and said it all to his face. The captain said that the battlefield was proof that the bear must have been nearby. His health was almost at 0, so he could not go far. The people agreed to search a little longer, but in case of failure, this captain was dead to them. So much time had passed, and they had not even gone hunting. The captain did not understand where this monster could go, because the musketeer could not kill him. 4 hours ago, Ha was shocked that the monster survived after 2 headshots. Ha got rid of the debuff and realized that first of all it was necessary to dump and hurry. Accursed people created horrors here and simply ran away. Ha understood that nothing would change from his words, so it was necessary to simply load the musket and act. Ha now wanted to check whether the bear would hold up against the 3rd headshot underscore. He hoped that he would succeed, because he had practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. However, at one point something went wrong. The bear hit Ka directly in the chest. The poor boy flew several meters away in a state of shock. This blow turned out to be much more painful than he expected. From the pain transfer ratio from game to reality, which was only 20%, it felt terrible. It was good that he at least survived, but now he realized a new problem. Something happened to his eyesight. His health was almost at 0. Ha did not see, did not hear his steps. He did not understand where this bear was, which almost killed him. Ha understood that he was alone here, and he needed to pull himself together and calm down. If he receives from the monster again, he will die. However, the monster itself was also not much better than him. They will both die from one attack. I've heard of blind killers, but never of blind shooters. It sounded quite interesting. Ha completely calmed down and had to calm his own heart so that it would not worry so much. Seeing nothing and pierced the head of that terrible monster. The boss of the field was still alive, although blood was running down his fur. Ha said that the bear would not be able to escape from death today. Ha decided to carry out a musket attack. Ha sped up and aimed straight at the monster's heart. He ran with a feeling in his head, but with faith in his soul. Ha begged that he would finally die and no longer disturb his sinfulness. The boy felt sick and lost consciousness along with the bear. Ha woke up and immediately became nervous. The boy realized that he had lost consciousness. He thought that if the brown bear was still alive, he would commit suicide. Ha received many messages at once, 9 to be exact, which meant that his level had increased. He also increased the musket level by 1 and the rifle attack level by 2. Ha saw the bear's body and understood why its level had increased. This monster was finally dead. Ha was satisfied that the beast finally got what it deserved. He began to search the boss for items. Since it was not an ordinary bear, but the boss of the field, the items had to be good. Ha received several more awards. He became the first to receive the Solo Game King achievement, so he will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. If you put all the achievements together, he would have 45 stat points that he could use. Ha opened the character window. He wanted to look at his current situation. The characteristics that remained were as many as 135. Ha thought that he was delusional, and it was impossible. His characteristics were almost equivalent to the 30th level. If he distributes these characteristic points, he will be able to raise his level to 27th. In this case, he will be able to defeat someone with a 50th level. Ha added 80 to dexterity, 30 to endurance, and exactly 5 each to strength and intelligence. The boy looked happy. He now had 168 skill points, 62 stamina, and 1,350 experience points as a ranged attack master with the survivability of a tank. Now all he needed to do was... The battlefield was more like the place of a terrible murder. You could go crazy from such a thing. Ha did not understand how they could all die and leave all those expensive things. It would be necessary to sweat a lot to earn money for such a weapon. Ka decided not to leave it all, but to use it in the right direction. Most important now were the brown bear items he needed to find. A beautiful bear skin coat. Defense equaled 115 points and plus 30% to strength. Beautiful brown bear skin boots. The defense was equal to 60 points. The last was a beautiful hunting hood made of brown bear skin, which protected and also gave a person the opportunity to see better into the distance. Ha was shocked by the fact that all 3 items were of excellent class. Even though there were no weapons, it was all very cool. Even if you take all the clothes that were on him, they cannot be compared to the coat of a brown bear. It was rather necessary to raise the endurance to the 70 level and put on new armor. It was only the first day of his trip, and he was already incredibly lucky. Ha was ready to go to the capital without obstacles in his way. The user Kimflower received many messages that he allegedly escaped from the battlefield with several soldiers. Some, those who died there, accused him of stealing their weapons and demanded their return. The guy was so angry to death that he couldn't find the brown bear, and here the players accuse him of stealing items. Kim swore that he would get that goat out of the ground, or rather, Ha. And if he can't do it, then they will make him a scapegoat, and he won't be able to enter the game anymore. Kim kept thinking about who the musketeer was and where he managed to hide. That boy could not kill the boss of the field by himself. Kim was ready to tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, Ha calmly walked to the capital humming various songs. Since these were set items, his resistance power was increased by 30%. With such equipment, he could even withstand the power of Ramhwa. Ha accidentally remembered the words of his younger brother that he would one day catch these girls. The situation was difficult. Ha summoned the map. He wanted to check where all his friends were. Emerald Forest and the Tamba Jungle were quite far from the capital. Ha couldn't locate Ramhwa and Ramhwa. It seemed like they were in some other country. Ha was hungry, and in order to satisfy him, it was necessary to hunt a little. He just entered the zone of appearance of bears. It was his 5th day on the road, and he was already 25th level. Ha walked through the thickets and tried to find his prey for the day. Ha noticed one. The distance was about 60 meters. There was no wind at all. Ha fired a shot and wounded the victim. The bear growled. As he stood and covered the gunpowder, he understood that it would be better for both of them if the bear died from one shot, and it hurt so much. But still, there was a monster in front of him, so it was necessary to finish. Ka did not understand why the bear did not attack, but simply growled. Ha laughed. It was the effect of the Bear King's skin effect, Aso's agony buff, which prevented this predator from approaching. The guy shot the bear and ran up to it humming something about bear meat. At this rate, by the time he arrives, he will be at the 30th level. While Ha was dealing with his prey, someone approached him from behind. It was a small, bright, and defenseless bear. Ha could not understand where this cutest creature came from. He grabbed his heart. The bear grabbed Ha's leg and made pleasant sounds. Ha looked at him with big and kind eyes. Ha understood that it was very dangerous, but at the same time, his own conscience was gnawing at him. He did not understand how such a miracle could be killed at all. Ha asked if he was hungry. The bear meat did not fit exactly, but Ha could offer him a loaf of bread. Ha fed him. The baby's appetite was excellent. It seems he hasn't eaten in a long time. The bear submissively licked Ha's hand. Ha wanted to break up with him until he became too attached to him. The boy wanted to hurry and get to the capital in the right time. Besides, there will be many more monsters on the way. Ha just wanted to apologize to the bear and ask him not to see him again, when he carefully grabbed him by the leg. Ha could not help himself. The bear was too cute. He also tilted his head so carefully, Ha could not even look at him. In the end, Ka didn't know what to do with it, so he just took it with him. His younger brother called and asked if he had already been to the capital. Ha said that he was only on his way there and had already managed to get tired of the road. The brother laughed and asked him to be careful, because with his level he would not even be able to escape from the bears. Ha asked why he did not sleep, although he was studying at the university. Kijan said he had an exam, but today he went on a raid. Ha warned that the aunt would not like such a division of priorities. The brother asked why he decided to contact him. Ha asked if it was even possible to tame an animal. John asked if he wanted to buy a horse. Ha explained that he was talking about monster beasts living in the field. The brother thought that he wanted to train the animal for hunting. Kijan said that if his class was not a trainer, then all the animals would instinctively take him as an enemy. This can be considered impossible until he can control the monster completely. Ha asked whether he would not succeed, even if he would feed and take care of him from childhood. The brother reacted to his words and asked if he had seen monster babies, because they were incredibly rare. The brother said that despite the fact that the experience of each monster was different, they gave the same points. The children had no experience at all, but they gave the same points. Ha did not understand, and Kijan explained in simple words that in the game such children were brutally killed. Ha said that he would tell everything in more detail when he arrived in the capital. Until that moment, it was still 5 days. Brother was a little disappointed. He should have given Ha money for a scroll of teleportation or something like that. The brother wished him luck and told him to come as soon as possible because he really wanted to see him. They said goodbye. Ha killed the parents and brothers of this bear, but his hand will not rise to kill him. If he leaves it somewhere in the forest, someone will definitely kill him. Ha decided to let it be as it will be and took the bear. Ha went forward with his little friend. The next day, Ha came across wild bears and killed them. Ha's level had already risen to the 24th level. They were climbing at a great speed, and this encouraged Ha. It was really good that the level rose so fast, but he could not understand one thing. Amazing speed of growth of his little monster. Ha got 2 pieces of meat and 1 claw from the killed bear. After selling all these things, including the selected weapon, he will get a lot of money. After overcoming a lot of difficulties at the beginning of the game, it is now much easier for him. While Ha was thinking about all this, a snake crawled up to him and bit his leg. Ka didn't even notice how she managed to catch up with him. Ha received a message that he had been poisoned. For 3 minutes, every 10 seconds his health will decrease by 50. Ha calculated that in 3 minutes, he would lose most of his health, as many as 900 points out of a possible 1,300. In other words, he could have died from a snake bite. Ha cursed and said that it was simply impossible to see a snake in such thickets. Meanwhile, his bear caught this viper that had bitten Ha. Ha ran to his bear and said that he was such a good man that he helped him. The boy hoped that he did it because he was worried about his master. He just wanted to praise him when the bear started eating his prey. The guy was a little shocked by what he saw. Ha was surprised that the cub could calmly eat it without harming himself. It seemed that during this time the bear grew up a little. Ha dispelled these thoughts because he was not a bamboo and could not grow so quickly. The bear really grew up right before his eyes. The thought flashed through Za that very soon he would be able to ride it. The next day Ha was able to sit on it. He was very shocked by it. Ha called the developers idiots, but they at least made the speed of development of mobs realistic. Otherwise, there would simply not be enough bears due to the great demand for hunting. In addition, his bear was attacked 6 times that day. Teams of players passed by and tried to kill it. At any moment, he could simply be killed, and he would not have time to help him. It was necessary to make some identification mark. An ordinary sign was not enough. We needed something more bright that would catch the eye. Ha predicted that he would have problems with the bear in the capital. When Ha entered the village, people started shouting that Ha had brought a monster with him. Ha tried to calm the players and explained that his bear was obedient and did not bite. Ha explained that he did not bite people. It's just that the bear was a little bigger than the usual representatives of the species, and I asked to look at it. Ha gave the command to take his head in his mouth. People started shouting that this is the boss of the field and ran away. Even these people ran away. Ha, of course, understood the dimensions of his teddy bear. They were terribly big, but he didn't seem to feed him that much. Why did he grow to the size of a pound? Ha understood that it would be difficult to get into the village and decided to go. Ha overheard people whispering about him as a bear rider. People whispered that it was possible to ride a bear instead of a horse. It turned out to be true because this guy was riding a bear and firing a musket. Ha asked his baby if he could run. The bear ran as fast as it could. Ha got scared and grabbed him. Ha could not believe his luck. The bear ran. He was even more surprised by the fact that the bear could understand the commands. It was necessary to try it earlier. Ha asked him to go straight to the capital, and also on a deserted road. the bear muttered in a friendly way. The capital of Islestock was in the palm of your hand. Ha and the bear arrived in 2 days. Lunchbox, Musketeer Academy, and Key John. Again, he had a whole bunch of things to do. Ha praised his friend and said that now he should have gone on foot so as not to make a noise. Someone had already shouted that such a big monster was here. People started shouting for the boy to stay away from the bear. Someone said that it was necessary to organize a raid on such a big bear. Ha did not know what to do because the noise had already started. People said that this is the average boss. Someone said that this is the boss of the field. They urged that those who were below level 60 should hide because such a person could kill them with one blow. Ka tried to explain that he had been raising him since he was a child, but he had never bitten anyone. The soldiers told the tanks to go forward and prepare for the battle with the boss. Ha understood that these were NPS guardhouses. It seems that his affairs were quite bad. The warriors prepared to attack and began to cast spells. Ka could not stand this and shouted that no one should move. If they start to attack, he will start shooting. The wizards did not listen to these threats and sent their attacking spells at him. Ha shot. He himself did not know what to expect from it. A sacred shield of some other, stronger warrior appeared between Ka and the sorceresses. Ka's charge blew it to pieces. Some unknown but incredibly strong magic made everyone stop and calm down. 2 warriors in good armor told the stranger who came on a bear to lower his weapon. No one was allowed to cause trouble in Islestock. Ha saw anti-magic for the first time in the entire history of the game. It was a detachment of the holy knights of the capital of a great empire. The knight asked Ha to lower his weapon. The current situation was the result of a misunderstanding of everyone present. That is why the punishment will not be applied to either party. However, if he opens fire again, there will be no forgiveness. Ha hinted that the other players started first. The knight said that they knew about it. In any case, Ha was also responsible for the misunderstanding because he brought the mob into the city. The knight winked and said that it was because of this that they would turn a blind eye to this incident. Ha understood that the knights demanded of him, and they, in turn, thanked him for their cooperation. In addition, it was strictly forbidden to use offensive magic in the capital, except for those who had the appropriate permission. Nevertheless, given that magic was used to ensure the safety of civilians, the knights will simply forget everything that happened here. Everyone was released and asked not to block the entrance to the checkpoint. Citizens were fascinated by the magic blows of the players they saw, but the magic of the knights was a level cooler. Ha told his bear that no matter what happened, everything turned out fine. One of the knights called the stranger. The knight asked him to follow him. Ha was a little angry that they wanted something else from him. Ha asked if he wasn't going to kill him quietly after he went with them to kill his bear as a precaution. In the name of one of the holy knights, he swore that he would not harm either him or the bear. The knight asked if it would be appropriate. Ka did not understand what it all meant. The knight told another named Digrom that he had received consent from the stranger and asked him to accompany him. The knight obeyed him. The knight told him to follow him, he would accompany him. The boys followed the knight and the other knight remained alone. The knight could not believe that the sacred and miraculous shield that protects against physical attacks had cracked. The knight did not understand who this guy really was. Ha received an achievement at the same moment. It was the respect of the consecrated knights. Now he received as a reward, plus 50 to rep station on the continent. Ha was surprised at the defense unit of the Knights of the Capital. He knew that these were not simple people. If one of the members of this squad respects him, then the commander of the Knights also respects him. Until this moment, the total reputation on the continents was 30, and now it is 50. The knight said that they would stop here. Ha did not understand what was happening at all. The knight asked why the bear was with him. The knight said that the stranger did not need to be so vigilant, as he was an honorary member of the Public Order of Candle Castle. The knight whose shield Ha damaged also came. He said that it is difficult to believe that someone like him could cause sadness in the capital. Ha was surprised that they knew about it. The knights knew how he tried for the good of the kingdom. Ka understood that it was his level of actions for the state and reputation that made themselves known. Ha began to tell about what happened the day before. Ha told how he accidentally met a little bear and began to feed, care for, and raise the little one. The knights were surprised because he was not a trainer. Ha said that he also defeated the great fire-breathing bear. That is, Aso's agony. The knights seemed to understand what was the point here. The knight respected that the bear Ha would not attack people, but despite this, he was forbidden to enter the capital Islestock. Looking at what happened before, when Ha first came to the city, now it could just as well happen again and cause people to panic. He didn't know what to do. The knight said that people live in places for people, so the bear had to live where wild animals live. It looks like you had to let your pet go. Ha asked if he could go into the city after that. The knight confirmed his guesses. Ha thought about the words of the knight. He asked the day before whether the beast was trained. It is obvious that trained monsters have a certain designation. The NPCs didn't understand this, and neither did the players, so the bear could be in danger. Ha agreed and said that he would let his friend go free. The knight thanked him for his cooperation. Ha said that he will return when he has done everything. The knight called this stranger and respected member of the public peace squad. The knight said he would like to know his real name before they said goodbye. The guy introduced himself as a musketeer of Ka and Ka. The knights gave him their signature gesture of respect. The knights materialized wings and flew into the air. They promised that they would remember his name well. The other knight said that he had a rather witty name and sneered. The winged wished him a successful and safe journey. Ha looked at them and was angry that they were too cool. It wasn't just their equipment that was the problem. It was already evening. Ka and the bear went to the thick forests far from the capital. Ha hoped it was far enough from that place. Now they had to say goodbye. He didn't know if the bear would understand his words. However, it would be better for both of them. The bear hugged him tightly and made a pleasant grunt. Ka told him to go faster. The guy remembered all their good moments, but he threatened that if he returns, he will shoot. Something was wrong, and the bear growled very loudly and followed Ha. The bear pounced on him from behind and bit his hand. Ha shouted. He did not expect this. The bear began to lick his wounds. Ha said that he was in pain, and that this had happened to his brother. A strange glow appeared around Ha and the bear. Ha received a new achievement, Soulmates. Now he had an animal companion that was connected to his soul. And he also got another achievement. He was the first registered player to have this achievement, so he was now inducted into the Hall of Fame. The bear was sad and began to cry. Ha was impressed by the devotion of this animal. He promised to never forget him. Ha stroked his head and told him to take care of his own health and try to avoid being hunted. Although with his dimensions, he will rather hunt. Ka said goodbye to his baby and went in the other direction to the capital. Ha felt a kind of wild sadness. His mood immediately worsened. Even when he said goodbye to Biemi and Kong, everything was not so bad. Ha heard his baby's mighty roar and received a new achievement. Now he could summon his native soul. This effect had to be recharged every 24 hours. Also, his native soul formed a physical body before death, so even after the death of the bear, he will be able to call him. Although there was a lot of sadness in it, now Ha will be able to meet him whenever he wants. In addition, it said that he was still a beginner, which meant that he could improve his skills. They both could become stronger. Ha hoped that everything would work out for his baby. It was already noon. Ka did not understand why he walked so far. He spent the whole day on the way back to the capital. Be that as it may, now the boy has arrived in the long-awaited capital of Islestock. Ha was shocked by the number of people around him and did not understand how he could find Ki-jun among them all. Ha contacted his brother and discussed the details of the meeting with him. John sent him to the south gate. However, Ha did not understand where it was at all. Ha was getting angry and asked if he was laughing at him and said that he would not be able to find the southern gate to the city here. The brother said that it is normal to get lost here. Besides, the southern gate did not have any landmarks, so you had to search wisely. As it turned out, the brother was standing right behind him and was laughing. Ha said that if he came, it was better not to bother him. Ha started pounding him, and Kai-Jan just laughed at how he couldn't figure out where to go before, like some kind of noob. This fight was watched by two of Kai-Jan's friends. They were shocked, but were not sure that this musketeer had reached the 15th level. Ha looked closely at his brother's outfit and praised that he had good taste. Ha assumed that the equipment had to be of a fairly high level. Bratic said that it should correspond to the level of his character. Ki-Jan asked if he donated to this game, or maybe he stole such items from other players. Ha replied that he got it all by hunting. Another player approached them and said that he could not believe it. The strength of this guy could only be enough to kill a wild boar. After such pleasant words, the man said hello. It was Hai Ying. Ka greeted and introduced himself. The man said that he heard from his brother that Ka was a sniper in the ground forces. Ying said that his brother talked a lot and did not stop praising, talking about some hidden talents that he possessed. The brother began to cover his mouth and shouted that he did not say such a thing. Ha was convinced that his little brother really was a good guy. Another guy came up to Ka from behind and asked if he had been the clothes that fall out when the boss of the field is defeated. Ha was surprised. The boy continued and described that it should be a big brown bear. Ha confirmed that it fell to him precisely because of Aso's agony. The boy estimated that it was an incredible victory. It was amazing that he was able to overcome Boss Paul. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Sasuke. Ha asked if he was from Japan. but the boy said that his name was inspired by one work. Ki-John asked who this boss of the agony field was. John got all the words mixed up, and Sasuke corrected him and asked if he had heard about the recent chaos in society. Sasuke couldn't believe that the tank didn't know Aso's agony. There was a lot of buzz about this boss on the forums recently. Sasuke thought about it and noticed that Ha had all 3 things from the set of this monster, and thought that it would be difficult for a beginner to get such equipment. Meanwhile, Ha got to know other friends of his brother. The brother said that Ha should not be shy and ask about everything that might interest him. All these boys were very busy, but Ki-John called them here to help him set aside some field for hunting. Now it was necessary to assess its current level. Ha was a little scared, but honestly admitted that he was now at the 25th level. This shocked all his friends and his brother. The boys discussed nervously that he had only recently been in 10th place and had beaten the Golden Eagle. Somehow, everything was too different from what Ki had been telling them. My brother asked if he really wasn't joking. Ha said that this happened, and he also hunted a little. Ki shouted as he could hunt a little like that. Another guy stood and thought that if he had caught the Golden Eagle recently, he should be level 12 by now. The guy did not understand how Ha could in such a short period he was able to raise more than 10 levels. The guy suggested that Ha add each other as friends. After they all got to know each other, the boys wanted to go. Ki asked if Guildmaster Heng had already left. The boys said goodbye and said that they would meet very soon and teleported very quickly. Ki-John wished them a good trip. Ha envied that they didn't have to go far and waste their energy. Ki-John asked that Ha now tell him everything as it really was, and he will buy them food. Brother John could not believe that Ha killed Boss Paul with his own hands. Ha said that it was that really raised his level very much. The brother said that the attack power of the musket was really cool. He said that if there is time to reload the weapon, and if you shoot at weak points, then it could really work. All those people are only called a raid, but in fact, they were just a bunch of players assembled in a hurry. Due to the fact that no one knew each other, their organization was at 0. Obviously, the escape of the captain and all the other players gave him a chance and time to deal good damage to the boss. Ki-John said that he knows the damage power of the musket is about 233, so Ha would definitely be able to deal enough damage to the boss. However, he could fire only 1 shot in 1 minute. Since the bear had low health, Ki-John could even believe that he was able to kill that monster. Ki asked if everything was because he used to be a sniper. John admitted that he had dealt with the boss. Ki-John was still shocked. There was an archer in their guild, but he barely managed to cover a long distance of 66 meters in one go using a long arrow. After that, he gave up and turned the battle assist system back on. Ha asked if the maximum range was 65 meters. The guy only managed to overcome the maximum range without the system, but then he turned the combat assistance system back. It was quite fast because the flight range of the musket charge was only 40 meters. The brother asked if he had killed Boss Paul with 1 shot. Ha said that he did it with 3 shots, and at the end, he also used a stake in close combat. Ki-John could not believe his brother's words. My brother was shocked, because in addition to the fact that the flight range of the charge was no more than 40 meters, reloading took no less than a minute. John asked if the bear was standing still while it recharged. Ha said it's all because he hunts with the combat assist system turned off. The brother could not believe that he was playing with the combat assistance system turned off. Ha said that he would only get used to her that way. If you turn on the system, the level of hitting the target is fixed at only 50%, and he cannot hunt like that. My brother asked how much the range of his shot had increased, whether he even hit anyone from such a distance. Up to 100 meters, and all 3 were hit in the head. The brother did not understand why he was saying such important things so late. Ha shouted that he was talking about it because he had just asked. His brother invited him to join their guild. Ha said that he would not join them. He was not going to enter anywhere at all. My brother simply did not understand why he was doing this and did not want to join him. Ha said that he simply did not want to do this. Ki-John began to insist and advertise his own guild, which was quite popular. He began to challenge the mantle of his guild. The brother began to persuade that he should have heard about his guild because he constantly talked about it, and he introduced him to top players and the guild master for a reason. Ki-Jun said that Ha constantly makes people feel awkward. His brother reminded him of their guild master because he was so popular that he was even shown on television. Broddick shouted that he was on the 8th place in the Korean top players. Ha asked. Ki began to say that it was cool, and from his one blow there would be such a big explosion that the enemies would simply end. Ha asked where he was in the world. Ki-John said that he was somewhere in the 40th place in the world. Ha said with complete indifference that he understood. The brother did not understand why he had such a weak reaction. He repeated once again that he was on the 40th in the world and the 8th in Korea. Ha recalled Ramhwa Yeon, whose world rank was as high as number 9. Ha asked John where he was. John said he was asking too many questions. Ha told him to finish these tricks. The brother said that he is almost in the top 100 of Korea. John said that there is no one in their hunting grounds who does not know the name Templar Master K. He is also called the Invincible, or simply the Immortal Tank. I thought of shooting him with a musket. Ha asked why he brags that he is among the top 500 best players in the world. Ki John asked if this is not a good figure out of 100 million players. Ki John boasted that if he gained 2 levels, he would already be at 200. He hinted that he was not made with a finger. Ha could not believe that his brother was at such a high level, or rather, he thought that he was a little lower. The brother asked if he was surprised at his level. Ki John said that first it was worth eating, and only then he would show him the capital and take him to the academy. Before he goes hunting, he will be able to be a guide for a while. Ha asked his brother if he had forgotten about the promised money. Meanwhile, in the guild building, the master and the top players were discussing something. The guild master noted that Henimtail was very boring. Sasuke confirmed his words. Master Hen wanted to speak to Sasuke in person and asked if anyone was nearby. Sasuke scanned the entire space around the building with his eye. Sasuke confirmed that there was no one around and no one could interfere with their conversation. Master Heng praised him and said that no one in Midros could match his scanning skills. Hen asked if Sasuke noticed anything interesting. Hyun said that Ha managed to change all the things, but the body composition and weapons match those in the photo. Hyung asked if it was really him. Sasuke said that the probability of this is very high. Besides, he was level 25. Sasuke said that he could not see anything else. Hyung asked if he really failed to test his ability level. Sasuke said that he was obviously not new. Hyung also asked about the boy's achievements. Sasuke also failed to see them. Hen predicted that it would be so. Hyung spoke as if possessed, that these shitty girls covered up all the necessary information, or rather wanted to lure him to their side. They thought that they had gotten closer to him because they could have known that he and Kay were related. It seems that they took Ha to their house in order to get along with Kay and collect information from their guild. Sasuke said he didn't know that. Hyung didn't say it to get an answer. He was mad that he could not understand their plan. Sasuke said that he was able to see that boy's rank. Master Hen was interested. Sasuke said that he uses the title, Knowing No Fear. Hyung asked what it did. This rank increased attack power. Sasuke heard that to get it, it was necessary to defeat a monster that was 20 levels higher than the player. Hung said that it seems those Ram girls appreciated him a lot if they conceded to his last attack. It seems that he was the Korean who was offered to join by those 2 girls. Among the players from Korea besides this guy, there were no more musketeers, especially those in the same level range, so they were sure that it was him. There was no doubt that Ramhwa Jun and Ramhwa Yeon had gotten close to him and were now covering his back. However, they have never seen them together yet. Hen told Sasuke to think logically. The logical chain began with the fact that when he sent from Castle Candle a few days ago, he was level 12. In addition, he was not going hunting, but was heading to the capital. However, he was currently level 25. When he arrived, he had special items on him that drop from a special monster, the field boss. However, it would not have been possible without the help of those 2 crazy girls. Sasuke said that the boy could defeat such a monster himself. Hen told Sasuke to come to his senses and think what a fool he was talking. How could a player who is at the 12th level catch Aso's agony on his own? In addition, Sasuke himself said that his skills failed to find out about his level and achievements of this boy. It is obvious that those creatures used an item of concealment on him. If these girls caught Aso's agony and handed over all the objects to this moron, then he must have been with them. This means that these creatures were recently near the southern gate. Master Heng ordered him to raise the reward for the Ram sisters, and also to tell Kay to keep his eyes on Ha. The master ordered Sasuke not to trust even Kay and to constantly check the location of this boy. That's why he needed to friend-zone him. Hen reminded Sasuke to always use items that hide his location on his friends' info list. They shouldn't have even given him a chance to know where they were. Hen and the master left. Guildmaster Hen pulled a smile on himself and asked how he looked in Sasuke. The boy answered the head that his facial expression seemed kind. Hyon cursed and mentioned that he only needed to use good language and said that he and Mr. Sasuke needed to hurry. Ki-John was surprised that Ha had a cartouche of 5 gold. Ha looked around the area and managed to find a gun shop and a haberdashery shop. Ki asked how much longer he would explore the map. Ha answered that these are the basics of a sniper, to know the entire area perfectly. The brother said that they had to go. He was going to show him the academy. Ha asked if he thought about the quest for which he told him. Ki-jan asked if he meant the grill quest. The brother said that when he reached the 100th level, he completed all the quests in the village for beginners. However, it was this quest that Ki-jan had never heard of and never performed. Ha was surprised that his brother returned to the village even after receiving the 100th level. The brother said that this lunchbox that he received was never even sold. He had never even heard of anything like it. If someone got this quest, they probably just ate this lunchbox on their own. Ha thought that on the map, he could not find the second branch of the Holy Grill in the capital, according to Ki-jan's testimony. Maybe no one has ever opened it here, or those who completed the quest ate the lunchbox themselves. Ha has the option to continue playing this game regardless of the invitation to open a new branch of the grill or the drop in affinity level with NPCs. He thought that there was no point in returning to Candle Castle, because there were many other quests in the capital that would help restore the level of closeness. Everyone would think so, but still, if he were to complete the quest, then perhaps a second branch of Grylu would open in the capital and the map of the city would change. And this would be exactly the point that would be opened with his help. Ki-jan thought that no one had ever completed this quest before. The brother said that he is currently at level 198, and if he ate this box, he would already be at 202nd. Even if he hunts for a whole week in real time, he will not rise more than 2 levels. I understand that everything was so difficult. My brother said that raising the level is no joke. If it is so difficult for him, it is even difficult for him to present himself as other top players. Time is money. He could save himself almost 100 days in Midros. Ki-jan asked if he would like to sell it. Ha was scared of this question. Ki thought it stupid to just eat it and raise 4 levels, but he won't be able to walk around with it and wait for some high level, due to the ineffectiveness of the item. Also, he could sell it for a good price, much higher than he could have imagined. Ki-jan was indeed right. If he sold it, he could get money for treatment and daily expenses. It would help his mother. Once Ha gets to know their guildmaster, he can also be introduced to the top players from Korea. In everything else, he could rely on his luck. Ha thought and agreed without hesitation. Ki-jan said that this is the right decision and there is nothing you can do about it. Ha added that he agreed only to think. Brother was angry because Ha only agreed. My brother asked if he was not going to sell the lunchbox at all. Ha said he would only think about his idea. Kim Jong grabbed his head and said that there was nothing to think about. Ha said that a real sniper should take aim and not pull the trigger as soon as he sees the victim. Ha said that information about boxing is a secret. Kim Jong said that he was studying at the Faculty of Business Administration, so he had logic. 2 men approached them and said that they did not expect to see Sir Ha here. It was those 2 from the Holy Knights squad. They were saluting Ha. Ki-jan couldn't believe his eyes. The brother started shouting at Ka and asking what he had done that the knights came for him. Ha said that he didn't do anything. The search and arrest of particularly dangerous thieves and the inspection of any threats to the kingdom lay on their shoulders. Ha did not understand why his brother had such a reaction, as if he had sold his own country. Ha told his brother to introduce himself. One of the knights said that he was Sir Prodigy de Garde. The other knight hugged him by the shoulder and laughed amicably. Brother asked Ha if he was Korean. Ha said it was more like an NPC. The other knight was Sir Digram, and the other one who called himself a prodigy was Sir Cindergaard. The knight was still laughing at this mistake in the translation between languages. Ka asked the knights for what business they had come to him. The knights asked whether there must necessarily be some kind of business to approach. They were passing by and wanted to say hello to him. The boys could not believe it so easily. Ha told them not to worry about that boy. He had already released him to the southern forest. The knight said that it was understandable, because without it he would not have been able to get to the capital. The knights thanked him for his cooperation. The knight said that this other guy with him was from the Pelcho Guild. Ki-jan was amazed. The brother said that he was Master K. The knights said that they were well aware of how they fight on the western borders. The knight shook K's hand and expressed his thanks on behalf of the Puebel Kingdom. K was pleasantly surprised, because he was just gathering experience there. The knight said goodbye, and Ha once again asked if they really came just to say hello. The knight hinted that for now, just say hello. The brother told Ha that it was the first time he had seen the knights decide to speak to someone first. Ha was surprised. K consoled himself with the thought that it was because he had raised his reputation, or they just recognized their guild. K thought so and asked to wait. He understood something. K shook Ha and said that they did not talk to him but to Ha. He asked how he knew those knights. Even he spoke to them for the first time. Ha said that they came to ask about the bear. The brother got really angry and shouted about which bear he was talking about. K said that if he met them, then everything becomes clear. Otherwise, it would be strange if they were the first to recognize not him, the player with 150 reputation points, but his Ha. Ha asked why, when he is at player level 198, he has only 150 reputation points, and he was already 80. The brother shook Ha again and asked what he was talking about. In order to increase his reputation, he would need to hunt a lot. Even if he destroys the monster solo, his reputation will be like a cat crying. How could Ha gain so much reputation? Ha's head was already spinning. He was just doing quests. Kay said that all reputation quests were only available from level 200, so even he couldn't complete them. Kay asked if he had found any special method. Ha said he was just doing quests for his level. Kijon couldn't believe it. Such speed of reputation raising is either impossible or unbelievable. The brother said that he is looking forward to what Ha will do next. Ha reminded that he plays only for the sake of money. Kay said that if he wanted to earn money, he should have improved his class skills. Ha said that it was an interesting task. They reached some terrible house. It was a very dead and shaky musketeer academy. Kay added that one of the luxurious castles they passed was Arlo's temple, or rather his academy. Ha asked whether it was class discrimination. Kay explained that Templars, Paladins, Sisters, and monks simply studied there. Kay gave him 2 gold to begin with. It will help solve the urgent issues. He also advised him to sell the clothes as soon as he raises his level. After all, if he is recognized by the members of that raid, he will have many problems. Ha thanked him. Besides, he gave him a lot of food. 2 gold coins were equal to 200,000 won. Kay told Ha to call him anyway. Ha thanked, and the brother went to do quests to increase the level. Ka entered the building. It was empty and dusty. He asked if anyone was there. Ha felt that he had entered a haunted house. Ha did not understand why those damn developers of Midros can't do anything normal for the musketeers. The man put a rifle to his head and told him not to move or answer, only to breathe. Or that man will take his head off. Ha realized that he would take his head off. He had a perfect disguise. He didn't even feel his presence. The man said to move his mouth. If he moves other parts of his body, his head will fly into the air. The man sharply asked who he was. Ha introduced himself. The man asked who sent him here. Ha said that no one sent him. Ha said that he received an invitation to the Musketeer Academy. The man's eyes lit up from these words. The man ordered him to take exactly 3 steps forward. Otherwise, there would be a hole in his head. 4 steps will affect the percentage of hitting the target, and 2 steps will give an opportunity to grab the opponent's weapon. The 3-step method was musketry, to dominate the enemy. They ordered to put the invitation on the floor. Ha said that he would also put a musket, because the powder magazine was empty. At the end, he was already shooting. The man ordered him to take 3 more steps back. Ka asked that if he took only 2, his head would fly off. The man said that judging by his audacity, he was not a local. Ha confirmed this. The man began to list that Ha was an honorary member of Candle Castle's public order squad, that he had experience hitting a target from 100 meters away. Ha thought that he instantly tracked his achievements just because he was an NPC. The man told Ha to follow him. Ha said that it looked like there was no one else here. Besides, this building somehow resembled a school, but there was no staff at all. The man growled at him and ordered him not to make a baby out of himself, but he ordered him to sit down. Ha felt a familiar feeling and immediately followed the order. Ha immediately remembered something. He remembered the senior sergeant. Ha felt that he had entered the army again. Ha decided to think that he is in the army. It will make his life much easier because he is used to this place the most. Ziet was full of praise. He described in the letter that Ha is hard-working, spares no effort for the good of Candle Castle, and can also become a noble knight who will support the kingdom. The man said that Ziat was writing such a recommendation letter for the first time. He was happy. The man crumpled the letter and threw it on the floor, adding that it was all a dog's lie and that nonsense was written there. The man folded his hands on his chin and said that a musketeer did not need love for work. Talent decided everything. The man said that his efforts were needed only in tamping the gunpowder with a ramrod. Ha said he knew what he was talking about. The man said that all these games are unnecessary because he is so self-confident, only because he hit the target from 100 meters. Ka replied that it was not so. The man shouted, since he understands it will be much easier. The man ordered Ha to get up. They would light a fire. I kept thinking that the man said to light the fire because they were shooting with fuse weapons. It seemed that there was supposed to be some kind of test now. Ha asked if it really wasn't enough that he had reached level 10 to enter the academy. Why was he going to test him? Ha received a new task. Testing for admission to the academy, an exam with an eyebrowless man. If he fails, he will not be able to enter the academy. There was no normal description, and the reward was unknown. Bezbrovi asked if he was scared. Ha said that everything was fine. On the contrary, Ha was looking forward to the test. The training center of the profession is a place that you need to visit often before you reach level 200. Bezbrovi did not talk about the conditions, so in case of failure, he simply will not enter the academy. Ha said that if you think about the nature of a musketeer, it is similar to snipers, and he knew something about them. This quest was needed in order for him to surrender. A sniper is not an ordinary soldier with a musket. Recklessness will not only threaten his life, but also the lives of his allies. The correct answer would be to refuse the quest. In order to take 2 steps forward, you need to take 2 steps back. Any shooter should know this truth. That's what the unibrow checks. However, this is not the answer he wants to choose. Moreover, he is not going to lose. Bezbrovi laughed at him and said that he had a very strange expression on his face. Bezbrovi showed him the training field and said that this is a place that he will never be able to use in case of failure. This was the basic structure of the field for shooting. From the eyebrowless to the target was about 40 meters. This was the standard distance for musketeers with the combat assistance system on. Bezbrovi asked what he would choose, straight fire or running fire. He told Ha to choose what he liked more. If he fails, he will fly out of here immediately, but if he gives up right now, he will start teaching him the basics. He understood about the running fire, but he had never heard of the through fire. Ha said that he would shoot at the target. It was worth choosing what he was sure of. Bezbrovi was surprised by his choice, or rather, he was very interested in it. Ha had a question. He asked Bezbrovi how many people had passed this test. Ha asked whether anyone else besides these 2 tried to pass this test. Bezbrovi said that they tried, but only 2 passed. Ha understood that the probability of hitting a target from 40 meters was equal to 50%. How could only 2 people pass this test? Ha asked how many there were who tried to pass this exam. Bezbrovi said that he did not need to know how many weaklings failed this test. In the worst case, there were at least 1,000 of them. There were more than 100 million players in the game. It could not be that only 2 people passed this test, and no more than 1,000 tried. Ha thought that from such a number of people, he expected that at least 5,000 people would come here. Ha asked what kind of test it was. It was just necessary to hit the target from 40 meters. Bezbrovi confirmed that everything is correct. 40 meters. Ha asked if the target was a scarecrow. Bezbrovi went forward. Ka did not understand what he was doing and thought that this distance was already much more than 40 meters. He looked because it was already more than 50 meters. He understood how far he wanted to go. 55 meters. Ha understood that it was still possible to hit the target from such a distance. But what was he aiming for because there was no target? Bezbrovi stuck a purple feather into the wall. Ha was shocked. This simply could not happen. Now it was clear why only 2 passed. The golden eagle, flying at a height of 100 meters, was a much bigger target. Ha looked closely. This feather was no bigger than an ordinary dot. He was surprised that anyone managed to pass this exam. Bezbrovi told him to start. There was nothing to do, so it was necessary to start. Ka had no way back. All that remained was to try. Ka had only one option. It opened the sync level settings. Ha ordered the system to increase the level of synchronization to the maximum. His synchronization level could only be increased to 50%. Ha had trained enough, and now he only needed to rely on his senses. Too strong reconfiguration of the synchronization level can harm the player, both in the game and in real life. All responsibility was transferred to Ha. He now felt everything in a new way. Ha agreed to raise the synchronization level to 50. His sensations became acute, almost similar to real ones. Although it was only 50, his senses had become much more acute. Now, Ha wanted to try 100% when he leveled up. Ka made a very quick reload without a ramrod, which greatly surprised Bezbrovi. Bezbrovi said to his word that he did the right thing, that he did not choose a quick fire. Ha did not quite understand his words. It seems that the master hinted that he was too slow. Ha took aim. The distance was 55 meters. The size of the target was 10 centimeters. The target was very small. It was almost invisible. Ha told himself that he would definitely be able to do it. He just needs to think that she is at a distance of 250 meters. Bezbrovi followed him and said that he was quite good. The sight did not shake, the breathing was even, and willpower was present. He told the kid to show him what he was really worth. Ha took good aim and was able to see it much closer. It is enough to see the target once, and the rest of the time it will seem bigger and bigger. Ha activated the skill of Calm Heart. He tried to calm down from the inside and focus from the outside. Ha took aim and pulled the trigger. He was in a strange state. He felt almost nothing, but at the same time he felt absolutely everything. Ha quietly whispered the question of whether he got a hit right in the bull's eye. Bezbrovi said that he hit the target directly. It struck him quite strongly. Ka did not understand how he could see from such a distance. He did not even shoot. Ha asked if he would check. Bezbrovi told him not to make him laugh. If he said so, then it is so. Bezbrovi said that he had not seen such interesting footage for a long time. Ha still tried to understand how the master examined his hit. Ha completed all the quests and also entered the Hall of Fame again. He received 15 skill points and 20 reputation points, as well as a twofold increase in effect. Ha now understood why the award was hidden. If they found out about it, probably many people would have rushed. Bezbrovi asked why he was standing like a pillar and told to follow him. Ha obeyed and followed the master of the academy. Bezbrovi asked if he was satisfied and poured tea. Ha said that he held the mug very hard. Bezbrovi said that in fact he had talent because of that, and he behaved so impudently at the beginning. Ha admitted that it was all pure luck. The master said that luck does not follow the untalented. For luck to be on his side, it was necessary to have good control over oneself, body, and emotions. Ha stood and thought that it was written in black and white in the achievement, that he was one of the 3 most famous musketeers of the kingdom of Pubiel. Moreover, he is one of the founders of this academy, so his skills were definitely at a very high level. Bezbrovi continued that you need to keep control over yourself. After that, his thinking will become more flexible, and after that, his dexterity and strength will improve. Bezbrovi said that he was not made with a finger. Ha laughed and said that Bezbrovi said that if the kid had come at least a year earlier, he would have been able to train him as one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. Ka was surprised by these words and asked about the 3 musketeers. Bezbrovi said that he is still far from being able to become one of them. He understood that. The master said that with his level there was no need to tell how much powder to put in the barrel and how many times to use the ramrod. Bezbrovi threw a big blue bag filled to the brim with something on his table. The master ordered him to open it. Ka understood that these were bullets with gunpowder at 10 pieces of silver. Ha was surprised that there were so many of them. Ha received 200 charges of black powder and 200 bullets. Bezbrovi hinted that there was absolutely no point in basic training. Ha understood that he was given an award for passing basic training. Twin thanked the director. Bezbrovi told him to hold back his thanks because he had a lot of work ahead of him, and besides, it was the least he could do. Bezbrovi said that they are starting a hunt for spiders. Ha immediately received a quest in the forest without light. At first, I thought that there would be some kind of congratulatory ceremony after all. It was an academy. And then it happened immediately. He liked that the quests came out immediately. However, red spiders could be killed at the 15th level, and he has the 25th, so the reward will be much smaller. As a result, the efficiency will also drop. Besides, he was sorry to waste time on it. Ha turned to the director and asked if flying mice still live in that forest. Bezbrovi confirmed. Ha activated his own bargaining skills. The probability of convincing the director was 23%. Ha asked about killing spiders and flying bats at the same time. Bezbrovi sternly asked if he had suffered so much because of the fact that he showed him a little leniency. Ha replied that this is not true at all. Ha said he was not young enough to pass off knowledge for confidence. If he orders, then Ha will cope with the task in 1 day. The director of the academy agreed. Ha was satisfied that his skill was working. Besides, he could not miss such an opportunity. Ha said that he would like to ask him something. If he succeeds, then Bezbrovi had to teach him his own skill. In the director's eyes, something strange lit up. Ha understood that he needed to wait, because the one who speaks first will lose. Bezbrovi said that he would agree only if Ha did the following. Immediately, the content of the task changed. He needed to bring spiders' legs and bats' claws. Failure to do so would result in a loss of reputation on the continent, as well as a decrease in intimacy, and it had to be completed within 12 hours. Ha was surprised that he did not give him even 1 day. Ha turned to him. Bezbrovi turned to him and sternly asked if he could not. Ha said that he would go on his way right now. Ha understood that high risk means high earnings. Bezbrovi admitted that this boy was quite interesting. Ha ran and thought that it was about 2 or 3 hours to the hunting place. If the road there and back would take about 6 hours, then he would have only 6 hours left for the hunt itself. In addition, he not only needs to kill 30 creatures, but also to collect items from them. Even if the probability of dropping items was high, he still needed to kill 30 bats and 30 spiders. It was hard to believe that the eyebrowless man had so many hopes for one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. This motivated him very much. To begin with, he decided to run to the western gate. He didn't even have time to gather a team. While Ha was running, he met many people who were gathering teams to hunt spiders and bats. Ha stopped, seeing a large crowd. The players were heading to the Orc Village, or Peak Lookout. Ha must have heard this word somewhere. Ha realized that this was the location of the Ram sisters. Ha remembered that they had been there before. Ha did not see on the map where this lootout peak was located. It seems that it was somewhere outside the Sentinel mountain range. Although this range was the end of the western part of the kingdom, Ha understood that it would be difficult for Ramhwa to go there alone, since they were both at similar levels. That's why her pumped-up sister, Ramhwa helped her. Ha scored on these thoughts and decided to simply catch up with them on the level. He shouted to nowhere for them to wait, because soon he would overtake them. Ha spent only 45 minutes to reach the destination. The runner's skill was simply the best. Ha meditated, but thought that if the journey back took the same amount of time, he would be able to hunt for 10 hours. Ha noticed something strange. Ha saw a lot of players who, it seems, were also very actively preparing for a similar quest related to the Dark Forest. People said that spiders are very sensitive. Because of this, it is difficult for archers to draw a new arrow. They noticed it immediately. Ha had problems as a solo player, because even monsters gathered in bunches and attacked together. Ha could not believe it at all. Ha passed by these players and went alone to the forest. The players told him that it was very dangerous to hunt at night, so they suggested that he go with them in the morning. Ha replied that it would be too late for him in the morning. Ha surprised everyone because he went alone. People began to bet that he would run before sunrise, others said that he would return in 2 hours, and others bet on his death altogether. Some people said that they would find his corpse, and others that the body would disappear. I listened to all this. Ha understood that they were betting on another person's life, and called them idiots, and also hinted to them that he heard everything. Ha understood that no matter what happened, he didn't care. He will not back down from his mission. He was very alert. He pre-charged his weapon just in case. It took him as much as 63 seconds to reload the musket with his eyes closed. Soon he could practice in a minute or maybe even less. If he spends so much time on reloading with closed ones, then if there is light, he will be able to reduce the reloading time to at least 50 seconds. Ha lit a torch and saw a bunch of terrible monsters living in this dark forest. Ha managed to shoot 2 spiders at once. Ha was performing an urgent recharge because the other spiders did not waste time and approached him. Ha shot and destroyed another monster. Only 52 seconds per recharge. He really became faster. The effect of the pumped skill was immediately visible. Due to increased synchronization, everything looked much more realistic. He even felt a little sorry for these spiders. He had 215 skill points, like 50 level players. He knew that every 50 levels and 100, the power of perception increased, and now he understood the difference. Judging by the damage inflicted by the musket, it was predictable that the spider would die from one shot. Ha thought he overclocked too much. It was all too realistic. Nothing fell from the monster. Luck was no longer on his side. If items did not fall from every monster, then the probability was equal to half, or even less. There are 10.5 hours left. He needs to break away at least once. People who placed bets counted that more than 2 hours had already passed. People already understood that they had stolen their money. Who knew if that boy had already died? People wanted to go and check if he was alive. They were worried that they might meet spiders and bats on their way. They decided to move quickly and just check they will not fight. If they reduce the light from the torches, then everything will be fine. Only if they find the corpse, they will be able to get a reward. 2 more boys wanted to go with the archer man. The man smiled evilly and said that if that boy had gone into the forest by himself, then he had to spend a lot of money in the game. If he died, then good items should drop from him. He had nothing to lose. Most of all, he wanted to take his upper part of the equipment. It looked quite expensive. He believed that luck was on his side, because he was followed by 2 idiots who could be used as human shields. They couldn't see anything in this dark forest, and they had goosebumps on their skin. The man suggested using fire magic to explore the area. The man fired fiery arrows, but there was nothing in front of him at all. There were no spiders or bats ahead. No one saw the monsters at all. Everything was clean of them. It was very strange that there were no monsters, but what was much more important was where that boy had disappeared to. Where did he die, that no objects that fell from him were visible? Equipment of this level will be equal to approximately 1 gold coin. The man offered to go further, deeper. The man wanted to find those items. One of them said to look somewhere because he noticed something very strange. They saw some very strange acid-green swamp. The boys did not understand where the swamp could have come from in the forest without light, or whether it had been there from the very beginning. Looking closely at what was inside, they realized that it was very viscous. The man realized that it was not a swamp, but the corpses of bats and spiders. It turns out that this viscous substance was from the remains of the bodies of monsters. The boys told the little man that now is not the time for upset stomachs. One of the boys had a very bad feeling. The guys told the man to come to his senses because it seems they heard the sounds of monsters. Red eyes filled with the desire to kill lit up all around. The monsters were reborn at the same time. The man said that he would rather die than go through all this. If there was such a massive rebirth, then that boy killed such a huge bunch at once. The master calmly drank tea in the academy. The time almost ran out. The man thought that he might still fail. Someone broke into the academy. Director Bezbrovi heard it immediately. Nothing could pass his attention. Bezbrovi put a musket to Ha's head and ordered to keep quiet and only breathe. Otherwise, his head would fly into the air. Ha asked if he had taken up the old thing again. Bezbrovi did not understand how. Ha threw the bag on the floor and said that it was what he asked to get. The legs of red spiders and the teeth of vampire bats. Ha said that he believes that there are more than enough of them. Bezbrovi said that the praise was enough, that he had done it on time. Ha asked if he thought the praise was real. When Bezbrovi gave a task, he understood that it would be necessary to kill more than 500 monsters in order to collect the required number of items. Even if he reduced the time for reloading, there would not be enough time, even if he hunted all night. Bezbrovi did not understand how it turned out for him. The director doubted that this sucker could shoot 500 monsters in a night. Beardless said that it was a good job. Ha received a message in the achievements that he exceeded the conditions. Bezbrovi said that he did not know how many times he had to shoot, but it seems that he had enough practice. Ha thanked him. Ha received 1 silver coin and also received a new skill, the refined hand movement technique. Ha received the effect of a 30-second cooldown for 5 minutes. Ha asked what he needed to do next. Bezbrovi asked how he was able to complete this task. The director said that for such a sucker as he is not possible to bring so many items, he asked if Ha bought them somewhere. Ha understood what he meant and said that he simply combined all his techniques. When Ha was hunting, after killing several monsters, Ha realized that his technique was inefficient as hell, and at this rate he wouldn't be able to practice in time. Ha understood that he did not have a single useful skill. Killing one by one, he simply would not have enough time. He had 3 different skills. He could kill 1 monster with 1 shot. Several were unreal. Ha thought of trying to line them up and punch through, but the bullet could not go through several monsters. However, the biggest problem was that killing only 4 monsters, he dropped only 1 item. But if he had the skills of an area attack, he could not claim that there were no ways to solve this problem at all. Several roads met in this clearing. There was no other place that was ideally suited for an attack on the area, except for this one. At such a time, he is quite jealous of other classes. Magicians definitely had several tricks that were suitable for this. After all, the musketeer had no skills for an area attack, at least at his level. However, the powder smoke that he used during the quest with the golden eagle was not a skill, but he definitely remembers that the wolves ran away from him. Ha thought with a very scary face that it might be worth using this method at least once. Ha finished all the preparations and checked to see if there were any other players nearby. Ha decided to start this dangerous business. Ha initially chased 1 spider, but decided to use it as bait for this case. Ha pierced the poor man with a bayonet from a musket. Ha ordered the monster to scream and summon other monsters. He kept telling it to scream louder and louder. All the monsters immediately woke up and started hissing and crawling from all corners to Ha. Ha took a spider and decided to spill its blood so that all those monsters would chase him. Having spilled blood, attention was successfully attracted. Now it remains only to run away from them to the right place. Ha understood that everything seemed to be successful, but there were too many of them. If they catch up and catch him, then he will be a corpse. Ha ran away enough, and from such a distance it was already possible to start attacking them. Otherwise, they will really catch him. However, he will not allow some monsters to catch him and used the Euphoria Runner skill. Ha was almost there. The end of this quest was soon to come. Ha used his Calm Heart skill. He calmed down and could calmly shoot. Ha hit the target. Fiery sparks began to fly. Everything around exploded with incredible force. Even the trees caught fire. He knew that everything would blow up like a claymore. Claymore is a weapon that detonates approximately 703mm iron balls and turns all enemies into Swiss cheese with the kinetic energy of the explosion. Ha tried to stuff the gunpowder wherever he could. That's why the explosion came out much stronger than he thought. He himself was barely touched, although he was 8 meters away from the explosion. Be that as it may, he succeeded. Bezbrovi was shocked by his words, but could not believe that he had made a bomb. It was the most real bomb called Claymore. Due to the fact that he did everything in a hurry, its quality was not a fountain. However, it consisted of a hearth, as well as iron balls with gunpowder wrapped in cloth so that they would not fall apart. However, more than 100 iron balls were enough to drive the creature to one place. Bezbrovi said that it sounded quite interesting. He was really impressed. However, Bezbrovi did not know if this could be called a suitable fighting style for a musketeer. The director of the academy said that the task he gave him was to improve his skills as a musketeer. Ha said that it was correct. But there were a lot of monsters he shot at. Bezbrovi admitted that this was so, but ordered him not to suffer too much. Ha agreed and did not ask any more questions. The director stood up and asked Ha a question. He wanted to know Ha's opinion about the role of a real musketeer. Ha asked what he meant. Bezbrovi admitted and explained the situation. He told Ha to present a large-scale invasion from 20 years ago. Ha guessed that this was the war that had been mentioned on the official Midros homepage. This war 20 years ago is a clash of demons with an alliance of people. It was said that there were truly great commanders on both sides. It doesn't matter if it was a war between humans and demons or an invasion of monsters. Everything depends on the abilities of commanders to analyze the battlefield. That is why the role that the musketeer should perform is only one. Ka was the first to answer that it was target shooting. Bezbrovi asked what it meant. Ha explained that people have a certain system of order for the transfer of command in the event of an emergency. If the commander dies in the war, he will be replaced by his deputy, and the battle will simply continue. But monsters, unlike people, could not build a similar system. After killing the commander, everyone else will simply panic. He explained that the most effective at such a moment would be to launch a large-scale attack from the air. Bezbrovi quietly said that it was thanks to this that they were able to found the academy. Ha asked what he said. The director explained that these were just thoughts out loud. Bezbrovi said that if he knew everything, then there was no need to explain anything. Ka received a message with a quest. His goal is the destruction of the head of the Kijvit tribe. Eyebrowless thought and changed something. The description and conditions of the quest have been changed. Ha was shocked by this. Ha was shocked by the failure conditions of this quest, after which he went to the original quest. Ha didn't understand what the hell was going on with the difficulty level. Moreover, he didn't use bargaining skills. Why does he change the quest at will? Ha wanted to say that the quest to kill Cobalt was too difficult for his level. Now was the time to quietly drink tea. Ha had a choice: fail, die, or reach the 30th level by gathering a team before the quest and getting up. Ha didn't understand what it meant that he had to kill the monster solo, the hunt for which had to be carried out in a team with at least the 30th level. Besides, I don't understand what Bezbrovi's hopes were. Ha could already say with confidence that this quest would be damn difficult. The director told him not to think too much. This quest required his aiming, which he talked about. It was only necessary to demolish the leader's head and the matter was over. The quest was not easy at all, and it was also dangerous. But the quest was so cool, Ha agreed. Bezbrovi ordered him to leave right now. Bezbrovi had high hopes for him. Ha was pleased with the fact that this quest had no time limit, meaning that his experience bar must be filled to 99% before he kills the leader of the monster tribe. Ha wanted to see the true face of Bezbrovi. He said that thanks to that they were able to found the Academy of Musketeers. In addition, in the quest, something was said about the 3 musketeers of the new generation. Ha wanted to ask Ki-jun. Ha tried to contact him through the game's chat, but after several attempts, nothing worked. Ha noted that if he does not answer now, then he must be on a hunt. Ha decided to review his location and at the same time everyone else in the friends list. All 4 were in the narrow gorge of Tiwi. It seems Kai-Jan was there with the members of the guild, but if Ha also joined the guild, it would be convenient to create a team. Ha remembered his girlfriends and also checked their location. They were also in that gorge, which surprised Ha very much. Ki-Jan's guild drove the Ram sisters into a dead end. They decided to enter the Thivi Gorge and ask for additional help. The leader ordered to surround them, because the Night Knights were soon to come to help. He ordered Sasuke to direct the right path for retreat. For a long-range attack, 5 men per place. The chief ordered the doctors to apply a buff to increase the ranged attack speed. The guild leader ordered Thay Henim goes to chase the girls. He obeyed his commander. The head of the faction understood that there were no ways to retreat in the narrow gorge of Thiva. Sasuke will just in case close the path by which they can escape. That's why it was necessary to drive them into a dead end. Kay was supposed to be the head of the squad of tanks and lead them ahead of the others. The chairman thought about the fact that they had about 60 people with a fairly good level. Even Ramhwa Jung herself will not be able to break through such an environment. The chairman hoped that this time they would succeed in killing these girls. It will block teleportation, but that too. The man closed the dimension for everyone. Now no one could enter or leave here. Hearing this, Kay conveyed this information to everyone and said that the Ram sisters could not escape now. Ram Huajong conjured and condemned the unanimity of cold arts. John summoned an ice blast. It was as if John had sent 100 arrows at them with enchanted tips that killed instantly. Kay managed to protect himself with a shield. He understood who was in front of him. Kay sarcastically hinted that they had not seen her for a long time. More precisely, with her, as with the fire magician Ram Huajun, the distance to the girl was about 70 meters. Kay ordered the tanks to keep their distance. Huajong sent her ice spears at them again as they were supposed to kill everyone. Kay foresaw this and said to make a defensive formation and hoped that his boys would be able to hold out for a long time. Kay couldn't believe that she was shooting hundreds of ice spears at the same time. Suddenly someone took and destroyed everything. There was a big explosion. Kay could not understand who destroyed all the ice depths from which they were defending themselves with a fiery explosion. Only the fire mage Ram Huayan could use this flame skill. She grabbed Huajong and ran with her. Kay was very angry because a low-level scum could dare to attack them. Kay suffered because they already had such players who left the game after death. Kay ordered his squad to keep damage to a minimum and push forward through the force. Kay understood that all this was enough, and with significant losses, they were able to drive the Ram sisters into a dead end. The boy gave the guild leader Ha LeeHa that everything went according to plan. However, it was impossible to relax. These girls were strong and treacherous. That blue-haired girl was as high as 9th in the world ranking. Kay could not foresee what she could do to them. In general, they were too mysterious and insidious. In flight, Huajong left behind a line of ice on the ground, which unexpectedly began to grow. Ram Huajong blocked their path with ice. Now they too were cornered, but the squad of boys could not get to them either. Kay rushed to beat that wall with her shield and shout that she thought they could be stopped so easily. Kay ordered the boys to break the ice with the shields faster before the two ran too far. Kay couldn't believe that John could say such a powerful spell on the fly and create such a strong wall. That's what the 9th place in the world ranking meant. Kay was also no slouch. With even more effort, he was able to knock down the ice wall. Kay broke through the wall and saw something unexpected. Ram Huajong herself was standing there. Kay didn't understand why she didn't run away and what she was preparing for them again. It was like a flurry of consecutive spells. Kay did not understand why their health was dropping so sharply. All the players had cuts. The boy realized that these were pieces, or rather fragments from the ice wall. She used enagegi with the help of ice fragments. Enagegi is a technique used after the player has taken damage from the first attack. The connection of the second attack with the first makes it deadly. For Kay, the power of this girl was truly incredible and fascinating, but this made him dislike them even more. Meanwhile, Ha did not understand what Ki Jung could be doing to not answer him until now. Ha thought that he should not have worried. Although Kay was still in that gorge, it is not a fact that he crossed paths with the Ram sisters. Even one zone in Midros is very large. Ha remembered Kay's reaction to the Ram sisters in the past and understood that they must have crossed paths. Did they decide to attack them? Although he was worried that his brother was not answering, he hoped to the last that everything was fine. Meanwhile, in the gorge, Kay drove the sisters into a dead end. The guildmaster said that it looks like it's finally time to talk. He offered to solve everything with words and questions, why the Ram sisters kept running away from them. Hua Yan said that they have nothing to talk about. The guildmaster said that they had something to talk about. He sent several letters to the sisters about donations for Dale Castle. Ram Huayan aggressively asked why he was interested in her investing her own money in Dale Castle. The guildmaster said that it was the castle in which they first started working. He asked if they knew that the Pelchko Guild was working on him. He asked why they so abruptly left all the popular cities and stuck to such a small citadel. Yen rudely asked if she needed to ask someone like him for permission to donate. The master told Ram to choose the right words. He asked if she understood that many people had gathered here because of them, and besides, all these people had contributed donations to Dale Castle. The master explained that no matter how confident and stubborn he was, he didn't give up. He still remains in second place. This is equivalent to wasting money. There is no benefit in this. In other words, the winner takes everything. The guildmaster began to threaten, because if they continue throwing money at them, then they will have nowhere to step. Hua Yan said that he can just invest more money and that's it. The guildmaster said that it is not as simple as it seems. The master said that there are things like negotiation and mutual understanding between the two sides. Moreover, they use money that they earned in reality, and they do not use the money that they earn in Midras correctly. Ram Huajong and Ram Huayan in real life were descendants of the owners of the Ramron company. The guildmaster said that it was all due to the fact that they are the daughters of a family in whose power is a large corporation and enterprises. That is why they spend so much money. Ram Huayan asked if the game was a show-off for money. She asked what kind of fool she was. Ram Huayan explained that it was just business and that was it. She asked if he had ever seen the company waste money. Guildmaster promised not to talk for a long time. He said he would just pay them and they would give him the rights to Dale Castle. Huayan asked what would happen if they refused. Will he and his guild try to kill them? The master asked whether to just kill. He said that Midros is a very realistic game and something much worse than death can happen in it. Hua Yan called him a pervert and an idiot. At this point, any negotiations were doomed to end. Hua Yan told John to prepare to attack. John immediately understood Ani. The master thought that she was going to create a spell, and how a real coward hid behind the rows of tanks. Hua Yan said that 10 men on the way of retreat were destroyed. The master could not believe such a blatant lie because Hua Zhong was standing in front of them all this time. Hua Zhong added that 44 people were still occupying positions at the front, and that was all that was left of them. Hua Yan was surprised. Hua Yan said that it was much less than she thought. The Koreans disappointed her. She cast a fire spell and said that they greatly underestimated her. Hua Yan shot a fiery arrow straight into the sky. It seems that during all this time she has become much stronger. Everyone was scared and mesmerized by this magic. The guildmaster didn't understand what she was up to. Why did she send fiery arrows into the sky? Did she send a signal for help? But no matter what, she blocked teleportation in advance, so no one would see him. The guildmaster was self-confident. He knew that Sasuke's group was on the retreat path. They could not be killed so easily. An unnecessary bluff with which she wanted to intimidate them. Who will manage to get rid of the dark ninja of the 212th level? He said that it would be good if they humbly accepted his offer, but everything was complicated because of them. The master said that they only had to feel shame and disgrace, which is much worse than death. He ordered the squad to prepare a spell. Someone ordered him to stop. The guildmaster did not immediately understand what was happening. Some unknown force stopped him. All the knights were in a critical state. Some unknown force wanted to subjugate them and kill them. The guildmaster did not understand what all the doctors were doing. He believed that Hua Zhong could not have done such a thing. Then how did it happen to them? One of the warriors drew the attention of the guildmaster and told him to feed on the mountain. There was someone there. There were a lot of people there, and the master did not understand who they were at first, but after looking closely, the master could not believe what he saw. It was the banner of the Golden Dragon. The guildmaster couldn't believe his eyes that the Golden Dragon Guild itself had come here. The master thought that the Ram Sisters and the Dragon Guild had been at war with the Golden Dragon all this time. Why did they come here, really? Was it the Union of Players of Greater China? The Golden Dragon Guild was one of the strongest in Asia in terms of the number and level of players. Now more than 200 people have gathered here, not even 300. It was a very powerful concentration of force. It was even too dangerous. The boy came down from the mountain. He was pleased to meet the Koreans. His name was Mr. Fo. He was a martial arts master of the Golden Dragon Guild. He was ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, and 1st in China. The guildmaster could not believe it. What was this guild doing here, and what was happening in general? It seems that their conflict was resolved, and the fiery arrows were fired into the sky, and were indeed a signal for help. Hua Yan seems to have given them her money, and they borrowed their strength. After thinking about it, he realized that it seems that the Golden Dragon were not just mercenaries, but a real alliance had been organized between them. The guildmaster understood that if they escaped, it would be a waste of their supplies. He decided to act differently. If he cannot eat the whole thing, he will tear off at least a piece. Pelchko Guild has nothing to do with the Golden Dragon clan. Fo replied that his clan really had no business with their guild, but he could not allow anyone to harm the Ram Sisters. The master understood that they were pressed properly and driven into a dead end. He asked how the relationship connects the Ram Sisters and the Golden Dragon clan. Hua Yan said that he didn't need to know that and told him to listen carefully to her suggestions. First of all, they just leave here. Second, they are no longer arguing about the Dale Castle case. Yen said that if they kept these 2 promises, then she would accept any conditions from them, whether it was a battle in the future or declaring a guild war. However, if they again disappear like the last cowards to follow them and blackmail them, there will be no more forgiveness for them. The master was angry that these girls decided to show condescension to them. Because of the Golden Dragon clan, the battle of views will only be disadvantageous for them. Fu noticed that Sage He Ying was thinking too much. Was he going to go against his clan? If so, then they will direct all their efforts to brutally deal with the Pelchko Guild. Hua Yan told Fu that they would only have to keep 2 promises. There was no need to worry so much. Fu agreed with her. The warriors from the guild said among themselves that the war with the Golden Dragon clan would be too much for them. They did not know how they would cope with such a number of first-class warriors. The guildmaster understood that these girls were not made with a finger. Fu asked if Guildmaster He Ying of the Pelchko Guild would give them an answer. Only the master said well and that they are, as someone shouted very loudly. Something happened on the mountain where the members of the Golden Dragon clan were standing. Pho was standing next to the sisters. No one here understood what was happening. Everything on the mountain glowed red. If all those people died, then the color would change to ash and they would leave the game. Then what is the red glow? The guildmaster suspected that it was the handiwork of these girls. But even Ram Huayan did not understand what was happening around her. Fu shouted for Ram Huajong to prepare for battle. Huajun told Ani to stay behind. Ram Huayan shouted, asking what was going on. Fu said that he came. Huayan didn't understand who he was referring to. Berserk appeared. He shouted to them and was surprised that they all gathered here. Berserk is a huge Igor, 3rd place in the world ranking. And he thought that no one had prevented him from hunting for several days. And it was because they had all gathered here. Great Igor immediately said the Great Cross spell. Fu understood that he decided to turn into a wolf right away. Meanwhile, the guildmaster began to laugh. He ordered all those who remained alive to attack sisters Ram and Fu. As soon as they got rid of the Ram sisters, it was possible to get out of there right away. It looks like Kijun has been very busy since he hasn't replied to Ha yet. Besides, they were all still in that gorge. He wanted to ask him a few questions about Bezbrevoy, but it seemed that he should go and ask the NPS. Ha hoped that in such an inn, there would be people with information about Bezbrovi. Meanwhile, other people were discussing some hype on the internet. They said that something very serious had happened in the Thivi Gorge. Ha began to listen to this conversation, and found out that Ram Huajon, Fu, and the Great Igor had a huge battle there, and there was complete chaos. The dead have already exceeded 200 people. In addition, the Golden Dragon clan, as well as some guild of Koreans, were involved in the battle. People said that if there was a dragon clan and a huge Igor, then they understood the reason for the fight. Lately, the Chinese players have been preventing him from hunting. Apparently, the clan rubbed him into powder. Unlucky for the Korean clan that got into all this mess. Ha was sure that by the Korean guild, they meant the Pelchko guild. Ha didn't know if everything was okay with Kijinome. It's good that he was at least online. However, Ha was a little worried that he was still in that gorge, and it was not known what was happening there at all. Something strange started happening. Sasuke stopped being online and left the game. The same thing started happening to all the other players, and even Kei. For starters, Ha wanted to find out in real life what had happened to Kei John in that gorge. Ha left the game and was in his room. The first thing he wanted to do was call his brother. He asked if everything was normal and started asking about what happened to everyone else there. Kijun apologized because he didn't tell Ha anything and didn't warn him about it. Kei-John was exhausted. Ha said that there was a lot of noise on the internet about their battle. He asked if everything was normal. Ki-John said that the players who are in the world ranking are very strong. So strong that fear ran through the body. Ki-Jung advised that Ha should also raise his level as soon as possible, so as not to encounter a similar one. CI now wanted to focus only on leveling up. His voice trembled. Ki-John was not himself. He said that he was very tired out there and would just go to sleep. After saying goodbye, he hung up. Ha was very worried about this situation and decided to find out what really happened to Kijun and everyone else. After browsing many forums and internet groups, Ka found a video from the battle site. Ha did not understand what was happening there at all, and in the comments they said that, judging by the number of deaths, it must have been Berserk. The Great Igor came unexpectedly to this battlefield, where no one was ready to fight him. After each player death, there was a red light. This was unusual for Midros. Besides, Berserk absorbed this red light after the deaths of others, after people accidentally made eye contact with him. Igor began to go towards them and kill mercilessly. Foe intervened and pushed those 2 players away, saving their lives. Igor's sword stuck in the ground. Foe asked if he had come here and thought to interfere with his plans. While Berserk and Fu were talking about mountains, in the gorge itself, the Ram sisters tried to fend off the players from the Korean guild. Great Igor laughed at him and said that now he understood why Foe was looking as if through him. Those girls were his vulnerable and weak point. Berserk headed towards them, or deal with them now. Fu shouted for them to take care of him. Fu understood that this battle could be very scary. Ram Huajong told Huayan to be behind her and take care of everything. Huajan said the Ice Willow spell, which was supposed to protect them from Igor, who was about to get them. Berserk wanted to be the first to attack the willow. The other members of the Pelchko Guild headed towards the huge ice willow created by Ram Huajong's ice magic. They all wanted to unite in order to get those girls. Berserk attacked the Korean guild. The guildmaster did not understand what was happening in general and why Great Igor attacked them. He recently fought with Foe. Berserk monster called them Asian suckers and asked why they were all so alike. Igor tried to break through the ice willow and said that you can recognize and distinguish all these Asians. Huajong's willow was damn strong and could withstand the berserker's blow. He decided that it would be better to deal with the Asian jerks than to try to break the ice block. Ki-jan ordered all the tanks to protect the Master's Guild. He told them to keep their formation clearly. With one blow, Vani was able to deal with 2 fairly high-level tanks at once. Great Igor killed other soldiers and promised to swallow them all and deal mercilessly. Foe unexpectedly intervened there and kicked Igor in the face. His blow was so strong that he was able to throw him all the way to the wall of sand blocks. Everyone else in the guild was amazed by Foe's abilities. Fu, as if in a fight, beckoned him with his hand and told him to start attacking him. Huge Igor began to knead his head and prepare for battle, although he did not understand who this upstart was. The battle between Fu and Berserk was very difficult and amazing. It's not often that 2 top 4 and top 3 players in the world meet in a matchup. Their battle was so fast that no one could even follow them. The guildmaster said that they had to get out of there because they did not have time to follow the battle. They just needed to get to the Ram sisters. The willow was in the way. It was risky to even approach it because something was pouring out of it. One of the guild warriors almost reached the middle of the willow and found the girls. He begged them and swung his sword. He asked them not to resist and just suffer a little. Fu noticed that some boy wanted to encroach on the life of his girlfriends and shouted, "No." However, the boy from the guild fell into a magical trap. He could not believe that such thin willow branches could restrain his sword and not break. Fu came to him and said that he is the last abomination, that he does not understand pardon. Fu asked how dare he target Hua Yan when they helped them during the attack. It became interesting to the boy that he became the target of Fu. Although he was ranked 4th in the world's top, he has a mountaineer. The sword's swing will be wider. Fu dealt with him with one kick of his foot. Kay saw that his friend was in trouble and rushed to help him. He did not understand what had happened, but he saw Fu near him. Fu asked that he, at least for a second, become a person known for nobility. Fu was just about to hit the boy when Kay ran up and protected him with his own shield. Kay blocked his blow this time, but the next time he just couldn't stand it. Kay grabbed his friend and decided to run away. Fu was indignant that this boy decided to brazenly interfere in their battle. A berserker sneaked up to Fu from the side and said that he was completely right. Great Igor's eyes were burning with fire. Thay to consciousness, but he was unsuccessful, and the boy remained unconscious. Kay told him to be patient a little, because now he will try to find a doctor, and he will be able to help him. Something very strongly banged over Kay's head. Thu was pressed directly against the wall. Kay did not know what to do, because Great Igor was approaching in their direction. Igor laughed and said in a terrible voice that the blood of these miserable boys was not enough for him, and he needed more. He looked very intently at Kay and his friend and said that he needed much more. Berserk kept repeating the word blood, and Kay yelled for him to shut up and rushed straight at him. Kay just recently spent all his defense points. Igor grabbed him by the toy right by the neck and lifted him into the air. Kay understood that more than that, the difference in their forces was too great. The difference was so great that Kay could not do anything at all and protect himself. Berserk repeated that he needed more blood. Kay begged him not to. Berserk, or the Great Igor, is a level 260 giant who can easily turn into a werewolf, or rather a berserker, an animal with very powerful physical strength. In the state of metamorphosis, his power is used up very quickly, and he weakens. To avoid this, he replenishes it with the blood and death of monsters and players. Ha only had a 26th level. So far, he could not overcome Igor the Great, whose level is 10 times greater than his. Ha couldn't believe that Kijong, whose level was close to 200, was killed in such a horrible way at a high level of synchronization. It must have been very painful. The one who sent him to Midros when he fell into terrible despair because he could not walk was Kijan. Kijan, who was so dear and important to him, was killed with such a terrible death. Ha will not forgive Great Igor for this and will tear him to pieces. From now on, Ha will level up like a cursed. This is the only way he will be able to catch up with this berserker. Ha angrily told Big Igor to wait for him. Meanwhile, under the protection of the icy willow were the sisters of Ram. They heard the terrible dying screams of the players. Ram Huayan did not understand at all what was happening there and what happened. And where did their ally Fu go? All this horror happened because of that ugly bastard, Igor. If only Berserk and Fu fought one-on-one, Fu would have at least some chance of winning. And when there are so many extra players and he and his sister, Fu would not be able to concentrate. Ram Huayan thought that the most optimal option now was to run away from here. Huayan called her sister, but Ram Huajong was busy with something very important. She spoke in an unknown language of magic and repeated that the ice crystal she gave life to. For the sake of betraying hearts, John began to rise into the air, and there was a huge accumulation of pure cold magic in her hands. Yen didn't understand what was happening. Huajun very quietly begged Anna and said that she would have to die. Hua Yan calmly sat down under the mountain and agreed that she would rather die than her sister. But in return, John had to tear everyone here. Hua Zhang hummed softly and began to create this dangerous magic. Something began to happen, and all the players around noticed it, even Great Igor felt it. The guildmaster shouted that no one should interfere with her, because if she finishes the spell, they will all be corpses. Hua Yan shouted at those fools that it was already too late for that. Ramhua Zhan created a huge ice vortex around her, which was supposed to destroy everything living around her except her. All the players around screamed with an incredible scream. They froze very quickly and could not resist it in any way. Hua Yan calmly said goodbye to her sister and said that they would meet in 48 hours. In the meantime, Musketeer Ha walked the shopping streets of the capital Islestock. Ha had a lot of business to do with buying and selling. Ha got as much as 4 gold coins from the equipment he picked up on the quest with Osso the bear, and the musket in the shop cost as much as 3 gold coins. So far it was expensive for him. Someone called Ha and distracted him from hunting with the same musket as now. He was called as a gentleman in red leather. The guy said that he finally found him and asked if he remembers. Ha did not recognize this player. The boy took out 2 shields, and Ha immediately remembered this warrior. Ha remembered this player with 2 shields, who was gathering a team for a quest with Osso's agony on the bear quest. The boy asked sharply if he quietly took the loot and ran away, because all the clothes he was wearing were from Osso's agony set. The guy even more aggressively asked that he also took everything that fell from other players after the battle. Ha did not understand what kind of delusion he was talking about when he appeared out of nowhere. I don't understand what he was talking about. Besides, he wasn't in the best mood. The boy started shouting at him and saying insulting words that he didn't even understand how much it cost him to find him. The boy said that he was insulted a lot on the internet and demanded that he return everything to the players. Ha said that he didn't care what this guy was going to do, because then, after the battle, he was the first to offer them to join the team. Ka continued his story, although this boy did not believe him. Ha said that after they started running away, he asked for their help. When he asked for it, they simply abandoned him and ran away like cowards, and he remained on the battlefield alone. Ha said that until Kim Kvitka picked up the surviving members of the team and ran away from there. Ha himself fought the bear, almost not dying. The boy could not believe that such a low-level player could not kill the bear himself. Ha showed his clothes and asked if this would not be enough as a proof of his truth. Ha told Kim that if he wants to prove that he didn't kill the monster, he should bring the evidence, and if not, then he should shut his mouth and go away. The guy agreed and said that even though he didn't want to believe it, he accepted that the fact that Ha killed the bear. The guy with the 2 shields aggressively continued that Ha had to return the items that had dropped from the other players at the time. After death, of course, the players would drop the items, and they could not connect to the game for 48 hours. Ha didn't understand why he had to return items to players he didn't even know. The guy shouted and asked what his level was. After all, such a noob with a low level will not dare to tease him and be impudent. That's why, if he tells him to give the items, Ha has to stick his tongue out and just silently give them away. Ha was already starting to get angry. He yelled for him to stop barking like a street dog and finally shut up. The guy with the 2 shields aggressively asked if he even knew what guild he was from, before being rude to him. Ha said that he doesn't care at all about it, and the main thing is that this player leaves here as soon as possible. Ha threatened him that if he gets on his nerves, he will call a squad of holy knights. Kim Kvitka did not understand, but with surprise asked if the squad of holy knights were his friends. Ha did not immediately hear him and said that they are not his friends at all. However, calling them for help will not be a problem for him. The boy shouted at him that he was a freak. The boy shouted for Ha to stop and try to catch up with him. Ha, meanwhile, was already humming under his breath and running from here. Kim Kvitka shouted that he was a moron, but asked if he had been trying to run away from him for a long time. The boy only needed to catch up with him, but after running a little more, he got choked up and couldn't run anymore. He stopped completely without strength and realized that he wouldn't catch up with him. Ha checked him standing and couldn't believe his eyes. His dexterity was at level 247. That's why that boy couldn't catch up with him. If he didn't have any bonuses at all, he only reached such dexterity when he was a level 47 player. However, Igor, who killed his brother, had as much as 260th level, and he is only 26th. Ha understood that he needed to level up to begin with, and for that he rushed to Mount Seymour, leveling up like hell. Besides, Ha still hasn't solved the issue with the lunchbox, although there was still a month left until the end of the quest, so it was possible to breathe a little. Ha came to the foot of Mount Seymour and was surprised to find quite a few people there recruiting teams to complete quests. Basically, they were looking for players with a 40th level, no less, in the team. Ha felt uncomfortable because he had a much lower level. Kobold clan lived. In his imagination, he was quite weak and defenseless. Ha had no idea about this tribe at all. Ha was ordered to train himself with the head of this tribe, or rather the strongest boss, at the moment when he is not even at the 30th level. What was in Bezbrovi's mind? Ha decided that before he went to kill this boss, he would raise his own level to 29. Ha saw a warrior who was going to the entrance to the Hijivit village. Ha listened attentively to the fact that this warrior was looking for a player for a long-range attack and told that there was a beautiful doctor in his group. The boy turned to the sir with a weapon on his back, similar to a pole. It seemed that he was addressing him and turned to the warrior. The knight was surprised and said that his weapon was like a real musket and asked if he was a long-range attack warrior. Ha replied that he was. The knight asked Ha what his level was and told him that he and the doctor were going to go in a team of 3 people. He asked if Ha had reached the level necessary to climb to the top of Mount Seymour. Ha very carefully lied that he was 41st level. The knight was very happy about this, and Ha asked where the 3rd player was. After all, if he was a long-range attack warrior and a knight was a tank, then the 3rd should be. The knight unceremoniously asked if he meant a pretty doctor. Ha was embarrassed. The knight shouted to the crowd and called Han Chan, and added that he had found DD. Someone from the crowd raised his hand and began to walk towards him. A pretty girl approached them and introduced herself as Mame Hana. Ha was embarrassed when he saw this girl. She looked very elegant and gentle. Night Tank said with a note of question that he didn't lie to Ha, because Hana-chan was a real beauty. Ha agreed and pretended to be. Ha thought, maybe it was all due to the fact that all the girls he had met before were either aggressive or very cold. And before that, he went through a school for boys and the army. After that, he didn't know any girls. This type seemed incredible to him. Tank said it was time to introduce myself officially. He was a 42nd level Matsushigi, and he was also a knight. Mama Hana's sister was level 40. Ha said he was a 41st level musketeer. The team was finally assembled. Finally, they set off. Interesting adventures and quests awaited them. Having reached the dense fields at the foot of the mountain, the knight noticed 2 cobalt workers in the direction for 10 hours. The knight said that it would be better for them to go around them on the left side so that they would not notice them. Ha was surprised that they would not kill them. To this, the knight said that it would be better to maintain endurance before the difficult climb up the mountain, and Ha needed to gain experience, so he asked them to wait and said that they do not know exactly how a musketeer shows himself in battle. Be that as it may, first they needed to learn to work as a team before climbing the mountain. Mam Chan told the knight that it was taking too long, and the knight laughed nervously in response. Ha was enraged by these words. Ha was aiming, and meanwhile the girl asked what his shooting range was. Ha answered that it was 100, but just in case, he said that it was 50. The knight asked why the range of the weapon was less than the range of the arrow. Ha admitted that the distance covered by the charge was really quite small. The girl remarked to the knight that it was tactless to say so. The knight apologized to Ha if he had hurt his feelings. That is why the musketeers were not popular. The knight asked Ha not to worry, because he would attract the attention of the kobolds. Ha wondered if he needed someone to attract the attention of these monsters and fire a shot. Ha apologized that he did not have time to warn that the sound of the shot was too strong, and there was still so much smoke. The knight said that there is nothing terrible here. By the way, the knight asked if Ma-chan had seen it because it was something impressive. Mame-chan did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and only now noticed that Ha had killed the kobold with 1 shot. The knight asked if Ha had exactly 41st character level. He got scared. Did his lie get exposed? The knight fearfully asked if Ser Ha was a high-level player who wanted to destroy them, or if it was a smurf of that kind. Mam-chan said that it was the first time she had seen a kobold that was dealt with in 1 hit. She said that she noticed how another kobold ran away, without even looking at how many there were. Ha calmly exhaled, because his low level was not disclosed. Mame-chan asked the knight what smurfing meant. The knight explained that this is to help stronger players level up. Mame-chan and the knight asked high-level player Ha to keep an eye on them. The knight warned that a huge mountain worm crawled out of the ground. Mame-chan at the same moment directed protection at him with her cross. After all, she was a healer, that is, a doctor and a magician in one face. Ha aimed right into the middle of the worm's mouth. Ha shot the poor monster with 1 shot. From a recent moment, Ha noticed that the knight began to direct all the monsters at him, although he knew when these worms came out of the ground. The knight asked if Ha was all right. Ha replied that he did, and said that they needed to talk urgently. Ha calmed down and directly asked if Sir Matsusage was definitely a tank. He answered that he was a tank. Ha asked why he stopped attracting the attention of all the monsters recently. Ha said that it can happen sometimes, but... However, before all this, he did not even use the skills of a tank. Ha asked what he would do if he couldn't even control the monster attraction skills. Ha asked if he really wanted to kill him. The knight began to justify himself and say that it was not so. He did not use skills for this reason. Ha asked with aggression that he admits that he deliberately did not use his own skills. The knight tried to say. The knight admitted that he does not have such tank skills. He could not even imagine such a thing. The guy explained that knights are not a class of tanks. That's why they don't have provocation-type skills to control the behavior of monsters. Ha was shocked because he thought that only tanks wear armor. The knight admitted that he only had one skill called Slash, which could attract the attention of monsters, but there was too much of a gap between uses. Ha was surprised that he only had one skill. The knight added that he also had a skill that allowed him to take damage from an attack instead of other team members. This skill was called Chivalry. Ha was a little pleased that he had something. The knight added that he can only protect girls with it. Mam-chan immediately felt uncomfortable, but such were the manners of chivalry. Ha said that then he had to control the behavior of the monsters, thanks to the Slash skill. Although something good and useful from him, Ha will also slightly reduce his attack speed. The knight thanked him, and Ha said that they should have tried really hard. Ha said that at least now he didn't have to be careful because of the reload speed. The two discussed that Ha was a very kind person. The travelers reached a wide valley where the village of Kijvit was located. It was quite large, and it was possible to count more than 100 houses. Ha understood that the larger the territory, the easier it was to panic if their head of the tribe disappeared. Ha asked if there was an old mine in the middle of the cave. The knight told that there was a warehouse and a nursery there, so the security of this place was strengthened. It will be difficult to overcome it if the guards are not a shock squad. Ha understood that this location was ideal for hunting, but it was inconvenient for target shooting. In addition, there were many places where the enemy could hide. The boy decided to first find a more suitable place to attack. Ha got up. Ha shouted that they were starting a hunt and ran down the mountain closer to the village. Kobolds immediately aimed at the knight. He fought them off with his sword. Mam-chan put a shield on him while he fought the monsters in close combat. The knight gave the Ha sign that there were still monsters on the right. He said that he would attract their attention, and Ha had to focus his firepower on the other monsters. The knight just shouted that he would use the Slash skill, as the charge pierced two monsters at once. The knight was shocked to the core. Ha said that they should have gone west to catch more monsters. Mame asked how he managed to defeat them both at once with one blow. Ha said that it was a real weapon after all. Besides, the charge could penetrate through. In addition, the fact was that the kobolds were nearby, and he was shooting from a fairly short distance, and this resulted in such a result. The kobold that was wounded by the knight was still alive. Ha asked if Masutsuge had a rope. He said that he had, but asked why he needed it. Ha replied that kobolds possessed an intelligence that allowed them to build farms and do everything necessary to support life there. The captured monster said that this person should kill him and asked what he was going to do. Ha's suspicions came true, and the monsters could indeed speak. Ka leaned closer to him and said that he should have answered his question. Ha said that it was necessary to taste it first, before the actual interrogation. The kobold made horrible noises. The knight told Chan that it seemed to him that Ha tickled the monster. Ma-chan confirmed that now she was not the only one who thought so. He understood that this method was very effective. He tortured him so much that he would not die and lose consciousness, while the monster begged him to stop doing it. Ha began to tickle him harder and said it was time to get down to business, and asked how the head of the tribe could be summoned. The kobold yelled for the human to stop doing this, and repeated that he was a kobold of the great Hijivit farm. Ha said that he thought that people like him would be smarter, grabbed his musket, and hinted that things would not go that way. Ha put his muzzle to his head and said that he would kill him first, and then find another kobold and start interrogating him. The monster admitted that the head of the tribe does not go outside unless it is some special occasion when he must be present. Ha asked what the meaning of this special case was. The kobold explained that such a special case is a threat of destruction of the tribe. He just wanted to repeat his favorite phrase, but Ha shot him without further words, and added that he had already managed to understand that he was a kobold of the majestic Kijvit farm. Mam-chan and the knight asked why he decided to find out about the head of the tribe. They know that he is sitting in an iron mine, but no one has yet managed to catch him. Mame-chan said that no matter what, it would still be difficult for the three of them. Ha had no doubt that the head of the tribe was sitting in the mine, but no one was able to kill him. Ha was sure that many players had entered the middle of the mine before him. However, it could be that the head of the kobolds is a monster that showed itself only under special conditions. Appears in a special case, the threat of destruction of the tribe, stubborn people. These were the three key words related to the conditions. And if you add target shooting here, as a component of the quest that Bezbrovyi gave him, it seems that Ka was beginning to understand what he needed to do. Ha asked Mame and the knight if they had ever been inside the farm before. Mame-chan admitted that it used to be. After thinking, Ha admitted that he also wanted to go inside. The girl asked the knight what they should do. The knight said that there were quite a lot of kobolds inside. For the three of them, it would be optimal to hunt on the outskirts of the farm. The knight proposed to call more players. Ha said that it was a very good idea. Ha suggested in this case to hunt here and wait for new players who will also come to the quest and want to join them. Ha was satisfied, because this way he could raise the level. Ha finally rose to the 27th level. Two of his friends congratulated him on this, and said that now he should be 42, and maybe even older. Mom said that somehow his levels are rising too fast. Ha was a little ashamed of all these compliments, because they did not find the truth. Mame approached him, and said that now she also somehow wanted to look at the head of the kobolds. She said Ha was very strong, and she had a feeling they could handle him. Ha laughed a little, and understood that at such moments he was a little ashamed and did not know what to answer. Mame thought that Ha was very shy. The knight noticed a bunch of players in the distance and called them to look at it. Ha said that there were indeed a lot of other users. In addition, there were not a few of them, and it seems that they went hunting with the whole guild. Mame noticed that the pattern on their mantles was the same. Taking a closer look, Ha recognized this pattern and realized that they had not gone out to hunt kobolds, but precisely him. Ha began to get nervous. Kim Kvitka, more precisely the player with two shields, turned and noticed Ha. He shouted that this thief was here, who prevented him on the quest. The guy continued to shout various slanders and say that he will not be able to escape from him, and he will get him from any corner of the earth. Ha! It was all very boring, and his team did not understand what was happening in general. Kvitka Kim shouted to his friend that the thief was the one who stood in the center and poked his finger at him. Ha stubbornly stood and looked at them with complete disdain. The members of the guild, in turn, learned that he was dressed in a full set, which falls out from the murder of Aso's agony. Ha had both a cowl and a cloak, as well as boots. Kim Kvitka shouted that he wanted to beat him to death so that all the necessary items would fall out of him. He was ready to give them to his boss, Henny. Ha looked at this whole crowd and understood that Kim Kvitka had brought as many as 9 men with him in order to catch him alone. Looking closely, Ha found the leader with whom Kim Kvitka was talking. His level should also have been the highest. If Kim's was about 30, then the others should have been higher, somewhere up to 50 if he especially addresses them. Kim Kvitka turned to Team Ha and ordered them to immediately disband and give them this player. Mame asked why he was with them. Kvitka said that he is just an impudent and pathetic thief. Kim Kvitka said that they should believe him after they themselves are left without objects after death. Mame was worried. Kim said more calmly that until things got more tiring, that they should just give them this boy. Mame told Ha that she doubted that he was such a person, and all this was simply the result of a misunderstanding. The knight offered him help. After thinking, Ha realized that he could not afford to cause something bad to people who had nothing to do with Kim Kvitka. Ha made a well-considered decision and left the team, thanking them for everything. Bastards needed. The head of the guild said that he should give him all the money, all the clothes and weapons, only then they would save his life. The guild leader made such a proposal only because he did not want to raise his own chaos index for no reason. Therefore, Ha had to think carefully about this proposal. Otherwise, he will die and die again. They will shake all items from him and drop his character to level 5. Ha mentioned that Chaos Index is another type of penalty you can get for attacking a player first. In other words, a fight by mutual agreement was not included here. The higher the Chaos Index, the lower the reputation became. If there were problems, it was necessary to attack first. Otherwise, it is better not to do so, because he raised his reputation on the entire continent in less than a minute. Ha asked why they had such long tongues. They didn't have enough skills for a one-on-one fight. That's why they huddled together like that, asked Ha with a cheeky smile. Ha continued that there were as many as 10 of them, as if they were real gangsters. The head of the guild asked what this scumbag was up to. The head of the guild got up and started shouting that he dared to talk under his breath. Did he want to die at all? Kvitka Kim tried to calm him down, because in this case he would waste his reputation on this boy. The guild leader signaled the others to begin. Mame excitedly asked if he was really going to fight alone against 10. Even for him, it was impossible. The knight grabbed her hand. He ran and begged Ha. Mame shouted something for Ha, but he didn't hear it anymore. Ha said that they will definitely meet again, but a little later. Meanwhile, Ka was already loading his musket. The head of the guild called him a psycho and asked if he wanted to pretend to be cool until the end. He ordered Kushner to force the insolent player to leave the game forever. Ha received word that the Kushner player attacked him first, and a hostile relationship was formed. In the case of an attack on an enemy player, the chaos index did not increase. Dark magic, or rather night terror, was directed at Ha, and Ha was satisfied that now he could fight with a calm soul and not worry about his reputation. This mage was apparently a necromancer and summoned a skeleton horse that was supposed to attack Ha. Ha froze in place again. He immediately felt the same feeling that he had when Aso roared: numbness. The head of the guild shouted that he too had finally fallen into a trap. The necromancer said that any low-level player would be stunned. The guildmaster said that if they give this boy a good shake, they can get useful items and use them to bribe more influential players and raise the rank of the guild. The man thought that in this case, they would circle everyone around the finger and shake out the money. Besides, no one would touch them. After all, robbing low-level users is one of the features of this game. The master ordered to attack with a bunch and give this boy a terrible death. The master just began to tell what and who will strike first, how one of the dark magicians was shot. On Ha, the chip of his clothing was activated. It was the resistance to Aso's agony, or rather, the resistance to the numbing effect. Ha also activated the skill of the honed hand movement technique. Now within 30 seconds he could use the musket much more skillfully with a 5-minute cooldown of the skill. The guild leader shouted to his team members that the boy was running away from them and ordered the ranged attack players to attack him, while they were just sleeping and missing the moment. Only the archer got into position and began to aim in order to hit the target, more precisely at Ha. The musketeer overtook him, and thanks to the skill he used, he reloaded his musket much faster and fired directly into his face. The master ordered the members of the guild to urgently raise their shields in front of him so that the arrogant boy would not get into him. The master was angry because he was told before that this musketeer was of a low level. How could he, with such a schedule, kill players whose level was close to 60th and twice? The master said that he cannot be allowed to get into it. Ha, meanwhile, ran quite a distance and called them all stupid, because instead of standing and shielding themselves, they should have run after him. The foreman shouted that they were beating the bastards and doing nothing, but it was necessary to catch up with the thief. All players obeyed their master. Kvitka Kim noted that Ha had a rather long recharge, so they could not worry about this, because he saw it with his own eyes and remembers it. While Kvitka Kim and the master were talking, another member of the guild was shot. The guildmaster took Kvitka by the collar and asked in an angry voice once again what kind of reloading that boy had. Kim Kvitka begged him to wait and swore that he saw everything himself. The guildmaster growled at everyone else and asked why they were all suffering from something they didn't understand, instead of trying to catch that boy. The master told Kim that 3 people had already been killed because of him, so if they failed, he would be a corpse. Henim the master told him to hurry after everyone else and help. One of the other players added that Ha was heading to the middle of the tribe's farm. The head of the guild was furious and shouted that they wanted to die at his hands, because they were all players of the 50th level at least. Such monsters were not scary for them. Machan and Hana-chan were sitting on the mountain and watching the whole situation. They, of course, became more nervous when Ha entered the middle of the farm. The knight was really going to help him if Ha only asked him to. He could not believe at all that this boy dared to fight against such a squad by himself. Ma-chan said that they were watching a movie. Sister Ma-chan said that they wouldn't be able to help Ha on the battlefield anyway. The knight asked why she was so sure, because he had a bunch of all kinds of interesting skills. The knight confidently said that he could wipe out all those players in 5 minutes. He received such skills from his mother Zwind, and he is ordered to use them when Ma-chan is in danger. The girl asked the knight if it was the Rising Sun Guild before them, because the girl knew that their guildmaster's name was Kekujitsu. However, their main business was spying. The knight invited them to follow Ka slowly, because he was getting deeper and deeper into the slums of the farm. The girl asked if the knight also thought that Ka was a hidden threat, and the knight replied that it was safe to say that Musketeer Ka was a dangerous person. Meanwhile, in the slums of the village, the Guild of the Rising Sun tried to fight the kobolds that were at their every step. The members of the guild complained that that crazy thief went here, where they are the only ones doing that, fighting off the attacks of monsters. They swore that as soon as they got hold of him, they would play on him and force him to quit this game. Ha listened carefully to their conversation and observed. The guild members searched for their comrade Tikal Henima. It seems that he was lagging behind and had to find them by the corpses lying all along the way. Ha quietly hid on the branch of a tall tree, while those soldiers said that if they had known how everything would turn out, they would have gone to catch lizards. On that quest, you could get a good Class A weapon. They said that they followed Tikal in vain, because it seemed to them that Agony Osso's clothes looked cool, and as a result, they fell into something bad. The master of the guild, Tikal, quietly approached from behind, and very aggressively asked which of the blacksmiths said that they had fallen into a bad situation. The warriors were surprised when they heard him. Henim began to ask whether they had any contempt, whether they were mad that they followed him. He said rudely that the young people are now terrible in the world. He began to reprimand the young soldiers that they need to undertake difficult work, and if the elders order it, then they need to obey and obey without words. It was not like that in his time. The soldiers thought that they had been caught. Henim shouted at these fools and asked why they were silent and ordered them to answer. Master Tikal started to get on Ha's nerves. He already started aiming at him. Ha thought that he was talking nonsense, that seniors need to be pampered and lick their ass. He thought that someone would listen to him, but he carefully watched him in the crosshairs. Ha got very tired of all this and he fired a shot. The master screamed with a terrible scream. Tykel grabbed his leg and continued to scream in pain. It seems Ha did his job and hurt this opponent. All members of the guild quickly converged on the master. The guild master noticed where he was shooting from and pointed at some tree. The master received a message that player Ka attacked him. Now they knew his name. With this act, he declassified both his name and his location. Now they all wanted to take his head off and catch him at any cost. Chairman Tikal ordered to make an announcement in the guild. Now the list of guild victims has been updated, and the name of the musketeer Ka was added there. Ha was surprised that this guild was called the Eastern Sun. Judging by their tricks, they were more like a gang of third-rate bandits. Even a dog would laugh at that. The head of the guild ordered them to protect him, because the shooter had already aimed directly at him. He ordered 3 others to go and destroy this wretch hiding in a tree. However, all these players were melee warriors and did not know how to destroy him. The fact that the master of the guild only did what he said with his tongue and did nothing really pissed them off. If the 3 of them climbed the tree at the same time, they would be able to finish him off. Ha ordered the 3 of them not to move because one rustle and they would die. Ha was satisfied, because then they would not move from their place. However, this was a secondary issue. The main problem was that he did not know how to get out of here. He needed to at least think of something before those 3 started attacking him. The technique of refined hand movement had a rather long recharge, but in order to hide using the runner's euphoria, there were no kobolds left that could be used as a human shield. Something strange began to happen. Everyone immediately heard the sound of bells and turned around. In front of them stood a huge, terrible, and human-like monster, the head of the Hijivitki tribe. Ha could not believe in his incredible luck that the head of the tribe himself came down. However, something bothered him a lot. Ha did not understand in what way this creature was similar to ordinary and defenseless kobolds. With the appearance of the head of the tribe, all kobolds became 10% stronger. There were quite a few kobolds behind the head, and as a call to fight Hijivitki let out a terrible roar. All the players around were numb from this terrible roar. They could not move for 2 minutes, and their health was also reduced. Ha was able to counter this stun with Osso's 3-item set of agony. Ha was still shocked at how headstrong the kobolds were. If the deputy commander of the monsters was at such a level, it was scary to imagine what level the main monster was then. The master of the guild was afraid when he saw the head of the kobolds because when he went through the quests here, he never met him himself. Kavit Ki turned to the people and asked if they had come to destroy his tribe. The guildmaster waved his hands and begged the main monster to listen to him. The monster's eyes burned with a red flame and made it even more terrifying. He asked what the poor person wanted to tell him. The guildmaster began to say that all this was not to destroy the tribe. They were just chasing another player and wandered here by accident. The master promised that they would leave immediately and asked to let them go. Hijivitki asked who caused such disturbances around then, and pointed a finger at the mountain of dead kobolds. The guildmaster began to make excuses that they were all killed by an archer, but the head of the tribe interrupted him and said that it was all nonsense, and the wounds were not inflicted by the archer. He said that people constantly lie and abuse his calm and peaceful tribe. The leader was no longer ready to tolerate all this. He said that now they will finally deal with it. The leader stabbed and killed one of the guild members. The kobolds began to attack them. The numbing effect had already disappeared, so everyone was ready. The warriors understood that they could handle ordinary monsters, but the leader had to be avoided. One of the members of the guild said that he would distract the attention of the leader Ha himself, and all the others should attack him. The boy did not even have time to approach the leader when he finished him off. The leader of the tribe was able to kill a tank with a level greater than 50th with one blow. The warriors did not know how to defeat this monster. The guildmaster ordered Kim Flower to do something. Kim did not understand what he wanted from him because he was one with a low level, or rather no more than 30. The master said that he is a tank and has shields for protection. The boy obeyed the orders of his guild leader and ran to the leader. He shouted that he didn't care if he was some kind of super boss. He was just a kobold anyway, so he hoped to defeat him. The leader of the tribe cuts off Kim Flower's hands along with the shields with one swing. He shouted, as if possessed. Ha and the guildmaster understood that Kim Kvitka was not even able to scream when he died. After all, the leader was indeed a very strong and dangerous monster. All the same threat of destruction of the tribe arose, since most of the inhabitants of the tribe died. Before all this, they were here, and were stubborn people. That is why Ha appeared to punish all people. The Eastern Sun Guild had good weapons as well as high-quality protection. Perhaps the skills of their strike force were equal to level 60. The Ha that appeared to punish this strike force is completely unsuited to the hunting ground in the 30th level range. This leader was a real wild beast punisher. The monster asked the guildmaster if he was the last man here. The master began to say that besides him, there was also a shooter here. He shouted into the void and called the shooter. The master asked if he was really here. The master said that he knew about his presence nearby. If he had helped him, then the master would have cancelled the massacre against him. Ha did not understand what this bastard was suggesting to him to do. The master shouted for him to immediately come out and help him. The leader understood that there was another one here. Ha understood that he got into trouble. The master continued to call the shooter for help. Ha understood that his exact location was not known, and it was necessary to continue to keep it a secret. If Ha doesn't attack, he will be safe for a while. Although he recharged a long time ago, the distance was also good. Ha understood very well that if he did not knock down this creature with one shot, then he would be the dead one in the end. Moreover, if he destroys the leader with one shot, he will die at the hands of other kobolds along with the leader. Ha decided that if he fired now, it would definitely be the end of him soon. He decided to wait. Ha carefully descended from the tree. He had to move very slowly and carefully. If he does not shoot, then he should not be noticed. While the guildmaster continued to call the archer for help, the chief waved and ordered him never to set foot on this land again. The master shouted that this wretch should die, since he is the leader. He thinks that he could do everything. The master said that if he dies, he will not leave it like that. The monster ignored his threats and calmly cut off both of his legs. The master began to beg for mercy, but promised that he would never return to his land. The leader interrupted him and said that people never keep their promises. The monster just chopped him up, despite all that talk. Ha understood that with the killing of this master, the entire group from the Eastern Sun Guild was destroyed. It was of course good that they were killed, but it was no joke that they angered the kobolds and left him with many problems. Ha understood that even if there were other players on the farm, he would not be able to ask for help. He needed to find some way to survive solo. The kobolds had the task of finding a person who was hiding somewhere nearby. They all went in different directions, although this pleased him and gave him the opportunity to find an ideal place for a shot. In addition, Ha had goosebumps from this Hijivit leader. He was not at all equal to other monsters, at least NPS in humanoid form. The leader smelled a person and shouted that he had come to him. Ka did not understand whether he noticed him or not. The leader quietly approached him. Ha didn't understand whether to shoot him when he got closer or right now. From such a close distance, Hijivit, Ka will be able to see him perfectly, just as he can see him. Ka tried to keep himself in his hands. Balance is peace, and peace is balance. Ha understood that it was necessary to even out the breath and aim at the head. The leader ordered all the defenders to gather because the person was somewhere where he pointed his finger. Ha thought that he had been declassified and understood that it was not time for aimed shooting. As soon as he heard that the leader was shouting for everyone to go to the entrance, the leader shouted that they should all protect him. People were at the entrance, and they all ran there. Ha did not understand what was happening at all, but he will not have a similar chance again. Therefore, he urgently needed to find an ideal place for target shooting, until the leader of the kobolds returned. Ka did not understand who could be at the entrance to the village. Ha was surprised that any of the players came here at all. Ha was grateful that someone turned the enemy's attention to himself and gave him the opportunity to do something. However, he would not cede the head of the Cobalt leader to anyone. Ma Chang and the knight were trapped. They went too far and paid the price. The knight warned Ma Chan not to go too far. Ma Chan said that she was very interested to look and see the Kobold leader up close. Ma Chan asked the knight if this monster was very strong. The knight explained that judging by how easily he handled the members of the Sun Guild, it would be difficult for him to resist. The warriors of the tribe caught up with them. Ma Chan and the knight could not believe that Ha still managed to summon the leader. They didn't understand how Ha was able to understand everything, thanks to only the clues of that one captured monster. Ma Chan said that she was running out of energy, or rather endurance, and could no longer run at the same pace. The knight tore a scroll and created a wall of fire, which was supposed to restrain all those monsters at least a little. Hajavit Ka shouted that these impudent people dared to touch his tribe and harm other residents. The knight encouraged Ma Chan because they only needed to run outside the village and escape peacefully. Ma Chan tried to run with all her might. Meanwhile, the head of the tribe broke through the wall of fire and just followed them, calmly and confidently. He wanted only one thing: their death. Ryotzer said they were almost there, and took out another scroll and asked Ma Chan to take his hand. When they entered the portal, something incredible happened, and the monster fell down. They did not understand what happened, but suspected that the leader simply fell on the floor. A few minutes ago, Ha climbed onto the observation tower and realized that although it was not the most optimal option, it would also be suitable for target shooting. Moreover, thanks to the magic of fire, he could now approximately calculate the direction and speed of the wind with the help of smoke. Ha mentally thanked the stranger once again. The wind was southwesterly with a speed of 1 meter per second. The bullet flew straight. The distance to the target was 150 meters. Ha understood that the monster was moving further and further, but he saw it in the crosshairs. The distance was as much as 180 meters. Ha saw the ideal place where he wanted to shoot. He saw and pulled the trigger. It seems the monster was hooked. The bullet went through the leader's head. He did not even expect this and did not say a word. Ha received a bunch of messages about his level up. He stood on the tower and looked into the distance of the night sky. Ha felt this victory with every cell in his body. There was a notification that the head of the clan was defeated, and as a result, all kobolds around become weaker by 50% for up to an hour. Ha was shocked by such generosity. Ha understood that even that pack of kobolds killed by the Sun Guild had not yet been revived. It turns out that the level of these monsters was approximately from the 15th to the 20th maximum. Moreover, Ha remembered that the members of the Sun Guild did not pick up a single item that fell from the monsters, and this meant that he would be able to take items from monsters, as well as from players in addition. To begin with, Ha decided to review his achievements. He managed to destroy one of the deputy commanders of the monster army. Moreover, he was able to do it with one shot. And also, he became the third and the last one to be entered into the Hall of Fame, as the one who killed the head of the kobolds with one shot. Ha! It seemed that with each quest, the content of these rewards and conditions became more and more serious, which means that even high-level players would not be easy to cope with the raid monster. However, he was included in the Hall of Fame, so he was worth something. However, Ha was sure that all those players who are among the world's top would easily defeat this leader. It seems that he was really quite lucky. Ha understood that without previous achievements, he would not be able to defeat this terrible monster. In addition, thanks to this quest, he gained as many as 20 additional stat points. However, before shooting, he threw everyone into skill. That meant it was time to hunt again. Ha took out the bag and tore it open, filled it with gunpowder, and was ready for new achievements. Ha was raising his level again. He now had a 30-second character level. Since the kobolds had become much weaker this hour, it became much easier for Ha to hunt them down. Ha decided to end there and opened the character window to check new data. At the moment, Ha had as many as 18 achievements and 35 stat points. At first he wanted to throw everything into skill, but he remembered that strength was also no less important, so his health will increase a lot. However, if you think about it this way, everything was the same with power. The more it is, the better. In principle, as with all other states, everything was too difficult. Musketeer as a class was not simple at all. In essence, he was really a long-range attack dealer, but everything depended on the situation. One shot is one life, and it does not matter whose life it is, whether it is the enemy or the shooter himself. Maximizing the impact of a single shot is the essence of a musketeer. Ha decided to leave 5 points untouched and throw the rest into skill. He now had 327 skill points. Ha understood that he would only need to raise his skill up to the 63rd level. Ha counted everything once more. Ha closed his eyes and whispered that huge Igor was waiting for him. After all, he is going to catch up with him very quickly. It was time to return to the capital Eilstock. He needed to report on the completion of the quest, as well as sell all the collected items. In short, Ha was full of business. In addition, Ka had to be decided, because time was running out. He hesitated whether to hand over or sell this lunchbox. If the award was more clear for handing over the lunchbox, it would definitely be easier for him to decide. The reward for successfully completing the quest is an invitation to the opening of the second branch of the restaurant. Ha did not understand what the true value of this invitation was. Be that as it may, those who created Midros did not display the award honestly. Something interesting happened in some beautiful and luxurious building. The girl did not understand why they did not answer her for so long. She received the same letter as she received 3 months ago. During this time, there was no news. When he arrived in Eilstock, he decided to first see what items he had. He kept thinking about whether to get a profit or sell boxing. While hunting kobolds, he did not even pay attention to what fell to him. He threw everything at himself at once. He wondered what he got from that old man. Ha got a ring. It was a ring of special protection. It gave 70 units of protection. Even a skill was added to this ring. It said that none of the enemies could get close to the player. It was the same as one more life in reserve. Ha could not believe his luck, because that dude died even having such a useful skill. Ha did not understand why he did not use it then. Moreover, as many as 2 special objects fell from the head of the Hijavit. It was a necklace made of bones, as well as the axe of the leader. It was a pity that he would not be able to use this knife. But he wore a necklace. In the description of a special item, the bone necklace of the kobold leader, Vinny saw that it gave a defense of 30 units and plus 10% before dealing a fatal blow. This thing was an ideal option for him. It is a pity, of course, that he could not get the effect of a full set, but it was also the same as taking second place in the lottery. Now Ha only had to pass the quest to Eyebrowless. It seemed that his academy had the worst appearance in the entire capital. How could it be worse than all the buildings that stood in the neighboring village? In the capital, the academy did not look like that. Ha went into the middle and heard the sounds of shots in the middle and saw some people there. Ha saw strange young boys who invaded the academy. Those boys shouted that after such a thing, Bezbrovi would not stay alive. Ka saw that there was one more person inside. Those men said that he had arranged a firefight in the capital. Ka again heard another shot. Because of the shots, the guys agreed that they would leave. They said that it seems that Bezbrovi considered himself a war hero, but they will look into it. Ha heard 3 shots in a row that Bezbrovi fired. Ha did not understand how he was able to recharge so quickly. In addition, 3 shots. How could he do that? Bezbrovi was glad to see him. Ha was still a little worried about what was happening at the academy. Ha continued to think that the headmaster of the Eyebrowless Academy was able to fire 3 bullets in 20 seconds. It was just an unreal rate of fire. Ha was 100% sure that Bezbrovi fired 3 shots from 1 musket. Bezbrovi told him to sit down. Ha continued to think about it, because if the first charge was already in the muzzle, then it turns out that reloading took about 10 seconds. But if it was empty, then recharging was no more than 7 seconds. Even a breech-loading rifle did not have such a high rate of fire, but the speed of reloading in a shutter without a magazine was somewhere from 3 to 5 seconds. If you increase the shutter speed with a muzzle-loading musket, you could become the strongest in the world. Ha noticed that there were 3 mounts for muskets on the wall. It seems that they belonged to the same 3 musketeers. Bezbrovi said that he made himself a laughing stock. Ha denied this and said that everything was not really like that. The director told that last night a detachment of holy knights came to the academy. The knights from the Sacred Order told Beardless that Hijivit's mana had completely disappeared. Ha confirmed it. Bezbrovi noticed that although the farm was quite far away, Ha was able to quickly cope with this task. The director praised him. Ha thanked him and immediately received a message. Ha's affinity level with Eyebrowless increased by 20%, as well as his affinity level with the Holy Knights squad, and his achievement level for the kingdom also increased. Eyebrowless said that Ha was able to live up to his expectations. Bezbrovi contradicted himself and said that Ha even exceeded his expectations. Now Ha has reached all 100% intimacy with Bezbrov. He has completed the quest. The director said that requests to bring the heads of some weak monsters would not be appropriate now. Ha happily said that he would bring Bezbrovi anything. Bezbrovi told him to shut up because he didn't want his student to waste time on such trivial matters. After all, Ka had a completely different task. Ha thought to himself that he has now grown from a child to a youth. Ha asked Bezbrov a question. He asked him how he fired the musket so quickly. Bezbrovi angrily asked if he thought it was fast. The director said that he still had to work hard to get there. It seems that Bezbrovo needed to call him small again. Ha could not imagine what Bezbrovi had in mind and thought that he hinted that it was possible to reload even faster. Ha began to ask whether he had any special skills, whether it was possible that Bezbrovi studied some kind of magic. Bezbrovi snarled so that he would not speak nonsense. Ha asked if there was something special and hidden in the black musket from which he was shooting. This question surprised the mentor. Ha was sure that there was something hidden there, but it was definitely not magic or skill. His confidence was the key to this mystery. Ha understood that there was something hidden in him, but how could he know about it? He needed to find the right words. Ha asked Bezbrovi if that black musket was connected with the founders of the academy. The director of the academy abruptly put the cup on the table and aggressively asked if he knew anything about the three archers. Ha was glad that he got into the apple with the keyword. The boy asked the mentor if he meant the three archers, the three founders of the Brown Bess Academy. Bezbrovi, as Ha already knew, was a master from the Big Fire. Mr. Brown was a master of penetration, and Elizabeth was a master of accuracy. However, Bezbrovi said that it would be more appropriate to call her Mrs. Brown. Ha didn't immediately understand, but it seems that the academy was named after her. Eyebrowless said that in the days when there were 3 arrows of the kingdom of Pubiel, then there were fun times. It was the heyday of the academy. There were students even though chickens don't peck. Every time there were rumors among the people about those shooters active on the battlefield, people immediately picked up their muskets and came to the academy. Bezbrovi said that at that time it was not even possible to walk in the corridors of the academy. The firing lines were never empty at all. He asked if Ha could imagine that. Bezbrovi added that those 2 musketeers were very different from him, both in the management of the academy and in their attitude towards people. After an unpleasant pause, Ka asked where the other 2 shooters were now. Bezbrovi explained that they disappeared without a trace during the war. And after that, everything was over. It was because of this that Bezbrovi decided to entrust him with a new quest. He had to find traces of Mr. Brown and Mrs. Brown in 20 days. Ha was worried that he was faced with such a responsible task to find traces of missing legends within a certain time. He could not believe that he simply had to find out if those 2 were alive. The boy suspected that there must have been a trick in something, because the creators of the game do not create quests just like that. People who disappeared during the war are usually given the status of missing persons and are considered dead during the course of events. However, judging by the quest, those 2 are far from just missing. If he refuses the quest, he will not be able to live up to Bezbrovoi's hopes. And besides, if he simply abandons the quest, he will receive a penalty. Ha decided to try his luck. Ha said hesitantly that he might find out what really happened to the founders of the academy. Bezbrovi abruptly asked if he would succeed at all. Ha replied that he could not give up without even trying. Bezbrovi smiled with the very corners of his lips and said that upon hearing such an answer, Miss Elizabeth would hug him. I was embarrassed. Battle on the March Plain, there were not even enough forces left to watch each other. Brown and Elizabeth went in search of an ideal place for target shooting, and Bezbrovi began to operate separately with a detachment of the military union of the mini-Pubiel state. Ha was angry at the algorithms of the game, because he only knew about the Plain of March and the place for target shooting, other than that there were no other hints. If the quest in Midros was about 20 days, then in real time it is somewhere around 4 days. If Ha fails, he will return to his status as a catcher of bats and spiders in the dark forest. And what is more important, that already 2 players managed to pass this quest successfully. Ha also wanted to be no worse than them. Ha decided to start by looking for information in the various shops that were near the academy. This matter was really quite confusing. The sellers wished him all the best and treated him like a close friend. In addition, trade skills have increased to level 5. After selling some things, his trading skills were growing. Now he decided to get some information from the weapon shop. The merchant was happy to see Ha. Ha told the merchant that he needed information about Mr. and Mrs. Brown, who were the founders of the Musketeer Academy. The merchant said that it was a couple of the same age, whose love blossomed during the war. Ha understood that he had entered very successfully. The merchant continued that most often you hear that they simply died in the war, but the earliest rumors were different from the current ones. Ha asked him what kind of rumor it was and delicately moved closer to him. The merchant began to whisper something in his ear. Ha could not believe what the merchant told him and abruptly walked away from him. The merchant justified it by saying that it was just a rumor. Ha understood that of all the information collected, this was the most detailed, but at the same time the most pointless. Ha said that this could not happen because people defeated the monsters and ended the war. Ha called the merchant a joker. The merchant became gloomy and said that the victory was given to the people by some kind of miracle. Ha was surprised that this NPC was talking about this situation with such seriousness and decided to dig deeper into these rumors. Ha said that it was difficult for him to believe this and asked if there were any other rumors. The seller said that he might not believe it. Ha asked if there was any love elopement. The merchant hinted that half of those who said so had died at the hands of the director of his academy. The guy asked the merchant where he got all this information from, which made the merchant a little excited. The merchant learned this from the person who saw them for the last time in person. Ha understood that this must be some kind of hint for him. The salesman came up with a tactic and said he would tell the name right after Ha bought one weapon from him. Ha was furious because all these NPCs were so serious about trading. The merchant advised him to buy a musket for as much as 18 gold coins. After hearing this price, Ha was simply stunned. On the other hand, Ka had been thinking about buying a new weapon even before that. However, the first musket was too expensive. It was worth considering the second, Spitfire. The Spitfire had 1270 strike force, a range of 40 meters. The price was 12 gold, and that too was too expensive. The next one was the needle gun. The impact power was almost twice as low, 688 to be exact. But the price was only 6 gold. However, it will be a good weapon for a player up to level 40. Ha decided now for some time he will hunt with a new interesting weapon. Ha turned to the owner and said that he had chosen the needle gun. In addition, Ha had something else. He activated the trading skills. Ha turned to the merchant and looked at him with wrong eyes and asked how many coins this weapon would cost him. Ka wished the owner good sales, and he called him a swindler and said goodbye to him. Ka managed to save the price by as much as 70 silver coins. More important than this was the fact that down from the Nitai Valley, in which the eyewitness who saw the 2 founders of the academy lives, is the widest plain of the marsh. As it turned out, Ha will not be able to save, because from one person to Nitai, there were as many as 80 coins. Those 80 coins to the girl who teleported people with such sadness. The girl thanked the stranger. Ha calmly set off and found himself on the other side of the portal. The best thing money could buy was time. These teleportations were too expensive a pleasure, and at this rate he would soon go broke. He was welcome to Nitai. Ha was sure that it would not be difficult to find a one-armed hero who took part in the war in such a small village. Ha did not understand what was happening around, but he saw that the children were running after some old grandfather in rags. The beggar ran after the children and shouted for them to give him his sword, because it was necessary to chase the orc archers. Ha understood that if he chased those children away, the NPC would definitely hand him some ordinary quest, and he already had 2 quests, and he decided to deal with it later. Ha told himself to have one-armed Lepanto waiting for him. Ha decided to start gathering information from taverns and places where NPCs and players are usually found. The situation there was fierce. Everyone was drinking and talking, and the atmosphere was more depressing than joyful. The innkeeper greeted him. Ha stammered that he just wanted to ask something. Perhaps due to the fact that it was the border zone of the kingdom, there were a lot of rough guys here, and half of those who sat in the inn were with one arm. It was uncomfortable for people sitting in the inn in broad daylight. Other merchants asked whether the young man meant a famous swordsman who was active at the front lines during the war. Some who knew about him said that he could not be in this village, and some did not know this person at all. He thought that they had given him the answer, but this did not help. There was nothing left but to start all over again, but to reconsider all the information collected from various sources for a whole day. Lepanto is a warrior who used a rapier in battle and was active on the front lines during the Great War between humans and monsters. He is also the original source of rumors that Mrs. Elizabeth and Mr. Brown betrayed the human race. Ha understood that even if the words of the owner of the armory were true, he would not be able to convey them like this to the director of the academy. Then you can say goodbye to the quest and everything else. He had little time left, 12 days for the quest with boxing, and 19 for the quest with the missing legends. That is why he had to go around all the trading benches located in Nitai. Most local merchants have not even heard of such a person. Some closed their shops because of the late hours. Ha began to despair and did not understand why this Lepanto was also a local celebrity. In general, Ha thought that it was difficult to meet a user with a rapier now. Ha still hoped that there would be someone who would know this rapier owner by face. Ha was just about to earn raid number 2 and learn even more information when a man appeared behind him. The stranger grabbed him by the shoulders and scared him to death. The guy screamed with all his might. Ha asked who this man was, and he only asked a question in response. A man in ragged rags wanted to play war with him. Ha recognized that it was the same poor man he had seen during the day. Then this beggar was running after the children and shouting absurd things. The boy hinted that it was already quite late and offered to play another time. The beggar began to lure him with the fact that it was much more fun to fight at night. After thinking, Ha realized that even with 50% synchronization, he did not feel the presence of this person next to him at all. After all, it was a fool beggar of the NPS. Ka begged his uncle and asked him about his hand. It seems that he had only one hand. It really was the one-armed swordsman Lepanto. Ha finally found him. The old madman ordered a certain squire to run forward and give him his sword. Lepanto shouted and laughed with a strange laugh. He asked the squire to give him his favorite rapier. Ha knew that if he finally found him, he had to find out if the rumors were true. Ha introduced himself and hinted at some questions he wanted to ask. As soon as Ha began to speak, the madman Lepanto ran forward as far as the eyes could see. Lepanto ordered the squire to run forward as well, for the war was not yet over. Ha did not understand how he could run so fast. Be that as it may, it gave him confirmation not only that he was mistaken, the boy couldn't let him in. As he ran, he shouted for Mr. Brown and Mrs. Elizabeth. The face of the crazy Lepanto immediately changed and he stopped. He shouted for him to run away and not stand still. If he keeps talking like that, Brown's bullet will fly into his head. Ka was scared and froze for a second. Ka did not understand what he was talking about and why Mr. Brown was here. Crazy Lepanto started running again and caught up with him. He shouted that at least a 5-layer shield was needed to protect against Brown's bullet, and Ha did not understand where he was running away again. He shouted for Ha to run away as far as possible, and Elizabeth was watching them from afar. Ha was surprised by his new phrases. Crazy Lepanto definitely knew something. He stopped and began to make strange sounds. It could seem that he was crying. He called to Mr. and Mrs. Brown and begged them not to leave them. Ha understood that Lepanto had a post-traumatic disorder, and a very strong one at that. Ha remembered this from the time when they were trained in the army. Such symptoms very often appeared in those who went through a brutal war. It turns out that Lepanto still lives on the battlefield. There is no point in asking questions while he's in such a deplorable condition. Ha is forced to act in a completely different way. Ha decided to lure him to himself by another method. He was a 5th-level cook. In addition, his skills were from the Holy Grill, which was located in the Candle Castle. Ha, with a strange look, told Lepanto to come to the food because he must have been hungry. Lepanto smelled this delicious aroma and approached Ha. He said that it must have been something very tasty. Ha celebrated the victory because Lepanto fell for this prank. While Lepanto looked at his assortment, Ha said that he had prepared it all in order to give it to someone, but he did not know who. Insane, Lepanto shouted and addressed the squire that the meat was fried for all 5 points. Ha did not understand which squire he was talking about. Ha asked if he would like to talk with him during the meal. He began to babble and teach the squire that there was no point in talking now, because they still needed to kill a mountain of demons. Having finished eating, he shouted that it was necessary to strike at the remnants of the demonic king. Ha thought about all these words that he said and said to him to wait a little. Ha assured the insane Lepanto that it was very dangerous on the battlefield and it was necessary to ask for help. He was surprised from whom he wanted to ask for help. Ha hinted that Mr. and Mrs. Brown should have been asked for help. Mad Lepanto recoiled and said with fear that the two would never return. The swordsman Lepanto conveyed their words that at the next meeting, they would all become enemies. The madman said that after reporting this to the top of the government, he suffered the punishment himself for such words. It was obvious, because they simply could not blacken the fate of 2 heroes of the country. This man was not just aware of all the events of the past, he shared the last dialogue with the musketeers personally. Ha was confident that he would be able to get the information he needed. The madman ran again and shouted for him to carry his rapier. He needed to punish the traitors. Ha was angry that the conversation did not stick at all. Ha didn't understand where the madman decided to run again. Lepanto seemed to talk sometimes, but then everything went haywire. It will be difficult to meet the deadlines with such a schedule. Ha received a new quest in which he needed to protect the hero of the war in case of failure. When Ha does not find the madman's rapier, Lepanto will simply die. In case of success, Ha will receive a lot. And Lepanto ran somewhere again. The boy asked where he was in a hurry. As it turned out, he ran to the battlefield. They were just on the plain of the Marches, which was the outer boundary of the kingdom, and also the place from which Mr. and Mrs. Brown had gone in order to find a place for target shooting. It was a plain without end, on which the raids on monsters had not yet ended. On this plain, there was a legion of damned Ents as well as dark elves. Ha did not understand who the madman was talking about, but the place was really quite scary. Ha couldn't check the level of the monsters in advance. It was impossible to start running just like that. It would be reckless. Besides, Ha only had 100 rounds left. It would have been better if they turned around and just left, but Lepanto started shouting after the monsters that he wanted to fight them. The madman ran to the monsters and ordered the squire to carry his rapier, while Ha shouted that they had come looking for her just in time. Ha ordered the unarmed to step aside and not interfere with him, while Lepanto tried to understand where his rapier had gone. The only good thing was that the monsters saw him. Ha couldn't just fill up the quest without even finding the right rapier. The frog was strangling him, but it was necessary to use everything right now. Ha used the skill of honed hand movement. He decided to start with large monsters, or rather half-living trees. Ha's impact power increased as much as 3 times, but the monster didn't even fall. It was just slightly touched. Meanwhile, small flying monsters began to approach Ha. At first, Ha decided to run away from there, because all these creatures were advancing too quickly. And Lepanto shouted in Ka's ear that he could kill these creatures with one blow of the rapier. Ka replied that they had not found that rapier yet. Ha did a quick reload, threw the poor hero away, and started shooting at the small airplanes. He simply shot through them and they died quite quickly. Until Ha did not have time to reload, he killed the pilots with the help of a bayonet. He knocked down small ones with one blow. At least something pleased him. And the tree monsters were too slow, so he could shoot them from a distance until they died. Lepanto was delighted and asked when his squire managed to become so strong. Ha realized that during all the time that he played these trees, had the highest resistance among ordinary monsters. Lepanto said that Ka, with such skills, could become the commander of a squad of musketeers. He single-handedly killed these damned Ents. Ka was angry because if it were not for the skills that have a 6-hour recharge, he would not have killed anyone. The madman started saying crazy things again. Ha got really angry and turned to him seriously that he should just shut his mouth for a few seconds and talk normally. Lepanto fell silent. Ha began to whisper in Lepanto's ear that it was not possible to attack the monsters openly. He asked why, and Ha answered that it was worth striking the remnants of the Demon King if he acted secretly. Ha continued to say that it should have been reported to the regiment commander. And a stranger appeared behind them. The man called out to them and called the boy by name. Ha was surprised and even a little scared. It was Biemi. He immediately recognized his old friend, although he was a little doubtful. Ha was very glad to see him, although he could not believe his eyes at such a coincidence. They were both happy to meet again. Ha asked what he was doing in these parts. Biemi told that he was hunting. Ha doubted at first, and then realized that he must have been of a fairly high level to be here himself. Besides, it was very easy to die here. Lepanto also could not believe that Ha had such a wonderful lizard among his friends. He called Squire an incredible person. Biemi's academy was actually at the other end of the kingdom. What did he forget here? It was called Jungle Tamba. Moreover, he was even without a team. Judging by the fact that Biemi came here, he should have raised his level quite a lot. Meanwhile, Lepanto examined the lizard and touched its tail. Biemi assumed that Ha's equipment should have fallen from the boss field. Ha thought that even Kijon didn't know about it, but he, on the contrary, understood his equipment at first glance. It was a great luck. Ka offered to act together, because he also had a quest now. Biemi said that the offer was really good, but he had some troubles. It seemed that it really happened to him. Biemi was also interested in what kind of quest it was and offered to work in a team. The team was formed. Lepanto was satisfied, because in the forces of the demonic king, you could count the lizard magicians on your fingers. If this lizard took their side, they didn't need anything else. Biemi asked what the Demon King's troops were. Ha explained that not all of these NPCs were at home, but their enemy was the cursed Ents and dark elves ahead. These creatures always walked in pairs. Biemi told Ha to get ready. Biemi began to confidently move forward, although he was not a tank, and his equipment was some rags. Biemi said to pay attention only to the Ents. Even the little flying monsters said that they had not seen a panther in that area. The lizard began to sharply release its poisonous breath on the monsters. The poor elves began to die from it. The strength of Biemi's poison was much better than his one shot. Ha did not understand how much stronger he had become. Biemi offered them all to rest. Lepanto began to build trenches against the demons. Ha did not understand, because Biemi himself decided to rest, and he himself looked around as if he were on guard. Despite the fact that he had leveled up to 33 during the hunt, the marsh plain was definitely not a place for players with levels 30 or 40. Ha nevertheless decided to cautiously ask what level BM was, even though not much time had passed since they had met in Candle Castle. BME calmly replied that now he was already at the 51st level. He could not believe that such a thing was really possible. BME said that it was only necessary to know where and when to hunt, so it was very easy to level up. BME was in a hurry, so it was urgent to deal with the quest first, because he was quite busy. Lepanto started talking about the fighters of some brigade. Lepanto began to crawl on the ground and tell that their comrades were buried there. The guys noticed that the behavior of NPS has changed a lot. The madman ran forward and shouted that his rapier was somewhere there. Knight Lepanto's memory began to return. It seems that when he came to the battlefield, it became clear that the war had already ended a long time ago. The case was also bad because the dead appeared in that direction, but BME's poison did not affect the skeletons. However, no matter what, Lepanto began to haunt his memories, and he, in turn, searched for the rapier through them. The quest to protect the war hero was almost successfully completed. Lepanto suddenly thought he saw his own rapier. It was located at the place from which the two musketeers left on the day of victory. It seems that Ha had a quest with history, or rather a special one, which was necessary to understand the meaning of the existence of the academy. Ha explained this to BME. Lepanto shouted that he wasn't going to let them go so easily. BME told Ha that Lepanto needed to be calmed down urgently because something bad could happen. While the Mad Knight was calling his musketeer friends, zombies and skeletons began to crawl out of the ground. BME told on the go that these monsters wake up from loud sounds and screams. Ha immediately started shooting at them. Ha urgently recharged and gave instructions to BME, so that he tried not to kill the monsters, but to separate their upper body. Ha took on the skeletons, and the others will get the zombies. BME decided to talk less and act more. He rushed to cut off the legs of these creatures with a dagger. Ha had too little time to reload, so he also killed the skeletons with his sharp musket bayonet. However, in the meantime, the Rising Sun Guild appeared on the horizon. Ha was surprised because he had old accounts with them. BME advised his friend to quickly run away from where he was while he dealt with them. Ha looked at poor Lepanto and told BME that the NPC was a little unstable, so escaping from the scene of the fight would be problematic. Ha became confused and said that he also had a certain debt to these boys. At this moment, the lizard became alert. BME said with anger in his voice that those goats would still not let go even if he gave them everything they needed. BME asked Ha to attack first in this case. Ha, in return, asked the lizard to listen to his request after that. Those members of the Eastern Sun Guild shouted something insulting and mentioned that the chaos indicator does not rise outside the kingdom. As long as they were somehow threatening that they would continue to kill him all the time, Ka simply shot him in the head. BME also began to actively attack them with his poisonous saliva. All those guys reacted quite quickly to their attacks. It seems that these players were no less than level 60. Now it will be quite difficult to save time for reloading, retreating back, as he did then in the battle against the Ents. If Lepanto dies, he will spoil not only the quest, but then everything will come to an end. Ka began to be attacked from all sides. Ka tried to fight back with his bayonet, because it was close combat and his musket was useless. One of the warriors tried to kill Lepanto, but something happened. A dust curtain appeared around the knight. Lepanto finally came to his senses and asked who they all were. Lepanto asked the foreigner if these people were his enemies. Ha immediately shouted without hesitation that they were. Lepanto easily dealt with the guild warrior, not even having a weapon with him. He made a break, a direct attack, and a right kick in turn. Lepanto concluded from all this that it was fashionable not to ask Ha who all these people were. The soldiers decided to finish off the beggar first and rushed at him in a group. Lepanto fought them and said that the Demon King's army would simply laugh at them. BME and Ha were shocked by this, because Lepanto killed them all without having a weapon with him. The lizard said that he was jealous of Ha, but he would like to have such a companion too. Lepanto thanked Ha for helping him. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart because if he had not appeared, the knight would have had to end his life so terribly. He would have to finish his, with no memory and with contempt from the environment. Besides, without Ha, he would never have found his own rapier. The rapier was surrounded by magical light. There were reports that he had completed the quest to protect the hero of war. Ha's level increased, as did proximity to Lepanto and reputation on the continent. It seems that Lepanto was important for the whole kingdom. The reward was quite good. However, Ha still hasn't achieved his true goal. Lepanto explained that he was under a memory control spell. The knight warned them that they should not listen to what he had to say about the case of Mr. and Mrs. Brown, because he had been casted with a memory control spell about those two. The advisor of the Third Legion, the wizard Rotzak, wiped his memories. Pubial Kingdom Wizard Union under the royal house. Lepanto continued that there should be certain records in the archives of the palace. Except for the king, No one can edit or delete them. Therefore, the report had to be there exactly. In other words, there is confirmation of the existence of those two in those archives, but Ha could not find any proof of Lepanto's words so that the director of the academy would believe him. Lepanto apologized, but there was no way he could meet with Bezbrov. Lepanto had already died a long time ago, because why did the wizard Ratzak cast a spell on him? To get rid of him without dirtying his own hands. That is why he cannot go to the capital. In fact, he could go, but if that wizard remembers his existence, not only he, but also other knights will be in danger. The knight handed him a gold coin and said that Beardless knew exactly how to use it. Ha asked what it was. Lepanto said that this would be a confirmation that all these words came from his mouth. Ha now did not understand where he was going. The knight said he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Mr. and Mrs. Brown. For the sake of all his dead comrades, he must hear the answer he could not get that day. Lepanto once again thanked Ha and promised that he would remember his kindness all his life. Biemi also thanked Ha, because thanks to this, he will be able to hunt quietly for some time, because those idiots from the guild were defeated. Ha said that his quest was over, and he should return to the capital. Biemi very quietly asked Ha to get stronger as soon as possible. Ka asked the panther why he helped him, and the lizard replied that he was surprised if he had ever done that before. Ha explained that the most important thing in Midros was information, that is, the characteristics of monsters, routes of quests, and so on. And Biemi told a lot of high-quality information that could be sold for money. Biemi explained that he saw quite a lot of potential in Ha, so he took it and did everything necessary. Ha excused himself that he hadn't even reached level 40 yet, and asked if it was an investment for the future. And Biemi asked why his friend was so serious. He needed to focus on leveling up first. Besides, in Jinkonga was as much as the 23rd level. Biemi asked what Ha would do if he caught up with him. Ha was surprised and glad to hear this, because such a simple guy had a good sense of the game. Ha said goodbye to Biemi and wished him well in raising his own level. Biemi wished him a successful journey. Ha hinted that Biemi might not have hidden the weapon from him, because the Sun Guild had come for her. The lizard could not understand when Ha had time to notice it. Ha received a message about 2 achievements, for which he received 22 stat points. This trip was profitable, but the main game was starting right now. Entering the academy, Ka did not think that he should have been so nervous, and after he told the director started shooting at him, the academy shuddered at the screams of Beardless, because treason is a complete lie. Ha calmly said that he also has evidence. Bezbrovi ordered him to show all these evidences. Ha, meanwhile, was shocked by the speed of Bezbrovi's firing, 1 shot in 3 seconds. Ha handed him a coin and told him that he should recognize it as soon as he saw it. Bezbrovi was surprised that Lepanto was still alive. Ha asked if he knew what kind of coin it was. Bezbrovi explained that it was a tracking coin. With the help of the mana contained in it, it was possible to track the owner, and also in order not to run into an ally at times, and also to find out whether the operation went well. The master of this mana was Lepanto himself, the head of the assault regiment of the 3rd Legion. Beardless asked if he claimed that the brown couple followed the Demon King's army, and a memory control spell was cast on Lepanto. Bezbrovi was thinking about the head of the Magicians' Union. Then why? The director spoke in some riddles. Bezbrovi asked if Ha would have time in the evening. He was going to do some work in the evening. Ha received a new quest, where the conditions were simply terrible. As a result of failure, he will be banned from entering the capital. Ha did not understand what the logic of this quest was. Bezbrovi explained that if Ha and Lepanto were telling the truth, they would be sure of it with the help of the Royal Archives. Ha thought that it would be better for the director to go there himself. Ka tried to somehow distance himself from this matter and said that he had no right to enter the castle and so on. Eyebrowless said that the wizard was trying to hide something from him. In other words, he could not have obtained these records himself. Ha realized that the director was emphasizing on getting Ha into the archive. The director said that it would be best if someone he trusted found these records for him. And that's the kind of person he is, except for Ka. No one can handle it. Ha understood the seriousness of the matter because Bezbrovi called him by name. He can't even simply refuse him. They arrived at a huge castle. The guard at the entrance asked for what issue the speed shooter Bezbrovi came. He explained that he had some business in the Association of Magicians. Bezbrovi also explained who the man behind his back was. Now Ha understood how it was possible to get to the castle. In a deserted place, Bezbrovi and Ha repeated the details of their plan. Ha had to go to the western part of the castle after finding the object, but he was strictly forbidden to go to the central part. If Ka goes somewhere wrong, special traps are activated. Ka couldn't even imagine how the employees and residents of the castle walked there. The condition was also that they had to finish the work by 9 in the evening. As soon as Ha finished in the archive, they had to meet in the western part of the castle. They had only one chance, so they decided to start this dangerous operation. Ha hid behind one of the flower pots. Meanwhile, the wall opened and the head of the secretariat came out. He greeted the quick-shooting Bezbrovi. The two had not seen each other for a long time. They shook hands, but there was still some coldness between them. Bezbrovi asked if he should now be called the head of the secretariat. An old friend asked why Beardless came here, although even he cannot enter the castle without permission. He said that he opened the door only because it was Bezbrovi. He would simply ignore any other person. The director explained that he wanted to see the face of an old friend. The clerk said that Bezbrovi did not come here to visit him, but also not to look at archival records, for which he certainly does not have permission. Bezbrovi asked if his actions looked strange. The clerk said that it was more typical for him to visit completely different persons. That is why many different pictures were formed in the clerk's head, for example, that Bezbrovi brought someone with him. The clerk sharply unrolled a large vase with a flower and said that Eyebrowless could hide someone right there. However, there was nothing there. The clerk continued that if his guess was true, then everything would become very interesting. Bezbrovi said that during all these years, Clark's imagination was quite strong. Clark said that after Bezbrovi called him the head, his mood improved immediately. Ha, meanwhile, was running away from behind a flower pot. Ha quickly descended to the bottom while the Eyebrowless distracted Clark. So far, everything was going according to plan, and there was enough time. He had as much as 2 hours left to search. The steps were too long and something was not quite right. He got into some incredible library. It was like open space and there were a lot of archival books. However, he still felt the floor with his feet. It would have been good if someone had warned him ahead of time that the archive was built this way. He was almost sick of it. I didn't understand how he was supposed to put in 2 hours and find the information he needed about Mr. and Mrs. Brown. This quest required a lot more from him than just meeting the time frame. The boy noticed one unusual cabinet that glowed with a golden glow. On the shelves was a continental map, that is, the current position of the developed lands. Ka understood what was hidden in that closet, because only he was shining. Ka did not know when he would have the opportunity to get into the Royal Archive. I decided to read a little. He saw a huge and massive map of the entire continent. All these territories were once explored, and under these maps there was information about them. The types of monsters and their levels were written in these books. There was so much help from just one map. It was a full-fledged strategic collection. The western, southern, and northern regions. This was all described by a man named Fernan. Judging by the fact that he used the word level, he should be an ordinary player. In addition, he saw records of a player with the nickname King Aventur. Ha was given a quest without a deadline, a new land in the Sea of the Morning Star. He needed to find Fernand. Judging by the reward, this was only the initial quest, when he included Fernand in the fleet to explore the new continent. It was exactly the kind of task that could only be obtained from the Royal Archives, and there was no time limit. Ha received Fernand's last letter and accepted the quest. The king hesitated to reject Fernand's request, but now, after his disappearance, he understood the importance of this king of adventures. Now, after such a find, he needed to move on. Ha found a book about various monsters from the time of the Demon King Remnant. Ha wanted to know about many things, but he only had half an hour left. He finally found information about Lepanto. Ha was delighted, because even then, they knew how to properly use the Earth's landscapes. Their plan took into account the fact that when the enemy commander was destroyed, the system would weaken. I wanted to read normally, but he didn't have time at all. He almost found this information. I took out the mirror that the director had given him in advance. The boy remembered the owl Bezbro, that the records were supposed to appear through this glass. Various strategies began to be revealed there, as well as many other things. Ka understood that he had flushed so much time in the toilet without this glass. I heard some voices in the archive. Those people were talking about the fact that Bezbrovi is a master of running fire. It's just a fairy tale now. Those men came here to look over the shelves about the second great war of demons against humans. Ha understood that this was exactly his location. Sir Rotzak ordered them to check those shelves. However, they only needed to check whether any information was missing, as an unwanted guest visited the castle. One of the men could not believe that something could be missing from the archive. However, once they were ordered, it was necessary to check. While the senior sat checking everything, the junior assistant called him because he found some problem. The man reported that the order of arrangement of the documents had been changed. The last 3 books were arranged in a different way. The man was sure that someone had definitely been here and was looking for information about the battle on the March Plain. They accidentally heard the sound of the door opening, which they had closed behind them. It seems that they had an unforeseen situation. Ha understood that he was noticed, and he was running away from there with all his might. Everything will go to hell if he is caught right there. Ha successfully managed to escape from the archive. Now he needed to leave without arousing any suspicions. Ha heard the screams of those clerks to be caught by the guards. The guards split up and searched from all sides. After all, the thief could not go far. Ha understood that, except for the guards, he was there himself. Instead of moving stealthily, Ha decided to just get out of there pretty quickly. It was a breakthrough tactic. If Ha gets out of there, he will be outside the eastern part of the castle. Ha hoped that he would not be caught. Ha confronted a knight with a member of the Holy Knights squad. The knight asked who was running here in the middle of the night, with a message that an unforeseen situation had been announced in the royal archive. The knight got up and recognized his acquaintance. It was Sir Durgard, and they had not seen each other for quite some time. He was glad to meet an old friend. 2 clerks from the archive ran up to them and shouted that this was the thief who stole information from the library. Ha understood that he needed to get out of this situation. However, the knight himself began to protect him. The knight said that he knew about the announced unusual situation, but it was impossible to arrest a person without evidence. In addition, Ha cooperated with their unit of holy knights. It was he who recently dealt with the head of the kobolds Hijivit. Ka, everything seems to have gone according to plan. The clerks were unhappy because he was the most suspicious person in the castle. The knight said that arrests could not be made based on suspicions alone. In addition, the knight was upset that they dared to suspect a comrade of the squad of holy knights, as well as his close friend. Ha was shocked that Singergard was defending him. It touched him to the core. Clark said they would find the evidence first and deal with him later. Clark pointed a finger at him and asked that since they said he was shooting at kobolds, he must have been a musketeer. Clark asked if this could mean that he was familiar with Bezbrov. Ha understood that he was trying to connect him with the director of the academy. Ha asked if it wouldn't be obvious that the musketeers would be familiar with the director of the only musketeer academy. The clerk said that if that guy was the thief who got into the royal archives, they would take responsibility from the Holy Knights squad. Ha thanked the heavens that he met Singergard himself, who was one of his friends. If it had been someone else, the quest would have ended quickly. Ha thanked the knight. The knight said that he was glad to help him and told that the members of the archive were very sensitive people and like to let their thorns out all the time. That's why you have to be careful with them. The knight asked for what reason Ha came to the castle. He explained that he decided to visit one person. Beardless approached them and said that his student was lost. That's why he decided to come and get him. The knight recognized him. Bezbrovi thanked Sindergaard and said that he is now in debt to him. He replied that there can be no debt when helping friends. They all said goodbye on a good note, but everyone had to go. The knight told Ha to continue to strive for the kingdom of Pubiel. Ha asked Bezbrovoy if he had seen Rotzak, but as it turned out today, he was not there. Judging by the fact that the leadership of the community of magicians cannot leave the castle, Rotzak simply avoids him. Ha added that everything was successful for him as well, and they headed to the academy. Putting the glass on the table, Ha said that there would be all the necessary information. Bezbrovi was very worried before this moment because it was connected with his friends. Ha admitted that he wrote it all down very quickly, so he did not have time to study the details. That is why the two of them are now learning about everything. The information was strictly secret. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sentry saw 2 people who left the barracks and headed towards the Demon King's troops. At a shout with an order to stop, one of them opened fire on the sentry, as a result of which the man was shot in the leg, which made him incapacitated. The next day at 8 in the morning, 2 were spotted 20 kilometers from the barracks. Since the soldiers had no orders, they simply approached them and were shot there. All of them became incapacitated. Based on this report, it was clear that Mr. and Mrs. Brown had decided to join the Demon King's army. However, now Lepanto's speech began. At 11 o'clock, Mr. and Mrs. Brown arrived at the regiment, which had not yet been ordered to capture them alive. As soon as they left the post, the military finally received an order. The speaker tried to chase them down, but failed. After that, they left with an important figure in the monster army, possibly a black elf. When they left there, they said that at the next meeting, they would not spare the speaker and advised to stay away from Rotzak. It appears that Brown and Elizabeth were personally told to stay away from Rotzak. However, Lepanto considered him suspicious because he decided to hide the truth about those 2. However, the Browns warned him during his departure, that is, before. It was much earlier than the moment when Rotzak ordered to hide the truth. Bezbrovi sat and looked over some other records that Ha managed to get. he read something amazing that he himself could not believe. According to the testimony before the beginning of the wax operation of the Demon King's remnants, the results of Elizabeth's examination showed that she was pregnant. Bezbrovi was incredibly angry. It only meant that Elizabeth, being pregnant, took part in the war. Bezbrovi shouted and asked why he was not told about it then. The director of the academy was so angry and upset that blood flowed from his mouth. Bezbrovi said that they spent a lot of time together as 3 shooters, and he did not know that she was expecting a child. Ha was worried about the mentor, but he continued that no matter what, he became much calmer, and he was glad that those 2 remained alive. Even reading such a terrible report, he was relieved only by the fact that they survived. And even despite the fact that they betrayed the people, they were already shooting from the enemy's trenches. It was even a little funny to Bezbro that after that he became the director of the Musketeer Academy. Ha began to say that they must have had some circumstances that they simply could not talk about. Miss Elizabeth and Mr. Brown also added that they needed to stay away from the leader of the Mage Union. Ha was sure that this was not just said. Bezbrovi agreed and said that there should have been something else here. Bezbrovi thanked the boy, and he immediately received a message about the completion of the Missing Legends quest, as well as a notification about leveling up. The director was really very grateful to Ha and said that now he is the only one he trusts. Bezbrovi asked if he would come to him in 3 days. Ha immediately received a new quest about the suffering of the last of the Musketeers, where he needs to come to talk to the director in at least 3 days. It was the first time in his life that he saw Bezbrovi like this, but he too could be understood because his friends betrayed him. However, Ha now had to worry about something else. Ha had only 80 silver coins left. He hoped that the director would give him money as a reward. But in the end, only the level rose, and he also gained the trust of eyebrowless Ha. I heard voices behind him, where the players were selling some items. To use the sword, a level higher than 50th was required, but the price was lower than in the trading bench. People sold things at the auction, where you could see a wide range of different weapons. Through the commission, players sold weapons and other items personally. The game's algorithms were quite tricky, so the commission was removed from both sides, and it was as much as 5%. Ha remembered that he also had an item that he still carried around with. It was a crescent axe that he got from the head of the kobolds. It was a special class item. It would be a waste of time to waste money on the commission and registration of a direct agreement, so he decided to put it up for auction. However, he decided to first see how much he could sell it for. Ha was shocked, because people sold high-end spears for an average of 60 gold, and in cash it would be 6 million won. If a high-class weapon had such a price, then what was at the expense of a special-class weapon, moreover? It still had an effect of 6 to dexterity and 15 to strike power, and it also increased stat points. Ha laughed like a madman and decided to sell her right now. Meanwhile, Ha's mother worked as a waitress in a cafe with a rather angry boss who constantly did what she yelled at her. She received a message on her mobile phone, and the woman shouted that it was necessary to turn off the sound while working. Mom understood that it could only be Ha. He was worried that Mom always had dinner very late and asked what her bank account number was. To her question, he said that he had won a small prize. Mom did not understand that her son could win such a thing, that he needed her bank account so immediately. She decided to check her balance in the bank application. The poor mother received 10 million won in her account and could not believe her eyes and hold back her joy. For the first time in a long time, he and his mother will taste something delicious. Ha was happy, because after calculating the commission, he managed to get as much as 110 gold. He sold the axe for much more than he expected. It was pretty good earnings for 2 weeks of playing Midros. Still, he was capable of something, so it was necessary to move on, because he still had 10 gold left. I didn't even remember the last time he felt such relief in his soul, and it was all thanks to the game of Midros. Thanks to this game and Ki John, who took care of everything, he was able to stand on his own feet again. There were only 3 days left before his meeting with Bezbrov, but during this time, he had to complete one equally important matter. The expiration date of the food was already coming to an end. Until his mother returned, Ha decided to return to Midros and take up this business. Meanwhile, Ki John recalled his own battle in the gorge against Great Igor, a world-famous ranker. He suddenly woke up and screamed loudly, as if he had been brutally killed again by Berserkri in the game. At that moment, Ha called Ki Jun. He answered and asked what happened. Ki was busy, and he said that he hadn't connected to Midros yet, so he had a lot of time. Ha was happy, and said that Kai came to him in the evening to eat some veal. Kai John was also happy that he was being invited to dinner. Ha invited him around 8 in the evening. Ki John said that he would rush in on all pairs. Ki realized that it looks like Ha was able to earn a little in Midros. Ki thought that there was nothing to be surprised about, because all his actions up to this point had already left him speechless. He still couldn't believe how Ha had pumped the floor so well in such a short time. Kijong thought that since Ha was already catching up with him, he also couldn't sit idly by forever. It was a bit of a pity to lose precious time, but it would be worthwhile to solve everything before dinner and rest with a calm soul. Ha had a box of food worth 100 million won in his inventory. To begin with, it was necessary to find out whether it really cost so much. The answer to this is known only to Madame Lu's older sister, Madame Zhu, who needed to be found and talked to now. He came to her huge house. It seems that all these NPCs really were giants. A pretty girl opened the door for him and asked who decided to look for her at such a dark time of the day. The girl was huge. It was nice to meet her. Because of her height, it was immediately clear that she was Madame Lu's sister. The girl asked what brought him to her at such a time. Ha was nervous because he did not know what he needed to do and say. It would be worthwhile to come up with a plan first, how to find out all the necessary information. Ha came up with an idea and took out the meat of a trained rabbit from the inventory. He said that he had come to see her at the request of Madame Lu from Candle Castle. He said that Madame Lu had prepared a new sublimated product and wanted her sister in the capital to evaluate it. The girl told him to go into the middle of the house to begin with. He was already happy because everything was going as it should. The girl asked what was wrong with her sister, that she sent people away with such unimportant matters. Ha understood that although his acting skills were 3 points, but everything worked. And it was also good that he studied cooking. Back in the castle, Knendel Ha realized that the NPCs simply don't do anything here. If judged by human standards, they were so lazy that they could be called stubborn. Therefore, in order for them to react, you need to know a certain code word. Then what kind of word was needed for Madame Zhu? Ha decided to convey to her some words from her sister that the package with food was already on the way. The girl asked if this time the food would arrive successfully and get into her hands. I was glad because I guessed with the code word. Ha said that this person could be trusted, as Madame Lu trusted him. The girl added that she had received a letter with similar content last time, but for months, neither hearing nor spirit had been heard from these messengers. The girl said that it was not the first time. Ha knew that other players also went through this quest, but they took the box with food for themselves. Ha asked if it was so difficult to open an institution in the capital. The girl asked if Madame Lu did not tell him anything. Ha explained that he had heard nothing except that a large hall was needed. Ha was sure that there was something else. This was one of the unfriendly hints of Midros, which could be called a feature of this world. Ha asked her why the box with food was so important. The girl said that his face says that he does not understand anything. She added that this package was much more important than he thought. The food in this package is famous for being made from the meat of the amazing bird, which has an unusual taste, which is famous in Candle Castle. Moreover, this dish was prepared by her sister. People who know delicacies will definitely want to at least smell the aroma of this food. These can be influential people with money. Ka understood that there were many rich people who would like this box, but that only one reached the capital, so it will go to the most influential person. Ha shouted that this cannot be. The girl put her finger to his lips and told him to be a little quieter. She explained that she only does as her sister tells her. The girl asked if he had any questions because he was quite inquisitive. The girl gave him an example of the fact that he is in the capital. And this is the place where the most people from the strongest kingdom on the continent gather. What would happen if they all met in one restaurant? The girl explained that the more people, the more expensive the prices. But is there anything other than money that a restaurant can chase? Ha said that it was already very late because it was not polite to stay in the girl's house until late. He gave her the meat. That is why he said that he should go and left quickly. The girl noted that, as her sister had said, this boy was very interesting. Ha left the game and was very shocked by everything that was happening. It seems that Madame Lu from the village for beginners was not a simple NPC. Was it the true purpose and plan of Madame Lu and Madame Shu? That was what he was thinking about right now. Mom and Kaijan broke into the apartment. Ha did not understand why they came together. Maybe they met on the way here. Mother hugged Ha, and with tears in her eyes, said that it would be enough for her that he did not lose heart. She sat down next to him and asked where such crazy money came from. Is it possible that he was doing something illegal? Ha started to explain to her. He said that it would be easier if he and Kijun explained everything together. Kijan was satisfied and full. In the meantime, Mom went to get apples. He added that it was a good day and offered to buy a melon. Ha turned to Kijun and asked if he remembered the package of food they talked about earlier in Midros. Ha said that he recently decided not to sell it and to finish the quest. John was shocked by these words. John grabbed him by the shoulders and seriously asked him if he knew how much such a package costs. Ha said to make it easier, and he wants to explain everything. Ha calmly spoke about his guesses that Madame Lu wanted to make a guild to gather information under the guise of a restaurant in the very center of Eilstock. John was a little shocked by this and could not believe that there could be an NPC guild under the guise of some institution. Ha asked what John, a connoisseur of Midros, can say about it. Is there any possibility that the quest will develop in this direction? John said that the probability is definitely not zero. If so, that's cool. Kai said that he once completed a quest for mercenaries and looked into the guild for data collection. However, the owner named a price of 30 gold, and he simply left. No matter how valuable the information was, who would be willing to pay 3,000,000 for it? Ha said that even the reference bureau, in reality, did not ask for such money. John explained that they provide such valuable information that even well-known criminal and mercenary guilds have no choice but to give in to the information guild. Moreover, it will be ruled by NPCs, so it can be considered a paid strategy book provided by the system. Ha asked if there was an information guild in Eilstock. John said that in the capital it was the management that took care of this. There will be big problems if dangerous people ask things like how to kill the king or something. That's why they want to give a similar box of food to the king, personally. Ki said that since Ha seemed like that when talking to the NPS, it could be true. John asked what the reward was for the quest. Ha replied that it was an invitation to the opening. I was also worried about whether this quest could be a trap. John spoke in favor of using the information guild of the capital. If there was such a reward, then anyone would want to complete the quest. Besides, I suspected something suspicious there from the very beginning. John did not understand why such a valuable object was made, so that it could be simply eaten. Although it was the subject of a quest, why could it be sold? It was strange. John was indeed right. This quest had a much higher level of difficulty, which is why there is a high probability that the reward will not end with just an invitation. If his predictions are true, then his choice will affect all of Midros, and moreover, it will all be beneficial for Ha. Ha was led into the house. The girl was surprised to see him here again. The girl is amazed, because he was the same messenger who visited her a few days ago. At first, Ha wanted to apologize for the deception. Ha introduced himself and explained that he was the same musketeer who was supposed to bring her a package of food at Madame Lu's request. The girl admitted that she knew about it and called him a very interesting person. The package was in perfect order. The girl offered him tea, coffee, alcohol, and any other aperitif. Ha asked if she would give him anything else besides drinks. She asked what he would like. The girl asked if he wanted information. Ha did not understand how she found out about it. She called him an actor and explained that he only handed over the box after he had concluded what he and Madame Lu wanted to do. She continued and said that the last time he came in just to find out what award he could get for all this work. Ha said that he was quite embarrassed by her speaking so openly. But everything was not like that at all. Ha did not understand whether Madame Shu was an NPC because she was too brainy. The girl said that everything was in order because Madame Lu had warned her that no one would bring the package without knowing the truth. Ha was surprised by such words. The girl said that her sister perfectly understands that most people simply do not deliver the box to the destination. And if someone does, then there can be only two options. This is either a real idiot who is not greedy, or a person who knows about their plan and wants to take advantage of it. The girl said that it is quite funny because those who do not come here are simply not smart enough and stuff their stomachs with delicious food. Ha now understood what was meant by the phrase that appetite appears while eating. There are also people who surpass greed and chase after profit. This is a quest that is able to pass, or the most stupid that does not know the value of the box. However, it seemed to Ha that Madame Shu's speech was becoming more and more strange. She told about her sister's other words. She said that it doesn't matter who brings the package. He will still need to be killed. Ha asked what this madam was doing. She gently said that he managed to dodge this attack and called him lucky. Ninjas pounced on Ha. They burst into the room and approached him. It was necessary to increase the distance. It is good that he had time to load the musket. Now that he was further away, he could calmly shoot at the target. He had to fight with each one in turn to at least somehow restrain them all. And there was not much space in the room. There was nowhere to run away. In this case, Ha came up with a plan. He pointed his weapon at Madame Shu and ordered no one to move or he would simply blow her head off. He also takes the box with him. Ha demanded that the girl be rid of these killers immediately, if she does not want to die quickly. Madame Shu asked if he was too rude to the young girl. Would come running here anyway when they heard the sounds of shots. If they do not leave here, they will all be arrested. The girl said that of course the knights would come here, but they could also be bribed and they would be idle. She said that someone who lives in the very center of the capital and makes such noise must have some kind of plan, but his idea of taking a box of food while in danger sounds like a novelty to her. He had a pretty good handle on the situation. Ha suspected that Shu was hiding something else that she could hope for since she was acting so confident. The elder sister would give him 100 points for this task, but from her. However, he will receive about 80 from her. Ka asked what she had already planned. Madame Shu explained that it was a test that was not part of his assumptions. She said that it was worth deducting 5 more points and the test was completed. Ha did not understand what he was supposed to do now, to give her thanks or to unite with the new master of the Information Guild. Ha thought that he understood Midros a little now. Ka asked out of what fright everything was over now. Now it was his turn. He ordered her not to move at all. She did not understand what was happening. She said that the test was over. Ha told her not to talk nonsense because for her, it was a test, and for him it was a mortal threat. Ha asked if she did not think that in such a case the award should have gone to him. Ha asked the future guildmaster. The woman asked if he treated her like that, the master's guild. Ha knew that this was the right answer. The girl agreed and offered to conclude their first contract. The girl promised some very useful information. He finally completed the quest to open the sacred grill in the capital. His level increased. She explained that this will be the information that players like them need the most. 2 days later, Ha was already in Lost Canyon. The information about this place was really worth it, and there were a lot of useful herbs here. Everything is as Madame Shu said. With her help, Ha received an achievement about fighting goblins. Among the goblins, his name began to inspire fear. He also received the Goblin Nose Collector achievement because he successfully captured 1,000 goblins. In addition, it was an ideal place to raise the level of a musketeer. Now it's time to visit Bezbrovi because 3 days have already passed very quickly. Ha reached the academy, entering quietly. He saw the director calmly standing by the window. The director greeted him and noticed that he had changed a little in appearance. Ha noticed that Beardless also changed a little. Ha wondered if he had such an expression on his face from the very beginning. Bezbrovi asked if he trained all these 3 days. Ha was pleased. It seems that he rose to such a degree that even the NPS noticed it. When Ha and Beardless invaded the Royal Archives, he was level 36, and now he is 48. Since he has risen more than 10 levels, it is obvious that Beardless has started to look different. Ha said that he was more precisely playing with goblins. Bezbrovi said that thanks to this, the process was accelerated. Ha did not understand what the director of the academy meant. Bezbrovi said that it should have been obvious that he needed to be brought up to become one of the 3 shooters of the new generation. Ha received a quest to increase skill. He needed to destroy the boss of the Golem Brassfield in 15 days, and as a result, he will receive the skills, Eagle Eye, Mrs. Elizabeth. Ha agreed that all the quests before that were beyond the power of ordinary musketeers. It turns out that all these events, they were needed in order to grow a new generation shooter out of him. However, he did not understand why he had to imitate Mrs. Elizabeth, because there is also Mr. Brown, who went with her, as well as Beardless, who was standing right in front of him. Ha was sure that he would soon find out about everything because it was Midros. Ha asked the director if he needed to catch a golem. Eyebrowless asked if he had ever hunted them before. Ha said that although he had never hunted, he had heard a lot about golems. He saw these creatures on Fernand's map, if he is not mistaken. They live on a mountain range. Bezbrovi hinted that now Ha will be much more fun than hunting for Hejivit Ka. Ha seemed that on the contrary, there would not be enough time for fun at all. The director asked if he was going to refuse in such a case. Ha nervously said that he wasn't going to. Bezbrovi said that it was in his style and said to go. There was a town at the foot of the canyon, where there were a lot of people in the square, gathering groups for a trip to the stone golems. Ha teleported to the right place and made sure that everything was the same as he saw on the internet. Ha walked through the crowd. Stone golems and man-eating gray trap plants usually appear on the mountain range. Golems are exactly those monsters that ranged players avoid because of their too thick cover. It served as patches for them. And gray traps are monsters that the warriors dislike the most. These plants were hard to see and they could also grab the user very tightly. Ha understood that in Midros, there would always be completely opposite monsters around. This was done so that there would not be any field for hunting that would be considered profitable for a player with a certain type of activity. Of course, there was no benefit to the musketeer on any hunting ground. However, if he had any other profession, he would not have been able to follow this route. It was easy to understand after hearing the phrase about the 3 shooters of the new generation. This quest could be activated only by the first 3 men who passed the Bezbrow test. Ha thanked his mother that she pulled the cord at that moment of choosing a player, and everything was automatically chosen with the type of activity. Ha saw some guys fighting against a stone golem. They shouted that it was necessary to hit the egg. Ha thought that they were some perverts and decided to stay away from them. Ha understood that golems could not do anything other than smash and break everything, or simply did not show any other movements or actions. Ha accidentally kicked a pebble. It rolled and created a chain reaction, which later, she created an opponent for Ka. Now he had someone to train on. Ka reloaded the musket in 42 seconds, which was already much faster than before. The distance was about 50 meters. The wind speed was about 6 seconds per second. The wind was quite fast, and the direction was southeast. Ha hit directly in the head and already thought that he would only need one shot at the golem. Surprisingly, the monster did not die, although Ha hit him directly in the head. Ha understood. It looks like he believed in his own strength too much after raising his level a little. However, this did not mean that he would now kill all the monsters with one shot. The boy decided to try again. He had already managed to reload and aimed at his victim. The golem was quite close to him but was about to crush him with its giant foot. Ha activated the Calm Soul skill and told the golem that he didn't seem to think he would die so quickly. Ha hit him again. He was already happy that he was able to defeat the first golem. The boy had already turned and was walking, thinking that if he had to deal with only one golem, it would be much easier, and he still had to beware of Grey Trap. Meanwhile, the monster came to life and regenerated its missing parts. Ha was in trouble. The golem struck him with a focused and strong blow with a stone hand that split the ground under his feet. Ha was thrown a few meters away. He did not expect that his monster had such an area attack. He didn't have time to think. All that was required of him now. All that was required from him was precise hand movements and calmness. Ha shot. Ha hit the chest of the golem's body and deflected the plate, revealing something bright golden. It looked like the golem's heart. Although this monster looked like a soulless creature, it still couldn't have anything resembling a heart. Once it showed its weakness, now it was over. While Ha was aiming, the monster had time to regenerate and cover its weak spot with new stone plates. Ha was in sorrow. It was a complete deception. Ha fled from there with all his might. He spent half of his health. It's good that at least there were no limitations in endurance, otherwise he would have died for sure. The first attempt was spent in vain, Ha admitted it, and 2 skills were also on recharge. Ha decided to review the content of the quest once more. He paid attention to the sentence that described the quest. That which you cannot see from afar. In reality, everything was the same. The heart of the golem was not visible from afar. He won't complete this quest just by aiming, as was the case with Hijivit Ka. Aiming didn't help to find the golem's heart. He also shot at other parts of the body that were regenerating. Now Ha definitely needed a little more information. He ran to the screams and looked at what was happening nearby. Some team of boys fought against the golem. They crushed the protective layer, and now they could not lose a precious moment while the heart was exposed. Ha was shocked by the fact that they really succeeded, and the golem was lying on the ground, broken on a stone. Ha decided to approach those guys with questions. The boy asked them if that golden bead was the energy source of the golem. They answered that it seemed that Ha was in the golem zone for the first time. The man explained that the golem's vulnerable spot was the testicle. One hit, and the monster was dead. Ha didn't understand the joke and asked if it wasn't the heart. The men explained that that bead was highly flocculated, holding mana in it. More precisely, it was called a seed. However, these guys just called it a testicle. Ha was a little out of sorts with such information. The men also added that if you hit him with a stick, then everyone around will die. Ha concluded that it seems that at the moment the testicle opens, the golem begins to regenerate. The man confirmed and added that in such a situation, it was necessary to hit him as soon as possible. The man decided to ask if Ha was alone, without a team, even though he knew little about golems. Ha explained that he was a ranged combat dealer. The man advised him to leave, because for people like him, one hit from the golem would be enough. Ha changed the subject and asked if this man sometimes knew about brass golem. He was surprised by such a question and said that he knew that, however. He said that when he appears, all the people on this mountain converge to see him. After that, there are only 2 options. Either everyone dies, or everyone survives. Ha asked how to find out about the appearance of this boss. Only the man wanted to start explaining how his friends had told him to get ready, because their stone golem had reborn. The man shouted that he will find out about it when the time comes, and advised him not to walk here, because it is dangerous. Ha thanked this stranger. The man turned around and thought that the ranged attack dealer was walking around the golem zone by himself. It seems that the boy has gone completely crazy. Ha thought of a brilliant plan. He wanted to first strike the egg that was between the belt and the rib cage, and then strike it again before the golem had time to regenerate. While Ha was thinking about these ingenious things while walking along the rocky cliffs, he almost fell. Ha seemed to understand why there were almost no users in this zone. It was difficult for heroes with high attack speed to destroy the stone, and for players with one strong hit, it will be difficult because of the regeneration process. Ka did not know what he should have done. A dead man fell on him from above. From above, on the mountain, they shouted that the brass golem had awakened. The golem let out a roar, and Ha was affected by the weakening effect. Ha was shocked that this boss could also debuff a player, moreover. So much. Endurance dropped below 50, defense decreased by 10%. The players began to attack the boss with a variety of techniques and spells. Ha analyzed that the team of 10 people gathered for 5 minutes. Ha concluded that if he wanted to fight the golem himself, he would have to spend 4 minutes. And what tactics should he use? Ha didn't know how long it took the boss to regenerate, and how long it would take for him to appear here again, after he was defeated now. Some guy from that team decided to use lightning bolts, against the golem. Everyone around him shouted to him to stop. The boy replied that the golem could be paralyzed with electricity. They yelled at this idiot. Why was he shooting lightning bolts at the brass? The golem began to moan, and something strange began to happen. The golem began to spin and destroy everything in its path. A huge flash of light and kinetic energy killed everyone. Ha began to get nervous when he saw all those bodies of players, because he needed to fill this huge creature by himself. A few days later, in the city that was near the mountains with golems, everyone tried to find a team to hunt Grey Trap. This boy was disappointed, because no one took him to their team. The boy saw Ka and wondered how this noob could hunt here at all. But he didn't even take him into the team. The boy decided to follow him and see how Grey Trap would catch him. If he died, he decided to take all his items. The little boy was spying on him and thought that Ha was leaning right into the stone golem zone, the most suitable place to die. This boy also needs to be careful not to die. 9 days later, there was a rest point not far from the copper mine. Ha sat there and waited for the golem to regenerate. Ha calmly walked through these dangerous plants. He did not understand why other players could not simply bypass them. The effect of the musket master's skills and calm soul improved his marksmanship and eyesight. It was absolutely normal to see these monsters. Ha finally saw the golems. It took 10 days for them to wake up and regenerate. The other players, when they saw the boss of the field, immediately started to run away, because they did not want to be killed. Ha prepared himself for this task, and bought himself some supplies that would help against the golem's roar. All the restrictions that were imposed on him by the brass golem were removed, and his resistance to the weakening state was increased by 20%. Instead of saluting with this pebble, he activated his fine hand movement skill and fired his first shot. However, it just bounced off the armor. However, Ha also had something to show. He really prepared quite well. He threw something at the smaller stone golems. It was an explosive that severely damaged the poor monsters. Ha shouted and asked if they had not expected such a scale of attack. Ha was already telling himself that if not, then it was worth acting by analogy. He shot at all the testicles of the stone golems. Earlier, on another quest, Ha was able to make a claymore. It was about the same as making a shotgun, divided into bombs or bullets that could be made by combining gunpowder. If there is money for materials, then everything depends only on the quality of work, and everything is top-notch. Ha did not understand how the bomb could not cause any damage to Brass Golem. It was necessary to strike one more blow, and only then they will see who. Ka approached the boss of the field. A ringing appeared in his ears. In general, Ka had a rather interesting situation. It was not possible for him to die, so that other players helped him. It was also impossible. If he ran away now, he would not be able to meet the deadlines. Now this was his last chance. Damage on him, but one more shot was needed. The monster began to spin its arm and form a vortex. Ha decided to increase the distance as much as possible, to be able to aim and be relatively safe. The monster hit the ground so hard that it even split. Ha threw forward. It seems that it also took away his health. Ha was pressed against a large stone block, and the monster continued to approach him. The situation was extremely dangerous. The brass golem's egg heart was open, but the golem began to strike at Ha. Ha formed a force barrier. It was a professional power barrier formed from mana. It could last for 5 minutes and also spread 3 meters. Ha said goodbye to the yellow robot, because on this day, the first shotgun in Midros, he opened his fire. The guy who had been spying on Ha all this time was shocked by his coolness, because he was able to deal with the boss of the field on his own. While that spy was looking for guys in the team, he came here and came across an unexpected find. The guy was satisfied, because he will be able to earn money on Ha. Ha teleported to the capital, There were always a bunch of people looking for players to join their team, to complete some quests. Something strange began to happen to Ha. He began to laugh like a madman and mentally ill. His aura was dark and evil. Finally, he was able to let it all out and smile sincerely. He shouted that he passed. People turned around and thought that the boy's roof must have gone. Ha rejoiced like a child, because he really succeeded. It was difficult for him to kill even a stone golem, and here he himself finished off a brass golem. Ha began to speak about his musketeer, which can withstand illegal upgrades. It was all thanks to the fact that the barrel could withstand such an overload, because these cartridges were strange. As soon as they left the muzzle, they immediately exploded, and if you just touch the scrotum like a button, then the golem is already dead. As soon as the scrotum appears outside, it doesn't matter what impact power the bullets have. When the forge opens, he will hand in his musket for repair. By this time, he could be out of the game. Ha decided to review all the achievements he had received. He was the third registered player to get a solo game achievement, as well as a craft star achievement. Ha was happy just from one kind of these achievements. Ha used to get the Emperor solo game, but the difference between the Emperor and the price was 50 and 40 boss levels. It turns out that in addition to him, there were 2 more players who covered the difference of 40 levels. It looks like Ha knew how they got it, and what method they used to achieve it. Most likely, those players spent a fortune and came up with something unusual, like a bomb. Perhaps this was a confirmation of why he did not get into the Hall of Fame, due to the achievements of the craft star. Ha said that it was enough to think about the other Midros players and opened the user window. Ha was already 64th level, and there were as many as 82 virgin stat points. Director Bezbravoy's quest was indeed very cool. Due to the fact that the level of complexity was very high, experience just flowed to him like a river. 473 skill points, Ha suspected that it was thanks to her that he passed this quest. Although his shots were not weak, it was thanks to his skill that he hit the target right. Ha thought about putting everything into dexterity this time, but he threw another 16 into intelligence, and all the other 66 into dexterity. Besides, Ha realized something while making shotgun cartridges. The effect of penetration was related to craft, and judging by the fact that it was given to become intelligence, it was also related to mental activity. Because of the fact that Ha learned about such a concept as crafting, he now felt sorry for throwing all the points into just one skill. Ha decided to use a new skill. This skill gave him the opportunity to name objects as he created himself. It seemed that he had already seen similar lines somewhere. However, he did not know what this school gave. Ha decided to just use this skill. Ha chose an item from his inventory. Now the specified item was given a name through the analysis of materials and components. Ha seemed like it was a real jackpot. He would first use this made bomb and then sell it. He thought that maybe he would call it a bomb of thunder and then sell it. Then he would have money too. However, the system called this object a Category 3 lower-ranking fuse. Ha couldn't predict that the name was given automatically. In addition, the break for recharging the skill was as much as 24 hours. Ha did not understand why the system called the object not a bomb, but an incendiary cord. Leaving the game, Ha did not understand why he was so upset, because it was just Midros, where anything could happen. It seemed to him that he had received some other item, but he decided to look at it tomorrow. He was very tired and went to bed. Meanwhile, the nonsense that Ha so expected was happening in a completely different place. Someone posted a video on YouTube where he fought against Brass Golem. Ha slept as much as 12 hours. He was quite hungry, so it was time to go to the kitchen. Mom bought him only tonics. Ha thought that she would eat something normal. Ha wanted to earn more money and get cured as soon as possible. If he continues to receive various things, such as the shield he received, then he will quickly earn the necessary 20,000 gold. Before entering the game, Ha wanted to check the information. He sat down at the computer. There were no changes in the world ranking at all. However, there was something else interesting. He finally saw that video. It was signed as a video of solo gameplay against Brass Golem. The author did not understand what kind of activity the player in the video was doing. It was really him on the video. However, it was not as important as who managed to post such a video on the platform. Ha read the comments and was a little shocked. People didn't understand who he was, but he used explosions, a mana shield, and everything else. Commentators didn't understand whether he was a mage or an elementalist. Ha would like this video to be deleted, but this way his identity will be revealed. He already had too many things to do, and he still appeared on the screens. However, Ha realized that no one recognized him. After entering the game, Ha immediately called Ki John. He said that he knew that Ka was on the video and asked what a craft star was. Ka told him not to praise him, because compared to him, he was not such a professional. It was expected that acquaintances would immediately recognize him in the video. Now Ha had to be much more careful. Ki-jong said that Ha's jokes even grew to such an extent that they lifted his spirits. Ha thanked. Ki-jun needed a shield, he would throw it to him for cheap. It was a special drop-shaped shield made from the cover of the brass golem. The defense was equal to 410 points, and also gave 8 points of endurance, and also had the energy of a brass golem. Ki-jun looked at Ha's booty and said that the defense was really good. Ha was sure that his brother would not be able to find even such a booty anywhere. Ki-jun said it was a pretty good option for PvP, but his new shield was better than this one. Ha could not believe it. Ha shouted to his brother that in his opinion, 180 gold pieces could be obtained for this shield, and he said that he used a cooler one. Ki-jun confirmed this. Ha did not understand what kind of shield he had then, if it was much better than this one. Maybe he underestimated Kai because he was younger than him. John thanked him for the offer. Ki-jun laughed contentedly and said that one day they would play on the same team. Brother went hunting and said goodbye to Ha. Mom and Ki-jun believe in him and support him. Ha told them to wait for the day when he would give them back as much as he had received from them. Ha looked over the information. Meanwhile, the price at the auction for the shield rose to 188 gold. However, he placed more than 10 gold coins in different places. Scroll, medicine, gunpowder. By the time he gets the money for the shield, one could say that he is inferior. The repair of a needle rifle costs as much as 4 gold. As a result, he simply could not send it to the armory for repair. Ha begged for forgiveness from his rifle. Meanwhile, he got caught on a branch and tore his cloak. Ha was in despair. He did not understand how it happened. Ha thought and realized that Veni was running like a madman back and forth while trying to kill the brass golem. The clothes also had to have a level of strength. Crazy people. It's not like he didn't have money for a rifle. And here he still needed to somehow hold on to this equipment until he got a normal one. There is only one way out of this situation. Ha contacted Ki-jun. He apologized, because he was calling with a very delicate request for money. It's good that he at least answered. Otherwise, he would have simply died of shame, walking in such armor and clothes. However, his new clothes were fully worth the money he invested. Ha also managed to drop the price down to 3 gold with the help of bargaining skills. Now he definitely needed to return this debt to Kai-jun in an even larger amount. Since the clothes were in perfect condition, now he had to go to Beardless to finally complete this quest. Ha entered the academy and said that he had returned. The director noticed that he looked somehow new. Bezbrovi said that he did an excellent job. Ha expected that he would be told more, or for example about his clothes or rifle. Bezbrovi said that as expected, he had talent. Ha thanked him and shook his hand. Ha completed the first skill training and received 30 silver coins as well as the eagle eye skill. Ha was satisfied. From the very beginning, he was interested in what this skill represented. Bezbrovi asked if Ka had seen anything from afar. For sure, nothing was visible. Bezbrovi explained that he entrusted him with this matter precisely to convey these very words. Be that as it may, but their work is aimed shooting. For such accurate and aimed shooting, it is necessary to foresee several situations. For example, as a situation in which there is something that cannot be seen from afar. That is, the director wanted to say that he entrusted it to him precisely in order to prepare him for target shooting. Then now, Bezbrovi confirmed his guesses. Ha received a new quest. It was marksmanship training too, a sniper and a hunter. It was necessary to bring feathers from the tail of a roadrunner. Ha was a little scared by the description of this quest, but it was necessary to act. Ha asked who this roadrunner was. The director replied that it was a bird. Ha asked if it was something like the golden eagle from Candle Castle. It was also a bird, as Bezbrovi explained, but if compared with a golden eagle, he would be very offended. He didn't understand it a little, but he had to accept the quest. Fortunately, there were no such failure conditions as death in these quests. It only meant that it was impossible to fail the quest with the runner. I already want to see what the next quest was. The next quest was called The Will of the Late Mrs. Elizabeth, and it was necessary to hit the target clearly from a distance of 444 meters. The prize was Mrs. Elizabeth's rifle. Bezbrovi added that since they had already learned about the living Mrs. Brown, the words of the deceased's will were not apartment. The director said that when it came to who, in her opinion, would become her successor, she said that the one who would hit the target from 444 meters. That is exactly what she will make her own successor. This number scared Ka because he was asked to hit the target with a musket from a distance equal to the effective firing range of a K2 rifle. Ka thought he was being played. Ha asked if he needed to do it right then, However, luckily for him, Bezbrovi said that he would complete this quest when he wanted to. If he does become the successor, he will need to take the last rifle left from these three. Ha asked if it was the same weapon used by Mrs. Elizabeth. Bezbrovi confirmed it. Ha was a little shocked, because the other two had already found their owners, as were the owners of the weapons of Beardless and Mr. Brown. It turned out that the three shooters of the new generation inherited weapons depending on their own inclination to a certain technique, which is why Bezbrovi constantly emphasized accuracy. The director of the academy asked if Ka would now shoot from 444 meters. Ha said that the director himself knows perfectly well that it was impossible so far. First, he will deal with the quest about the Roadrunner. Bezbrovi said that he would wait for his return, because he is always at the academy. Ha moved to the desert, which was the habitat of the Roadrunner. Ha could not believe that he was simply required to kill this bird. Even if so, he did not have to lose his vigilance. Ha activated the Eagle Eye skill. It was the first time he had used it. This skill was effective for only 1 minute, and gave an opportunity to zoom in and out within a range of 500 meters. As it turned out, last time Ka did not give up, this skill turned his eyes into real sniper sights. However, he didn't need to see with that scope. On the contrary, it makes his work much more difficult. As soon as Ha was ready to shoot, the runner seemed to look at him. The bird ran so fast that Ha's raincoat seemed to be blown by the wind. Ha did not understand a little how this could happen. However, he remembered that it was Midros and everything was possible here. When the other players saw this trail in the ground, they recognized the Roadrunner, and this only meant that the hunt could be ended. 3 days later, Ha finally tracked down the runner, with 17 days left to spare. During these 3 days, he did not collect a single feather. He asked God that he would succeed at least this time. And even this time, this shitty cock ran away from him. He didn't understand if something would happen to that rooster if he just killed it. As soon as he got hold of it, he would fry it and eat it. When he was in the desert field, he did not notice it, but the feathered one runs on a certain territory. Which rider on a horse noticed a musketeer? Ha finally received the achievement of not even seeing his face, because at a distance of 200 meters, the enemy simply could not see his face, and did not know who was shooting at him. He was the third registered user who received this achievement. He knew that there were 2 more in front of him. Ha had killed all the Roadrunners he needed, and now he could safely finish the quest. Now Ha understood what hunting and target shooting were. A Roadrunner has a habit of running through the desert, and then turning and running already through the forest, constantly distorting his own direction. If you follow this place, it will make it possible to hit the target very easily. However, he was not a hunter, but a sniper. The charm of hunting is that you chase the target, and of target shooting, that you expect it. It's a good thing that he was so brainy. Other people just spent all their strength trying to catch up with this rooster. Ha was sitting calmly, until suddenly someone came up to him from behind. The man shouted that Ha was an asshole and shouted for him to give up his ring. Ha was a little unprepared for such events. Ha recognized that it was the Eastern Sun Guild. The boy never thought that they would return one day, after they were killed by Hijivitka. However, now they were standing right in front of him. Fortunately, there were only 10 of them, and besides, they did not know how much he had pumped up during this time. If we take into account the fact that the Dovnovs attacked him on the plain of the march, most likely, the level of these soldiers was lower than his. Ha calculated all his chances for victory over these Dovnias. Henim asked why he was so relaxed, and shouted for him to give him the ring quickly. If he is so tight, he will gladly pull out all the hair on his head. Henim added that they also want to receive the brass golem shield, which he put up for auction, as compensation for the moral and physical damage caused to them. One of the other members of the guild tore the scroll that prohibited teleportation. Ha was in a huge mess. Ha urgently called Kijan and told him to track his location and come here quickly in a brotherly way. After all, the reptiles from the rising sun came to kill him. Kijan understood everything and will try to get to him as soon as possible and asked for a little more time. Now Ha had to try not to die until help arrived. In that case, Ha said that he would return the ring to them, and then they would just part for good. Henim said with aggression that it was his from the very beginning, and he must definitely get it back. He also added that he would have to give them everything he had as well. As soon as he said this, Ha pulled the trigger of the musket, and the charge flew at him with deadly speed. That boy with 2 shields, whom he met on the field with Agony Aso, deflected the bullet and protected Henim. He shouted that he knew and called him a coward. He continued that he saw Ha trying to pull the cat by the tail and pass the time. Henim thanked the defender, because he thought that it was already over. Henim said that he would kill him as many times as the boys he had killed that day. He immediately ordered all the soldiers to finish him off. Ha saw that there were 2 ranged attack dealers, and all the others were with normal melee weapons. They were quite fast, so he didn't have time to recharge. Once so, Ha decided to use his secret weapon with an unfortunate name, which helped him more than once in a difficult battle. The explosion killed several soldiers, they began to think, because it was definitely not a spell. There were no magicians here, so it is not known how it happened at all. With this provocation, he earned a few seconds. Now he had to make the right decision. He simply could not die here because of these scum. Some rather strong player came out from behind the guild warriors and did something quite incredible. He sent a strong blow to Ha. Ha quickly materialized a power barrier. Ha seemed impossible, because they had a militiaman with long-range attacks. The boy was shocked that the guild had such a strong player. Henim began to flatter him and praise Mr. Jacko. He replied that such a guy could terrorize them all this time. He started to tell them to come back to the guild and say... Ha stopped them from finishing this short conversation and threw a new bag of explosives at them. The weaker players standing next to them died immediately, but it did not cause much damage to the stronger ones. They decided to strengthen their own positions. Henim ordered everyone to hide behind the trees. Kim Kvitka had to guard Mr. Dzeko together with him. Ha was annoyed because he should have dealt with Dzeko with the last package of explosives. Hiding behind the trees, they shouted that the effect of the force barrier could last no longer than 5 minutes. As soon as this thing ends, Ha will be a corpse. Ha was confused because he didn't know if he would be able to handle them all before the effect of the power barrier ended, or if Ki-jun would have time to come to his aid before he died. Before Ha had time to write to Ki-jun, the same mysterious knight visited them and asked in all seriousness what was happening here. The knight asked if there was a group PC, planned killing of a player outside of the PvP arena, happening here. Henim shouted to get the hell out of here. The knight asked if Ha was a musketeer. He answered that he was. Since he had this particular class, the knight also asked if he knew what the words sleeping kid meant. Ha shouted that he had never heard of such a thing, and more importantly, it was dangerous here now, so he needed to get out of here quickly. The knight said that he could not turn a blind eye to the group PC. Henim shouted to his soldiers from the guild that some psycho had come here and ordered to shoot him quickly. Ha quickly knocked the knight off his feet because the arrow flew straight into them. Besides, he came out of his power barrier to warn this stranger. The arrow hit Ha right in the shoulder. He was telling this stranger to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise he would also be dragged into all this. The knight asked if Ha had just tried to save him. Jaco stepped out from behind the trees and said that since the boy had left his force barrier of his own free will, there was no time to waste, and sent an explosive flash at him. The knight ordered Ha to move back. Ha began to speak and stop him, because he was going to die now. The knight dispersed this unbridled fire, and everyone, even the guild, was shocked by this no less than Jacko himself. The knight knew his helmet, and under it was a beautiful young lady. She said that although she doesn't like to attack people, she definitely won't be able to forgive them. She was slim and beautiful, like a Korean woman. She glanced around the guild warriors and looked at Ha. Ha was a little uneasy. He was shocked by everything that was happening, and especially by the fact that such a pretty girl was helping him. The girl was allegedly talking about medicine under her breath, but Ka still didn't understand anything. Kim Kvitka started running towards them. He shouted something about revenge, but it was not heard. Ha immediately noticed him, but only wanted to stand in front of his defender, but she did it first. Ha did not see her movements, but Kim Kvitka's lungs were punctured. He screamed as if he were crazy with pain. The girl muttered something to herself that she already knew, that the length was not enough. Kim Kvitka continued to shout something about his own health. She also asked the poor man what his impressions were. Jaco understood that she only made a subtle movement with her foot, but this was enough for the saber to pierce Kim. In the meantime, the girl returned to Ka and said that he was the one who had recently injured himself. Ka asked what was the matter. The girl quickly brought a small bottle to his lips and told him to drink. Ha didn't understand what it was, but she replied that it was because he tried to save her. Ka was cured immediately. He said that it was a very cool thing. The girl was satisfied. The girl turned to the guild. She would just like to tell them to get out of here. However, they definitely won't do that. Jaco was angry because they had everything planned before this. Where could such a strong player come from? He began to think about leaving there quickly. Jaco said to himself that it was absolutely impossible to do that, and shouted for them to attack all together. Their opponents were only a shooter whose health was almost at 0 and some girl. The girl took a deep breath and said that you can't do anything here and attacked all the players. Ha was delighted because she beat them all solo, and those guys are not weak at all. I didn't understand who this girl really was. The girl reached out and said that now they have definitely finished. She added that Jaco was quite a capable player, but she did not understand why he was doing such things. Ha held out the bottle of medicine and begged. The girl said that he kept it for himself because she wanted to give him a present. Ha could not believe her words. The girl blushed and said that Ha was the first to rush to her side in order to save. Ha also blushed from such gentle words. The savior told him to drink more medicine because they were quite good. Ha was shocked and thanked. Ha thought in his head that all those scum from the guild had died again. She had saved him, and now she was just going to leave. Ha apologized and thanked her for saving her, and asked her to at least say her own name. Meanwhile, Kaijon approached them and shouted something. He definitely ruined their idyll alone. The girl asked if it was his companion. Ha confirmed and asked her to wait literally 1 second. Ha wrote to his brother in the chat that this girl saved him, and he was still alive, but it seems that Kijong did not look. Ha just started shouting at him that this poison was very good and begged him to stop. The girl asked if Ha wrote to him in the chat. Kijong activated his holy soul and turtle pressure skills, and shouted that someone here dared to touch his brother. The girl activated her skill of lightness of the pen, and just blade against blade stood in front of Kijong. The girl offered him to talk now. Kijong could not believe his eyes. Ha did not understand what was happening. Kijong did not understand why this girl was standing next to him in the first place. Ha asked him what was the matter. Braddock explained that this user was in 6th place in the rating of Medrosa, and in 1st place among female users. It was the famous swordswoman Shin Na-ra. Ha asked if she was a fencing gold medalist from their country. The girl was a little embarrassed and said that she had been exposed, a thin and sharp sword similar to a rapier. The speed of her reaction exceeded all human capabilities. She was very similar to Lepanto. Something connected them both strongly. Kijong was too shocked. He said that he expected to see the Rising Sun Guild here, and now Shin Na-ra was standing here. However, it was even more important if they were familiar with her. The girl said that she was here on business, but thanks to the fact that this young man saved her from the guild, she decided to repay him for his kindness and relax a little. The girl asked what their names were. Kei and Ha introduced themselves to her. Kijong asked what happened to her weapon, because before she used a completely different one. Shin Na-ra explained that it was precisely because of this that she went outside the capital. The girl said that until she found the magic sword, she had to use a wooden stick. Ha seemed familiar with these words and asked if this sword was in the form of a brooch. The girl grabbed his hands and started talking about how he knew about this. After all, she was doing a quest because she needed to find traces of a brooch. She said that it was a rod that could pierce even 5 layers of steel panel. All this could be done by the brochet rapier. If she finds it, then she will be able to destroy the seal of the sword. Ha explained that he definitely didn't know anything about it. In truth, Ha told about all his guesses. Shin Na-ra realized that he had heard about the brooch during the musketeer's quest. That's why Ha didn't know where he was now. Ha apologized for not being able to help properly. The girl denied this and said that if, according to his testimony, it was near the borders of Minas, then she would know exactly where she had to go now. Now she definitely had to go. She said goodbye, thanked her, and said that they would meet again. The girl wrote Ha in private messages and asked if she could add him as a friend. She asked to keep it a secret from his friend. Kijong concluded that Ha had fallen in love. The boy began to make excuses that everything was wrong, but the brother said that he had seen such a face in him for the first time. After all, he has never met anyone. Ha shouted at Kijun and called him a scumbag because he thinks that he has never had a relationship. Kei said that he does not think, but knows, because Ha once told about it himself. Ha added, and blushed that the girl also asked him to write to her how he would be in the capital, and it seems that all the ranked players took the capital as their home. Kei said that it was obvious because Shin Na-ra was from the Holy Knight squad. Ha immediately didn't believe him. Kijong said that Shin Na-ra was the first user and the only person to receive the title of knight. Popularity has always had its own reasons. I think that girl turned out to be much cooler than he thought. Kei remembered the Rising Sun Guild and asked Ha what had happened. Ha said that it looks like they saw the video of him killing the brass golem and came straight to him. Braddock called them goats and said that they were real professionals in searching for the necessary information. These guys were just like a pack of wild dogs. Ha said that if Na-ra had not passed by that place, he would have died there for real. Kei confirmed this and said that until he reached the 100th level, it would be better for him to choose crowded places. Ha hinted to Kei that this time he would do it differently. Kijong did not understand what he was talking about, and Ha said that he would pay them back in the same coin. Ha suffered quite a lot from them. As Kijong said, the problem was that the members of this Eastern Sun Guild were like cockroaches. There were so many of them that if they all gathered in Candle Castle all together, there would be no more room for new users in the castle. And Ha will have to fight with them himself. One of the reasons why the guilds of the Eastern Sun maintain their existence, despite their arbitrary actions, is their number. Because of this, it was difficult to cause any serious damage. No matter how hard it is, Ha will not do anything now. He carefully opened the door and greeted Bezbrov. Beardless asked if he understood the difference between hunting and target shooting. Ha said that of course he did, but he had to sweat a little. The director looked at the feathers and said that he himself could not believe that Ha would complete this task in only 10 days. Ha received 5 silver coins and marking skills. It seems that Ha has a new skill, and he probably knew how to use it and what it would help him with. Bezbrovi said that despite all this, it seemed to him that Ha was still not trained enough. If he does not have information about the target at which he will shoot, then the price of his efforts will be useless. Ha said that the director is right. The director of the academy said that if it's a monster, then everything is simple because the bosses are very different in their features. However, if his target is a person, Ha received a new quest, which was also for increasing skill 3. Ha did not understand how long Beardless planned to train him. Bezbrovi told about a group of horse robbers in the southeast region. It was necessary to kill the head of Vile Angel. The director also added that no one had seen him in person, but a portrait was drawn based on various rumors and stories. Ha said that he would kill him and return alive. Ha said that he understood that this issue was not so important, but he wanted to ask Bezbrovi something. The director was all in his mind. Ha spoke about his guesses that the group of horse robbers would not disappear if he simply destroyed Angel, that both a second and a third follower might appear. Then Ka doubted whether there would be any sense in all this. Bezbrovi explained that there is a possibility that with the death of the leader, the group of horse robbers will simply disintegrate, or personal conflicts will arise within as to who will be the follower of all this. Ka asked what would happen if it didn't happen. Bezbrovi replied that it didn't matter, and offered to throw in a coin. Only by throwing it will he know whether it is heads or tails. Bezbrovi noted that he did not know the result until the moment of the throw. Ha agreed. Ha understood that until the moment he pulls the trigger, nothing is known, and it does not matter whether the bullet will eventually hit the target or not. Ha said goodbye, and the director wished him to return safe and sound. Ha thought that once he was given such advice, it didn't matter if it was an NPC or a human, you would simply respect such a person purely morally. Ha left the academy and shouted to Wild Angel was waiting for him, and ran in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, a group of these robbers continued their activities on the sandy lands. In his lair, Angel had fun as much as he could, especially he liked to drink and spend time with pretty girls. The guards of the fortress did not understand why everyone was drinking and having fun there, and they stood like fools at that post. Another guard said they could just come in a little later and have a drink. Of course, with such protection, the probability that he would be exposed was quite small, but still he would act very carefully. He just completed the quest perfectly. When Ha first found his target, he immediately used his new marking skill, which reduced the chance of dropping the robber's head. This skill can be used a maximum of 3 times, and then it recharges for 3 days. Even taking into account this fact, this skill was still very useful. Thanks to it, he was able to spy on the robbers. In order to study this base, he walked around for more than 10 hours. Routes of their movement, dynamics of behavior, geographical features of the surrounding area, he found out everything he could in 17 days. However, the problem was that there were magic circles hidden all over the area. These robbers were definitely not new to this kind of business. Because of the effect of all those magic circles, after being shot, he would not be able to use the teleportation scroll immediately. Anyway, this day was his chance. After the robbers clear the settlement, he must sit in a separate building and drink alcohol. Ha must wait until the target appears. Finally, he left the building, belched, and talked to the guards. So far, everything was going according to Ha's plan. Ha prepared so much that he learned even the most insignificant actions that he did out of habit. An escape route was also provided. He just kills him and runs away. The leader of the robbers fell dead. Ha did his job and began to run away. The guards shouted that the shadow was dead. Ha did not understand what was happening there. Other guards ran to those who were shouting and remarked to them that they were not doing anything. However, there was a murderer nearby, and he needed to be caught. The real Angel came out to settle the situation. He ordered to strengthen the magic circles so as not to let a single rat escape from there. Ha realized that he was very much mistaken, and the leader of the wild robbers Angel was a completely different man. All the soldiers were ordered to capture the dog of the royal family. They had to show the true strength of the horse robbers. Ha understood that he was stuck up to his ears. Ha understood that since such a situation, it was not possible to risk life. He took out a homemade bomb from the inventory. He was almost overtaken by wild horsemen. Ha threw a bomb at them and it really worked. Real Angel told him not to dream that everything would end so easily. Even if it wasn't there, he would find him and kill him. Ka ran to some village. He was tired and angry. He still could not believe that the man was just a cover. Because of this, the mission went in the wrong direction. When Ha approached that fake angel to tag him, he definitely made eye contact with the other angel. Ha was 100% sure that he would look for him. 17 days, although it was already dawn, he spent 18 nowhere. The boy needed to understand everything, even when he was given a picture of the suspect, drawn with the help of rumors. He also needed to move at a waltz pace and figure out the next move. Angel ordered to burn everything in the village and to find this murderer. Ha was annoyed because they were already almost near him. Angel questioned the local and wondered if a stranger had come to the village. He replied that he had not seen anything and begged for forgiveness. Angel said that in this case they don't need him and ordered to kill everyone. Angel said that he was a royal dog. Did he think that he would sit quietly and wait until the day came? Angel said that he had faced this kind of thing many times before. They used magic and blocked the way to escape. That's why his place to escape would be obvious. There's no way Ha will escape from his clutches. Ha made an explosion to divert their attention. So where was he all this time? Other soldiers shouted for him to come out of his hiding place, or he, the royal dog, would calmly watch the village residents die. Angel will explain that the explosion was a maneuver to distract the eyes, but he was no longer here. He ordered the 3 groups to restore order, and the others would follow him. Ha was angry, because in order to catch him alone, they burned a whole village of residents. Ha said that Angel should wait for him, because he would repay him for the deception. Meanwhile, Angel and his bandit warriors were already looking for this killer in 3 villages, but everything was in vain. They didn't know what to do. Angel did not understand how that boy could escape from them in such a short time. He did not understand why the explosion was made then. He ordered the first group to prepare to move the headquarters. All other groups stay in the villages and take all the valuables. The warriors asked if it was necessary to change the location of their headquarters. Angel shouted that they definitely did not need a headquarters whose location was known. The boss ordered the soldiers to take away all the valuables from the storeroom. They didn't need unnecessary clothes and weapons. As soon as Angel began to say something about money, he suddenly fell off his horse and never spoke again. One of the soldiers pointed to the hill and shouted that someone was there. Ha lay in the middle of the cush, satisfied, because there was nothing to be surprised about. Soon they would all die there. Ha has finally leveled up and has also received the achievement Wild Horse Bandit Hunter Angel. Ha was tired, but he managed. Ha was still satisfied that he was able to finish off the real leader of the bandits and completed the quest. It was the most correct decision to return to the robbers' headquarters and wait for them until they appear in the first village. Even for an NPC, he was a pretty scrupulous guy, so he figured Angel would take a small bodyguard with him and head back to headquarters to collect all the loot. Ha was upset because he did not manage to save the village. From the very beginning, he needed to better investigate the hints that Midros gave him. Next time, he would definitely find a better way. The method by which he will be able to save absolutely everyone, both NPCs and anyone else. Ha was confident in his words. Bezbrovi said that it looks like there was a commotion. The director was told this by one of the Holy Knights. It was clear from the results that it was only a success, but he did not know whether it could be called aiming shooting. Ka told Bezbrovi that the real Angel was not the person depicted in that photo. Ha neglected the information, relying only on this portrait, and as a result, he killed the shadow of the real boss of the robbers. Because of this, the villages were destroyed. He acted ineptly. Ha asked Bezbrovi. The director did not understand what he was talking about. Bezbrovi said that a person from the Holy Knights detachment apologized several times for handing over the wrong photobot. Ha could not believe his ears. The director said that he gave him the task precisely because they could not deal with him from the position of the kingdom. He was not guilty of anything, but on the contrary, he did an excellent job. Bezbrovi asked him not to think too deeply because his task was not to save the inhabitants or to eliminate the robber boss precisely, but only to shoot at Angel. Bezbrovi said that he is a great man, but the protection of the residents would of course be better. Ha was now the truest sniper who had passed all the practice. He completed all the marksmanship quests and got 1 gold coin, a new sniper skill. His kingdom affinity points increased to 90. Ha thanked the director very much because he received recognition from his director as a real sniper, and he also received a gold coin in addition and a level upgrade. Moreover, the award included a skill related to target shooting. Bezbrovi asked if he had a desire to continue the will of the late Mrs. Elizabeth. Ka excused himself that he was not ready for this yet. The director of the academy said that although it was necessary to act with caution, some other successor could appear during this time, so he should be quick. Bezbrovi excused himself that now he had nothing to teach him, and he had to move forward on his own. Before leaving the academy, Ha wanted to ask Bezbrovi one more thing. Ha asked if Eyebrowless knew what Sleeping Kid was. He asked if Ha was really that interesting, but he didn't give him an answer. Ha relied in vain on the mercy of the Eyebrowless. Now he needs to send all the received status from the quests to skill. He also wanted to test all his skills. He had quite a lot of them. He was interested in one of the list. Snipe skill that used mana to enhance gunpowder and protect the barrel. Ha was shocked by what he had in his arsenal. This skill also increased the range of the shot by up to 30%, even if only for 1 minute. With such skill, he could easily cover a distance of 455 meters. Before that, Ka was meditative about whether to increase the amount of gunpowder, and then such happiness fell straight from the sky. Ka decided to check if there was anything else there. Ha mentioned the point of the Holy Grill in the capital. He was shocked by the number of people who did not understand that it was supposed to open. Ha predicted that the majority of users do not know what a real restaurant is. If we are not logical or cunning, if we do not experience Midros for ourselves, then most of us will not know what role this point plays in itself. Now he will receive new information much faster than all other users. Ha was looking forward to what would happen in 4 days. Some unknown man was spying on Ha. The Sentinel mountain range chain, which was not far from the Orc mountain range. There was no wind and no obstacles either. This hunt had to go perfectly. However, it was a complete failure. It is good that the school increased the firing range, but the charge speed was still slow. Usually, the speed after a shot from a musket is 300 meters per second, but the speed of sound is 340 meters per second. In other words, if the distance is more than 400 meters, then the opponent has the opportunity to react to the attack. Moreover, as for Bezbrovgo's quest, he simply will not be able to hit a target that is beyond 444 meters. It could be said that he was put in the worst situation. Things were pretty bad for Ha, but he heard a sound from behind him. It was Hen from the Rising Sun Guild. He was shouting for Ha not to move. Ha was generally shocked by all this and did not understand what kind of wind had brought them here. Hennim even changed his equipment for his sake. He very quickly tore the scroll of teleportation. Hennim shouted for his mages to block the space immediately. However, it was already too late, because Ha managed to escape. Hennim asked the magicians what was the point of his teleportation. They immediately told him that it was the city of Bearport. Ha didn't understand how they could find out about his location. Ha remembered the tag because someone could put it on him and track his activities. He didn't know what to do now, and how long this mark would stay on him. Since he does not know who used it, he cannot predict the level of this player. The guild had already managed to teleport and tried to catch up with him. Ha saw the teleporter, and if it cost less than 2 gold to get to the capital, he agreed to go. Hennim shouted for them to catch him until he ran away from them. They were already very close to Ha. The girl wished him a pleasant journey. Ha was almost teleported, but the magic of the guild reached him. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to reach Ha, and Hennim was a bit disappointed. He shouted all sorts of horrible things about Ha. Ka teleported calmly to the capital. He couldn't believe that they would use magic on a person in a village of the kingdom. It seems that their roof is completely gone. Ha was sure that they should know about the consequences of using magic in the villages that belonged to the kingdom of Pubiel. Besides, the scroll of teleportation cost at least 50 gold coins. If he kept running away from them, he would become a pauper very quickly. Ha shouldn't have suffered alone. Ki Jong just texted him and asked why Ha wasn't leveling up. Ha immediately told everything, that everything became much more serious, and the idiots from the guild went completely crazy. He told everything to his brother, and especially that they had used the skill of marking the victim, and now they can calmly track and hunt him, but they want to kill him. Meanwhile, Kijan was also on the hunt and asked about how many there were and of what level. Ha said that he did not know the levels, but the number was about 20 players. Kay advised him to stay in the capital. If he is attacked in the capital, then a squad of holy knights will kill them all at once. Ka also asked him about how this marking could be removed. Kay said that the item that took it off is sold only by the traveling merchant Arcane. Therefore, it would be quite difficult to get it. If Ha calls Ki Jun here now, it will interfere with his hunting. Therefore, he had to be in the capital for these 3 days, or be persecuted outside its borders. Kay asked about what his brother was going to do. Ha asked him to listen and not be afraid, because there was something that he did not dare to tell him all this time, because he was afraid that he would take him for a sick person. Kay begged him not to tell him about it because he was scared. Ha did not listen and explained that he was going to completely destroy the Eastern Sun Guild. Kay shouted directly at the screen so that Ha would not joke like that, because the right to the guild passes to others, even if you kill the Master's Guild, and they were like cockroaches. Ka asked his brother to listen to him. He said that if he doesn't try, he will never know. If nothing is done, nothing will change. Kijun said that he knows Ha's stubbornness very well, so he definitely won't be able to answer him. Kay told Ha to go and register his own guild. He needed to create a guild, because if he starts just hunting the Eastern Sun, then he will become a criminal of the kingdom. To fix this, it was necessary to create one's own and declare war on another, and this would be equal to killing monsters. If it was to be created, then a better place than the capital could not be found. Also, during a guild war, even an ordinary security squad does not touch them. Ha was very pleased because he got all these tips. Kay said that it was as if he was giving him permission and laughed. Kijun reminded him that until the end of the guild war, he could not have a peaceful life, and he would have to walk a rather thorny path. Ha thanked his brother and said that it seems that while he was sitting in the wheelchair, he forgot something important. That he is a real soldier, moreover, a sniper, so Kijun did not need to worry. He will soon be able to see the result. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Eastern Sun Guild, the leader of the team that managed to get the most profit this week was awarded. The leader was a certain Etrel team that managed to obtain a one-handed sword of the special rank of 95th level. They were invited to the stage. The man congratulated them and said that they would continue to rely on their work. Sometimes their fun continued. Now there was another nomination for the best combat agent of the field this week. While all this fun was going on, they wrote to the round little man and told him that the main headquarters had conveyed about the establishment of an unusual situation. Some guild had declared war on them. The man asked who these suckers were. Another man said that they didn't have any information. They themselves heard about this guild for the first time. She was called Offender of the West. The round little man just laughed at this and asked if the master of this guild was an idiot. He also told that the master's name was Ha, and there was no information about him either. The man said that this brat decided to name his guild and pit the rising sun against the setting sun. After thinking a little, the little man asked if this wasn't the guy that Tikal Henim targeted so much. At the entrance, all people were met by the NPS. People were shocked by the size of this institution. Many wanted to come in and have a look. But the NPS replied that today was the opening ceremony and asked all those customers to come the next day. Ha also approached the entrance. The girl had already started saying the same words, but Ha looked at her and said that he knew it. The girl recognized him and asked to pass. Ha walked into the middle, and the others began to discuss whether he was an NPC or not. Ha was pleased that he hadn't caught anyone's eye. He highly doubted that the guild would follow him once he entered the game. Ha got to the opening ceremony of the new Sacred Grill outlet. Ha wondered if he could get some quests here, as a reward for that quest. Ha said hello to Madame Zhu and congratulated her on the opening of the restaurant. The girl said that it was not a matter of congratulations, because thanks to him, everything was resolved, and they were able to open up successfully. Ha asked to help him in this case as the head of the Information Guild. Only she could do it. Madame Zhu hinted that she does not like being spoken to so dryly, but still, she will help, because she still owed him. The girl took him with her. Ha was a little shocked because he represented the Information Guild more. I was in some basement, and here was a whole penthouse. Shu explained that they had a business license, so there was no reason to move into a dirty and damp basement. Ha was sitting with Madame Shu. She was calmly drinking her coffee, but Ha was analyzing the situation, because he went up to the top floor only with her. But, however, there was definitely someone next to them. Besides, there were several of them. Ha did not understand whether it was a skill of invisibility or a possible shelter, although it reassured him more, because this place could really be called the capital's Information Guild. Madame Shu said that now it was time to get down to business. She asked what exactly he was interested in and warned that something abstract would not do. Ha understood that the question of how to destroy the Sun Guild would be abstract. He needed detailed information that would help destroy the rising Sun Guild. Ha asked her about something very personal and secret. Madame Shu smiled and said that it was a very good question. Madame Shu told him something. Ha was shocked, because he expected from the Information Guild just information, not instructions to achieve the goal. Ha noted that the information suited him perfectly and thanked him. Madame Shu said that it was a trifle, because it was just information that fit his plan. She does not suggest that he blindly follow the advice. Madame Shu said that it would be more important that he came to the opening ceremony, and it would be good if he greeted all their guests before leaving. There were so many people from the kingdom here. Ha was glad because such a chance could not be lost. Therefore, Madame Shu was absolutely right. Meanwhile, there was a meeting in the Eastern Sun Guild. The chubby little man said that he knew that such an activity as a musketeer was complete bullshit. The man made a remark to Henny. I suspect that he turned out to be less capable than he seemed before. Tikal begged the chief Donek. Doneku understood that in order to cope with one musketeer, 2 rangers and 1 mage would be enough. However, even Jaco from the headquarters came out for this task, and all the same, they all failed. Doneku was sure that Jaco was not joking. He asked if there had been any rumors or information about Ha and his headquarters. Tikal said that everything was wrong, and Jaco was more interested in Shin Nari than Ha. In other words, information about him did not spread in the headquarters. Doneku suggested that their branch deal with this musketeer. Donek suggested to destroy the guild defender of the West by the hands of others instead of his own. The commander-in-chief of the operation will be the Tikal OPM. Henim Tikal was shocked by his words because he meant a special unit. Doneko will report this to the headquarters, and he should have used this opportunity to put another achievement in his own vault. Tikal was very grateful to him. He still could not believe his ears. That is why he called other PMs. Tikal can leave as soon as they arrive. Someone burst into the room and called the boss. The man stated that an attack was made on those PMs who were going to the branch. He said that the battle was right in front of the main office. Tikal and Doneka were shocked and angry. Doneka asked who dared to do this. The boy continued that he did not know this, but there was complete chaos in front of the building. High-level PMs with lots of money in their pockets were attacked, from whom they did not understand. Through Donek that this could be the same bastard musketeer who had declared a guild war with them. Doneku said that if the same shooter was heading towards them, then this was their chance. He ordered Tikal to gather equipment and go into battle. He ordered OPM Tikal to capture this musketeer Ka and bring him to him. Tikal fulfilled the order. All the soldiers were outside near the branch house. They did not understand where that player hid. The enemy attacked them at the moment of their movements. OPM Tikal did not understand where that musketeer hid. There was nowhere for them to hide here, but he might not have a place to hide either. One of the soldiers shouted that that player will not be able to do anything while they are in the building. Another said that they don't even know how many enemies there were. That soldier shouted that their chief was in the building, so he ran to the building in order not to be hit on the head by him. During this unsuccessful escape, he was simply covered. Another one of their soldiers was dead. The other soldiers did not understand what kind of skill it was, because they only heard the sounds of popcorn exploding. However, it was definitely not magic. If he was a long-distance wizard, they would definitely have heard his voice. Tikal already began to think that it could not be Musketeer Ka, because he attacked from a close distance, maybe even uses the skill of invisibility. However, he could not, because during the attack, the invisibility spell was cancelled. They still didn't understand who it could be, and Ha, meanwhile, was sitting in ambush and calmly aiming for himself. Donek's boss came out of the building, covering himself with a shield. As expected from the head of the branch, he calmly repelled the attack with a shield. Tikal knew that it was Musketeer Ka. He must have been somewhere nearby. Tikal ordered them all to run quickly and take their shields. It took time to reload the weapons. The one who declared war on them was hiding somewhere nearby. They quickly ran to the building and covered themselves with shields, as if they were terribly afraid of that musketeer. When everyone went inside, they firmly closed the door. Meanwhile, Tikal saw smoke from the window somewhere in the forest. He could not believe that Ha was hiding there. It could not be that this miserable musketeer would shoot from such a distance. Ha thought that, as they said in the famous saying, the earlier, the better. All the soldiers reacted quite quickly, although Ha did not know who they were, but 10 men were out. They sit in their branch like real rats. Ha decided to see what would happen next. The information he got from Madame Shu was quite useful and very accurate. Vaughn provided him with the locations of all the branches of the Eastern Sun Guild, as well as the ideal points for aiming fire. For him, as a musketeer, this information was worth its weight in gold. As they say, one hole is the end of the whole dam. It was just a race, and he would be the first to punch that hole, or they would manage to predict it earlier. Ha said that he would get rid of them in a way that no madman had dared to do before. Rats from the Sun Guild barricaded all the windows so that the musketeer could not shoot. Donek asked if it was Ka from the Guild Defender of the West. Tikal said that most likely it was him. Donek could not believe his eyes, because the musketeer should have been about the 70th level, but the firing range is simply impossible. The warriors of the guild shouted that without the help of rated users, they definitely would not be able to cope, and it was also necessary to report this to the headquarters. Doneku told them all to think with a cool head. After all, as OPM Tikal said, their enemy was only one player and he is not even included in the rating. Maybe this musketeer was just a rich bastard, probably that's why he became their target, and now he's trying to take revenge. The fighting spirit of the warriors rose, and they were ready to deal with it themselves, because they were one of the strongest branches of the Eastern Sun Guild. OPM Tikal thought that it seemed to him the boy said that all his possessions were 50 gold coins. Since he didn't have much money there, he didn't have to change his equipment much. Henim Tikal thought whether it was worth talking about it. Doniku wrote in personal messages to Tikal and said that he would assemble a team for him, which would include temporary PMs. Therefore, he needed to catch Ha and bring him here. Tikal understood that Donek's boss was simply distracting other members of the guild, but in fact they had the same idea with him. Tikal knew that Doniku was going to abandon everyone. However, all of them did not know anything. In the meantime, Ka understood why the armed partisans only walked in mountains. They did it in order not to meet other people. This unknown West Defender Guild attacked the southern branch of the guild in one day. The branch on the banks of the river Pafeld, as well as the eastern branch of the guild, and also on Mount Manhwa. He also attacked a branch of the Emerald Jungle, and also killed the heads of 3 guilds and 2 deputy heads. As well as more than 4 PMs in each branch, no one could have predicted such a development. The soldiers shouted for Ka to leave urgently. Only if he caught their eye, he was a slipper. Ha shot one of those soldiers. One of the soldiers noticed Ka and said that he had a slipper, but Ka overtook him and shot him. At the meeting of all the heads of the Eastern Sun Guild, the headmaster was furious and disappointed. The chairman pounded his fist on the table again and asked why the southern branch had extraordinary problems. He was told that this son of a bitch had initially made the first attack on the branch in the south of Pubiel. Because of this musketeer, the profit of each unit fell by 43% compared to the other month. The chairman wondered why there were no changes in the south of Pubiel. Doneku did not understand why, after that day, the musketeer did not even show his nose in the south of the kingdom. It seems that this fool decided to set them up. The chairman said that this is the last chance for the boss, Donek. This week he should bring him a screenshot where Ha will be removed from the game. Doneku said that he would definitely do everything. The chairman said that he should look for some information. Ha, meanwhile, did not understand where all the bastards from the Eastern Sun Guild had gone. He did not see anyone. Ha thought that they should be angry, but he has not yet been prosecuted. Is it possible that he diluted them too much? Finally, someone came under his crosshairs. He did not want to miss a single warrior from the guild. Ha was satisfied because he hit the target. Now Ha was looking for someone else from the Eastern Sun Guild. Finally, the Eastern Sun Guild tracked him down. They shouted for the others to grab him and run at him. Hay understood that the guild had prepared a separate unit. This means that they have finally started to act. Ha had specifically been in a hilly area to make it harder for them to chase him, but they were moving much better than he thought. If Ha makes even one mistake, they can catch him. Ha ran to the dark forest to hide from the soldiers. Other players from this area saw that something quite interesting was happening there, and they also recognized that it was the Eastern Sun Guild. However, other neutral players did not understand why they ran into the forest. Nothing was visible. The soldiers explained to Jako that this forest did not let light through. Jako remembered that he once visited here as a novice. Jako tore the scroll that prohibited teleportation. He told Tikal that he knew that Mr. Kekujitsu had given him the right to give instructions. Tikal said that with the help of this he can gather all the BAPs around. Tikal called Mr. Donek and invited a gathering of all the BAPs near the Great Forest. Doneku advanced together with the other members of the guild to the area of the Great Dark Forest, in which everyone else was now. BAPs from the Eastern Sun Guild were collected. Fathers from the main headquarters, starting with Mr. Jabaru, take on the role of group commanders. It was necessary to form 20 groups of 25 people. They should form an offensive unit. The Guild of the Rising Sun began the tactics of surrounding and destruction. Finally, Henim Tikal will be able to kill this fed-up musketeer Ha. Ha watched them and knew that as many as 530 men had gathered to catch him alone. There were indeed quite a lot of them, and this time things may go quite hard for Ka. However, Ha was ready to see who. The forest was really huge. They turned on the light. I wish this field was made for hunting beginners, but because of such scales, you could easily get lost here. Jako began to tell that even though their opponent was a musketeer, he was not to be underestimated. He could use amazing methods to attack. Jako ordered all the soldiers under his command to split up in order to find this scoundrel. Jako said that as soon as he meets this musketeer, he will tear off all his limbs. While Jako was saying this, the soldier next to him was shot. Ha began to attack them all. His location was unknown. Jako ordered everyone to lie on the ground and crouch as low as possible. The smoke was not visible, nor was the light from the explosions. Was he using some magical skill or something else? Jaco took out his sword and began to shout and call to the bastard to come out of his hiding place to him. The warrior began to tell him that it was dangerous to shout now. Jaco ordered him to shut up and chopped him up. Ha promptly heard their screams and dropped his signature bomb on them. As Musketeer Ha sat on a branch and twirled his bombs, he pondered the fact that the light cloaking could not be ignored. If he's fighting in the dark, then he needs to continue only in the dark, too. I'm the reason why he's only looked into the west branch of Pubiel lately. First of all, the war starts with only one front, and since this forest was huge, it was the best option for the battlefield. One of the soldiers ordered the others to urgently use the spell of light. The other soldier warned that they would be noticed that way. He ordered him to lock up and do as he was told. I shot the poor guy as soon as he started casting the spell. Everything went in general, as he thought, but because of the killing of the poor warrior, his level increased, and this illuminated a certain area. The guild warriors noticed him. Meanwhile, they found a rope and tried to climb to it to catch this musketeer. The head of this detachment ordered all mercenaries to climb trees. When they all tried to climb, the ropes tripped, and something blew up and destroyed everyone who wanted to get Ha. Ha was able to predict this. That is why he installed anti-personnel mines around, which saved him in such a situation. OPM Tikal did not understand what exactly was happening in that dark forest. He did not know why none of his subordinates answered. Could they really lose to this musketeer again? Henim Tikal suspected that everything was already over, and someone had to get out of that forest as a result. He saw something very strange and began to poke his finger and scream. Ha came out of the forest whole and unharmed. He said that Tikal shouted that he would take revenge on him, but he himself decided to wait here. It seems that his level was too low. Henim Tikal began to say that he had gone out, which meant... Ha interrupted him and shouted whether such a stupid thing had happened to him yet. Kim Kvitka shouted that OPM Tikal was going to just stand and watch. Another soldier confirmed that they had to strike. Ha pointed his musket at them and told them to try, and then he would once again show them how he killed 500 men by himself. Tikal raised his hand and told everyone who remained to prepare for battle. A girl came up to them and shouted for them to stop doing it. The girl said that it was all too much. Ha immediately recognized his old friends. He asked what they were doing here. The two said that they were nearby and decided to come to the noise. The knight offered to postpone the conversation for later and now deal with the eastern sun. Earlier, when there were many of them, they held back, but not this time. Other players also joined in because the Sun Guild stole and took something from someone more than once. They shouted that this time there were many more of them. Ha asked if Tikal was attacking or surrendering because he had to understand that one step would mean he was dead. The head of the Eastern Sun Guild visited the Information Guild. There he learned that this guild was actively collecting information on Ha. The assistant began to tell the director that even though they were considered the best information guild, it was too fast even for them. He also told the director that these people are just lying to get a higher price. The girl overheard their conversation and showed them a scroll where the locations of their branch offices in Midros were indicated. The girl said that it seems they doubted them, but she immediately warned that their guild did not pass this information to the Heaven Wizard. It seems that the musketeer had a connection with some other guild. The director asked if she knew which guild it was. The girl replied that they are also in a difficult position in the guild, because it is quite difficult to find out this information. There are some predictions that this guild is not custom. There are also rumors that it was created by NPCs. The girl hinted that it was time to end their conversation. The order to kill Ha will cost 1,000 gold. In ordinary money, it is about $100,000. Meanwhile, Ha and the other players were standing near the forest opposite the players from the Eastern Sun Guild. OPM Tikal said that they will leave. Kim Kvitka was dissatisfied and began to argue with his words. Henim Tikal cried and admitted that they lost to him in this war. Kim Kvitka approached him and started to say something, but Ha interrupted him and said that this time it was better to do without the phrase that they will see who is who. Ha was not so kind as to spare anyone who said such words to him. Tikal Henim turned to the guild warriors and said it was time to go back. Tikal acted like a real man and logged out of his account. Ha was happy that all the scumbags from the Eastern Sun went away. People began to praise the Wizard of Heaven and throw him in their arms. They said that the offender of the sunset made the sun go down. Users asked him to add them as friends, asked him whether he was able to destroy the guild, and also about why he could shoot from such a long distance. The knight and the girl pulled him out of the maddened crowd and offered to create a team first, and then use the scroll of mass teleportation. Ka's fans did not understand where he was able to run away from them so quickly. The three of them successfully teleported to a small house in the mountains. Ka did not understand where they were. The knight asked if he was safe. Ka thanked him for saving him, because he did not think that the users would attack him like that. The knight said that Ha was now a real hero. At the expense of ID, he wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that there wasn't a single player in Midros who didn't know about the Wizard of Heaven. Ha asked what almost everyone was talking about him now, and asked what it meant. The knight said that the rumors told about each of his attacks, during which white smoke could be seen from afar. That is why they gave him such a nickname. Ha asked what kind of relationship they were in and what kind of place it was in general. Knight and Maimchan replied that there was nothing between them, and they were not in a romantic relationship at all, and this house was just a shelter. Maimchan asked if she could see his weapon, because she had heard that the firing range of this musket exceeded 100 meters. Ha said that of course she could take it and look at it. Ha was trying to come up with a plan in his head, because he got out of the hype, but he didn't know what to do next with him. Ha understood that if he went to the capital, he would be recognized there as well. The whole problem was that he showed his face. Meanwhile, the knight and Mime-chan were trying to do something together and making a lot of noise. Ha returned to them and realized that his musket had been broken in two. Maimchan asked why she did not manage to break the musket from the first blow. The knight explained that her skill level was low so far. The girl said that they stole the musket. Ha did not understand what the two of them were going to do. Ha told them to their faces that it was a rather unfunny joke, and he needed his musket back. The knight said that they did not care at all whether he was funny or not. The main thing is that without a weapon, he was a complete zero. Ha asked if they were from the Eastern Sun. The knight told Maimchan that he was asking about where they were from. Maimchan said that he definitely did not need to know this, because he will die soon. Maimchan asked the knight about the words, as Okasan said. The knight reminded her that they should have caught him and waited for this person. The knight continued to tell Mame-chan that it seemed like Okasan wanted to take revenge on the musketeer himself after he got the chance. Thanks to this, they will receive 20% more. That is why the knight ordered Ha to sit quietly and not move. Ha did not understand how far this Okasan was, and how long ago he started spying on him. The first time he met these two at Shaymore Mountain Range, he was level 26. However, two of those comrades, whom he accidentally met, turned out to be members of some guild, to whom they were given an assignment. Can such a coincidence happen at all? So his meeting with these two was part of Okasan's plan, but what was the final goal of this person? Ha decided that now it was not necessary to think so deeply, because the most important thing now was to escape. The knight offered to see if he would get the explosives from the inventory sooner or if his throat would be cut. The knight told Ha to do as he wanted because he absolutely had to cut his neck now or later. Ha did not understand who they were after all. Meanwhile, someone entered the room. The knight immediately reacted to this and greeted. Finally, the man they were waiting for came. Now the knight and the sister were to hand Ha to him. A tall and handsome man asked who the knight was. He answered that he was a shinobi Matsushiga. He explained that they had received instructions from Okasan. Ha said that he had seen him on the internet because this tall man was Kyokujitsu, the master of the Eastern Sun Guild. Kyokujitsu said that it is true that when such a short boy attacks from an ambush, it will not be easy to find him. Ha said that the director was right, but now everything was over. The guildmaster said that he did the right thing when he entrusted them with this matter, although they had to give a lot of money. Ha mulled over the plan. He wanted to throw a bomb and apply a force barrier. This would buy him some time, but Ha cried the most for his own weapon. The guildmaster told Ha to stop thinking with his brains because he is inviting him to the Eastern Sun Guild. Everyone was shocked by these words because Musketeer Ka was their enemy. Kyokujitsu said that nothing good would come of them eating him to the bone and leaving him inferior. It would certainly not be the result of their victory. Kyokujitsu asked if the head of planning still didn't understand what to do to get out of this guy's clutches. The chief could not answer anything. The guildmaster asked if Ha still didn't understand anything. He explained that he was ordering him to join the Eastern Sun Guild. Ha shouted at these weirdos that they were talking nonsense. The guildmaster told Ha to think carefully first because such a talent did not need to be lost. He began to tell that Ha could earn as much as 10,000 gold in a year, moreover, without any risk. Based on the words of the guildmaster, Ha would be able to collect the necessary amount for the operation in 2 years. But it seems that now it became a real threat for them, since they decided to offer and say such things. Ha explained that in other words, it meant that the Eastern Sun was on the brink of death. Ha sent them to hell. It was impossible to lose vigilance in such a narrow space. The house blew up. Ha rolled out of the house, but he was not seriously injured. The boy grabbed the remains of his musket and ran away from the house. He called Knight Matsushigi a real bastard. He had not yet managed to do much with this weapon. The others had already started to catch up with Ha. Ha blew up a whole house. and they caught up with him pretty quickly. The guildmaster ordered the head of planning to make the musketeer immobile. He put a slowing down spell on Ha. Ha was surrounded by chains. Ha was in a state of stupor, which reduced the speed of his movements by 50% for a whole minute. The guildmaster wanted to hit Ha on the fly because he sent his proposal to hell. Ha was pleased because there was no one around, so he could use his own secret skill of connecting souls. A huge bear burst out from under the ground, full of rage and aggression. He was ready to kill everyone around him. Ha could not believe that it was his baby. Now it was a full-fledged brown bear. Ha and the baby exchanged very gentle and friendly looks. They really missed each other. Ha actually expected that his baby would grow up to be a simple bear, with a good level, but he turned out to be a real brown bear. Ha offered the baby to share the joy of their meeting a little later, and now it was necessary that he finish them all. Aso's agony let out his cry. They submitted to a state of fear, so for 3 minutes health and stamina were reduced. The guildmaster could not believe his eyes, because Ha had summoned a real monster, although he was not a conqueror. Ha said that it was already clear because he was a musketeer. Fortunately, no one revealed the name of his skill, so everything was fine. For 30 minutes, Ha summoned the kid. His level was 66th. But at the moment of the summoning, half of the user's level is added to him. Therefore, Malyuk now had 112th level. Ha watched the pitiful Mame Chan and her fellow knight complain that they were affected by the effect, and that this bear was much stronger than the boss of the field. Ha understood that the battle with the bastards from the Eastern Sun Guild would once again attract too much attention. Mom Chan begged Ha to spare their lives, because they were simply ordered to do so. Ha told her to shut up because the two of them were the biggest problem. Ha asked the kid to start over with them. The girl called Ha a bastard because they asked for him normally. In a few seconds they disappeared, and Ha even felt a little lighter. Now it's time for a wonderful conversation between Ha and the guildmaster. Ha prepared the appearance of the guildmaster and began to question him about where the knight and the girl were from. It turned out that they were definitely not from the Eastern Sun. The guildmaster began to say that he could not divulge names so thoughtlessly. Ha was angry and said that it seems that his brains have not yet come into place. The master began to cover his face with his hands so that Ha would not hit him so hard. He began to apologize and said that the guild was called Shinobigumi. He continued that he did not know exactly the conditions and criteria for working in the guild, but he knew for sure that they sold information, engaged in espionage and intelligence. Shinobigumi with its own guildmaster, Okasan, it seems he was on their checklist. 20 minutes remained before the disappearance of Malyuk, so it was worth finishing with the questioning about the information guild. Ha turned to Kyokujitsu and asked him what he was going to do next with the rising sun. He did not understand what he meant. Ha said that with today's situation, the best solution would be to disband the guild. He asked if the boss understood that even without this, the guild would disband. Ka also bet 100% on the fact that rumors about his murder of 500 men had already spread throughout Midros. Ka shouted that his musket broke because of them, so they had to repay him for that. The guildmaster began to tell Ha to calm down and offered to compensate for all of this. Ha shouted that he didn't think it was a damn thing. Meanwhile, the master of the guild swore in his head that he would definitely take revenge on this musketeer with a headache. In real life, he prayed that Ha would have mercy on him because he would do everything as he asked and even dissolve the guild. Ha explained to him that the dissolution of the guild was only the first stage, and the second stage, he should pay for all the crap he was doing with ordinary players all this time. The guildmaster was horrified and asked if he was asking for gold. Ha said he was asking to share the money. Ha showed him the contract, which demanded that all the players be repaid for the actions committed against them. Ha again prepared them with an example when they reacted to the contract in a question form. Ha emphasized that if they were given an order, they had to fulfill it. Finally, Kyokujitsu signed the paper, and from that moment, it became an official document. I read several times in a row that the guild was dissolved. Fireworks started, which could be seen all over Midros. The war between the guilds of the Eastern Sun and the outlaw of the West was over. The latter was victorious. The guildmaster said that he would definitely take revenge on Ha. Ha asked the head of planning if they were going to recreate the guilds. Ha suggested that he abandon this moron and try to form his own guild. Ha explained that one day someone would decide to create a rising guild in the Eastern Sun anyway. But was there any reason for him to work under Kyokujitsu again? The head of planning said that Ha was right and he didn't want to work for him anymore. The chief teleported away, leaving the master alone with Ha and the bear. Ha hugged the bear tightly and shouted that it was finally his victory. And Ha did not understand how this bear became so small again. Meanwhile, in the U.S. state of Texas, a stranger was sitting, selling weapons in a store, and watching the news. The director of the store asked what he was watching with such interest. The boy replied that it was a video about the game. That footage was about Musketeer Ha fighting the Eastern Sun Guild. The director said that the boy shoots quite well. The sales guy said that the capacity was good, but he was sorry that it was so slow. The clock struck 9:30. The man told the boss that he was going home. The director noticed that he was like a bayonet, level at the end of the working day. The director asked if he would lose anything if he sat another 30 minutes. The man asked if he would increase his allowance by 1.5 times. The boss told him to forget it. The director said that he could go home to sleep, although he would still sleep at work. The man said goodbye. He wished Mr. Kid sweet dreams. Meanwhile, the Ram sisters sat in their beautiful home and rested. Rim Hwa John called Ani to her and told her to go to bed, because she sits up until late every day, she is not growing. Hwa John said that Ha defeated the Rising Sun Guild. Ani started running towards her and yelled for John to make room for her. Hwa Yon screamed that it could have been Ha in that popular video. It is unbelievable that he is the Wizard of Heaven. Hwa Jun told her sister that Ha was the master of the delinquent of the West Guild, and on his home page, he posted an entry called Genocide. Hwa Yan rewatched the video and was shocked that it was Ha. Ani was really impressed, because how many soldiers he was able to overwhelm on his own. Hwa Yan read that he was able to overwhelm 500 men and was shocked, but Hwa Jong was as calm as possible. She couldn't believe that he had made such progress so quickly. She couldn't say that she hadn't considered accepting him into her guild. However, since that day, the Wahan Guild has been endlessly restrained by the Pelcho Guild. At that time, she didn't offer Ha to join them because he needed to become much stronger, but if you accept him now... Hwa Jun pulled her legs under her, blushed, but said that she agreed to do it. Ani approached John and said that it looks like her sister had a crash. Hwa Jun said that she didn't mean that. Ani thought that if her sister agreed, Musketeer Ha would definitely be useful. Hwa Yen said that they should definitely take him to the Hwahan Guild. Meanwhile, Ha went into the game and was bombarded with hundreds of messages from fans. He received 873 messages. The game advised him to check his mail. Ha understood that Ki-jan had warned him about the noise that would arise. He was written about as the magician of the heavens, and asked about the Eastern Sun Guild. Ha was too busy to succumb to the unexpected popularity. Ha hoped that after using the needle rifle, he would get black bass, and he also planned to sell the needle rifle. But now it was broken, and in terms of money, there were only minuses from this guild. He donated 50 gold, and he had 30 silver left. Thanks to the guild war, he had 3 achievements related to it, which gave him a whopping 35 stat points. But that wasn't the end of it. Ha also received the achievement that he was the embodiment of war because he killed more than 500 opponents in one battle. This achievement was a rank, and he also climbed into the Hall of Fame. Ha thought, because if we recall the events in the Thivi Gorge, then one of the 3 users who rose to the Hall of Fame from this achievement was the great Igor. Ha threw free to stand in intelligence as well as in dexterity. The boy amused himself with the thought that maybe he is a much more brilliant Midros player than Ram Hwa Jong. Now Ha wanted to look into the academy. Ha raised both his level and his own status quite well, so maybe the director will give him some new quest. Ka entered the academy, but no one met him. It seemed to the boy that there was someone else in the academy besides the director Bezbravoy. He heard Bezbravoy's conversation with this person. He wondered if he was in the same relationship with someone. After all, once upon a time it was a miracle that they spoke without pointing their muzzles at each other. Ha heard the director complaining that those strangers had a bad relationship. Ha doubted that it was an NPC, but Ha wasn't sure if there was another user who could have such a personal conversation with the director. The stranger said that the third one seemed to him quite difficult. Bezbrovi complained that he did not appear at all, so he did not think that he would independently start a war against a large guild. Bezbrovi asked the stranger to help that other guy. Ha began to suspect that they were talking about him now. The stranger said that he could not help that boy because they would become enemies one day. Ha did not understand who it was. Who should he be to talk about the fact that they will become enemies? Bezbrovi asked the stranger if he had already learned about it. The guy said that it wasn't difficult, moreover, that's why the third person didn't need help anymore. It could be assumed that Vini helped him with this very reminder. After all, he was already eavesdropping on them. Kid opened the door and saw Ha standing there. Ha was frightened that he was exposed so quickly and greeted the director. The boy began to make excuses that he did not want to eavesdrop on their conversation, but he decided to look here, passing by the academy. The director said that he understood everything and praised him for being able to hide his presence so well. Kid carefully examined Ha and noticed his broken musket. Kid said that everything turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and he completely lost the need to help Ha. Kid promised to see the director again, but a little later, The director shouted after him to come more often, because he himself must have known that he had no one else to talk to except them. Bezbrovi turned to him and said that he had heard about what Ha had done the day before. The guy waved it off and said that there was nothing like that. The director asked what business Ka came to him for, and he said that he decided to ask if there was any training for him. Elizabeth's exam in the meantime. Ha replied that not yet. Ha asked Bezbrogo, who was just visiting Bezbrogo. The director was surprised and asked if he didn't know. Eyebrowless reminded Ha of their conversation when Ha asked about Kid. Ha just realized that Sleeping Kid was just standing in front of him. He began to catch up with Sleeping Kid. Judging by his close communication with Bezbrov, he had been playing Midros for quite some time. Ha was sure that he was much stronger than him. Ha understood that he had to catch up with him, but it seems that this guy was already waiting for him near the tree. Ha apologized and introduced himself to him. Ha suspected that Kid had been waiting for him all this time. The guy just briefly introduced himself, that he was the same Kid. He was like a character from movies, like those about cowboys. Ha didn't understand why Shin Nara was looking for him, or maybe he was her boyfriend, although it didn't look like it at all. Ka apologized to him for overhearing their conversation with the director. Kid said that everything was fine. Ha understood that he was also a musketeer and wanted to find out what his words meant at the academy. Kid said that as far as he understood, Ha had not yet extended Elizabeth's will, and his level should be on the edge of 100. Sleeping Kid said that it was low. Ha asked him what he had just said. Kid repeated that it was too low, and in that case, he was too far away. He didn't understand if Kid was ignoring him now or not. Kid said that Ha couldn't match his skill. Ha turned to Kid and said that when he ignores a person like that without saying anything about himself, it becomes quite unpleasant for him to listen to him. Kid didn't even listen to him and went somewhere. Ha understood that it was necessary to follow him. Ha asked if he was listening to him at all, and what he was going to do in this place. Ha told him that he should always answer when he is addressed. However, Sleeping Kid did not listen to him. Kid hit a tree with his foot and said that from one blow, exactly 13 leaves fall from the tree. This was his exam once. Ha was too annoyed by his insolent behavior, so he shouted at him and said that he only talks about what he wants. Ha remembered that he was talking about the exam was Kid. He introduced himself as Kid the Quickfire. He said that he should be called that way. Ha thought that since Kid was a master of rapid fire, then Eyebrowless, it only meant that Sleeping Kid was the heir to Eyebrowless. That is why it seemed to Ha that they both have something similar. Ha continued to talk about the quest, or rather the exam of the Beardless, which Kid once performed. Ha asked if it was necessary to fall on the leaves from this tree. Kid confirmed it. Ha asked from what distance in meters it was necessary to hit, because the Elizabeth exam required too great a distance. Kid explained that the distance was less than 2 meters, because it was necessary to reach directly from the place where they are standing. Ha shouted that the musketeer must definitely hit the leaf from such a distance. Ha asked whether it was necessary to get on the falling leaf, but the director was too fond of some tricky conditions. If this is a rapid-fire exam, then there should be something like getting 2 or more at the same time. Kid said that it really is. Kid hit a tree. As he said earlier, only 13 leaves fall from a tree at a time, and it was necessary to hit all the leaves in a row until they touched the floor. Ha understood that in order to hit everything, he must shoot through 3.25 sheets in 1 second, that is, 0.3 seconds per sheet. Although it needed to be much faster, Ha doubted that it could be done with an ordinary musket. Ha asked if Kid passed this test because it simply could not be. Ha explained that it was impossible. Besides, Ha asked if it would be better to call him Sonbei. Ha explained briefly that Sleeping Kid did not have a musket. Ha explained that it is precisely because of this that it is difficult for him to believe Kid. Since he inherited the quick fire of the Eyebrowless, then, along with this skill, he should have received the director's musket. However, Ha could not see this weapon with him. As far as he knew, the musket could not be put in the inventory, because the inventory in Midros represented the materialization of a bag in the form of a window. Kid believed that Ha already knew why this was so. He also asked rhetorically if Ka made bombs. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he already had it all. Ha raged and yelled at Kid to speak humanly and explain what he needed to know and what he had. Kid replied that he should hurry up. Ha exhaled and said that since he did not want to answer, he would ask something else. Ha asked him why he was helping him in such an incomprehensible way. Kid thought about it and said that what was needed was the power of aim, and also a punch that was powerful enough. Kid spoke in riddles without explaining his amazing train of thought. Ha stood disappointed, listening to all this muttering. He almost couldn't stand it all. He didn't understand what this crazy kid was up to. He said whatever he wanted, and what he meant by breaking through. After thinking, Ha turned to Kid. because he decided to share his own thoughts. Ha said that he seems to know who Kid was. Ha poked his finger at him and shouted if he was really tsundar. Ha began to ask him why he behaves like this, because he needed his power, but he was not comfortable talking about it openly. So he hides. If Ha was not mistaken, they were called tsundare. Kid was a little shocked by such accusations, but didn't know what Ha meant now. He replied that if Kid didn't know, then it's okay. Ha said that he understood him in general, and everything he said now is a hint that he can give him. Ha promised to quickly pass the test and obtain the rank of wisdom. Ha noticed that Sleeping Kid was smiling, without even hiding it. Ha thought that he was either behaving like a small child, or just like a braggart. Ha really suspected the third option, that he was Chundar. Kid was already leaving and said goodbye. Ha said that they would definitely see each other. Ha concluded that this was the most strange man he had ever met in his life. He was tired after talking with him. Ha again came to Bezbrvoy at the academy and asked if it really was Kid's test. The director said that he first listened to the explanation and then came to try it 3 days later. He had brilliant skills. Bezbrovi said that he greatly appreciated the Sleeping Kid's skills, but what could he do when he saw such a picture? Of course, he had to give him the musket. Ha did not understand how this was even possible. Even if you use the skill of subtle hand movement, it will still take at least 25 seconds to reload the musket. Bezbrovi offered him another cup of coffee, but Ha refused, saying that it was time for him to go. The director called him to the end. Bezbrovi said that he should not think about everything at the same time, and also added that he never asked questions, expecting exactly such an answer. Ha answered in agreement, but he also did not understand anything, and this was the similarity between Eyebrowless and his heir Sleeping Kid. Ha left the academy and thought about those mysterious words that the director of the academy told him, what he meant by not thinking about everything at the same time. Moreover, the director told about the musket that he gave the kid in the plural. Ha got angry and thought that these two clowns were mocking him. Both said some strange and incomprehensible things, so why not say everything clearly at once? In addition to all this, Kid was very strange. It is not known what he got from the director, but he definitely did not see a musket with him. Maybe he just hid it somewhere. Ha understood that he would be the end of himself if he did not carry his broken needle rifle with him. At such moments he began to tense and worry very much. It seems that Ha understood something. He remembered that when he was running away from Kekujitsu, that now. He didn't understand how he managed to put a musket in his inventory. Ha visited the forge and the chief blacksmith Zig. He noticed that Ha had not visited him for a long time and asked what they would do this time. Ha simply gave the blacksmith his musket. Sig turned pale and asked what had broken, that his musket had broken in half. Sig began to explain to Ha that he would no longer be able to use this rifle, and it would be easier to buy a new one, but Ha insisted on trying to do something with it. Ha began to show the blacksmith exactly how he wanted to modernize his rifle. Zig asked with fear whether the charge would fly out of there at all. Ha answered that it would. Finally, they succeeded, and this result was the correct answer to all of Ha's questions. He could put such a musket in his inventory, and it could also be worn on his belt or hidden under his clothes. Zig was also satisfied and asked Ha if it was worth the money. Ha replied that it definitely was and wanted to ask him something else. Ha asked Zig if it was possible to make screw-like cuts inside this barrel with a certain interval. Zig was surprised by such a question, to make a cut inside the barrel through such a narrow hole. The blacksmith looked at this muzzle and said that it would be very difficult to do, and he also wanted there to be a cut with an interval. Ha asked if the great Zig was capable of such a thing. Zig said that he definitely won't be able to do that, but the dwarves can help him in such a matter. Ha said goodbye to Zig and left. He thought about Sig's words, because dwarves were known to blacksmiths who were able to make even demonic weapons. The place where you could meet dwarves was known. Adamandir Mountain Range, which was located on the edge of the western part of the continent and stretched in length from north to south. In other words, the dwarves lived beyond the borders of the kingdom of Pubiel. Ha went out of town to practice shooting his new pistol. To begin with, he tried to measure the required distance for the shot. The barrel was very short, so it was very easy to charge it. It took 10 seconds from the force. The weight was normal and the balance was also perfect. Let's see how the leaf broke off from the branch and began to fall to the bottom. Now this was his new goal. Ha shot, but did not hit the target. He did not understand why this happened, because the firing range was directly proportional to the length of the barrel. However, now Ha was shooting from a much closer distance than usual, and at the same time, no matter how hard he tried, he could not hit the leaf directly. Fortunately, after the several hundredth attempt, Ha finally got it right, and he was already laughing like a madman. Now Ha realized that the effective shooting range was 25 meters. Of course, Ha expected that after shortening the barrel, the range would decrease, but not by that much. Ha already knew that this needle gun would not be able to be used as the main weapon. That is why he needed a new musket that he could use at long distances. Ha thought that when using a musket and a pistol, he could with a high probability make up for the disadvantages of melee combat. He would simply finish off all those who would approach him, considering him a musketeer with a pistol. Ha was sure that Sleeping Kid passed this test by this method. Perhaps he loaded 2 or even 4 pistols. With such a series of shots, he created a whole fire net, which ensured the accuracy, speed, and number of shots that were required for the exam of Bez Brevoy. Although now Ha realized something bad, that Kid did not have a musket for medium distance, so he only uses revolvers, the effectiveness of which is only 25 meters. Ha was not sure that this was the fighting method of real musketeers, but Ha was very interested to see how Kid behaved in a duel. In the meantime, someone called Ha. It was Shin Na-ra. She saw Ha and decided to run up to him. The girl asked him how long ago he arrived in the capital, and she also made a remark to him, asking him to write as soon as he was here. Ka excused himself that he was taking a little time because of the equipment. The girl asked if he had changed his equipment because she did not see a musket in his possession now. Ha explained that when he fought against the Eastern Sun, the power was gone. Na-ra said that she also saw those videos. She could not believe that he himself was able to win over such a large number of warriors from the Eastern Sun. For her now, he was incredible, and Ha, in turn, couldn't believe that she thought that way about him. Na-ra said that, by the way, she wanted to show him something. The girl took out her sword. Ha was shocked. Did the same seal come off it? Na-ra told that the last seal was removed, and now it is a full-fledged magical sword. Ka was amazed. He congratulated the girl on such an event. However, Shin Na-ra said that all this was thanks to him, and she is always in his debt. Ha was delighted with this weapon, and now he understood how cool the ranked users were, because their combat power was approximately equal to the nominal NPCs, and maybe even higher. Na-ra also asked if Ha would continue to lead that guild. Ha asked if she meant the Offender of the West. Then he did not plan to. The girl was happy, and asked if he would like to join the Holy Knights. Ha couldn't believe his ears. Both shock and pleasure could be seen on his face. The girl said that he was now quite good friends with the Night Squad, and in her opinion, if he completed a few quests, he could join the squad. Besides, Shin Na-ra could recommend him. Ha understood that the Capital Defense Night Unit was one of the strongest units in the Kingdom of Pubiel. Ha presented himself in this role. It seemed to him that the proposal itself was already impossible. Ha told Nari that he was very grateful for the offer, but he wasn't ready to join any guild yet. Nari was very sorry that Ha refused. Ha didn't even have time to get used to and practice with the gun, let alone try to use it in real combat. The girl noticed Ha's gun and asked about his weapon. Ha took out the gun and said that due to too much fighting with the Eastern Sun, the musket broke, and that's why he... Shin Na-ra was inflamed with some unknown anger and asked if Kid had given him this weapon because she had never seen anyone besides him who would use such a musket. Ha explained that he made it all by himself, but Kid actually gave him some sort of tip for it. Shin Na-ra asked what other tip he was talking about. She also asked if he had seen Kid. Ha replied that they did not meet for long at the Musketeer Academy. Na-ra calmed down a little, but rather annoyed, she said that this scoundrel ran away from her again. Ha asked her what happened between the two of them. The girl said that once, a long time ago, she lost to him in their duel. Ha decided to defuse the situation and asked if she lost him a rock, scissors, paper. Ra answered that no. That day she fought him one-on-one, but lost. He could not believe that it was a one-on-one duel and with Kid. Ha began to ask if it happened so long ago when she still had a low level. This happened sometimes. Ha wanted to tell a story about a rabbit, but Shin Na-ra told that she was already one of the top players back then, and it happened not so long ago. Ha couldn't believe that Kid was so strong that he could defeat even a ranker like Shin Na-ra, and she was the top one among the girls in Midros. The girl asked if Ha knew how Kid got the second part of his nickname, sleeping. Ha definitely did not know, so he was ready to listen to her. Na-ra said that according to rumors, Kid loves to sleep very much so that he even sleeps in Midros. Ha was surprised and called Kid a weirdo. Na-ra continued that once upon a time, Kid received a new item, and the East Sun Guild rushed to find him to retrieve the same item. Ha was disappointed because this guild always stuck its nose everywhere. Na-ra continued. 30 men from the guild found Kid asleep in some pub. Ha asked if they attacked him immediately. Na-ra said that everything happened so quickly that no one even had time to take a video. Everything was getting more interesting. So Ha asked what was happening there. Shin Na-ra explained that all those 30 players died in the same place, and Kid continued to lie on the table without even raising his body. The girl added that only 2 of his hands, which were hanging under the table, were moving then. Ha was shocked. After a while, Kid lazily stood up and yawned, saying only one thing. Who were all those people? That's exactly what Kid asked then. It was then that he got the nickname, Sleeping. This meant that his weapon followed the target even when the player himself was asleep, so it would not miss anyone. Ha said that this simply could not happen. Kid killed 30 people on his own while sleeping. Kid wasn't even a ranker. Ha didn't understand why he was so strong then. Shin-Nara began to explain that in Midros, the level did not mean everything. She asked why in such an unfair game, which hid everything, only the level rating was displayed. The girl explained that the rankers are thrown like food to be caught. Other strong users besides the rankers caught her. Outsider. They were famous for their incredible strength, which was not related to level. The girl asked if he even understood what she was talking about. Ka guessed that she meant to become, which could be obtained not only by raising the level. It was possible to achieve status with rare achievements. Such people did not have to be looked for far because it was him. Nara asked if he knew that you could get an achievement by killing a ranker. If you kill a warrior who is in the top 100, then a special achievement was given. That is why Midros keeps this list publicly available. This is done in order to attract outsiders to the game, and so that they also try to catch the rankers. If a ranker is killed, his level drops. Now Ha understood everything. By provoking an open competition, revealing the ranking of the rankers, the use of resources increased. It turned out that the reason why rankers, even if they get some big item, they can't sell it immediately for money. If they fall to outsiders, it will no longer be possible to climb back to the top. The Midros gold price situation with real money. The developers were really crazy. Nara said that there is a high probability that he too will be classified as an outsider. That is why he will receive invitations from various guilds, and Nara wanted to ask him to think and decide very carefully. Ha asked if the Holy Knights Guild would be among those proposals. Nara said that she liked this option the most. Rhea had to go because she had a lot of things to do. She said strictly that next time Ka should write to her in personal messages. Ka wished her a successful journey. Meanwhile, the guildmaster Pelchko said that his ox should be removed from the depths of the ice. Ram Hua-Yun said that Sasuke should get away from her first, because they were the ones who broke the negotiations between the guilds. Ram Hua-Yun began to say that what kind of negotiations can there be when it is easier to reach the wall than to suffocate them? She did not understand why they were like this all the time. Guildmaster was surprised that she spoke. Ani offered to settle the final stakes at the expense of Dale Castle so that everything would be clear. The guildmaster said that they simply wouldn't be able to hold up to the bargain. Hua-Yan asked if he was proposing a war between their guilds. The guildmaster said that if she does not surrender, then they have nothing else left. They didn't care about foe, because there were also strong rankers in Korea. Ram Hua-Yan asked if they had lured a ranker to them. If they had that kind of money, she would believe them. The master replied that not right now. The master began to say that they could simply conclude a contract and stake the distribution of the benefits of Dale Castle. He said that they would just give it as stock options. If they give the rankers a profit for 2 months, and they themselves receive it for 10, then they will not receive bad consequences and losses. Ram Hua-Yan told Pelchko to go and attack them, and she would make red flowers bloom in their bodies. She told them to bring both the Dragon Knight and the Light Blast here. They wished them luck and teleported away. Hua-Jan asked Anna if it was possible to kill him. Hua-Yan praised her that she was able to hold back, because they will have many more opportunities to end this mess. The Ram sisters decided that they would collect outsiders for this war, because the rankers were too expensive. There was only 1 day left before the Pelcho and Hua-Han guild war. In the meantime, Ha made some money deal and received a whole bag of money. Now luck was definitely on his side because now he got rich. In addition, the money that remained after calculating the compensation for the losses from the Eastern Sun was equal to 88 gold, although Ha did not even expect it. And now, when Ha sold the name of the Guild Defender of the West, another 100 gold coins flew to him. He was approached by a little man who saw his video and also wanted to become a movie star. But in that case, Ha has no reason to worry anymore. He needed to buy a new musket, which he will use until he receives the reward for the quest of the late Elizabeth's will. In the meantime, the Pelcho Guild was holding an introductory meeting regarding their war with the Hua-Han Guild. The master said that there are already those who have been told about this news, but Hua-Han completely ignored their proposal. Natov began to make noise that one could not trust those with so much money. Of course, Sasuke knew that there was no proposal at that meeting. However, people blindly believed in it and said that they had invested too much in Dale Castle, and it was necessary to return it back. The master told that among the union of 3 guilds, they invested the most, namely the Pelcho Guild, invested 21,850 gold. People asked if it was not possible to simply return the money. The money invested by them turned out to be an investment in the capital only formally, so they cannot ask for it to be returned. People began to shout that they were investing their own money there, because there was a guarantee of receiving 30% of the profit from Dale Castle. Meanwhile, Ki-Jan was chatting with a friend. The whole problem was money, and it could not be solved otherwise. They were considered only the founders of the guild, but all the others. The master began to say that looking at all those obstacles and problems, they have only one way out of this situation: a guild war. They already managed to contact the masters of the Dragon Knight and Light Blast guilds. They, like the other 2 guilds of the Union, agreed to return the money, which were as important to them as blood. People were shocked by this because they did not want war and did not see anything attractive in the Hwahan Guild. There were only ranked players such as Ram Hwajong and Few. This guild was not famous for anything else. Guildmaster Pelcho said that those who do not want to participate in it can refuse, but in this case, they will not be able to return the money they invested. Everyone who attended this meeting previously invested. Vianney said that there was a high risk behind the return, but if everyone present crossed it, then in the end, a golden city would be waiting for them. That is, Dale Castle was equated to El Dorado. They won't lose, and their guild will start gathering people who can stand up to Ram Hwajong and Few. Such a person will be Shin Nara, and they are also thinking about turning to the best ranker in Korea. This man is second in Midros, so easy. Or otherwise, the magical swordsman is Lee Ji-wan. However, this was only in their plans. They will need to find out their opinion and adapt to the conditions. However, they will definitely be able to do everything. Kay was sure that the ranker who was in the second place definitely cannot be bought with money, and Shin Nara had completely different principles. However, people from the guild blindly believed in this and were ready to fight, even without knowing about their real chances of victory. The guildmaster asked that Sasuke very quietly call Ki-Jan to them for a personal conversation. Kay was shocked by the offer of the guildmaster because he demanded that he bring Ha to their guild. The guildmaster confirmed all this once again and said that he would like Ha to be with them much more than other rankers. It seemed to him that Ha would bring them much more help in this war. Kay was quite frightened by such words. Kay admitted that he had already offered Ha to become part of their guild many times. Ki said that with his recommendation, he would be able to get into the guild very easily. The guildmaster asked what he then answered. Kay said that Ha did not have a special desire then, although he had a rather low level then, so knowing Ha's character, he could feel ashamed. Sasuke explained to Kay that they definitely needed the power of Ha. It doesn't matter if this war becomes total or guerrilla. Sasuke added that with Ha's aim shooting, the radius of their actions would greatly increase. Kay said that since they were talking like that, he would try to talk to Ha. Kay asked them not to press so hard. Ha was not online at the moment, so he will exit the game and ask him directly. When Kay left the game, Sasuke asked if the master wanted to continue with that plan. The guildmaster took a deep breath and said that there were no other options for them all to survive. This plan was quite sad, but Ki-Jun will need to sacrifice himself for their Pelcho guild. While Mom went to the store, Ka left the game and waited for her. He asked her not to worry. For the first time in a long time, he and his mother eat enough of everything tasty and healthy with the money he earned himself. It was nice to see his mother blossom before his eyes. The problem with the musket has also been solved. You couldn't wish for anything better. I was thinking of waiting a little longer before going on a troll hunt. He wondered if there was any good hunting grounds for level 110 players. Ha was sitting at the computer and reading the news. Everything would have been fine if he hadn't seen the news that Hwahong and Pelcho had started a war. Judging by all this, it will start already tomorrow morning. Ha found comments that explained the privileges of owning Castle Dale, since they would have full ownership of the dungeons, which meant they would actually control the descent there. In such a place, there will be enormous money from the very transit taxes, which is why Hwahyun and Pelcho are going crazy because of that castle. It turns out that while he was fighting against the sun, they decided to take Dale Castle for themselves. Ki-Jong called Ha. Ka wondered if it was true that the war had started with them. Kay replied that he just wanted to talk to him about it. Kay asked Ha to enter the game. Kay greeted Ha. The brother was a little shocked. because Kai had completely changed his equipment. The brother replied that it was necessary to prepare well for the war, although he did not manage to change the weapon, because there was no money left for it at all. Kay noticed that Ha had a new weapon that he had not seen before. Ha said that he bought a new one, but it was a little difficult to use, but the functionality was excellent. Kay asked if Ha would like to join their guild now. Ha couldn't put two words together. How is it that he and Pelcho? Kijan apologized that he would make an offer in such a situation, but their guild master Hein wanted him to come. Apparently, Ha's achievements in the war against the sun were really powerful. Ha did not understand why it was Ramhwa Yan who turned out to be their enemy. In addition, he hunted together with the Ram sisters in the village for beginners, and somehow now he is not burning with the desire to fight against these sisters. Kay explained that now everything was not as before. The guild master himself wants him to join them. Ha could enter Pelcho with his head proudly raised. Just as Ha began to think about it, someone ran out of the bushes and began to run away. The boys began to catch up with the stranger spy, and Ha was loading his musket on the go. They shouted for him to stand still. They saw the emblem of the Hua-Han Guild on the spy's mantle. Ha realized that it looked like they had already set up a spy on Kijanum before the start of this war. Ha understood that if it was the same Ram Hua Yen, then she decided to act quite radically. The boys could not catch up with the spy. Kay was unhappy that those nits were spying on him. He also called Ram Hua Yan a very scary woman. Kay asked again if Ha would like to join their guild. Ha doubted and simply replied that he would think. Key said that there was no need to think, because the offer was profitable. The brother explained to Ha that if you look at it from the kingdom's point of view, then it will give him a chance to make a feat in the war of the largest scale. Ha said that it is necessary to think not only about how great this guilt will be, but also to consider what he will gain from this war and what he will lose. Ha explained that it concerned not only him, but also Kay. The brother said that Ha had grown up, and Ha shouted that he was just worried about him. The scumbag. Kay agreed to convey his words to the guildmaster. Ha said under his breath that even if he didn't join Pelcho, Kay looked around and asked what Ha said. Ha said nothing and hinted that he had a lot to do and should go. Kijan calmly teleported to himself and ran to solve his own affairs related to preparations for war. Ha swore that he would protect his Kijan from that shitty Russian monster. He did not waste his time in vain and was already on the hunt. With the new musket, he didn't even hit the places that cause instant death, but the highest orc of the 100th level died from just 2 shots. True, due to the fact that this weapon was too light, it was quite difficult to own and control it. From the very beginning, he aimed for the head and heart, but hit the shoulder and leg. Ka heard a movement in the bushes and immediately pointed his gun there and asked who it was. Ram Hua Yan asked if Ha had a new musket. She added that this weapon compensated him in close combat. Ha noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, but her manner of speaking remained unchanged. Hua Yan said that he was not surprised. It seemed that he knew that they would come. Ha didn't brag, but he was sure that they were watching him, and as they say, extra hands don't hurt in a war. So they didn't have to be verbose, and she just straight up said that Ha should go to them, because they had a 100% chance of winning. Ha did not understand how they could be so sure of this. Ha knew, of course, that they liked to work for the public, but this time it was too much. Hua Yan said that in order to win this war, only a few strategies were needed. The lion will knock down one parasite that is in its stomach. The Pelcho Guild did not follow people very much. Once a person comes to them and reveals all the secret information, Ha realized that there was a traitor in the Pelcho Guild who decided to go over to Hua Hong's side. Meanwhile, Kay returned to the guild and tried to find the Master's Guild. Kijan apologized that he was late, but everyone was waiting for him there and seemed to be preparing for some serious conversation. The guildmaster said that he cannot be late when he is called. Ha apologized once more. The master told him to sit down to begin with. Kay asked what happened to them there, whether it was because of that matter. He did not understand why everyone looked at him so strangely and even a little hostilely. Kay received a message that the user Hein was attacking him. When an enemy user attacked, the level of chaos did not increase. Kay fell into a state of lockdown. It seemed to Kay that they exaggerated the joke a little. The guildmaster said that after he watches the video, he will say that it is also a joke. They showed him a video where the stranger, the spy, was visible. Kay shouted that he was going to catch whoever was spying on them. Sasuke asked what he and aha he called catching a spy. Kay tried to explain to them that that person was not there at all, and on the contrary, he was spying on them. This picture was photoshopped. The other members of the guild began to tell Kay to stop telling them this nonsense. After all, the guildmaster should have checked the photo for authenticity. Ha said that he understands that there is a misunderstanding between them, but if they have any questions, he will answer them. Kay was ready to explain everything. The guildmaster said that he was right, and he shouldn't have had any reason to betray. He was a good and loyal guy. However, it was all because of Ha. Kay got angry. He didn't understand why the conversation turned so sharply about Ha. If all these accusations were due to a screenshot, then this is Photoshop. Sasuke asked if he was pretending to be a fool, because it was difficult for him to believe that he simply did not understand him. It was necessary to understand that Ha had dirty help behind his back, or rather, Ram's sister. Kay tried to explain to them that they seemed to have misunderstood something, and Ha was not at all what they thought. The guildmaster ordered him to wake up. The master reminded that they were at war now, and if he lost his sanity, then all the other members of the guild would be in danger. Kay didn't understand what Ha had done, that they were talking about him like that. Sasuke said that when he looked at something, he would understand that he had been lied to. The guildmaster asked if he remembered the case when the Ram sisters appeared in Candle Castle. The quality was so-so, but it was clearly visible on the video that it was Musketeer Ha. The guildmaster told Kay to think logically because the rookie musketeer repelled the boss of the field and then confronted the people from the Eastern Sun. Does Kay think that this could really happen? He continued to say that the musketeer is such a weak class that he simply can't do anything normal. 1 against 500 to think that this is true is already terrible nonsense. Kay's friend stepped in and said that no matter how certain they were of the truth, it was worth giving Kay a chance to explain everything. He also didn't think Ha was a spy for the Ram sisters. That's why he asked Kay to help him know the evidence. Kay said that he would find evidence that would show that Ha was not related to the Ram sisters. His friend took this as permission. Kay promised to question his brother from the very beginning to the end, and with this, he would justify them. The guildmaster agreed with this and said that if his evidence did not work, then he would have to bear the responsibility for his cousin, who had harmed their guild. Ha said that Hua Yun and Hua Zhong were still those slobs, because they hoped that such an offer would sound attractive to him. Ram Hua Yun started to say that she recognized Ha by the forehead. She coughed and said in a different way that she recognized him as a person, and you could count such people on the fingers of your hands. That is why she offered the last time whether he would like to join them in the guild. Ha just heard a noise in the bushes where his brother and friend had just teleported. They couldn't understand what it all meant. Kay shouted at him that he was familiar with the Ram sisters. Ha shouted back that he would explain everything. Ram Huajong started to attack them, but the boy deflected the blow and protected Kay. Ha shouted for them to stop and not attack. Ha started running to Ki-jun to explain everything to him, but he is with Tae. Elim has already teleported. Il said that he was wrong, and Ha turned out to be completely different. Ha was upset no less than Ki-jong. He chastised himself for hiding his acquaintance with the Ram sisters. Ram Huayan leaned over him and asked if he knew the Templar from the Pelcho Guild. Ha was not the kind of question now. Ha suddenly asked her from whom she heard all the information about that guild. She did not understand the question a little, and Ha explained about the parasite that lives inside the lion. It meant that there was a traitor in the guild. Ani said that she should not tell him who this traitor was. Ha pointed a musket at her and ordered her to speak, or he would shoot her in the head. Ha said that he doesn't want there to be a misunderstanding between him and Ki-jun. He asked Hua Yan if he really was a traitor. Hua Yan asked if he would attack her if she lied. Hua Yan asked if he would dare to attack Master Hua Hong's guild, as well as the eldest daughter of the Ramron Corporation, just because of an acquaintance from the Pelcho Guild. Ani was sure that he was not even his own brother. Ha said that if she lied, then he has no reason not to shoot. That's why she had to answer, because Ki-jun was very important to him. Hua Yun turned away and explained to Ha that she herself would like to tell him, but she doesn't even know who it could be. Ani said that it is not easy to recognize a person standing in the dark, as well as in a mask. However, if we talk about the voice, then here she can already recognize it. Hua Yun said that if the information provided was not true, then she herself would have considered him a double spy sent to confuse them. She also added that she did not intend to spoil Ha's relationship with Kay. She suggested that he reassure Ki-jun and come with him to Wachian. She explained to Ha that the most convenient and favorable conditions will be prepared for him. She is going to hire him as a marksman for their guild as well as her personal bodyguard. She promised him 1,000 gold coins as a deposit and at least 3,000 in a year. If he works more, his annual income can be from 5 to 10,000 gold. Ha understood that compared to the proposal of the Eastern Sun, this one was on a completely different level. If all this is not a lie, then he will be able to collect the necessary amount for treatment in 3 or 4 years. Apparently, this is the only chance in life. You just have to close your eyes to everything and sign the agreement. And only then think about Kaijan, Everything will be resolved when they talk, because they are relatives. I would think so if I were a different person. However, he apologized to Ram Hua-yan and said that he would refuse such an offer. Ha said that Ani was right about Ki-jun not being his own brother. However, he can confidently call him his own savior who brought him in despair to such a world as Midros. That's why Ha won't join the Hua-han Guild at all. He'd rather fight him than just betray him. Ram Hua-yan laughed and said that he was a good man. Ani asked if Hua-jun agreed, and she replied that he was cool. Ani asked if he would stand like that with a musket for a long time. Ka understood that it looked like he was being checked. Ka said that they know how to put a person in an uncomfortable position. Hua-yan added that she was serious about the proposal, so as soon as he has a desire, he can come to them. Who knows? Maybe it will be easier for them to find the traitor Pelcho. The girls said goodbye and teleported away. Ha was very angry and did not know what to do in such a situation. Meanwhile, Kai-jan was not in the mood for jokes at all. He was put on the floor and told that he had already been warned. The guildmaster said that since it turned out that way, Kay had to sign a certain contract. Ha just left the game and tried to call his brother, but nothing worked. Ki-jan did not answer him either on the phone or in Midros. That day, as soon as he broke up with Ram Hua-yan, he wanted to chat with his brother, but Ki-jong and Tai Ilem blocked it. Did Ki-jan feel such a strong betrayal on his part? Meanwhile, Kay sat in his room and remembered everything that he was told in the guild. Almost everyone was disappointed in it, both the guildmaster and his friends. He was one of the honorary founders of the guild. That is why they believed him and gave him a chance. But now he does not deny the truth. In this case, he had to make up for this terrible betrayal of the guild. If their guild lost, the expected damage was about 2,600,000,000 won. He will be the one who will pay up to a penny. Kay cried in despair in his room because he was not a traitor and he did not have that kind of money. Ha sat in a beautiful restaurant and listened to the players discussing the upcoming guild war. People were saying that even the fire dragon would be part of Hua-han. A waitress approached Ha and asked if he needed help with his order. Ha answered briefly that he needed a martini with vodka, shake it but not mix it. The waitress understood that these were code words for a meeting with the head of the Information Guild. She welcomed him as their permanent guest and offered to take him upstairs. Madame Shu was very happy to see Ha. Because it had been quite a while since their last meeting, it was before his war with the Eastern Sun Guild. Madame asked if he had come to her in order to get some information. Ha said that in addition to the information about a certain guild he asked for last time, he needed information about something else. Once Few sided with Hua-han, Igor definitely won't be able to get past this. He will 100% arrange an indiscriminate fight right on the battlefield. That's why Ha can't let Ki-jong die this time as well. Ha explained to Madame Shu that there is one person who with a high probability should appear in the guild war. This is Great Igor, and he needed information on him. A few days later, the Ram sisters arrived at a large estate. One of Ram Hua-yan's substitutes, who followed her, was new and did not know that although the guild document stated that Ram Hua-jan was the owner, in reality everything was managed by Ram Hua-yan's older sister. Finally, it was time for the General Assembly. Hua-yan reminded them not to forget why they had all gathered there. Ram Hua-yan wanted to quickly convey information to them, namely the most accurate data, to the people who are the main force of Hua-hong. First, she wanted to talk about the first fight. Pelcho were ready for the fact that only 15 warriors of the Hua-han Guild would meet them. Someone had given them such accurate information. Hua-yan explained that it happened on the first day of the war, when less than an hour had passed since the start of hostilities. In that battle, they suffered a pitiful defeat. The location of this vault is listed as the guild's most closely guarded secret, but Pelcho sent the right number of forces to the right location. All 9 of their hideouts were attacked, resulting in the destruction of 132 members of the Hua-han Guild. They all needed to concentrate on the fact that secret information was discovered from the outside. For a precise and accurate answer to their enemies, Hua-yan invited the outsider alchemist. Pelcho warriors were shocked by such news. This warrior was quite strong and had unexpected surprises with him, which they would definitely not like. Pelcho Guild was going to call Faust to him. He said that this smelly guy would never go into such a battle, so he took the initiative just in case. The alchemist kept winking at Ram Hua-jong and calling her cutie. Hua-jan didn't like it, and she didn't understand why Oni had brought this idiot here if she could have done just fine herself. Meanwhile, the alchemist poured some kind of potion on the ground, and bloody golems began to grow from it. They began to attack the poor soldiers of Pelcho. Ram Hua-yan said that this race took place on the Taigona's plain. The guilds struck each other. But if you take into account the number of defeated allies, the Huaqian Guild suffered the most damage. Hwahan Guild, and in order to prevent similar situations from happening again, it asked all chiefs to strengthen the security and safety of all their facilities. During the military operations, everyone was busy, so Ram Hua Yen did not detain anyone and ended the meeting there. Ha watched all these fighting actions from the bushes. He thought that Hwahan had swung like that. In addition to the fire dragon, they also called the outsider. Ha noticed that there were some other people in the bushes. They watched these events too. The design of their robes was similar to the ones he had seen in the capital, but the color was slightly different. Such a shade of fabric helped to become one whole with the surrounding bushes. It was a cloak of camouflage. Pelcho or Hwahan on it, moreover. Their stealth and choice of location indicated that this was not the first time they had harassed the guilds. Ha assumed that these people could be related to the stranger who had been spying on him and Kijong in the capital. At that time, Ha thought that Hwahan was watching over them, judging by the coat of arms on the mantle. But if you think about it that way, a lot of things didn't add up in the final plan. If that stranger was in the Hwahong Guild, then Ram Hua Yan would definitely know about his connection with Kijong from the opposing guild. Then they were simple spies of some hitherto unknown guild. Ha decided to use marking skills. Ha will sit on their tail until the very end and find out who they are. Ram Hua Yan spoke with her deputy. She was told what was happening now at their positions. The deputy was very ashamed. As a result of the attack on their position in Mayo City, 4 men from their guild died. Ram Hua Yan was displeased with this. She angrily asked the deputy if he had told him again what day of the war it was and how many people died. Yen let him continue working. Exactly a week had passed since the battle on the Tygonis Plain, and the Pelchos did not even show themselves, and they were already exhausted. Hwahan Guild gather anywhere. They immediately attack the Pelcho Guild and kill them from behind. It seems that they decided to use guerrilla warfare tactics. Ram Hua Yan was sure she must have missed something when things went wrong. Meanwhile, in the Pelcho Guild, the master was informed that all 3 groups of partisans had successfully completed their own operations. The guildmaster was happy with such a thing. The guildmaster had previously thought of Sasuke as just a strange guy, but now he was digging up valuable information for their war. Of course, they also had quite heavy losses, but in Watchan, in general, everything was bad. The guildmaster said that money and items flew like that, but as soon as Dale Castle passed into their hands, they would get much more. Sasuke said that the current problems could be easily solved. That is why he will lead a guerrilla war for a while and prepare for an all-out battle. The guildmaster relied on him and said that his presence in the guild was a relief for him. People discussed that Pelcho didn't use all their strength in this war, although Huaqian had a stable and large capital. There were many rumors in those days, but the most important one was that I revealed information about the place of the last battle. A few days later, full armies of guilds gathered in the Ama's Gorge, as the gossip said. Everyone was preparing for an all-out battle. Ram Huayan said that because of their numbers, they didn't look scary. She also asked what happened to the fire dragon. The deputy informed them that they had contacted Fu. Fu reported that 888 elite fire dragon soldiers were already waiting. Huajan was pleased. Huajan ordered to carry out their plan in the future, and also reminded to pass it on to the alchemist to prepare as well. This was to be their last battle, which would show all their strength. One of Pelcho's allies worried that they might not make it in time. The swordsman said that there was nothing to worry about, because all this time the strategy of the great master was moving quickly and smoothly. The only problem was how long they could last. Sasuke told the guildmaster to start commanding the army, and he, in turn, ordered Sasuke to guard him. The guildmaster shouted for everyone to prepare for battle and go forward. They wanted to cut off the heads of these witches and capture Dale Castle. Deputy Ram Hua Yan reported that the reconnaissance group said that the strength of the Pelcho army was approximately 600 men. Ram Hua Yan was surprised. The deputy explained to her that it was their guild that had provoked this battle, which is why it could be considered a trap. It seemed to him that the Pelchos had used all their strength. Ram Huajong said that she understood him, and asked not to worry, because it was not chess. After all that had happened, they did not need to calculate the enemy's next move. Ani signaled Ram Huajong to prepare for the battle, or rather start it. Huajong conjured up a huge, magical, and arctic tornado that killed everyone in its path. Ordinary soldiers asked that magicians somehow help them. The leader of the allied guild asked for Hein's help with the traps. The 2 mages began to create storm surround spells. Huayan realized that it was a cheap trick, and they came earlier to set a trap there. Even with 4 totems, Guild Wizard Pelcho couldn't stop just one Ram Huajong spell. That is why there was an army of sorcerers who could create some kind of powerful spell that could resist Ram Huajong's magic. Guildmaster Pelcho said that it is impossible for the skills to collide with the barricade. That is why he will make a turn of space. The Pelchos were able to break the magical power of Ramhwa, and now the way was clear for them. The air from the explosion pushed everyone off the battlefield, and only the strongest could walk through this wind. Ki-Jan walked with a calm face, or rather, everything was too empty for his emotions. Ki-Jan fought against the blood golems, which were quite numerous around. The alchemist grabbed his head and shouted that those bastards dared to kill his beautiful little golems. Ordinary soldiers shouted that Hwahan is a complete scumbag who has nothing but money. They believed that with such a pace of struggle, they would soon win. On the mountain, you could see the golden dragon Fu. His unit consisted of 888 elite warriors who were ready to fight for the Hwahan Guild. Ram Hwa Yen explained exactly what the phrase "not to fight the Koreans" meant, and the fact that they fought quite well only proved her right. People could not believe that the fire dragon came to the aid of the Ram sisters again. Ram Hwa Yen told Fu to surround the entire Pelcho army. Fu shouted for his fire dragon to advance, and his warriors repeated the same words and rushed down the mountain. These warriors flowed down from the mountain like golden rivers of fire. This was the true face of the fire dragon, in their unity and strength. The scale of Fu's army was certainly impressive. Pelcho understood that there were too many of them, and in terms of numbers they definitely won. There was absolutely no chance of victory. Pelcho's guild, and said how come the picture was the same as in Thiwi Gorge. Ram Hwa Yen continued to say that it looked like the Pelchos planned to suppress them before the fire dragon arrived. She called Hyen naive. Hyen hinted to her that she was talking about this situation, which is identical to the one that happened last time. He said that it was expected of her, because maybe she is a very cool businesswoman, but she will definitely not become the mistress of the Midros fortress. Hua Yen did not understand what he was talking about. He Ying continued. He asked if she thought that he blocked the space, and that is why she called the fire dragon to come to their aid. He asked if she was 100% sure about it. Hua Yan wondered if Hai In had definitely not used this spell even though he was a sage and one of the world's top 100 spatial mages. In this case, the Guildmaster Pelcho started to glow purple. Hua Zheng understood everything and shouted for Hua Yan to run away as soon as possible. He Ying shouted that it was already too late for the Ice Witch. He laughed like a madman and said goodbye to Fu. Guildmaster Pello used forced teleportation. Hua Yan couldn't believe it at all because they circled them around the finger. Guildmaster Pelcho. He Ying ordered the entire space to be completely blocked so that no one could escape from there. Sasuke thought about the fact that forced teleportation throws this person to a completely random point, and now it is not known where Fu went. Pelcho warriors heard this news about Fu's disappearance and now ran to the Hwahan Guild. After all, even if Fu was thrown somewhere not far, it will take him some time to get to the battlefield. Hua Yuan couldn't believe that the guild kept such a trick. She ordered Chachonu to take charge of the fire dragon until the squad collapsed. Ram Hua Yan said that even though Fu left, his 888 subordinates did not go anywhere. And the main thing is not to fear them, because they will win in numbers. If you combine the composition of Hwahan and the army of the fire dragon, then you will get about 1,000 men. And the alliance of Pelcho consisted of about 400 men. Even without foe, their number was twice as large. Hyen said that Hua Yan had everything written on her face, because it would take at least an hour for Fu to return, and they only had to deal with Hua Yan. Someone huge and surrounded by an aura of blood ran from Pelcho's side. It was the end of the game. Hua Jun shouted for her sister to be alert, because the huge game was running behind her. Everything was really like in the Thivi Gorge. The Russian berserk started killing everyone in a row and shouted that this place was full of insects that needed to be killed. Hua Yuan stood looking at all this and muttered, she understood that it looks like they lost this war. Meanwhile, in the thickets at the top of the canyon, Ha lay and aimed. He swore that the Ram sisters would not lose this war under any circumstances. Huge Igor neutralized Ram Hua Zhong, and she was lying unconscious on the floor, and he was carrying the guildmaster Hua Hong Hua Yon. The Pelcho Guild could not believe that they had won. Pelcho's allies said that Hai In's strategy was incredible and really worked in this battle. He Ying said that everything was easy without Fu. He said that after Pelcho successfully contacted Igor, their victory in this war was already predicted. The spy games also played an important role, which made Hwahan nervous. He Ying said that there was a real hero in this war who provided all the most important points that led them to success. This hero was Sasuke, who provided contact with Igor, as well as successful espionage. Guild Master Pelcho, as the one who hired Igor, ordered him to cut Ram Hua Yan's throat. Sasuke interrupted him and told Igor to deal with those who remained. Igor said that he was going to do just that, and attacked the master's guild. Great Igor hit him so hard that the guild master fell to the ground and could not understand what was happening. Igor asked if he was dying. Sasuke reminded that it was not necessary to kill him yet. Pelcho's other allies did not understand how they should have understood it. However, some squad of unknown soldiers stopped them and ordered them to stand still and be silent. They understood that these people came with Igor either to protect him or for some other plans. He Ying did not understand how Sasuke could do such a thing. Sasuke offered to do without empty talk. Sasuke showed Guildmaster Pelcho a contract according to which he would cede Dale Castle to him. He only needed to sign and finish everything here quickly. Sasuke explained why he endured all the humiliation sitting under his leadership. He was not subordinate to him from the very beginning. The victory was not won by Pelcho, but by them. The reason for the defeat of the Guildmaster was that he did not suspect him for a second. He-In was very angry and shouted that Sasuke was a bastard. Sasuke told Heian to calm down a little. In order to be alive, he had to behave very politely. In addition, Sasuke said that he took a little bit of the guild's capital, a little bit of money, so if he did something bad, then Sasuke would put all the blame on him. After this, He-Ying will definitely not be able to take a single step in Midros. Sasuke told him to sign everything quickly, because time was a very valuable resource. Ramhwa realized that the Vice Guild Master was the parasite in the lion's stomach Pelcho. He-Ying read that in the contract it was written about the Daijunan Guild. He couldn't believe that Sasuke was Japanese. The Guildmaster asked if he joined from the beginning in order to betray their guild at the end. Sasuke told him to shut up and not to waste time. Sasuke used the puppet spell on him and said that he will not stop composting people's brains. Meanwhile, Kijan came out of the crowd. Kei asked him what all this meant. Sasuke said that Kei should not meddle in their affairs because they were there discussing what to do with him after the war. That's why he didn't have to listen to it. Ramhwa slammed her hand on the floor and shouted at Kei. She asked if he was with Ha that day and that he was accused of something that didn't exist. Ani tried to say about many more things, but... However, it was not to Sasuke's advantage, and he used the puppet spell on her too. Now Ramhwa could not speak. Kei guessed that he had been doing all this all along, that Sasuke spied on them that day, and also provoked the other members of the guild to think that he was passing on all of Hwahan's secrets. Sasuke asked what he could do because they had no evidence. He also asked Kei if the death of that trash under his foot was not in his hand, because Kei-In wanted to shift all responsibility for the guild war to him. Sasuke said that he saw absolutely no reason to defend himself. The Guildmaster tried to say under the foot of the real traitor that he was really sorry, although it may have sounded like an excuse, but Sasuke was the first to offer to do it. He offered to put all the blame on him. Sasuke said that he resisted in vain. The Guildmaster said that he didn't have to agree, although he was just scared because of the monetary unit, which began to increase too quickly. Kei said that they only really think about themselves. He got involved in all this just to protect Ha, and they became blinded by money and missed something important. That's why what Kei wanted to protect was their Pelcho guild. Sasuke said that that's why all those suckers were pissing him off. Sasuke asked Igor to deal with Kei. Igor began to approach Kei and said that he remembered how they had seen each other before. He asked if he was the same kid who tried to protect someone. Kei reassured himself and said that there was nothing to be afraid of because he was making pretty good progress as well. He also made a promise to himself that he would smack this bastard in the face when he met him. Big Igor asked if he was ready. Igor chose his blood ray skill. His friend from the guild started to run towards Kei, but the bullet hit Great Igor directly in the head. The Great Gamer, the player ranker, fell to the ground and dropped his dangerous sword. Kei couldn't believe what was happening now. Ha did this. He protected him and helped to target Igor, who was the most dangerous player on the battlefield. Berserk's health decreased. He also did not understand what was happening, and who dared to attack him. Big Igor shouted at the sisters. Because these girls are from Hong Kong, was annoyed. He also called them stupid chickens and promised to tear out their bone marrow along with... Ihor did not have time to take the sword in his hand as the next charge flew into his leg. Berserk shouted at Sasuke that he had promised that there would be no one else, but now he was being attacked. Sasuke was nervous because this was outside of his plan. Another charge flew into Berserk. He urgently needed a lot of blood for regeneration. He started attacking ordinary soldiers. Sokka shouted to Igor that it was impossible to rush and kill players so thoughtlessly, for the sake of simply restoring oneself. Kei's friend, Il, approached the Vice Guild Master and asked where he had gathered and pointed a sword at him. Sasuke told him not to interfere if he didn't understand or know anything. Sasuke asked if he was defending the path of justice. Thay said that was why he intervened. The ill said that he believes Kei and will stand by him until the end. This created a hostile rift between them. Sasuke and they fought in a fair duel. Pelcho Guild did not understand why the two were fighting and what Great Igor was creating. Everything was too complicated and illogical. Igor said that he didn't care who shot him anyway. According to the contract, he only agreed to neutralize the master of the guild, Pelcho. Kei stood in front of the guild master and said that even if he had to cut off his hands, he would still protect the master. Kei told him not to think that he was the same as before. Berserk said that this kid made him laugh. Igor used again a skill called Madness that gave him the opportunity to attack quickly and very strongly. Kei held back all the blows and counted those endless seconds. Berserk asked if this snitch was counting how long he would last in a fight with him. Kei continued to count, and Berserk said that he would finish him before 30 seconds passed. Kei whispered that only he would die that day. Kijun remembered the day when Ha told him that his cooldown speed had increased to 25 seconds. Compared to other activities, it was, of course, slow, but he was trying really hard. Kei said that it looks like the day when they will fight side by side is just a little bit away. Kijun counted to 25 and shouted for Ha to shoot. Ha kissed him directly on the shoulder. Great Igor groaned again in pain. Kei decided to use the same skill he wanted to use on Shinna Ari when he thought she was a threat. It was a skill of the Holy Spirit that caused serious damage to Igor. Berserk sat down on the ground without strength, but Kei could not pull the sword out of his body. The muscles held it there quite firmly. Igor's eyes lit up with red fire and he began to twitch again, as if he was waking up. Berserk was reborn and said that it was time to end him. Berserk used his famous trick and turned into a wolf. The guildmaster shouted for Kei to just drop that sword and get out of there. Kei shouted back that it was necessary to hold on for now because Ha needed time to recharge. Ramhwa Zhong, even she, although she was very badly injured, used the freezing spell, or at least a little to help the brothers. The Berserk's mouth froze even now, if only that way they could hold out a little longer. "Hi-in," the guildmaster shouted for Kei to go back. "Otherwise, he will be very sick now." Kei replied that everything was fine, and he believed that Ha could do it. The monster broke out of the ice trap. Now its claws were directed at Kei. At the last moment, Ha managed to hit. Ha kissed and thereby saved more than one life that day. He immediately began to receive messages about leveling up and other achievements. Leveling up after hunting a common user, leveling up outside of a guild war were considered slightly different in quality. However, there were completely different thoughts in Ha's head at that moment. He thought about all those moments he had seen while watching the war. There were many such moments when he wanted to pull the trigger, but he was able to restrain himself, and he made the right choice. Finally, he was able to defeat Igor as he wanted after watching that terrible video. Ha was overjoyed. His little dream had come true, but it was still too early to relax. The war will end only when he can escape from that Russian guild, which has already tried to catch him. In this case, the only thing he could do was to fly. Kei shouted that this club will just break. The Ram sisters did not understand how it was possible to be so crazy, and the guild master was satisfied, because he had mana left and could somehow help Ha. He was grabbed by a huge fist and softened his flight, and also made the landing less extreme. Ha was able to land normally, but the Tsar Guild remembered him. "Thank you, Hai-Inu." Hai-In began to question him about how he killed Jior and who he was. Ha said sharply that there was no time for that and tried to find Sasuke. Beaten by Thai-Il came and told that Sasuke ran away immediately after the death of Great Igor. Ha was a little disappointed. Immediately ran up to him and asked if everything was okay with him and how he found out that he would be here. Brother was very nervous. Ha said that it happened to him by accident. He turned to his brother and apologized for all the words that had not been said before, about meeting the Ram sisters. These words hit Kei very deeply in the soul. Ha continued and said that he did not want to deceive him. Kei stretched out his hand and said that they drove by. He admitted that he also didn't listen to him and blocked him first. He had a complete mess in his head at that time, and he couldn't do the right thing in that situation. They shook hands and decided everything on that. The heads of the guilds allied to Pelcho came to Hai-In and began to ask about all these events and what happened in the Pelcho guild itself. Ha approached them and asked them to explain everything himself. Ha shouted to the entire valley a request to gather all guildmasters and their substitutes to reveal the secret truth of this war. Ha said that the Daisunan guild was involved in all this. The 17th Fake Guild, created to benefit from the Shinobigumi. This guild itself is not officially registered under the name Shinobigumi. It is an unofficial guild that does not have a legal face. Most likely, the master of this guild is some low-level user, which is why the temporary guild is formed for profit. Sasuke asked who the man who was spying on them was anyway. Ha was sure that he was also a puppet of Shinobagumi. Now finally, everyone from the guild understood that Kei was innocent, and he was simply framed by Sasuke for his own benefit. Ha said that after a long period of pushing Pelcho and Hwahong to fight, a strong third party emerged that only needed money. Ha explained that from the very beginning, they planned to call Igor together with the Tsar Guild, which will protect Sasuke, and then cover this bench. In the end, the Paper Guild was supposed to get the benefit and monopolize it. Ha even explained why the Hwahan continued the guerrilla war. It was also because of the Shinobagumi who infiltrated the Hwahan Guild itself. Ramhwa asked why then Ha decided to get involved in all this. She suspected that he would offer to unite and end the war after he brought them this information. Azin, one of the allies of Pelcho, shouted that they had already won this war. Ramhwa said that now they will have to fight Hwahan and the Fire Dragon without Igor and the Tsar. If they agree, then we could start. Shinobagumi's true face and their financial capabilities. Ha said that it was necessary to put an end to this war. Ramhwa asked whose victory it was then. If Pelcho gets it, then to hell with them all. After all, they have already put forward a proposal to compromise with them many times. The guildmaster was shocked by these words. He didn't know that Hwahan was offering such a thing. If you think about it like that, the guildmaster understood that Sasuke often spoke instead of him at the negotiations. He could not believe that the sisters offered to solve this problem with words, and Sasuke, on the contrary, said that they trampled their ideas to dust. He understood that it was entirely his fault. He called Ramhwa. He asked her to shift all the responsibility to him until he needed to fix it all. He apologized to her and said that the Pelcho Guild would also go. He hoped that she would treat her allies in the best possible way. Ka offered to listen to him first because he had a rather interesting proposal. I explained that after receiving Castle Dale, there will be a lot of different things, namely control of units, maintenance of permanent combat forces, and so on. With all this, he offered Hwahan to take the castle for himself and hire the Light Blast and the Dragon Knights to work for him. These two were not rankers, so the hiring cost would be much cheaper compared to the Fire Dragon. Besides, Hwa how those who suffered from these two guilds understood their abilities very well. Ha asked what they would say about all this. After all, he thought this idea was beautiful. At Ha's initiative, Hwahan recruited Pelcho's allies from the Light Blast Guild and the Dragon Knights. Ying, as the one who was involved in all this warminder, decided to leave the guild on his own initiative and handed over the position of guild head to Master Kei. Kei could not believe his luck. Yin also added that he couldn't trust anyone else and promised to talk to others, but he was sure that everyone would only support such a new guild master. Ying covered the guild's losses with gold and items from his own money, and in order to repay the shame the guild faced, Ying began to look for Sasuke. Finally, Ha could at least rest a little after such a difficult day. Hwa came up and praised him. She said it was perfect timing and great persuasive skills. He really saved them. Ha was pleased because he heard such praise from her, but he really tried to give his all. Hwa started to blush. She asked where he got all that information from. Ha admitted that he simply listened to her and compared the new information with the one he had collected earlier. Hwa asked if he was talking about that NPC in the restaurant. Ha was a little shocked by these words. Ha called her cunning and said that it is possible to admit that it was so. Hwa said that he really surprised her. He intervened for them, even though he was not related to them in any way. Hwa suspected that he was half doing it for his little brother. Ha laughed and added that she was also one of the reasons. He simply cannot pass by when such a beauty is in trouble. It seems Ha hit Ramhwa right in the heart with these words. Ha realized what he did and said that it was just a joke. Ramhwa anger knew no bounds. She started stomping on him and yelling at him. Hwahan won. In the meantime, two bloggers very successfully recorded all the events that happened recently, because no one except them was able to film it properly. One guy asked if there was any cool phrase to describe the guy who killed Great Igor. Another guy replied that it must have been Ha, the Wizard of Heaven. The first guy started to get angry and say that this nickname was too weak for him, and it was necessary to come up with something brighter. The guy remembered the name of the character from some pen. He decided to call Ha Free Shooter. A few days later, Ha was already in the capital. Now he constantly worried that no one was near the other players. After the news showed a viral video in which he was called the Free Shooter, he now could not enter Midros normally. He did not understand who managed to film him. Ha decided to quickly check all his achievements while no one was around. He had a whole bunch of achievements and plus 15 levels. He had an achievement about the range of a shot up to 400 meters, an achievement about battles with a player higher in level. He also received temporary stat points that could be taken away upon his death. They were obtained along with hunting experience. It was similar to this option, because his character level rose without declaring war. Ka immediately paid attention to this, because Igor was not a monster. However, not everything was so good, because when an outsider kills a ranker, their relationship is forever ruined. Ha complained that there were so many screens, but he confidently decided to first see how many stat points he got. Ha had 213 free states, which he could use at his own will in any sphere of his activity. Ha didn't know what exactly he would need in the future, but first he finished the skill to 1,000. After all these important things, he needed to do something else. Ha took out a pendant of Great Igor from the inventory. This pendant was heroic with a dark elf crystal. It provided as many as 320 points of defense power. Ha was amazed because the hero class was higher than rare. Moreover, she immediately gave plus 100 to friendship with dark elves and plus 50 resistance to black magic. Ha called it real cheating. These were the items of a special class ranker. Ha said goodbye to the kobold head pendant and thanked her for everything. Now he put on a new decoration and was ready to go to Dale Castle. He also got a new skill of Forbidden Rage. Meanwhile, Sasuke was at the reception of his boss. He apologized to Oka-san because the plan to capture Dale Castle really failed. She said that there was nothing terrible this time. Maybe they really set the bar too high. Oka-san said that the most important thing is balance. The force holding back Huaqian from expansion before was the Pelcho Alliance, but now they have united. Sasuke promised to find a new guild to help stop Huan. Oka-san said that she had already contacted Minas and Shizrashian. Sasuke asked if she was talking about users from other countries. She replied that it was not necessary to restrain force within only one state. Meanwhile, in some dangerous and creepy castle, something equally terrible was happening. A guy with a big gun fought against some terrible monsters. He said that when the dialogue did not proceed, he no longer needed it. The strangers said that in this case it would be necessary to follow rumors, because this guy was of little use. This guy was also interested in the personality of the free archer. Ha, meanwhile, walked the streets of the city and thought about his embarrassing life. Ha understood that there must have been quite a lot of money in such a place. Ha admitted that Ram Huayan was indeed a cool girl. Even then, on the battlefield, Ani asked if he would refuse her business proposal again. Mentally, she counted how many times he would turn her down. Ha thanked her that she understood everything anyway. Huayan offered him an option. To become a vice guild master, he will receive the same amount as Fu. She said that she learned a lot about his life thanks to this war, so the conditions were chosen accordingly. Moreover, she would like to keep him next to her. Based on personal interests, Ha said that the conditions were excellent, but he would still refuse. Kijan needed his help because there were a lot of problems with the guild, and he had to help him. Ha said that if she wanted to lure him so badly, she'd better offer some of the profits of Dale Castle. Ani agreed. She promised to give him 10% of Dale's profits. Ha was pleased because he had said it as a joke, and she seriously agreed. Now he was also part owner of Dale Castle. Now the profits would be counted and go to him. Ha accidentally stepped on a stranger's foot. At first, the man got angry and started yelling at the boy, but then he realized who he was. This situation attracted the attention of others, and everyone began to recognize Ha, a free shooter. People could not believe their own eyes that there was a shooter with a silver weapon in front of them. Everyone started running to him and shouting for him to either give them an autograph or for them to make a screenshot together. Everyone tried to touch this legend. Ka shouted for them to stop doing it because he was not happy. People asked if they fell out of Igor. Meanwhile, someone was teleporting there and trying to push through the crowd to Ha. It was a guard, and Ka did not understand what he was doing here. The guard put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to follow him. They immediately teleported away from there. Ha did not understand what happened already this time. Ha was sitting across from Chief Deputy Ram Huayan. Ha didn't understand why he was brought here. Of course, he suspected that they might ask something about the guild war, but the deputy began to read that Ha was a Korean by nationality who is 30 years old this year. He had the same nationality as Umami Ram Huayan. The deputy also asked if his game character matched his appearance in real life. He also asked if Ha had any chronic or hereditary diseases. Ha did not understand why he wanted to know all this. The deputy replied that they were just making inquiries. The deputy said that he knew that Ha had served in the Korean ground forces. He asked what Ha was doing now. Ka told him to stop, because what other references could he give, and where did he get this data from? Ha understood that they were digging under him. The deputy explained that studying who will become part of the Ramron company is a necessary process. Ha said that he had never applied there. The deputy said that he simply did not know yet. The deputy asked him not to worry, because his side will not suffer losses, and everything will be under control. The deputy said that it doesn't matter if it's Ram Hua Yan or Ram Hua Zhang. Meanwhile, these two ladies had already burst into this room. Ram Hua Yan said that someone had too long a tongue, and Hua Zhang said that she will destroy it now. Ka asked if they didn't think that, in addition to their deputy, he was also in the room. With this situation, everything was resolved, and Ha finally got to where he wanted to go. He came to the sisters' castle precisely because of this. Ram Hua Yan apologized to him for that incident. Hua Yan explained that Deputy Cha Jung was quite capable, but he didn't know how to jump to conclusions. Ha asked if she would just apologize for that. The girl asked if he really came to Castle Dale only through the dungeons, walled underground water. Ha understood that she ignored him. Hua Yan started to ask if he had enough weapons and ammo, or if all his skills had recharged. Ha abruptly answered yes. The witch asked if he had enough potions. Ka asked her if she had written it down at her mother's, why there were so many questions. Hua Zhang touched his shoulder and handed him a large purple ball. Ha did not understand why she gave him such expensive artifacts. Ha was surrounded by the attention of the sisters. Hua Zhang said that she once bought all this a long time ago. The lights and the crystal would help him to cover up his becoming. Ha didn't understand why it was all a gift. Hua Yan said that they finally arrived at the place. The girls specially allocated time for him and came there, to the dungeon of walled underground waters. Ha thanked his sisters. Thanks to them, he did not have to look for this entrance. Hua Yan thought that he wanted to go there with a level lower than 120. It would be better to have at least 145. He said goodbye to them and went inside. Ram Hua Jun was behaving quite strangely and turned to Ani. She said that everything was fine, but all this was not enough. A few days later, the sisters gathered together with the deputy. They were interested in what happened to Ha. He answered that he was still in the dungeon. Ram Hua Yan was worried that he was there all these days, and he needed to sleep in between. The deputy said that his condition was shocking, and also asked if Hua Yan was worried about him. Ram Hua Yan made excuses and shouted that she didn't care about him. She did it on purpose because he refused the pass. Hua Yan added, blushing, that with such figures he would definitely not die. The deputy asked how she knew about this. Hua Yan explained that John tore up the information reading scroll and found out everything about it. Hua Yan also asked the deputy if he had dealt with the guild in Rahez and Armwa City. He said that he had done everything and could also arrange a meeting at any time. Hua Yan asked her sister if there were any suspicious rankers or outsiders around. Ram Hua Zhang put the cup down and answered that there were 3. Ani now looked worried. The first was the Tsar Guild. Its members walked around Dale Castle. Hua Yan assumed that Igor could also be somewhere nearby. Hua Yan asked about who was the master of the Tsar Guild and why those people followed Igor as if glued. The deputy found out that they all belonged to the Russian army. This guild had soldiers prepared for cyber warfare in their heads. The deputy said that Russia's support for Igor at the national level is a well-known secret. Ani said that it looks like Foe has caught a real hive of wasps. The deputy said that she was right, because as soon as Foe prevented Igor from raising new levels, Russia could not stand it, and in the end, introduced the Tsar Guild into this matter. Hua Yan asked who the others were. Hua Zhan said that the second one was Sleeping Kid. The deputy said that it was an outsider who also used muskets. Most likely Ha knew him. Meanwhile, something very strange was happening outside the castle. Someone was chasing the Sleeping Kid. Hua Zhan explained that Luger was the third one here. The deputy asked if she was sure about it, and Hua Zhang said it was the same. The deputy said that it was a military mercenary, or rather a madman with his own personal views on battle. In addition, he fought with anyone for money. Ram Hua Yan asked if he was strong. The deputy said that he had never seen his face, but there were various rumors. He said that his nickname was military mercenary, but he was also nicknamed Dragon Slayer after he fought a dragon. He explained that Luger would not have been able to simply get such a nickname if he had taken part in a raid on dragons. Luger measured strength against the Dragon Knight Alexander, which is on the first step in the world ranking. Meanwhile, Ha was in the dungeon where he hunted the terrible frog monsters. He finally reached the 144th level. Ha noticed another huge, cold-blooded amphibian monster and shot it with a pistol, because a real warrior had to remain attentive until the very end. In just a few days that Ha spent in the dungeon, killing monsters, he was able to rise to 26 levels. Now he wanted to quietly leave this place. Ha was worried about the fact that he would not be able to stop his journey to the dungeon in the middle of the journey. If he did so, all the experience points would sink into oblivion. Cleaning turned out to be much simpler. Besides, he hasn't slept for several days in a row. Only 5 days passed in Midros, but in reality, 24 hours. He desperately wanted to sleep and finish this matter. Finally, his skill exceeded 1,000 points. If he wanted to finish a certain stat to 1,000 with the help of one level upgrade, he would be asked to level 180. Moreover, each item of equipment had its own conditions of wearing, which is why after distributing points to different genders, it is unrealistic to score 1,000 points in one gender even at the 180 level. Perhaps with such high dexterity points, he didn't need fine hand movement skills anymore. Ha now decided to consider another forbidden anger skill that had no level or rank. He would need to sacrifice 40% of anger to increase his attack power by 20%. To put all the points in stamina to use this skill, that is why Ha now had the following breakdown. Strength 243, Dexterity 1350, Intelligence 155, Stamina 197, Charisma 70, and the remaining unused skills equaled 98. As soon as Sleeping Kid wrote in private messages, he was at the east gate of Dale Castle. Ha did not understand what was happening, but Kid asked him to quickly come to him and help. Kid didn't answer him anymore, and Ha kept shouting into the phone and asking what happened. Ha scolded him in his head and said that he needed to be able to explain everything normally. Ka ran to the gate and stood calling his friend, because he was nowhere to be found. Kid asked him to be quieter, and wrote that he was in a tree to the left of him. Ka approached him and asked why he still called him, but he silently understood now why he called him. Ha handed him the elixir that Shin-Nara once gave him. He asked Tio to accept it. Kid said that there is no sense in this. Kid explained that he was under a curse. Ha did not understand what happened to Kid. Sleeping Kid showed him his wound. It was like a black hole. Ha could not believe that there was such a weapon in Midros that could leave such a wound. Ha guessed that it was a breakthrough. Kid confirmed this, which is why they needed to create a team as soon as possible. Kid said they needed to hang around until Luger came back. Kid sent him a tag team invitation. Kid looked at the sky and said that it was too late now. He was already here. Luger, the successor to the breakthrough. Kid yelled for Ha to shoot, and Ha asked if it was necessary to shoot that Luger. Ha understood that of course they were acquaintances, but what was the point of creating a common enemy? Kid asked that he was interested in Luger's opinion on this matter, because when he punctures his lung, Ha will speak differently. Kid had already annoyed him a lot, and he needed an explanation of what was going on here, and why he needed a weapon. Everyone gathered here, the player who attacked Kid, the heir to the running fire of the Beardless, as well as him. Luger was definitely very strong, and he was absolutely sure of it. There was about 250 meters between them. If he fired, it would hit him directly. Luger's eyes became demonic and struck Ha. He was unable to fire. Ha recoiled and sat down on the ground. He asked Kid what it was. Sleeping replied that he had obviously felt it himself. Ha thought that at the moment of pulling the trigger, although even earlier, he would simply die. Kid said that he would not be able to cope. They had to wait for the right moment and shoot at it because Kid wouldn't last long. His wound was too serious. Luger saw a familiar face and invited him to play a game. He applauded Kid because not everyone would dare to fight with him in such a deplorable state. Ha yelled for Kid to be careful. Luger took a shot, but said that he was not interested in him and that he came here for the free shooter. Kid shouted to Luger to explain that it wasn't like that, and he just got that nickname. Ha didn't understand how, but he had to stop their fight. Kid fought for him, so at least something had to be done. Ha decided to shoot Luger in the leg. Kid yelled for Ha to aim and shoot at him because he couldn't take it anymore. Luger saw Ha for the first time and said that this is what this free rifleman was like. He also added that he no longer needed Kid. Ka followed Luger's movements and realized that he wasn't even aiming at the head or the body. The muzzle was too low. Ha shouted for Kid not to run but to stop in place. A shell fell near Kid and did not hit him. Ha was shocked no less than the rescued Sleeping Kid. Ha was taught this at the sergeant's school. He did not think that he would see this technique in Midros, an armor-piercing, high-explosive projectile, which is used to impress armored vehicles and fortifications. The projectile did not explode immediately, which means that a fuse with a delay was installed in it, which could definitely hold back the explosion for some time. That is why Ha had a chance to save Kid. He grabbed it and jumped away from the place where the projectile fell. He activated the protective barrier. However, after such an explosion, it split. Ha could not believe that the barrier, which could withstand even a blow from a brass golem, was destroyed by some player. Ha got up together with Kid and said that they had to run away. However, Kid was very sick. The curse was working on him. Ha understood that it would be very difficult for him to escape with the wounded Kid on his shoulders, so he decided to put him under a tree and try this crazy plan. Ha was ready to fight against him. For his plan, he needed to use the Soul Link skill and summon the Kid. Luger was quite surprised that a field monster appeared on the field. At first, he thought that it was the free archer. However, for him it was just some misunderstanding, and he shot directly at that monster. Luger praised Ha and said that the trick of summoning a bear to block his view worked well. Luger said that this trick also worked both ways, as Ha didn't see anything either. Ha shot through the bone of his leg. Luger did not expect this and did not understand how it could happen. Ha was satisfied with his work, because Luger lost his balance. Ha was running away from there. With each shot from his huge cannon, he firmly fixed his arms and legs in clear positions that did not allow the force of the shot to push him back. In other words, if you hit at least one leg, which serves as a support, then his weapon will become an unnecessary piece of scrap metal, and now he will no longer be able to shoot. Ha ran along with Kid on his shoulders. They needed to quickly get out of the place where Luger was left. Luger thought that the boy had calculated his position in the fog and hit him. Luger remembered his name and said that he would remember this interesting personality. Ha and Kid went to the temple in Dale Castle. Ha thought that it was the enemy that had happened to him. He immediately wanted to sleep because of the adrenaline that came to him. It was not an opponent, but some kind of demon, because he didn't even say a word about how he was shot. It seems that he was also very experienced. Of course, Ha could have shot him again and finished him off, but Ha didn't want to risk it, because the level could drop. However, the main thing was that they both remained alive. Kid said he wanted to say a lot, but he just held out Ha's hand. He hinted that Kid should not be ashamed. The two of them went outside Dale Castle and decided to talk there. Ha asked Kid why he came here, and with a leech on his tail. Kid said that everything was the other way around, and Luger appeared here first. Kid explained that Luger was the heir to the punching technique, and he was trying to find clues about the freelancer. Ha did not understand in what sense Kid was telling this, and what he meant when he spoke about this shooter. Sleeping explained that he was called that after the Guild War. Kid said that Luger is not trying to find some nickname, but to steal the real original. The details were unknown to him, whether it was an achievement or some rank. However, the essence was clear, that it was about a person capable of shooting magic bullets, as well as about someone who has this right. Ha remembered that he had a similar achievement after he dealt with Igor, and it would also disappear if the former killed him. Ha metasized and thought that the free archer should have a similar scheme, when you kill others and steal achievements. So Luger believed that Ha had this achievement or something that was this free archer and wanted to steal it. Ha asked if Kid had come to his aid after learning of this. Kid said that he had. Sleeping said that he was going to tell Luger that the information was wrong, but he didn't even listen to him. It was really difficult to have a dialogue with him. Ha said in his mind that it was the same with Kid. Elizabeth as soon as possible, but to be very careful. When they become next-generation shooters, they will always be able to know each other's location. Ha was surprised and asked if it was like adding to friends. Ha said that no matter what, he was glad to have met Luger. Thanks to him, he found one very important clue. After the fight with Luger, Ha prayed many times for the forgiveness of the Kid. After doing all the work, Ha stayed with Kid again, and he had a small request for him. He asked him to show him his rapid-fire musket. Kid answered as briefly and calmly as possible that he could not. Ha asked if this would make him worse. Besides, he was his savior. He even showed him a secret skill that had nothing to do with the three shooters. Ha chanted that it was not fair. Kid exhaled and said that he promised to show them, but then they need to leave this village, because he could not use his power here. Ha asked if it was safe, since Luger could be somewhere nearby. Kid reassured him, and said that he was already outside the kingdom. Kid said that Luger should have understood that when Kid heals his wounds, then he may have a slipper. They went out of the kingdom together, and Ha suggested trying to show everything to the wolf. Kid replied that this animal was not strong enough. Ha started yelling at Kid that he was just being asked to show what the skills were. It didn't matter if it was a strong or a weak monster. Ha was angry that he was making a real master of himself. People from the Tsar Guild approached them. They found Ha again. Ha was now angry that the enemy guild had found him and was ready to attack. Ha told Kid that he would attack first. Sleeping Kid took out 2 pistols and said that everything turned out very well. He will definitely show his skills on them. Ha tried to stop Kid because he seemed to have no idea who they were. He replied that he did not know. And Ha shouted that the Sun Guild was not even standing next to them. Ha shot one of the guild members. Ha swore that he would never team up with him again and asked him for help. Meanwhile, Kid stood calmly and asked if Ha knew a song from Kansas. Ha was definitely not into songs at the moment, and he was worried about completely different matters. Kid sang that there were often sandstorms in his native land, but it was a beast that swept away all the miserable creatures. Ha decided that Kid definitely didn't have everyone at home, and now he was definitely out of his mind. The form of Kid's weapons changed dramatically, and the guild warriors were already running at them. Kid quietly said something about a storm of bullets and was killing a whole group of warriors, and all the bullets hit perfectly in the middle of the forehead. Kid tossed 2 pistols into the air and retrieved 2 more, his series of shots killing everyone on the fly. This guy was perfect at what he did. Ha watched and couldn't believe his eyes. His speed played into his hand only. Everyone else died, not understanding how someone could wield a weapon so professionally. Kid said that he hadn't used this technique in a long time, and Ha couldn't believe that his weapons were 4 revolvers. Ha pounced on him and shouted that in Midros it was only the 17th century. There can be no conversation about revolvers. It was super technological for that time. Kid said in surprise that Ha said that after seeing Luger's weapon. Ha thought about it and realized that it was Luger who was the coolest of the 3. Kid said that he has a much more technological weapon. Kid explained that compared to the cobalt blue python and crimson gecko, there was nothing to be surprised about. Ha didn't understand what he was talking about. Ha asked why Kid didn't use his super technique in the fight against Luger. Sleeping explained that his strength was at 0, then due to the opponent's attack. Kid asked if Ha was jealous. Without waiting for an answer, he said that if so, he should catch up with him quickly, because he will be waiting. Kid quickly teleported away, leaving Ha confused as to what was happening. Ha didn't know if he was mocking him like that, or if he really supported him. Even if he said not to follow him, Ha would still go. Ha said loudly that he had noticed that someone had been spying on him recently. He counted to 3 and went to check himself. Assistant Ramhwa came out from behind the tree. He realized that Ha knew about his presence. The deputy did not understand when exactly he was noticed. The assistant admitted that he just wanted to help after hearing about the attack of the Tsar Guild. Ha thought that he wanted to help, even though he himself was hiding in the bushes, watching the sleeping kid blow the Tsar Guild to pieces. Ha asked the deputy what would happen if Hua-Yun found out that he had gotten into espionage like that. If he tells her that he can't trust Hua-Yun anymore, and that he doesn't like working with them, then this ending will be bad for both parties. The deputy guildmaster of the guild, Hua-Yun, said that he completely agreed with all of this and asked if there was anything needed. Ha. The deputy said that he had some scrolls and medicine and started throwing out everything from his inventory, and Ha tried to catch it all with his inventory window. The deputy laid out everything he had and asked if anything else was needed, because he was ready to help with everything he had. Ha said that there was something else and asked him to put his head under the musket, because he was going to shoot. The substitute's face at that moment was deader than all the dead. Ha gave a task to the deputy and another soldier. They helped Ha with his case. Ka calculated the distance between them, because he needed exact numbers. The warrior ran and measured the distance between Ha and substitute Hua-Yun. The measuring tape was missing. The warrior added that the distance was equal to several steps more than 444 meters. The warrior did not understand how long he had to waste his time on such bullshit. Everything was quite difficult, and Ha thought that it would be easy to get killed that way because he measured approximately 450 meters by eye. In the quest of Will of the late Elizabeth, he needed to measure a distance that would clearly be 444 meters, neither a meter more nor a meter less. Without some help, it was almost impossible to do. If only Ka had an army optical sight, which is a laser-type electronic rangefinder, it would be convenient to take measurements with this kind of thing. But even in Midros, he will not be able to reproduce such a technique. Good times were in the army then, and Ha even missed them. The deputy ran up to Ha and offered to use some other measuring methods and offered to take something that looked like binoculars. Ha explained that his eyes were already like 2 binoculars thanks to an interesting squint, and besides his eyesight was much more accurate. However, the problem was that it was difficult to do this even with real binoculars, because it showed the approximate distance and gave the closest points. The boy asked if it wouldn't be easier to make binoculars if he marked not 100 meters, but exactly 444 meters. Ha thought about this idea, because creating a monocle with a certain mark was possible as the only solution to this problem. Ha asked Mr. Jun if Dale Castle had a Hwahan Guild vault. After some time, Ha and the deputy were already standing on the castle square and talking. Deputy Cha Jun congratulated Ha on the fact that he had managed to create a site with a mark of 444 meters exactly. Ka was satisfied, because by trial and error, he managed to create this pinnacle of Midros innovations. Ha thanked the deputy for such dedicated help to him. The deputy replied that these were trifles, and he was glad to be able to help him. Ha asked if he would help him next time too. The deputy's face became dead again, but Ha joked that the next time he asked for help, Hua-Yun would sit on his neck. The deputy said quietly that they would all be happy if it actually happened. Ha asked why he was so frank. Ha even backed away from him because these little phrases scared him. Hearing this from a 40-year-old uncle was such a pleasure. The deputy excused himself and said that he believed that Ha would one day become a huge force for their guild. The deputy understood that if he said that he wanted everything to work out for him with Ramhwa Yan or Ramhwa Zhang, then there was a 100% chance that a spell would fly from somewhere again from these crazy ladies. Ha wanted to leave, but the deputy stopped him and reminded him about his dialogue with Sleeping Kid, where he said something about the cobalt blue python and the crimson gecko. He told that once upon a time there was a story among fishermen about how someone, after opening the belly of a perch, saw a lizard and a snake inside. Ka asked why he remembered and told this. He replied that he just remembered and wanted to tell because he used to be a fisherman. Ka said that it was not interesting. They said goodbye and Ha went to the capital. The substitute had to return already because Hua Yan should have been looking for him. He called Ha an interesting boy. In real life, he wanted to bring this to his head. Ha went to the academy, but there was no one there. He called the director, but no one answered. Ha went out to the shooting range and saw that evil Beardless and the new one trying to load a musket. Beardless said that he was very lucky to get to the capital. He could not believe that a boy with such skills was able to kill the golden eagle. The boy did not listen. He simply did not understand why he did not hit. Ha was a little shocked by the fact that he was new to the academy, and also by the fact that he had not seen this headmaster's look on him for a long time. When he remembers those murderous eyes of his, when he had just arrived at the Musketeer Academy, he immediately shuddered. Eyebrowless was also glad to see Ha. So much time had passed since the last time they saw each other. The boy ran up to Ha and told that he decided to become a musketeer after the video where he killed Igor. Bezbrovi shouted that if he did not immediately return to his place and finish 50 shots, then he would fly out of here. Bezbrovi assessed Ha with a look and said that during this time he had greatly improved his own skill. Ha thanked him and understood that after so many adventures, it simply had to improve. Bezbrovi asked his student why he was here. Ha said that he knew about this question from him. Ha was finally ready to accept the will of the late Elizabeth. The musket shook quietly on the stand. Quite quickly, Ka and Bezbrov found themselves in some interesting place that looked like a canyon. Ka wondered what kind of place it was. Bezbrovi said that he liked to come to this cliff quite often with his friends in childhood. At such moments, when Bezbrovi talked about his childhood or about other facts from the past, in the game that was released a year ago, Ha remembered that Bezbrovi was an NPC. However, the most important thing now was to understand which of all those targets was at a distance of 444 meters. It would of course be ideal to take a closer look at them. However, Ha knew that everything was not so simple in Midros. There would definitely be some wrinkle that would spoil the most perfect picture. Ka told Bezbrovi that it was not fair. He replied that with his skills, he should have been able to do this. Besides, he had 3 attempts. The director of the academy wished him luck. Ha thanked that he had no time constraints. Also, Ha thanked himself that he practiced before this. Bezbrovi asked him about his practice. Ha mumbled something about the direction and speed of the wind, and then said that imagining the worst situation is the foundation of the archer. Ha had actually called that assistant, not to measure the distance, but to practice shooting in strong winds. Ha also added that if he says he is not nervous, he is lying. Bezbrovi smiled broadly and was surprised. Ha began. First, he activated the eagle eye skill, which was the basis of his training for shooting. The first pitfall of this test is the infinite number of targets on the field. Also, they are located next to each other in rows, which is why it was very difficult to choose the right one. The second pitfall of this test is the strong wind and strange landscape. But what was the third trap I didn't know until now? Perhaps it was exactly the target that exceeded 430 meters, but did not reach 450. It was very close, even if you look through his new scope. It could indeed be that target at a distance of 444 meters. Ha was thinking of shooting, and in case of a miss, he could try another target. He had as many as 3 attempts. Ha stopped himself. He misled himself because there were only 3 attempts. A real sniper needed to come to his senses a little. If Ha chose the variable speed of the wind as a variable, then there was no hurry to pull the trigger of the musket. He had to act as if he had only one chance. Ha looked into the sight and counted. The size of the targets was about 175 millimeters, and there were only 6 or 7 suitable targets at this distance, not including the red one that he saw first. Ka did not understand which of all those targets he needed. Among the mountains, branches swayed. He determined the direction of the wind from the leaves. It was southwesterly. The wind speed was about 9 meters per second. If distance is also taken into account, the flight path will be affected too much. Ha activated the calm heart skill and pulled the trigger. He hit, but he didn't know if it was her, but Bezbrovi applauded him. He said that even 3 attempts were too much for him. Bezbrovi praised him and noted that today he surprised him because he doubted that Ha would hit the first time. Ka became confused and said that he did not expect this from himself. He did not think that he would be able to hit like that. Bezbrovi said that, with the exception of those days when they were with her, he and Brown rarely got along. Bezbrovi said that Elizabeth always said that the skills of those who hit the target the first time and those who hit the target the third time differ from each other. The director said that this should have been the reason why his level had increased. Ha realized that it seems that the attempt from which the target was hit also affected the experience points. Bezbrovi warned that Ka should be ready for difficulties, because now a difficult and long path awaits him. Ka received 2 new achievements at once because he became the 3rd musketeer of a new generation. Ha finally returned with Bezbrov to the academy, where Black Bess was already waiting for him. Eyebrowless said that she was now his. He entrusts him with Elizabeth's weapon. Ha received a message about receiving the Black Bess item. Ha also received a new quest about finding traces of 2 people. Beardless explained that if they entered the Demon King's army, things were bad. The director said that he had recently received news that monsters had begun to show great activity on the borders of the kingdom. Bezbrovi also added that they all acted en masse, which meant that the remains of the demonic king made themselves known. Eyebrowless wasn't entirely sure, but if the Demon King came into the light, then the war could start soon. Ha clearly remembered how, after the battle with Hijivit Ka, he noticed strange phrases in the achievements, that it was necessary to prevent a tragedy, or that VNI should have become stronger while there was time. Ha felt that this quest led directly to the main story. Besides, he had no failure conditions. That is why he had no reason to refuse. Ha understood him completely, and from the very beginning he learned about the direction in which the Demon King went. From all this, Ha had a logical question. Ha didn't understand how he was supposed to use Black Bass, because he saw Luger and Kid swapping their weapons. Bezbrovi explained that he himself did not know how to do it. After all, it was Elizabeth who used this weapon, but when Bezbrovi fired from it, he could not change the musket. This meant that Ha wouldn't know until she tried, because life had always been like that. Ka was nervous because Bezbrovi gave him a task and threw all the difficulties at him. Ha decided to go already, because the matter was important. In the end, Beardless said that the Demon King's destination was to be the same. Ha was to go to the Adamandir mountain range. When Ha thought about this mountain range, he immediately remembered the dwarves. This meant that his assumptions were correct, but before sending, he decided to check something. This rifle could not be sold. It was also of hero rank. It was incredible because his suspension was of the same rank. Ha was even more shocked when he saw that the user's skill multiplied by 7, even the attack power of the hummingbird. His current musket was less than 5,000. Ha realized that those 2 were just crooks with cool weapons. Ha thought about what would have happened if he had gotten that weapon earlier. That rifle changed all skill points to attack power. Knowing that fact, he now had no reason to put the points into anything else. Now Ha was adding everything to skill. In the meantime, Kid called him. He congratulated him that everything was successful. Ha was happy that Kid called him because now he knew that he was alive. Kid asked about who could kill him. Now Ha could see where the other 2 musketeers were. He wondered what Kid was doing in some tavern. He explained that he was going to sleep. Kid told Ha to check on Luger's location from time to time, as it seemed to him that the misunderstanding regarding the free archer had cleared up. However, it was still impossible to relax. Ha said that he was sure that Luger understood that it was just a nickname. Ha knew that Luger was difficult to talk to, but he was very dangerous. Ha asked if Kid was going to the Adamandir mountain range. He offered to go together. Kid said that he did not need ammunition. Kid wanted to sleep, so he switched off. Ha was unhappy with his tone. Ha was proud of himself, because he was able to get the necessary information from this suffocating person with such a natural way of talking. Ha needed ammo for a new weapon, but first he needed to look into Castle Dale. Ha's mother came home just as she noticed that he was still playing his game, so she went into his room. His mother was very happy that he shone again. Ha arrived at Castle Dale. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. It was a list of Ram Hwajong's favorite places. The first was Ani's house, where it was warm and comfortable. The second was Dale Castle. The third was the capital, and the fourth was her secret place for hunting. Fifth place for hunting with Brother Ha, and sixth place for hunting with the guild. Ha was amazed because it was Ram Hwajong's secret crystal with her wishes. Meanwhile, Ram Hwajong couldn't find anything. Ram Hwa-Yuan asked what happened to her. Hwa-Jiang complained that her crystal had disappeared. Hwa-Yan didn't often see her sister lose things. Hwa-Jiang cried and said that it wasn't the case at all. Hua-jun explained that she mistakenly gave the crystal to her brother. Hua-yun told her not to cry over such little things. Ha was sure that she simply confused him with the one she wanted to give him from the very beginning. Ha would never have thought that this ice witch had such a side. Ha had gone through this whole situation, and now he had to do his own business. If he goes a little further, he will just reach the top of Sazerachian. Ha calculated that the easiest way to get to the Adamandir mountain range would be through the kingdom of Minis. However, Ha did not want to meet that broken psycho Luger in Minis at all. With the three gunslingers now seeing each other's locations, Luger will chase after him as soon as Ha is in Minis. Ha looked at his musket, and it looked like an ordinary frontline rifle. However, Ha did not know what he had to do to make the weapon change. Ha decided to check if there was some special skill for this. In fact, he was, and his weapon was supposed to transform into a snap. This transformation would remove the dwarf's legendary seal and give access to Black Bess's true power. PVSN is a special-purpose sighting rifle. It was a high-class weapon equipped with an optical sight. In addition, it was a rifle that could not be created in Midros. He could not fully understand that the PVSN was a modification of the musket. Of course, after such an improvement, Ha will not be able to call Luger and Kid villains. Ha was near the habitat of the Rat Men. It was here that Ha was going to protest, being one of the three musketeers of the new generation, the improved Black Bess. Ha had already chosen the ideal position, took aim, but after pulling the trigger, he did not fire. Ha realized that out of joy, he had completely forgotten about the bullets in the PVSN store. Although this rifle has improved, no one will give him extra cartridges for sure. Ha listened and realized that the rats were already running in his direction. Ha shouted for them to slow down and give the man time to recharge. Running away from them for a distance that would give him the opportunity to recharge, he realized that he would not be able to do so. That is why he decided to beat the rat men with a bayonet and butt. Ha understood that even as a new generation marksman, he was still using the fighting method he had used at the initial levels. Ha could barely cope with those rats. Now he was in the city of Vonudevo. It was the border region of Sazerachian. It was real winter here. Ha noticed that even here people gathered for quests. Someone offered to go to the snow-covered Bald Mountain, as well as to Adamandir. Ha decided to find fellow travelers on the road and turned to one of the boys. They recognized each other at first sight, although the last time they saw each other was quite a long time ago, back when they were in elementary school. They were happy because they finally met. Jin Kong Kong asked what Ha was doing here, and he also had the same question. Kong explained that he is always where there are living things, and especially plants and animals. Despite such good news, a man in a white robe followed Ha from the roof of the house. The man told his boss about the musketeer's appearance. He described his red mantle and silver musket. The man confirmed that according to external signs, he matched the user Xa and was also seen with a giant who could be a healer. The man also saw a second weapon on his back. He asked for confirmation. Ha told Kong that it was cool to be able to play in a band again. Kong said that such pleasant, unexpected things sometimes happen, and it was even one way. Druid complimented Ha that he had cool videos. He especially liked the video where he fought alone against 500 warriors from the Rising Sun Guild. However, most of all, he liked the video in which Wahan fought against the Pelcho Guild. It was there that Ha killed Great Igor, the world's top 3 ranker. It was a little awkward. Ha asked the druid if his friend, the Crow Dance, was going there. Kong said that her name was completely wrong. Kong said that once such a topic came up, he would show him his little one, and she had already managed to grow up during this time. He asked Ha not to laugh again. Ha was satisfied, because he wanted to see such a spectacle as the dance revolution once more. The druid danced, he made incredible movements. His clumsy and huge body looked quite special in this process of summoning a crow. Ha was lying on the floor laughing. He really couldn't hold back. The crow flew straight at them. Its figure looked a little different than last time. Kong's crow became gigantic. He explained why he couldn't summon it now in some village. Ha was a little shocked by what he saw, because what level should Kong have since the crow had grown so much? Kong said that he was already at the 89th level. Of course, he did not have as much progress as Ha. Ha noted in his head that the 3 of them had gotten along well since their cooperation. Ha was glad, because these 2 had a good sense of the game. Ha asked if they were going exactly in the right direction, because it was too empty there. Kong said that everything was as it should be, because besides the snow rabbits, no one else appeared there. Ha asked why Kong needed rabbits. He answered that they needed a new companion. However, the truth was that these snow bunnies don't like druids and birds. That's why he had to remove the crow summoning spell. Kong continued that it was for this reason that he needed a male companion. Ha asked him why he had taken him with him as rabbit bait. Kong begged him for help. He guaranteed that Ha would not be hurt at all. Kong asked Ha to just stand still until the rabbit stopped being afraid. Ha understood that he was seriously stuck. Kong, after all, because they were old acquaintances, besides, the snow bunnies didn't seem too scary. And as it turned out, they were really not very afraid of people. Ha wanted to find charges for black bass as soon as possible. Until this moment, there was no point in transforming the musket. 500 points of mana were taken away for one use. While Ha was engaged in this important matter, he simultaneously looked into the sight of the musket. He noticed a squad of people moving in other robes, but it was too similar to the Tsar's guild. Ha called Kong in the messages, and he replied that he should be quieter because it was the perfect moment to catch the rabbit. Ha wanted to shout that the king was there, and in general, at such moments, rabbits are not good. Jin Kong just jumped on the snow rabbit and it flew down the mountain. Ha told Kong that the Tsar Guild was approaching them, and according to his calculations, they would be here in no less than 5 minutes. Kong asked him to wait a little. After all, he needed to make friends with the rabbit. He was nervous and asked the druid how much time it might take. He replied that maybe 5 minutes. Ha began to have bad thoughts that he could be delaying time on purpose. Could he be with the Tsar Guild? Ha pushed such bad thoughts away from him, because he knew that Kong was definitely not like that. However, Ha did not lose his vigilance and prepared for the arrival of the Tsar Guild. He loaded all his weapons and now he could just wait. Kong said that there was only a little left because the rabbit was already tired. Druid promised to send Ha to the Adamandrus as soon as he finished. The squad was preparing for an attack. They changed their formation and had to capture Ka alive, but they could kill the giant healer. Ha was very nervous and called his friend because their enemies had almost caught up with them. Finally, everything worked out for the druid, and now he had a new friend, a snow rabbit, standing next to him. The guild warriors made their way to the area where Ha was clearly visible. The squad leader shouted for all the others to grab him. Meanwhile, Kong spoke to the snowy mountain to answer him. He summoned Mother Nature. The druid told Ha to start running because he could hear strange sounds. It was because of them that Kong did not allow him to shoot. Kong explained that the snow rabbits had an incredible love for their comrades, so in an emergency, they can call the whole pack. Ha understood that it was a full-fledged, living snow avalanche. The power of nature was really impressive. The leader of the guild squad, the Tsar, said that they only needed Ha, so they should not have paid attention to the rabbits. The giant told Ha that now they had to run as fast as they could. Ka asked where, and he answered that their destination was the Adamandir mountain range. Ha did not understand how this had to happen because in front of them was a continuous abyss. On the fly, Kong asked if Ha trusted him. Ha replied that he did, because that was why he had never fired a shot. Kong was pleased and grabbed his hand and pulled him to jump into the abyss. Ha did not understand what was happening to them at the moment. However, they did not fall, but on the contrary flew rapidly forward. Kong thanked him for trusting him. Ha laughed madly. Meanwhile, they were already on their way to the mountain range. The poor warriors of the Tsar Guild were swept away by snow and rabbits. They finally broke away from the guild and could now land anywhere. Ha noted that it was a very cool druid school. Ha asked Kong to warn about such a thing next time, before jumping because he barely put his pants on. Kong understood this. They finally landed at the foot of the mountain. Kong calmly turned into a human and said that he could at least somehow land here, not in some city. Kong added that it would not be possible to rise higher, because the relations between the druid giants and the dwarfs were not very good. Ha understood this. Ha said that even the fact that he was able to get there with his help was enough. Ha was very grateful to Kong. Ha asked his friend where he would go now. He answered that anywhere where there are plants and animals. Kong said that although his level was lower than Ha's, he definitely visited many more places. Midros's interest was precisely in mastering new locations. Ha said that sounded cool, and added that he hoped to use the flying taxi service again someday. Kong said that he would arrange it without any problems, and flew under his own rights. Ha waved at them and wished them a successful flight. Ha finally arrived at the destination. It was Heronville, the city of dwarves. Hay admitted that everything here was quite good, and the impressions were on all 10 points. The dwarves decided to build such a large workshop right in the cave. The dwarves were really cool. Boltneck's finest smithy, which specializes in small paraphernalia. As far as he knew, only here they knew how to deal with such things correctly. Ha opened the gate a little and asked if anyone was inside. Blacksmiths shouted, "What idiot could come to them when there was so much business?" Koval said that to people they were like bugs. Ka apologized if he had disturbed them, but he wanted to make an order. The chief blacksmith smiled and asked if he was a musketeer. Ha replied that he was. Then the blacksmith asked if he needed ordinary rounds of gunpowder. Ha explained that not everything is so simple and used a modification of the weapon on the PVSN. The chief dwarf smiled mischievously and said that he was the third shooter. The other blacksmiths could not believe their eyes because in front of them was Elizabeth's musket. Ha explained that he already knew the weapon itself. That's why he needed suitable projectiles. He really needed their help. The chief blacksmith ordered to close the gates, because they would not admit anyone today. Ha and the chief blacksmith were sitting at the table and talking. The dwarf asked if Ha knew the bastard Bezbrow. Ha was surprised by such a phrase and said that if he meant the director of the Musketeer Academy, then he knew him. The dwarf is burning with anger. He used to say that any of Bezbrovoy's directors is ordinary. He worked like hell here to help, but he never came to see him. The dwarf finished it so that Eyebrowless would be empty. Ha realized that this gnome had hurt him quite a lot and decided to change the subject and immediately get down to business. He handed him a sheet. He needed exactly such cartridges as on his model. In addition to this, he also wanted to order a store for the PVSN. The main dwarf said that the new generation of shooters became boring. All the fun disappears when he is brought a ready-made plan that he had to work on. The dwarf called his bearded brothers and showed the model and asked if they could, because the client asked for shells and a magazine for 5 shots. They replied that of course they could, and noted that it was much easier than ordering a cobalt blue python and a little closer to a crimson gecko. The size and design was a little different. The dwarf told Ha that they would do everything and now they just needed to agree on the price. Ha asked how much it would be, and the dwarf asked for 5 gold per set. Ha was shocked by such prices, because 1 shot will cost him 100,000 won. The dwarf said that if he doesn't want it, that's his problem. Shrapnel flew into their pocket, and it was impossible to find brass on their mountain range. Ha asked if it was only about the brass. The dwarf answered that it was. For some reason, a calm smile appeared on Ka's face, even a little lecherous. He crawled under his cloak to look for something. Ha put a huge ingot of metal on the table and asked what would happen if, on the table lay a perfect ingot of pure brass. Ha activated his bargaining skills, and the probability of a successful contract increased by 38%. Ha promised to return in 3 days. He asked them to be careful with his musket, which was the only treasure in the world. The dwarf shouted for him to roll away, and to the brothers, to pour salt. Ha was satisfied, because only 1 gold coin came out of the entire set, and the store was generally paid for by the institution. He cut more than half the price. Ha was now thinking about whether to turn this musket into a pistol as well. For such a form, ordinary iron cartridges were needed, and for a Kartek pistol. Ha wanted to try out his black bass as soon as possible. Ha's peace at home was disturbed by Kijun. He called on the phone and shouted into the receiver that there was shocking content, and that Ha urgently turn on the computer. Ha asked what kind of shock content it was, whether a war had started in their country. Kijun shouted at him and wished him a tongue twister because he was talking about Midros in general. Kay explained that the game has now entered its 2nd phase. It was said exactly like that. The heirs of the heroes were chosen. Hurry up! The best defense is an attack. Kijun and Ha met now in Midros in a tavern. Kay asked about the fact that Ha seemed to be one of the heirs of the heroes mentioned in the announcement. Ha was sure of this, because the Whig was the heir of one of the 3 valiant musketeers who participated in the war of humans against demons. He added that he was even given an A+ achievement for this. K.I. John was even a little jealous of him. Ha confirmed that this was very cool, and added that these heirs who continue the will of their predecessors also receive their weapons. But Ha didn't know anything, whether other classes had anything at all, because he didn't search for other heroes. Kay said that from time to time the war between humans and demons was mentioned in his quests, but he did not pay attention to it and was not interested in this topic. Kay added that although he didn't know much about the second war between humans and demons, he had definitely heard of the 2 shooters. Ha asked if he knew Kid and Luger. Kijun noted that Sleeping Kid was generally a popular personality. But the user named Luger, as far as he understood, was the same military mercenary. Ha asked if Luger was also popular. Kay told how much of a slipper he is, because in order to match his reputation, Ha would have to defeat a clan like the Eastern Sun 10 times more. Kay added that there are rumors that he fought on a level with the leader of the ranking of top players. Although Luger seemed like a dangerous guy, it was really tough even for Ha. Ha asked Kay if he knew the meaning of the phrase at the end of the announcement that the best defense is offense. Kay said that in theory, it's something like striking first. Ha spoke about his own thoughts. In other words, it was about the appearance of an enemy who could not be defeated by a single defense. It was necessary to think that the yacht was an invincible enemy in Midros. It could only be the Demon King's army. Ha asked Kay if they had been hinted at a demon invasion like in the Second War. Kay asked what they should do then if this is true. I didn't know for sure, but it will be necessary to hunt. And it doesn't matter who the enemy is, whether it's demons or monsters. In the end, their main task was the grind itself. Kay said Ha was cool, and Ha laughed and said that this is the authority of the strong. It was already time for them to go. Kay finally asked if he would show him a new weapon. Ha said that he would do it without any problems. Ha teleported to the mountain ridge right next to the forge. Everything was closed, but judging by the sound, someone was definitely inside. Ka knocked on the gate and said that it was him. The dwarf opened the gate and told him to come in, because the boss was waiting for him. Ha, seeing the state of the gnome, asked what happened to them, whether they had some kind of war. The dwarf replied that it was she who happened. They received such a complicated order for the first time, there was no point in telling him. The boss would explain everything himself. He approached the chief gnome and greeted him. He said that it looked like the gnome had been injured somewhere, and asked if something had happened in the process. The dwarf shouted that because of him, their trade had all gone haywire. He had never had such a thing. And the case of Kid and Luger is nothing compared to this. The dwarf threw the rifle at him and shouted for him to get it out of his sight. He said that it was not for nothing that the legendary dwarf Shining Hammer sealed this relic. Ha didn't understand what the dwarf meant when he said his weapon was sealed. Ha asked if he meant that the musket wasn't made by a legendary smith. The dwarf scolded him and talked about some holy anvils and begged the Shining Hammer that he was such a fool. The chief dwarf called Ha an idiot and told him to see for himself if he had anything. Ha realized that he himself did not reveal the explanation for the new weapon after the transformation. Nothing was written about range or speed. There were not even terms of use, more than that. He was legendary, and the striking power was expressed in skill points multiplied by 8. Ha asked the dwarf what weapons Luger and Kid had then, more precisely the cobalt blue python and the crimson gecko. The dwarf shouted that they had heroic weapons, and Black Bess had created a real demon. The dwarf also said that if he had a wish, he would have to follow the will of the legendary dwarf. Meanwhile, Ha thought that Luger and Kid had heroic weapons, and he had a legendary. Ha rejoiced like a child, because it meant that he hit the jackpot. Ha told the dwarf that he could not help but use the black bass, but he promised to follow his advice and be very careful with this weapon. The dwarf shouted that this musket should not have appeared in this world at all. Meanwhile, Ha asked what happened to its cartridges. The dwarf gave him ammunition and told him to roll out of here with them. Ha was satisfied with the result. They were perfect, because the best dwarf blacksmith did it. Ha thanked the gnomes very much and promised to return. The chief gnome shouted that he should not dare to come here again, and he shouted to his brothers to pour salt. The head dwarf said that this musketeer was equal to Beardless in terms of shamelessness. Other gnome brothers agreed with him. Ha teleported to the Tenero copper mine. In order to sustainably receive cartridges, he needed more brass. Ha could not wait for that giant brass golem to recover and appear. Finally, Ka heard those legendary screams. Luck was definitely smiling on him today. The distance from him to the brass golem was as much as 330 meters, and the wind speed was about 10 meters per second. The conditions were the same, and he should calibrate the sight. Ka shot and was shocked by the recoil because he was thrown back a little, and he did not even shoot the upright. Ha did not understand what was happening with the golem because it was similar to the fact that he was able to overwhelm the brass golem with just one shot. He didn't have time to freak out. He needed to pick up the shell so that other users wouldn't find out about his cool projectiles. Now Ka was running to collect loot. He was running to farm. Ha picked up an ingot and some interesting boots. It seems that the golem has a 100% chance of dropping brass when killed. Ha was satisfied, because for one such ingot he can get 100 bullets. I could hear voices from afar, people talking about how they were afraid to see brass golem for the first time. Someone taught them and said that it was not possible to use too fast spells. Ha was in trouble and he needed to fall. Ha managed to teleport, and the people who went to the valley did not understand where brass golem went and why there was a tail of teleportation in the sky. Ka arrived in the capital and thought about what to do with the objects. He decided to go to the auction. The initial price for the boots. Ha decided to put 120 gold. After Ha found out what Black Bess was, he could now go shopping. First, it was necessary to purchase a long case for the weapon. Now Ha wanted to review his achievements. It was about the fact that he killed Braz Golem with one shot. This meant that now he had reached such a level, which can overwhelm monsters with this level from the first time. But he didn't get into the Hall of Fame. which meant that many were capable of killing Bra's golem with one shot. However, Ha had now joined the ranks. Now all he wanted to do was tear apart all the field bosses and catch up with the other players. Ha received reports that his first hunt with Black Bass was successful, so he will receive a new quest, or rather a tied quest that could not be refused. The legendary dwarf put 7 seals on Black Bass. The weapon is waiting for the one who awakens it. Ha realized that his screws were still sealed and so many seals were placed on them. The conditions of the quest were generally sky high. It was necessary to hit the monster 150 or higher from a distance of 1,000 meters in one shot. For him, with 146th level, it sounded quite difficult. I thought that if he could remove all the seals from the rifle, how powerful it would become. All the same, there were no conditions for failure, so there were no problems in not starting to pass this quest. I will remove all those damn seals. However, Ha needed to find a place where this one-shot achievement would work, as well as where monsters resided that would help him complete this quest. For the accuracy of the information, he decided to visit that very place. Ka arrived at the restaurant and sat at the bar. As usual, he ordered a coated martini with vodka. However, he did not think that Madame Shu already had a meeting with someone. Ha watched everything that was happening around. Users were now collecting information about quests from simple NPCs who worked in this facility. And the NPS searched for the necessary information through the conversations of the visitors. Finally, Ha was called to Madame Shu. Ha went upstairs and entered Madame Shu's reception rooms. However, he definitely did not expect to see there Shin Naru. She was as always beautiful to his eyes. She calmly drank her tea and smiled because she saw him. Ha said hello, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked if everything was fine with her. Shin Nara replied that everything was fine, and admitted that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. Now Ha understood who Madame Shu had a meeting with. It was obvious because Nara was a ranker, as well as a member of the Night Squad, which was raising its levels in the capital. The Sacred Grill definitely knew her value. Madame Shu told Ha that Shin Nara told her that they knew her. Madame Shu did not know that dear Mr. Ha was such a lover. Ha was indignant at such words and squealed with anger. Madame Shu asked if he was nervous around the two beauties and invited him to sit down. Ha understood that their conversation was not over, yet judging by the fact that Shin Nara had not left yet, Ha did not understand why he was allowed there. Madame Shu remarked that meetings here should be tete-a-tete, but Shin Nara doesn't mind his presence, so he's here. Nara said that the case was quite important, but she trusted him enough. Ha asked what kind of business it was. Nara told that she had received an interesting letter. She took it out and showed it to Ha. That letter spoke of the quick assassination of the king in the near future. Ha couldn't believe her words. Killing King Pubiel sounded impossible to him. Ha did not understand what kind of bullshit it was. The letter said that the king would go to hell in laughter. At first glance, the letter looked like someone's stupid prank. Madame Zhu said that if we take into account the fact that the letter was found between the doors to the royal chambers, then the conditions were already different. Ha could not believe his own ears that someone in Midros could threaten the king himself. However, there was one thing. But if the stranger really wanted to kill the king, it would be easier to do it without all kinds of mysterious notes. Shin Nara agreed with this, and that is why she came here with the hope of finding out who the stranger was and what his motive was. Madame Shu said that a person who could sneak into the royal bedroom as quietly as a mouse, mercenaries from the Northern Circus Guild, and one famous dancer came to mind. The head of the Northern Circus was an NPC, but all other participants are real users. If the thief is not an NPC, but a player, is there a possibility that he could be that man? Ha turned to Nari and said that most likely the dancer was not here on business. She asked why he thought so. Ha noted that Nara was a talented player, and as it seemed to him, the culprit must have the same level as her, or as a squad of holy knights, in order to break into the castle. As far as Ha knew, the dancer entered her ranking, which is why Ha thinks that she would not be able to deceive her and get so close. In the ranking of the top players of Midros, the dancer was in 7th place, and the mercenary was in 5th place. Then it would be logical to focus all attention on the mercenary, whose skills were superior to Naru, who was in 6th place. Madame Zhu agreed with Ha's thoughts and said that the dancer could fool a few knights, but she definitely wouldn't break through Nari's steel defenses. In addition, everyone knew that clear restrictions were imposed on the dancer's skills, which prevented her from acting as she wanted. Ha texted Nari that he had another idea. It was about the player being able to just go through the quest. Nara began to understand that if the player had completed the task, that would explain the trick with the note. Ha emphasized to Nari that this was only a hypothesis, and he doubts whether there is even a quest to kill the king in Midros. Shin Nara thought Ha was right. After all, Midros was always like that. The quest of this game pursued the development of game characters and every time exceeded the expectations of users with their content. Madame Shu asked why they were looking at each other in silence. Maybe they were keeping secrets. Madame Shu put forward another hypothesis that they could be dating. Ha turned pale. He apologized and explained that they had simply figured out their own guesses. Shi Na Ra thanked her, because thanks to the two of them, she was able to at least come to some conclusions. Shin Na Ra asked Madame Shui to get information on the top player of the Northern Circus Guild. Zhua said that it was a rather difficult figure, but she would try anyway. Madame Zhu was happy to help as she was also a citizen of the kingdom of Pubiel. Shin Na Ra thanked her on behalf of the entire Holy Knight squad. Once there were some clues, it meant that she had to come forward. She would have liked to stay here longer, but there was no time. Ha thanked Na Ra and said that with his help, she managed to find a motive. If he is somehow in the castle, then she would like him to visit her without fail. And she also suggested that Ha switch to you from the next time, because they were not strangers. Ha blushed at such an offer and agreed to it. Madame Shu asked what brought him to her again. Ha said that he wanted to ask a few questions. His first question was about bosses. He needed information about monster leaders who dominate certain territories. It would also be desirable for their level to exceed 150, although Ha would appreciate the information if she found them higher than the same level. Madame Shu understood what level he meant, and there was no need to speak so veiledly. Madame Shu marked the location and data on the appearance periods, and the required level of the monsters on the map. This is all she could tell for free. Ha was satisfied, because now on the map he saw monster bosses from the 110th and 190th levels. Ha thanked Madame Shu. Ha mentioned another question that was related to the second human-demon war. Ha needed information on the place of the Demon King's disappearance, as well as other data from that time. Madame Shu said that she didn't like to talk about the old days. Besides, it would be difficult for her to find out about such a thing. The risk was too high. Madame Shu said that he would quickly find all the necessary information himself. Ha asked where he could do it. Shu replied that it was in the information storage of the royal family. Madame Zhu was sure that he would succeed, because he had already received the same weapon. It seems that Madame Zhu knew about the weapons of the 3 shooters of the new generation. Ha thought and added that since she said so, he should have found out this information himself. Madame said that they were not omnipotent. Ha thought in his mind that noodles were hung over his ears. Meanwhile, in the central part of the mountain range, Sentinel was improving the levels of the Pelcho Guild. Hunting for trolls has become too easy for them, and their level is getting higher and higher. They welcomed the best guildmaster and thanked him. Kay replied that he did nothing of the sort. The vice guildmaster knew that Kay had no time for himself at all. He put only newcomers first. Due to the past incident, Pelcho's guild could have disintegrated, but thanks to the fact that the role of the leader went to Kay, their guild was on the contrary becoming stronger. Everyone suddenly heard terrible sounds and thought that the org had appeared. Kay was preparing to take on this matter. Someone was running to them from behind and shouting for them to run away. After all, it was not some org that appeared in the valley, but a real huge one-eyed Cyclops. All the people started to run away because it was Cyclops. Kay yelled for them all to hurry up and run for the retreat. One boy from the Pelcho Guild did not have time and tripped. He simply fell and could not move. Master Kay immediately ran to his aid, although the Vice Guild Master shouted that it was already too late. Kay used his skills as a pillar of holy protection as well as a spiritual shield. Cyclops was just throwing a rock at them. All the warriors of the guild immediately got excited and thought how they could get there. Meanwhile, the Cyclops Cicero laughed and screamed. This spread a state of fear to all the warriors, which did not give them the opportunity to move for 3 minutes, and also reduced their health and stamina. The Vice Guild Master rushed to help his friend, because in Pelcho they did not abandon anyone. If they lived together, then they had to die together. The Vice Guild Master rushed straight at the Cyclops. Immediately after that, something happened and there was a huge explosion. Cyclops was dead. Even the message came to everyone that Cicero, the Lord of the Mountain Range, had been defeated. For 1 hour, all humanoid monsters became 30% weaker. The warriors from the guild asked if they did it. After all, the mountaineer killed a Cyclops of 180 level on his own. It sounded impossible. The asked if anyone took a video of this murder. And he also said that he did not kill the Cyclops. The felt something. The Vice Guild Master ran to the stone because he felt the energy. It was necessary to break the boulder. He shouted for everyone else to help him, because Master Kay was alive. Kay and the young warrior were saved. The guild master admitted that he was still waiting for them to save them. Kay knew that Thay knew how to capture energy. The ill explained to Kay that he was not the one who killed Cicero. Kay thought that his friend had dealt with this terrible monster with the help of the skill of beautiful control. But everything was not so. Kay wondered how many Midros users could handle Cyclops in one hit. Kay assumed that it could be one of the 10 rankers. The ill agreed and added that if there was just a hole in the monster, then it should be a ranged dealer. Kay said that out of 10 rankers, there was only one such player, a ghost archer, but if he was not mistaken, the radius of her attacks was only 250 meters. Kay turned around and looked for her, but he saw something else and started to fight very hard. Ha was approaching them. Ha was surprised to see them there and asked what they were doing. Kay started shouting from afar whether it was he who hit Cyclops. Ha asked them to wait a little, because the monster's body would disappear soon, and he needed to gather loot. Ha and everyone else moved to the main house of the Pelcho Guild in the capital. Kay couldn't believe that Ha was the main character of the stories about. That field bosses started to disappear for no reason. It was he. Ha said that it's just that this time Kay's guild was hunting nearby. That's why they met. Kay growled at him that he wasn't done yet. Kay yelled and asked if Ha had level 157. After all, not long ago, Ha told him that he had 120th. Ha calmly replied that he did not sit his pants down, and besides, he had been saying this for a long time. Kay shouted that it was his long ago 10 days ago. At this rate, Ha will absorb all of Midros. Ha laughed at this. Ha also had high characteristics, which rose thanks to new achievements, but Ha decided to just keep quiet about it. Kay decided to leave this topic because Ha was just such a person, but he did not call him for this. Kijong told Ha that Shin Nara was on a royal quest. Ha froze for a moment and realized that it was about their conversation. Ha understood that the rumors had already spread. Ha was wondering how she was doing after the last meeting because then she seemed quite tired to him. Kay added that there were rumors that this quest was a group quest. Ha was quite close with Shin Nara. That is why they wanted to ask him to agree with her on including them in the quest. Kay explained that she was looking for fighters among her acquaintances because it was connected with the royal family. Reliability and trust were important here. For this reason, she could not find anyone. Kay asked Ha to order a word for them, because he really wanted to try it, because the name alone was worth something. Ha himself was also interested to know how everything was happening there, and it would be nice to visit Shin Naru. Along with all this, he will be able to help Ki Jun. Ha agreed, but first he needed to go to the capital and talk to Na Roy. Kay was already beaming and thanking. Ha told him to wait a little longer. Ha teleported to the capital. She shone as always, even at night. Upon arrival, Ha first wanted to check the completed task with Cyclops. Ha received reports that he completed the task and also received a new skill of clairvoyant mana. As a reward, he received skills without rank and level. Even mana was not wasted when used. Looking at all these words, Ha seemed as if the rifle itself was using this skill. Ha decided to immediately check him if his guesses are true, then Ha knew that it would be something similar to an infrared ray. With such a skill, it would be much more interesting to hunt, because it gave the opportunity to see everything. This was only the first seal on Black Bess. Now it was necessary to find out what awaited him in the next quest, which had already appeared. He could not believe his own eyes. Hitting the target from a distance of 1.5 kilometers was not so easy, and the level of the monster increased by 10 units and the distance by 500 meters. Ha hoped that his next task would not force him to shoot from a distance of 2 kilometers. Ha finally arrived at the royal castle of Avelstock. Ha thought that it would be nice to enter this castle as a hero with glory and exploits. Ha looked around as he walked and noticed that maybe it was related to an attempt to kill the king, but the holy knights and even the guards looked very cruel. The guard asked him to wait in front of the door until he informed the lady about the guest. In the meantime, he was thinking about what would happen if he could not prevent the murder of the king. Ha texted Nara and asked if he came to the castle. Ha confirmed it and asked if she was busy. Shin Nara said that she was informed by security about his arrival, so she finished all her work and went to see him. He only needed to wait. Finally, she came to him. Ha was a little nervous before this personal meeting. Ha asked what was wrong with her face. She laughed and asked if it looked worse than usual. Nara explained that after their last meeting, she never logged out or slept. 10 days have passed since that day, which meant that she did not leave the game system for 48 hours in human time. Shin Nara jumped onto the sofa and asked what happened to him. Ha began uncertainly. He said that he heard how she was looking for people to complete the quest. Nara did not understand where he learned about this and whether it was even possible to tell him this. His level was not yet sufficient to complete such a task. However, he could definitely be trusted. After all, Ha was even ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of strangers, as it happened when they met. That is why he was the only user she could trust. Shin Nara asked if he would listen to what she was doing all this time. Nara asked if he remembered that thanks to him, the number of suspects was reduced to one person. Ha remembered that the killer was one of the top 10 users, the fifth in the ranking crazy clown. Ha was shocked that the killer was on good terms with her. Nara added that it was not profitable for her, but the problem was not only that. Nara said that now the guards do not believe the note about the murder of the king. Ha asked why that was, and Nara explained. The guards of the palace considered it a political game of the Holy Knights. Ha could not believe his ears. Nara continued to tell about the rather bad relations between the royal guard and the Holy Knights. It was for this reason that all the royal NPCs in the castle were so tense. Ha did not understand, because both orders had to guard the royal palace. Nara told that according to the lore of Midros, the Holy Knights were called to protect the entire capital, and the guards are engaged in the protection of the palace itself. The royal guard believes that all this was deliberately invented by the knights in order to break into the king's palace. Now Ha understood why there was such an atmosphere in the palace. The king could be attacked at any moment, and the NPCs were sharing a feeder. Nara told that in order to assure them evidence was needed, she even went to the head of the magicians, Rotzak. Ha realized that this was the same man who hid the facts of the musketeer's betrayal from the kingdom during the second war between humans and monsters. Nara said that this Rotzak simply refused to meet with her, although he was the head of the Order of Wizards, but this was an official request of the Order of the Holy Knights. That is why she asked the knights to help her in guarding the palace, but in truth, it was not possible to achieve any results. Shin Nara revealed the task she was given, which said that no one trusted anyone, and also something about a bloody war. What will happen if the murder of the king is not prevented? Nara said that compared to the punishment, the reward was not very attractive. That is why it was difficult for her to find people. On the contrary, she did not want to involve those who understand the seriousness of the situation. Ha said that she still managed to find two. Nara explained that one person was her, and the other was her friend. Nara added that she herself would not have gone on such a task. She said that even if no one agrees to help, then nothing should be done. She did not have time to finish it when Ha interrupted her and said, "What if she agrees to take him on this case? Then he will be able to assemble a team that will definitely help them win." Kay got completely into the role and asked if they kissed. Ha already regretted telling him this, but Thael just stood silently and was shocked by his friends. Ha asked what other kiss, what kind of nonsense his brother was carrying. Ha asked if Kay at least listened to him. Kik-jun said that he listened carefully. That's why he asked. The girl who got into such a situation and the guy who helped her, this chance was sent to them by heaven itself. Ha was already starting to get angry because he was too ashamed of this topic. Kay changed the subject and asked if everything worked out for his request. Ha said that he got permission to do the task, and Shin Nara promised to help him when he gets into the royal guard, regardless of the result. Ha remembered Shin Nari's words and asked if Kay was really ready to do this task. It was necessary to immediately prepare for the fact that there will be no reward at all, and the punishment for failure is too serious. Kay didn't understand what Ha was talking about, because that's exactly what he was asking for. The ill confirmed it, and the main thing was that the task was related to the king. If rumors spread, then their guild will be able to find fame and general recognition. Ha finally said that the two of them were on the team. They confirmed the invitation, and now there were already 5 of them. Ha has now arrived at Castle Dale to campaign for this task for his sister friends. Ha burst into the room and called Cha-Chona. Mr. Cha-Jong asked if he came again. Ha asked what the word meant again, and noted that it was a rather strange greeting. Ramhwa Yon asked who was opening the door so unceremoniously. Cha-Jung added that Mr. Ha had come. Hua Yon was so busy with business papers that she didn't even immediately realize who came to see them. However, after their eyes met, she blushed. Ram Hua Yen dived under the table like a bullet and thought that Ha had come here, but she was like this. Ha did not understand what was happening and noted that even in the local administration, they do not work like this. Ha noted that Miss Ram Hua Yan was a great fellow. Ani shouted that he should not look at anything there because there were documents on the table not only of the castle, but also of the Ramron group. Ha said that he did not even look because he had nowhere to use it. Hua Yan asked why he appeared here so unexpectedly. Did he come for money? Ha did not understand. Ha saw that Hua Yan was holding a bag in her hand and asked what it was. Ani explained that it was money, 10% of the net profit to be exact. Ha received 581 gold. He could not believe that it was only 10% of the profit. Hua Yan explained that the war with the Alliance had a rather good effect, which is why there were more visitors to the castle than expected. Maybe next month the profit will be a little less. Ha couldn't believe it, because 581 gold is about 70 million won, which means that the net profit of the castle was about 700 million per month. 1 month in Midros is almost 6 days in the real world. Now Ha understood why everyone was so interested in Castle Dale. Ha asked where Ramhwa Jong was and asked his sister to call her. She asked what he was up to again. Ha told them about the situation with Shin Na-roy in the royal court. Hua Yan was worried that they had to participate in such a dangerous matter. Ha explained that it would not harm Hua Hong in any way, but it would give an opportunity to get to know the royal family. If they can establish a close relationship, then it will be possible to talk about the tax rate of the castle or the city. In the long run, this would be quite a profitable business. Ka explained that it was only necessary to decide whether they would participate in it or not. As he said, it had its advantages, of course, but it was necessary to find out. Hua Jun interrupted his sister and agreed instead. John said that this is what they themselves wanted. Hua Yan said that it was impossible to give up like that during the negotiations. Ha was satisfied, and he will also be grateful to them for any material and spiritual support. The sisters were admitted to the quest. The meeting was held the next day at 6 in the morning. The next morning, almost everyone left at the right time. Ram Hua Yan was angry because Ha ordered everyone to come, but he himself was late. Ha ran to them and apologized on the fly. There was absolutely no time, so he decided to discuss something in person. Along with Ha came his old companion Biemi. No one understood who this lizard was. The girls were generally afraid of him. Ha said that he met him in the first location. Ha introduced him and explained that he would be an excellent assistant for this task of theirs. Kay had never heard of such creatures. He was worried that nothing would happen if he interfered with their important task. Biemi asked if the Pelcho Guild had been busy with newbies lately. Biemi said that it was better to send users with this level to Pachula's jungle immediately than to the Sentinel Desert. That is when the level will rise faster. Kay did not understand how he knew about such places. Ram Hua Yan asked if Ha Du had another husband, because if there is no one else from Shin Na-ri, then we need to look for another one. Ha said that the person was nearby. The ill, who was a master of sensing energies, did not feel or notice anything. A man jumped from the gates of the capital and approached their company of people. Everyone guessed, but could not believe their own eyes, that it was the legendary sleeping kid. Finally, Shin Na-ra approached them and greeted them, immediately thanking them for coming for such an important matter. Na-ra opened her eyes and looked at all those who came and saw him. She grabbed the sword and shouted, "What was he doing there?" Meanwhile, Ha tried to explain to Nari that he himself called him, because they will definitely need him in this difficult task. Kid said briefly that he hates when problems arise, but even more he hates to delay their solution. Kid said that it was time to start. Na-ra calmed down her temper a little. Biemi decided to dispel this aggression between young people and said that they did not have much time for meetings. That is why it was necessary to start work. Shin Na-ra agreed, and once again thanked everyone and asked them to follow her as she would lead them to the palace. There were finally 10 participants in this quest, and almost all of them were gathered in a rather large and bright hall. Biemi was the most benevolent creature, but between Kijan and Ram Hua Yan there was a clash of eyes. Na-ra felt no better in her aura, and she herself wished for the death of poor sleeping Kid. Ha gathered everyone there with the hope that they would become a team of Avengers, and now Ha doubted whether they would all cope and whether Kid would be able to play properly in the team. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door. The person apologized for being late and entered. Deputy Ram Hua Yan couldn't believe his eyes. It was a person who was ranked 10th in Midros, Ghost Archer, or simply Miss Bobe. She was pleased to meet everyone. Ha also couldn't believe his eyes and asked Nari if it was definitely her friend. On the contrary, Il had no doubt that this particular girl would be Shin Na-rai's friend. You could even guess where they met, the sports town of Terran. Bobe came closer to Ha and said that Na-ra told her a lot. Recently, she only talks about him. Shin Na-ra blushed, because she guessed what Bobe Ha was saying. Na-ra asked Bobe to sit down as soon as possible, because they didn't have time at all. Shin Na-ra began her story. She was sure they had definitely heard something about this situation in general from Ha, but she would tell everything she knew. That's why they needed to listen carefully. The suspect is a clown who ranks 5th in the top rating of Midros players. Only 46 days remained to prevent the murder. The royal palace was guarded by knights and wizards, but the NPCs do not believe in the fact of murder. That is why they refuse to help her. The conditions for passing the task are the protection of the king, and the conditions for failure are the death of the king. That is, the 10 men who gathered there for 46 days will stand guard day and night. However, there was a high probability that Pietro did not act alone because he had fanatical followers. Biemi interrupted Shin Naru a bit and said that it was not just a possibility, but an exact fact. He continued to tell that in Midro Circus, the clown was even higher than the religious leader, and they are all terrorist killers. The royal palace was also spied on by several dozen professional assassins with a level no lower than 150. Biemi said that each of them could easily deal with this killer if they encountered him. But what if they attacked unexpectedly? If we talk about their extraordinary abilities, then they can turn into a chair and attack them. Biemi asked everyone to start by looking at all the types of disguises that killers can use. He gathered all the necessary information ahead of time. Ha did not understand where Biem got such data, because even on the internet it was difficult to find information about the skills of unpopular classes. Kay asked Biem about the transformation into a table or chair if that was really true. Biemi replied that they don't actually turn into a table or a chair. These killers can shape themselves so that their bodies take the shape of a chair or a table. It was not easy for them to some extent either. Huayan did not understand who this lizard really was and how he could learn about the techniques of these assassin killers. Ha continued to read, but realized that this was a rather unpleasant fact since he could not use intelligence skills for 24 hours straight. Ha noticed something strange happening around Ram Huayan. He could not believe that everything happened so quickly. Ha immediately became more serious and took the transformed Black Bess in his hands. Huayan paid attention to him and asked what he was doing, if he had already read everything. He turned to her and asked if she trusted him. She smiled beautifully and said that of course she trusted him. That was enough. Ha shot directly over Huayan's shoulder into the chair. All of them did not understand what happened and why Ka shot. Ha ordered everyone to get up because an assassin had sneaked in here. Ha hit him in the shoulder and there was already a wound. Hua Jun was nervous about her sister and unleashed an ice spear spell on the assassin. Ha shouted for her to be careful because they needed him alive. Ram Huajang's magic was fatal for this assassin. Even his mask flew off his face. Everyone stood with their weapons at the ready. Only Kid was as calm as a boa constrictor and sat. Huajang begged Appa, more precisely Ha. Ha said that everything was normal because there was simply no other way. In addition, there were too few chances to split it. Biemi said that it was still impossible to underestimate the Northern Circus because no one expected that the agent would take the form of a chair. Biemi told Shin Nari that with their foray into the royal castle, it meant that Shin Nara asked him what it meant about the uselessness of the magic traps that protected the royal castle, and it wasn't even a clown, but an ordinary guild member. According to Boba's conjectures, this meant the uselessness of the NPS, which did not guard and did not help, because yesterday everything was in order. The ill said that it was possible due to the conditions of the tasks, during the execution of which the NPS began to show negligence. Kay agreed with Tae Ilem. They did not understand what they should do because it definitely did not play into their hands. Ha clapped his hands to attract the attention of others. He asked them not to be so disappointed. They still had something to do. If they cannot trust the NPS, then it was necessary to protect the royal one themselves. He had an idea. Ha asked Chachona to take care of deliveries of provisions and products to Huachin Castle. And Mr. Biemi will give everyone the most important information about the Northern Circus. All the others will divide into several people and will go around the territory. The borders will be guarded by Ka and Bob, like two rangers. Boba and Ha were at the post. He asked if everything was fine. She reported that she used detection skills and scrolls. There was order in the Ka zone, so it was necessary to find out the situation of others. Ram's sisters were next in line. Huayan said everything was fine and shouted for him to mind his own business. She hoped he wasn't talking to that Bobby there. Ha replied that he and Bobby didn't have time to chat because they were standing there at the post. Huayan was surprised to ask about the word we. Ha said that they had a dangerous area there, and Huayan started questioning him if he didn't trust Ram Huayan, and she also had a pretty high level. Ha explained that he was just worried that she would not get hurt there. Ram Huayan was in the grip of emotions. Meanwhile, Ha contacted the sleeping Kid and asked what they had there. Kid cut him off and said that he was holding this post and the end of the line. Ha asked if there was anything there. Kid said no, because he was using 12 scrolls of detection. I was a little shocked by such facts. Ha hoped that he had done the right thing by putting Beamy and Kid together. However, he was sure that these two would be able to cope, as they all had strong skills. This was all the information on posts on the entire territory of the royal castle. Kay wrote to Ha that he was very worried. Ha completely understood him. After all, Kay protected the king himself. This was now the most important job. Together with Nara, they were in a team. Ha asked if there was anything special there. Kay told Ha to wait because someone was approaching them. Ha asked him who it was, and Kay answered with a pause that it was the head of the Union of Magicians Rotzak. The chief wizard of the castle came on summons to the king. He asked how his health was there. The king said that Rotzak always puts in a lot of effort, and he must have heard about the Shin Nari case. The king asked what he thought about increasing the traps. The chief magician said that the Union's magic was quite strong and no one could bypass its traps. Nara told the wizard that they killed a thief who entered the territory and broke into the castle. How could he say such things without checking the facts? Rotzak would like to ask her for what purpose she made such a fuss, relying only on some strange note with threats. And now she was talking about some killer who broke through the borders and was in the castle, but his body is not there. Rotzak said that he had some doubts about her. Na-Ra got angry and said that if he had a clear conscience, he would show a list of items that he uses to summon spirits. The head of the Castle Guard Guild pounded on the floor and told it to stop. He said that Sir Rotzak was the head of the Wizarding Guild, and she had behaved too rudely and allowed too much. She apologized to Ra. The king said that he had listened to her report and she was now free, and he asked Rotzak to follow the borders of the castle in the future. Rotzak had already left, but turned around and said that Shin Na-Ra expressed doubts about the traps. He offered her to check them personally in that case. Na-Ra asked what he said. Rotzak hinted that she doubted their reliability. He once again hinted to her to check them personally. Ra was very angry. And Kay understood that the NPCs behaved like children and wanted to find out who was stronger. He wanted to tell Ha about it as soon as possible. After talking with Kay, Ha understood that Rotzak could not be trusted at all because he spoke with confidence about traps. However, in fact, they worked periodically. There is a high probability that the killer could enter the castle when these traps were turned off. It was Rotzak who kept the fact that the musketeers surrendered to the Demon King a secret. He did not know the reasons, but the head of the wizards was definitely hiding something. Ha doesn't know what his true purpose is, but he so openly confronted Shin Nari, maybe he tipped off the captain of the castle guard. And maybe it was all planned in advance. It could also be that he was the main organizer of the assassination attempt on the king. The ill was worried about his partner. Cho said that at such an age, of course, it was difficult to constantly maintain contact, but he still held on. 5 days have already passed in Midros, and only 1 day in the outside world. The assassins have not connected or taken any active actions. When they found one of the killers in an ambush, the others could simply leave the game or run away. However, they do not know exactly how the situation could have changed, which is why they will not be able to stay offline for a long time. In other words, it was a battle of endurance. Ha wrote in the joint chat that 5 days have already passed and everyone has done a pretty good job. That is why he wanted to say something personally and invited him to the conference hall. Hay understood that everything had a hard time because of the first killer. That's why now they will work in shifts. Na-Ra asked how he was going to do it. Ha said that considering the time of Midros, then it would be reasonable to change each other every 2 days. In real time, it will be approximately 10 hours. 5 minutes of Midros were equal to 1 minute in the world. Kay understood that he would only have time to sleep, eat a piece of bread, and then return to the game. 10 hours of freedom. Ha said that it would be quite difficult because there were 42 days ahead in Midros and about 9 days in the real world. Ha formed 2 teams. He, Na-Ra, Hwa-Jong, Tai-Il, and Biemi will be the first to take the duty, and all others leave the game and rest. Hwa-Yun said that her sister needed to rest, and she would work for her in the meantime. Ha said that it will not affect anything in particular, but on the contrary, it will be much more convenient for the second team. It seems that Hwa-Yun was very worried about her sister. She said that it was so, she needed to be put to sleep. Hwa-Jan cried from shame. Ha said goodbye to them, wished them a good rest, and said that they would meet in 2 days. Ha asked why Kid stayed online. He must have been tired. Kid said that he did not need to sleep outside when he could rest for 2 whole days in Midros. Kid reached out to Ha via private messages and said that Rotzak had been acting very strangely. Ha was surprised because Na-Ra said that everything was fine with him. Kid said that he watched him every time he approached the castle wall. It doesn't matter from which side, but he walked around the garden every morning. Biemi said that this behavior was similar to the fact that he was setting traps. Ha didn't understand what he meant by that. Kid added that Rotzak hadn't done that this morning. Ha asked if he did not set traps or perhaps cleaned them. Kid said that it was unknown. Maybe he did not set anything at all. If it were some other NPCs, then Ha would not even pay attention to such things. But it was related to the main wizard of the castle. Ha understood that it was necessary to think wisely, but it was impossible to go through it. But 2 active actions can be a waste of energy. Ha thanked him for the warning and said that he should have rested as well. Kid said that of course he was going to do that and left. Ha realized that sleeping Kid wasn't going to help him in the first place. He just said so that he would know. At night, Shin Nara approached the king's chambers and greeted the guards. She thanked them for their service. Nara understood that if the members of her order had come here, she would have been able to rest. If she had known that this would happen, she would have gone on a solo raid like the others. Politics, confrontation, struggle of interests. Nara never thought that she would be involved in all this. Nara and the guards heard some strange sound from the corridor. They did not understand if someone was near them. A small ball rolled towards them. The guard decided to pick it up and take a look. However, there was a clown there. Nara just started shouting for everyone to go to the shelter when some specific smoke was released from the lair and the guards fainted. Shin Nara knew that she had swallowed a little of that smoke. Someone was walking down the corridor singing that London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Shin Nara shouted at the last one that it wasn't that and fainted. Pietro continued to sing for his beloved girl. He hoped she had a good dream, but now it was time for some fun hokey-pokey. Pietro chanted that he had won and said that it was the funnest moment of all. He opened the door to the royal bedroom and said that this would be an unusual surprise for the entire continent. She screamed at Ra and called him a clown. Peter didn't understand how the sleeping gas could wear off so quickly, or she knew it was going to be a fun night. Peter shouted her name. Nara told him to shut up and told him that he was under arrest for attempting to kill the king. Nara said that His Majesty should wake up because here was the same thief who wanted to harm him. Nara was pleased that she used the scroll. With its help, she managed to find out that Rotzak's trap had been bypassed. She continued to call His Majesty, but he did not wake up. Pietro started laughing and asked if she did not allow such an idea that she was late. Nara shouted and asked what he said, and Pietro continued to laugh. Nara could not believe that he used the sleeping gas on the king as well. Pietro glanced at her and shouted that it was a surprise. Shin Nara let him get too close and scolded herself for reacting too late. Finally, help came to her. Pietro did not understand where the poison of the frog came from. The ill and Biemi were ready to push him to the end. The ill used the flame of the first technique, and Pietro jumped back and said that it was like all they were capable of. Biemi shot him with poisonous saliva. Peter also laughed and asked where he was aiming. Biemi said it was too early to laugh. Pietro could not believe his eyes because it was the same dagger. Biemi said that the resin containing the poison had affected his evasion skills, and now he was out of action. Pietro said that this dagger, and the fact that he predicted his movements, was a poisonous resin to block his dodge skill. Pietro wanted to say his guesses, but Thay pounced on him. Peter said that it seems the lizard knew him, but however, he knew him as he was before. Pietro changed his shadow. Biemi could not believe that this killer had a new skill. Pietro took out his watch and said that it was a pity. He said that the time of the sleeping gas has come. Pietro turned to Shin Nari. Biemi and Tai Ilya asked if they were sure that they would be able to stop him within 42 days. He added that this was just a warm-up. He turned to the ladies and gentlemen and said that they will see each other in the next series. The clown disappeared, as Biemi had said. Now all that was left was to believe him. Information about the traps and the plan of the royal palace were visible only from the sky. Plus to all this, if you add that the target was moving quite quickly. Ha told Ramhwa to shoot. Pietro was amazed by such a surprise firework. Ha whispered that the real surprise was not the fireworks. The real surprise was a shot through the heart of Pietro. Ha's affinity with the kingdom of Pubiel increased by 5%. Pietro began to laugh a maddened laugh. Pietro was lying on the pavement, half dead, and said that he would remember him. Ha said that he would remember him properly. Everyone received messages that the scenario was completed and the hunter had caught the sparrow. Nara couldn't believe it, but Thi-Il did not doubt him. Biemi asked if Ha had seen the corpse. However, there was no corpse. Pietro's body simply disappeared without a trace. Ha shouted that he was not there, but he saw the message that he was sure to die. Ha didn't understand what actually happened. He shouted for Pietro to stop. Hua Yan heard the gunfire again and ran back to Ha. Ha saw her and shouted that it was too dangerous here and asked her to run away. Pietro stood with his arms outstretched and asked if he would shoot him again. This was his another surprise. Ha shot his hand and again he received a message about increasing intimacy with the kingdom. Ha didn't understand who he was. Pietro teleported to Ramhwa Yen and shouted that it was a new surprise. Pietro said that he arranges surprises better than anyone. He asked Ha if he was wrong. Hua Yan screamed for him to let him go. Ha did not understand what was happening. Because he was still alive even after the attack from 17000, he was not just some killer. Ha demanded that Pietro let her go. Pietro asked if he was talking about that lady. He answered that he did not want to let her go, and what would Musketeer Ha do in that case? Pietro asked if he would kill him along with her. Hua Yan shouted that he should not think about her and just shoot. He didn't know what to do at all. Then BME came up and said that he heard the conversation, and the situation seemed quite strange to him. That is why he came quickly. BME said that Ha had grown up because he loaded his rifle twice. Pietro asked how he knew about this and what kind of strange movements they were. Pietro recognized Gwen, but Ha killed this clown cat. Finally, Ha's affinity with the kingdom increased, but he also grew 2 levels. He also received an achievement about hunting the 5th place ranker Pietro, and Ha got an achievement because he became a target of the Northern Circus. There was a very interesting phrase asking if it was possible to congratulate him on this. Ha had a bad feeling. Ramhwa Yan asked if he was going to shoot her and threw herself into his arms. She was afraid that he would kill her too. Shin Nara was already angry. She did not understand what was happening between those two. This time, Pietro was definitely dead. BME was calling Ha to come and collect the items. Ha told Hua Yan to leave because it was hard for him. While Ramhwa Yan scolded Ha for not talking about the lady's weight, BME kept calling him and telling him to hurry. Shin Nara couldn't stand it and shouted what kind of girl she was and asked her to stay behind Ha. Shin Nara said that the security captain personally checked Pietro and confirmed everything. Now Ratsak cannot escape responsibility. Ha said that everyone was well done. BME said that once the fact of Pietro's death was ascertained, he would not appear in the castle for 10 days, but it would not be easy for the members of the Northern Circus to break through the security. Nara asked if it was possible to breathe a sigh of relief now. BME believed that it was possible to relax a little. Ha shyly asked what BME was talking about with Pietro. It seemed that they knew each other, but he was a well-known ranker. BME said that it was unusual for him to meet him, so he decided to exchange a few phrases with him. BME understood that such an excuse did not work. Shin Nara asked if BME was a backup character and called him Smurf. Nara was also familiar with the character Gwen that Pietro spoke about. He used to go out with him. This was a killer who specialized in poisons. The ill said that he was one of the top 10 rankers of Midros when the game launched. He compared that if there is Igor the Great in Tsar, then in Miao it was Gwen, but at some point, he disappeared somewhere. Considering what he knew about assassin skills, he was very familiar with the Northern Circus, and the character class was related to poisons. In general, it was possible that he was that Gwen. Hua Yan said that she had heard from her sister several times that he tried to kill her under the pretext of hunting Midrosa's top rankers. Hua Jan is truly a genius of Midros. BME said that this was the first failed assassination they had planned with Pietro. Nara asked why he created a new character for himself, because at that time the poisonous Gwen, as well as Pietro with the surprises, were at the peak of their popularity. Ha said that judging by BME's face, this story was very unpleasant to him. So it was a betrayal and he came back to take revenge. BME said that Ha was in his spirit and almost guessed. The boy gave up and promised to tell everything, although there will be nothing funny in his story. BME began the story that when you start the game in the starting location, you will learn that each tribe has its own secret. Ha did not fully understand what BME was talking about. The lizard explained that this quest is connected with the legends and folk tales of the tribe. More precisely, this is a special quest that cannot be completed by other tribes. The achievements and items that can be obtained as a reward simply went beyond what was reasonable and possible in Midros. Ha asked what it meant in the case of... BME confirmed his guesses and said that he was right. This quest was related to murder. From the very beginning of Midros, Pietro was the first in all indicators, and he decided not to compete, but to cooperate with each other. Together at that time, they were able to reach the secret place of the Miao tribe, which was an unusual place that held the key to many legends and stories. BME said that there is a saying in Western culture that cats have always had 9 lives. This was the reward for this quest. 9 real lives. Ha asked what it all meant. BME again explained that it was this type of award. Each time when certain conditions were fulfilled, 1 life appeared for everyone, and Pietro received them all. Everyone called it just pure fraud. Ha said that it was only necessary to kill him a few times, and he would die. Even if he constantly came to life, then it was necessary to cut off his arms and legs, and he would not be able to do anything. BME said that he saw his incredible attack power, but Pietro did nothing to him. Lizard revealed that he had sealed Pietro's skills, and that was why he didn't use them when he fought Ha. Ha understood it only now that his revival was terrible, but defeating him was not so difficult. BME continued that the objects of this secret place of Miao were of legendary rank, and such objects were little known even in Midros. And in order to get these items, it was necessary to commit treason. The system talked about it in such a way that in the world of murders, you don't need friends. That's why you need to sacrifice the closest one. Biemi said that someone was betrayed in this quest as well, was left without his character. Ha could not believe it because such a thing could not happen in Midros. Biemi confirmed that he could. Biemi said that before confirming the quest, this rule was written in great detail, so he had no choice but to simply accept it. When he thought about it now, it seemed to Biemi that it was more like a defeat than a betrayal. And Biemi did not want to lose at that time. That is why he fought with all his might. Now Pietro and everyone who was connected with the quest. Biemi wanted to finish very badly. Biemi asked Ha if he got the achievement. Ha again did not understand what exactly it was about. Biemi asked if he was pretending not to know. He was referring to the achievement of getting the Northern Circus tag. Ha said he did. All others also confirmed that they received such an achievement. Shin-Nara asked why he decided to ask this so abruptly. Biemi explained that this was the reason why he participated in this quest. If in this way he will be connected with the Northern Circus, then they themselves will come to him, and those who come, he is going to destroy. Biemi said that he accepted the quest just in case, but he was very lucky. Ha now thought about the fact that the game system can take away the player's rights. It turns out that Midros is a terrible game. Until the morning came, Ka decided to sit on guard. Ha would never have thought that his friend would be able to neutralize the clown's skills. Without Biemi, they would not have caught Pietro in any way. If he had been poisoned by Biemi's poison, he would not have been able to do anything. With sealed skills, he would not have seen the mark in complete darkness, which is why Ha had to invent those items that already exist in reality, but in Midros as much as possible. Ha remembered the item he took from Pietro. He was a killer. Maybe this item will be related to skill. Ha! More precisely, I really hoped for it. Algari goatskin bracelet that gave 200 protection and also had the effect of canceling the marking. Ha immediately put it on. He understood that it could only be used with a scroll that was sold at the traveling merchant. Ha understood that something was definitely not right, because he had a heroic pendant, a rare bracelet, as well as a legendary weapon, and also a very old cloak. It was old because Ha had already repaired it and continued to use it, but now the repair would not help at all. Ha hoped that one day he would find suitable armor for him. In the meantime, when the morning had already come, Shin-Nara, together with the head of the guard, were near the king and were waiting for Ratzak. Nara was sure that Ratzak had already been informed of everything because the security commander had personally seen Pietro's body and had to inform. Now Ratzak will definitely not be able to escape responsibility. The king was angry because Ratzak had been gone for so long. Ratzak begged the king and said that he had already heard about the events that happened last night. That's why he was late, because he had been checking the wizard squad all night. The guard asked what kind of nonsense he was carrying because he shouldn't have worried about it now. The magic traps didn't work, and His Majesty was in danger. Ratzak said that he meant the same thing. The security chief did not understand what he meant. Ratzak explained that in addition to him, several other people can control the magic traps. However, in the final analysis, he is responsible for this. He said that it would be right for him to suffer punishment because the safety of His Majesty was in danger, but he asked to be given a chance to clarify this situation. The king told him to speak. Ratzak promised to explain everything to His Majesty. Ratzak began his story by saying that last night he heard bad news and immediately began to look for the person who controlled the traps with the help of spirits. Ratzak's men from the Society of Magicians attacked him and interrogated him all night after that, and finally got a confession. The king asked what the man had confessed to. Ratzak explained that he didn't really want to talk, and it was quite difficult for them to get information out of him, but he turned out to be a spy for the Kingdom of Minas. People couldn't believe it. Shin-Nara started getting nervous too. The king asked Ratzak if it was true. He answered that everything was so, although there was a very strange smile on his face. Ratzak explained that he had been preparing this assassination attempt for 7 years by order of the ruler of Minas. Ratzak shouted that the Minasu kingdom was their enemy. Nara could not believe it, because it was the kingdom that was fighting with Pubiel for supremacy on the continent. Nara understood that in this situation they tried to shift all responsibility to Minas. But in such a case, Pubiel would not be able to avoid the war. The king ordered to contact all the commanders in the kingdom. Nara thought that all this was planned in advance, so that everything would happen exactly like this, regardless of, will she pass the quest or not? The king shouted that they will prepare for war. Nara and all other members of the quest gathered in the conference hall. Ha did not understand what kind of window it was with a message. Nara said that everything was exactly as they saw it. The quest was already completed, and the reward depended on the indicators. The ill asked Shin-Nari what that meant. They didn't need to guard the king anymore, she confirmed. She added that the purpose of this quest was completely different, to solve the war with the help of Rotsak. Nara said that during the meeting, Rotsak accused the kingdom of menace of the attempt, and the king did not deny it, but on the contrary supported it. Ha realized that this whole sequence of events was only a provocation for war between the kingdoms on the continent. Ram Huayan was angry, because Rotsak did everything his way again. Biemi said that there was more than one such quest in Midros. There are decisive moments in them, but it is impossible to change the result. It does not matter if they passed the quest or not. And the war between these two kingdoms was decided earlier, because Midros only prepared the land, and everything else fell on the shoulders of the players. The ill said that it was the second page. Nara banged on the table, and said that it was not fair, and why she had to go through all this. She didn't even sleep properly. Shin Nari's eyes lit up, and she said that they must win and put an end to this war. Nara suddenly changed her face and began to smile. She said that she would say this after the second part of the team arrived, and she was very grateful to all of them. She also apologized that everything ended like this, only they tried in vain. The ill said that they themselves were pleased to learn a lot of new things. Biemi said they also got the Northern Circus label, which was already worth a lot. Ram Huayan also admitted in her head that she had increased intimacy with the kingdom of Pubiel. She, Nara, asked if Ha still needed to go to the royal archive. Ha said yes, and she offered to go together, because she would talk to the chief executive, so that they would be allowed there. Ha couldn't believe his luck, and Huayan looked at him and wondered why he was smiling like that. But he was a boy. Ha left with Shin Naroi, and she said that the king would have to do the same. Ha didn't understand what she was talking about. Nara explained that the leader of the Magicians' Union played a very important role, and it would be very difficult for the king to get rid of Rotsak. And maybe this is a chance for the king to kindle the true ambitions of the Continental Union, because it was possible in general. Nara said that in any case, the military action has not yet begun, and the preparation also needed time. Ha believed that they had at least a month, and they needed to prepare stocks of potions and scrolls. Shin Nara said it was a good idea. Shin Nara was nervous because she wanted to ask him something, but she still hasn't found a suitable moment. She turned to him and asked what his relationship was with Ram Huayan. They went to the right part of the palace. Nara said that as long as she made the necessary application for the pass, Ha could just rest. Clark came out to them and was surprised when he saw the same violator. Ha smiled nervously. Meanwhile, Sir Rotsak appeared behind Clark and asked why Shin Nara had come there, because he thought she was far from the books. She said that he seemed to be in a joking mood. She said that he had done things himself. Rotsak replied that His Majesty showed mercy to him and gave him a chance to correct these mistakes on the battlefield. However, he did not want to hear reproaches. From the Templar, who was not even able to detain the violator on his own, Nara asked what he said. Rotsak said that all kinds of chaos appeared in the castle. Ha stood in front of Narai and told Sir Rotsak to stop being rude. Rotsak asked who he was. Ha said that he was one of those who saved the king. Ha told that Shin Nara stayed awake at night to correct Rotsak's mistakes. Ha said that this is why he shouldn't have talked to her like that. Nara was happy for this act of Ha and smiled. Nara told Clark that she had already submitted all the necessary documents, and he had to let them in. Clark had no doubt that it was the seal of the king himself. They could go inside. As Ha and Nara walked in, Rotsak noticed that Ha had a long and large weapon. In the eyes of Rotsak, something bad caught fire. He met these three musketeers again. Nara asked Mr. Clark if he understood everything. She asked him to let them pass, because they had all the necessary documents. Clark agreed and led Ha to the right place. Shin Nara said that she had to go and hoped that Ha would find what he needed. Ha thanked her. Nara said that she should have thanked him, because if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have passed the task. Nara asked if he had ever been to Seoul. She spoke with pauses because she was nervous. She asked if Ha would like to have dinner together sometime if he found time. Ha couldn't believe it. Ha believed in this happiness for a second, but remembered the terrible truth about his life. Ha agreed, but added that he would not be able to do it in the near future. Nara mentioned that he would be busy. Nara asked him to call him as soon as he had free time. It hurt. Ha could not walk, and his self-esteem was nowhere below. It was necessary to save money as soon as possible. Ha turned to Clark and asked him to show him books about the second war between humans and demons. Ha opened the book. He had seen the information about the wine last time, when he came to the archive at the request of the director of the academy. Now, Ha needed to see what was on the plain after the battle. According to the book, the king's army retreated to the strait between the kingdom of Craven and its territories. The sea surrounded by the ships of the Craven kingdom's human fleet. This became possible thanks to the serpent and the kraken. These demons were kept in reserve by the king's army. It was these unforeseen circumstances that led to the defeat of Craven's army. After that battle, the surviving remnants of the Demon King's army went to the Sea of Dawn. A fast ship was sent after them, but it was impossible to find their tracks without the help of the Navy, but additional evidence was added in the book. The Sea of Dawn. This is the south where the sun rose. It turns out that according to all these data, they crossed the sea and set off. Ha remembered that it was in this sea that there was a task to find a new continent with Fernan. Ha checked if this task was still active. Ha understood that no one had found Fernan yet, and Ha was waiting for this opportunity. The Demon King's army went south, across the Sea of Dawn, where Fernan sailed. Ha read that the terms of the task were fulfilled, but it didn't hurt to check what was there on the new continent. The distance to the Demon King's army was approximately 5 nautical miles. This distance could easily be covered by a fast ship, but some noise was heard. The effects of mana were not felt, nor were any strange phenomena or the presence of magic detected. However, one of the sailors was temporarily entrusted with the steering wheel, but his head was also blown to pieces. The distance now increased to 6 miles. According to the assumption of the forest elves, among the remnants of the forces of the Demon King's army were the free riflemen. Further pursuit was impossible. I did not understand why the free archer appeared there. 5 miles was about 9 kilometers and 600 meters. The distance was almost 10 kilometers. Even in reality, it was impossible. It turns out that the shots were fired from such a distance, taking into account the curvature of the horizon line. However, it was Midros, not the land. If the free archer succeeded, then everything will succeed with Ha. Ka decided to visit the academy and tell Bezbrovi about everything that happened to him the day before. Bezbrovi was dissatisfied with Rotzak's behavior. Ha said that Rotzak looked too suspicious, but the problem was the lack of evidence. Bezbrovi said that Rotzak was very attentive in such matters. He now wanted to contact the royal palace. Bezbrovi said that he was troubled by the last words about the records about the demon army. Ha asked what he meant. The director of the academy was disturbed by the words about the free archer. There was a message that he had completed the quest about the traces of 2 people. Bezbrovi said that he had heard both legends about the free archer, Brown's version and Elizabeth's. Hitting the target from such a crazy distance could not help but fascinate him. However, he said that these readings were quite strange. Bezbrovi did not understand why during the entire Second War, nothing was heard about the free archer, and here he appeared out of nowhere only after the retreat. To begin with, it was necessary to check this legend. If such an archer really existed in the king's army demons, it was impossible to track him down quickly. Ha received a new quest, in which he needed to learn information about the archer from the dark elf. Eyebrowless said that he defeated the deity and knows how to control the power of the demon-free archer. It didn't look true, but maybe this legend did not belong to humans. Ha asked what it meant that the free archer was a legend of another race. Eyebrowless confirmed it. Bezbrovi finally said that it was most likely a legend of the cursed tribe of dark elves. Ha understood that it would be very difficult for him with this quest. Ha understood that he needed to find these dark elves on the mainland and find out about the free archer. They were quite unfriendly to people, and their whereabouts were unknown. Ha knew that it would be very difficult for him, but he really wants to find out whether what was written about happened during the Second War. In the task, there was a mention of the free archer. It was interesting how far Luger and Sleeping Kid progressed in this task, although he understood that even if he asked, they would not give him an answer. Ha also decided to check the indicators before going to sleep, because he had already been in the game for more than 36 hours. He really wanted to sleep. This time, Ka was in the capital, so he should also drop by the auction because the items he exhibited last time were probably already sold. Ka was wondering how his mother would react to this. She was very shocked and asked him what it was. She did not understand where he got such money from. Ha said that there was nothing wrong here because he earned them in the game. Ha said that it was a Christmas present in advance, and on Christmas Eve he would transfer more. Ka asked his mother not to worry about such things, because it was not difficult for him now. His mother was very happy. She was proud of her son. She suggested that he go to Germany next year, because he had never even flown on a plane. Besides, the operation on his legs was done only there. Ha was so happy that he could just think about such things. The next day, Ha decided to visit the Information Guild of the capital. Madame Shu said that it was difficult to get any information about the founding king at the present time, because the war was too close. In return, Madame Zhu will mark him with information about the Dark Elves. As it turned out, part of the Xi'an continent was also a new land. For quite a long time, there was a wasteland there. But after the king discovered it, the NPS began to build a small settlement there. This land did not belong to any kingdom. In a word, people lived there on birds' rights without any protection. Madame Shu said that even if he found dark elves there, she warned him not to even hope to enter their settlement. Ka did not understand what else he could do here, if he was told. Then he had to get to work. Ka thought that 100 shots would be enough for him, but he already had to spend 40. He was not sure that 60 shots would be enough for him to get into the lair of the elves. He thought that maybe they had already missed him. Ha opened the gate with his foot and said hello. The dwarves recognized this voice. Dwarf brothers ran to the boss and shouted that the boy had returned, and the other said that the same demon had appeared. The main dwarf was angry and asked why he came here, and Ha asked how and why, and said that, of course, for cartridges for a rifle. Ha placed a perfect ingot of brass on the table and asked if the fee was the same as last time and had one more question. After these words, the dwarves immediately tensed up. Ha said that he would like to make another order. The chief dwarf asked what else he wanted from him. Ha said that he would like to make a regular sight and night vision for a rifle. The dwarves did not understand what this guy was talking about. Ha began to explain to the chief dwarf what it was. It was already night, and the chief dwarf replied that he would not be able to. Ha asked why that was. Dwarf asked if he meant the device, which made it possible to accurately calculate the target, even if it is at a very long distance. Ha confirmed that the dwarf understood everything correctly. The dwarf asked if he wanted to aim at a distance of more than 1,500 meters. He added that in that case, there was nothing to do with an ordinary lens. Ha asked if the eye of an eagle or a falcon would be suitable for this. The dwarf said that the eyes of birds would not be suitable for such a thing and told him to abandon the idea. Ha grabbed his head and said that he really needed this scope. The dwarf said that he could not just give up. If it will be some kind of monster with very big eyes. Ha had a brilliant idea. Ha asked what the monster with big eyes like a cyclops and smiled very mischievously. Beardless started to laugh and said that no matter how capable he was, he definitely couldn't complain about the cyclops himself. The dwarf said that it was an evil guardian, the ruler of all mountains. The dwarf asked if he wanted to take out his eye and continued to laugh. Ha took out a huge lens and put it on the table and said, "What is it?" The dwarf asked what it was. Ha said first a cyclops, and then explained that it was a crystal lens of a cyclops eye. Ha said that it was quite large, so it could definitely be used safely. He also added that the dwarf should speak immediately if he needed more. Ha asked now what amount they wanted for all this and activated bargaining skills. The probability of assuring the interlocutor increased by 38%. Ha said that they will be busy with work and offered to close the gate himself. While Ha was waiting for a ready order from the dwarves, he went hunting for wild boars. He expected a slightly different result, but it was only 2 stone monsters, but he was unable to shoot both of them. Ha mentioned that Luger was able to hit the target at such a distance and punch through it. However, Ha was satisfied with his attack power. Ha activated the vision skill he had recently acquired and decided to raise his own stats. Ka prepared his rifle because he saw something strange in front of him. For some reason, the energy of mana was coming from the 4 trees standing in front of him. But they also had a rather strange silhouette, was it? Ha shot and was not mistaken. Ha shouted for these miserable actors to come out of their hiding places. Terrible killer clowns from the northern circus were approaching him. Ha began to kill them. One by one, they used black tricks. Ha asked the clown if he tried to get him with a dagger. Everything was exactly as BME said. One clown survived and tried to backstab. As soon as the clown landed, Ha said that he had already foreseen everything. Ka called the clown a fool and added that he should at least give a warning when he came out. Ka was now satisfied with his habit of constantly loading his weapon. Ha was also glad that he listened carefully to BME when he talked about the skills of the assassins. After the execution of Pietro in the royal palace, he began to closely monitor the northern circus. It was really a problem that the circus constantly made such forays. Meanwhile, the Cianad base was only a few hours away. Ha came close to the city and sat in ambush. He checked this village with his super eyes. He hoped that at least there was neither the northern circus nor the guild king, until he saw anything strange. Someone was also sitting on a tree branch. Ha thought that it was one of his favorite clowns, or maybe some monster. However, he immediately disappeared from there. In addition, there were no other suspicious creatures visible on the branch. Ha mentally prepared himself, because he still needed to go to the city because of the quest of Beardless. He wanted to go there carefully, while there were other users there. Even in this city far from civilization, there were quite a lot of people who went on some quests and were looking for fellow travelers. Ha, it seemed that there were quite rude people in this village. Ha decided to start by collecting all possible information related to this task. He must have met an NPC in the pub. I was just about to go there when I saw an incredible picture. There was a full circus of clowns in the pub. Now Ha understood that they were quietly sitting here and waiting for him. Ha didn't understand if there weren't any NPCs there to deal with them. The show was on. People saw that they were fighting there and ran to watch it. And on the contrary, they incited those who were fighting there. Ha did not understand whether there was such a strange atmosphere there from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the clowns were already moving to melee combat. Due to the fact that one of the clowns caught his leg with a dagger, Ha's movement speed was now reduced by 40% for 5 minutes. Ha understood that he could not cope alone and called his baby. He used his soul connection skill. The clown said that now they had a new animal in the circus. People were surprised that Ha had summoned a huge bear. A strange man in a hood sat in the very corner and looked at Ha and his bear from time to time. Due to the fact that Ha was slowed down for 5 minutes, he could not load his rifle and was already starting to get angry. Ha didn't have time to get up normally, as the clown was already behind him and shouted that he was nearby. Ha understood that now it was definitely over. The blade of the dagger was right at his neck. A strange little man in a raincoat shouted for all those damned clowns to leave. He cut them down with a sword, but everything was slowed down. As soon as this slowdown ended, everything exploded with incredible salutes. Ha didn't even have time to understand what it was all about. People around could not believe their eyes and shouted that it was him, magical swordsman LeeHa won, who took second place in the world ranking. The swordsman looked at the bear Ha. Meanwhile, the baby calmed down and decreased in size. Swordsman LeeHa won approached Ha and asked if he could get up and held out his hand. Ha said that everything was fine. The swordsman showed him a bottle and asked if he would drink it. Ha took it and thanked him. The bottle contained a health potion made from rare holy water. LeeHa won said that he wanted to ask him something. He asked if Ha would not mind accepting a couple and going somewhere else and sent him an invitation. Ranker added that there were too many extra eyes in the village. Ha agreed. LeeHa won snapped his fingers and they disappeared at the same time. It was an instant teleport without a scroll. People did not understand why they disappeared so quickly. Some did not believe that it was a real Ranker, and someone added that there was a free rifleman next to him. They teleported to some strange cave. Ha understood that this boy was second in the ranking of Midros. Ha would never have thought that he would meet the magical swordsman, LeeHa won there. Ha remembered that he had heard that he avoided people. Then Ha did not understand why he saved him. What benefit can he get from this? Ha even mentioned that he once saw an interview with his participation. Then the journalist said that he heard about a rather significant difference in the rating between him and the first place. So he asked Vaughn's opinion. Would he be able to win if they met in battle? To which the Ranker replied with his crowning phrase, "So easy." That day, after watching the interview, he seemed to him to be quite self-confident and not a modest person. Finally, LeeHa won ended the silence and asked what his name was. Ha introduced himself in response. The boy was glad that he was also Korean. Ji-won asked him about the skill. He asked if Ha summoned the boss of the field. Ha understood that he was interested in learning something about the kid. Midrosa's top 2 ranker asked Ha if he could teach him this strange skill. LeeHa won said that he was an ordinary ranged musketeer, but he summoned a brown bear like a true beast conjurer. The boy also wanted to learn this. Ha asked him a rhetorical question, whether it was kept as a secret in Midros. Because if only he knew about it, then it would be his secret trump card at the right moment. LeeHa won nervously asked if he really wasn't going to tell him since he had just saved him. Ha said that he was grateful for that, but he could handle it himself. He even had a scroll. LeeHa won couldn't believe it. He said that he saved him. Ha was also a little shocked. He wondered if all the rankers in Midros were like that. Unlike Ramhwa Jung, he had absolutely no communication skills. And his age, he certainly didn't look more than 20, and maybe even less. It seems that he simply hasn't grown up and wised up yet. Ha decided to take pity on this poor boy, and said that since they were both from Korea, he could tell him like a countryman. LeeHa won's eyes immediately lit up. Ha said that he would ask something in return. Ranker replied that he would answer any of his questions. Ha asked if he knew where Fernan was. Ji-won asked if he was talking about that player who looks like Indiana Jones, and added that he saw him 5 days ago. Ha could not believe his incredible luck and asked him where it was. And the boy immediately showed him on the map where it was. Ha decided to ask him about the location of the Dark Elves. Ji-won said that he didn't know where their lair was, but it was definitely not far from the settlement, because he killed several today. The ranker's words upset him a little, because it was impossible to allow the Dark Elves to be even more afraid of people. How will he pass the task then? Ha was standing right next to him. But now Ji-won started to get angry, because he was just talking. He asked Ha to speak faster about the skill. Ha told him to wait because he heard incomplete information about the elves' lair. The magical swordsman jumped with anger and called Ha petty and told him to talk about skills sooner. Ji-wan added that Luger was right about Ha's terrible nature and asked if all the musketeers were like that. Ha was very surprised and asked if he knew Luger. Jin-wan asked how he could not know him and added that he is always clinging to him. Ji-wan said that he constantly offers to fight, then to duel. He is so fed up and he himself is as strong as God knows what, and it is not clear how to fight him. Ha asked the boy why he wanted to know his skills so much, since he was considered the strongest. Lee Ji-wan explained that if he learns how to summon, he will be able to beat Alexander. Ha asked if he wanted to summon a bear and raise his own level. Ha seemed like it wouldn't help him much at all. Ji-wan replied that he will not do that, because raising the level will not help him defeat him. Ha asked what he was going to do then. Lee Ji-wan changed his face a lot, and said that he will kill and cut the level until he himself becomes the first in the ranking. Ha was a little frightened by such intentions of this boy. Lee Ji-wan explained that that bastard Alexander had a dragon. That was the whole problem. If he had a beast that could hold out for even 5 minutes, then he would definitely win. Ji-wan also said that he thought that Ha could summon more than just a bear. It was true. Of course, the kid was the only one who became his friend. But what would have happened if he cared not for him, but for someone completely different? Ha thought about it, and realized that it seems that the second in the rating even had different opinions from the outsiders. Ji-wan told Ha to show him, and he would help again next time. Ha asked if it was true. The guy said that the tooth gives, and if he does not fulfill his promise, he will delete his own character and asked if he will add him as a friend. Ha emphasized that in return, he would definitely help him. Ji-wan said that when he adds as a friend, the skills can be seen immediately. Ha added with a terrible face that he would show him 2 or 3 more achievements of skill because he did not need much. Lee Ji-wan understood that he had messed up. Ha wandered near the Xi'an base. Ji-wan gave him detailed information and the location of the dark elves, so Ha was much easier now. Ha knew that there were rumors that there were no survivors in this forest, but he still needed to be quite careful. He thought about the fact that it would be much easier if he already had the object of night vision with him, which the dwarves are still working on. Someone was watching Ha, and he felt it. Ha turned and held his rifle at the ready. He was ready to shoot, but he saw nothing. He used his night vision skill. Now outside, he noticed that someone was definitely watching him. There were as many as 5 in the trees. He thought about shooting, but if he pulled the trigger, then he catches at least 1, but dark elves also live in the same forest. If it really is them, and Ha starts shooting with a rifle, then he will have big problems with the task. However, these were definitely not elves. One of the northern circus clowns who were lying in wait for him shot a poisoned dart into Ha's hand. The boy received a message that he was partially paralyzed, and for 2 minutes, he would not be able to move 1 limb. Ha realized that this time he was thinking too long and did not understand why he was shot in the hand. The clowns laughed and asked if he was really sure that only 1 musket would be enough for him. Maybe he took them for idiots. The clowns were joking. Ha shouted that he wasn't going to fight them, and added that if they wanted to fight, they had to follow him. Ha shouted for them to try to do so. The clowns shouted for others to grab him and catch up. They also told Ha that if he was caught, then he would lead the game. Ha thought about using the scroll, but it was necessary to get it in advance. The clowns turned in the other direction. Ha understood that it was a diversionary maneuver. He was in trouble. Ha was running away, but a clown with a dagger was chasing him. But someone shot that clown in the head. Someone shot all the clowns who tried to kill Ha. A team of dark elves came out from behind the trees. Ha understood that he had messed up and he didn't plan to meet them just like that. Ha said hello and immediately thanked him for saving him. Ha said that he was not some trespasser. Ha got ready and took out a box of food in order to make friends with them, because he heard that dark elves love meat. The creatures surrounded him and began to eat meat with pleasure. Another elf came out from the bushes to them. She shouted for everyone to stop, because it was a wrong attitude towards a guest. Elphica was surprised. She said that there was no need to give them anything, but they would accept any gift with gratitude. After all, he was the one who took over the power of the hero. Ha could not believe what was happening. Not only that, they were not hostile towards him as expected, and they also talked some nonsense. Ha asked what this hero's power meant. Elphica said that this is the one in whom there was rage of a whole kind. In the past, when his family was in danger, he was the one who proudly announced his will. That's what they called the hero's strength. Ha took his medallion in his hand. It was the same medallion that fell from Igor the Great. Ha remembered that it gave the effect of closeness 100% with dark elves, but took closeness with forest elves by half. Elphica said that she was going to meet him at all, when she saw him here, not far from their village. The girl turned to the owner of the hero's power, whether he was not opposed to her taking him to their village. They reached the village of dark elves. It was unusual, with a strange type of settlement and houses. The girl approached the strange door and told the elder that it was Tatar, and that she had brought a guest who possessed the power of a hero. The elder was surprised and told them to come in quickly. The elder was sitting and smoking a pipe. He was already at a respectable age and was in no hurry. He asked Ha if he had the power of a hero. The elder asked if the anger of their tribe still spread to the outside. Ha introduced himself. The head of the dark elf tribe asked Ha to sit down and asked why he had come to them. Ha seemed that due to the effect of the 100% affinity level, this elf was so friendly with him. Ha took off his shoes and sat down on the mat. He told that he came to their tribe in order to learn about the free archer. The elf was surprised by such words and said that it was worth turning to the legend to destroy those cursed forest elves. Ha could not believe his ears. The elder said that honestly they didn't know much about the free archer, at least in those days. I didn't understand what the elf meant and asked if it meant that once in the past they knew something for sure. The elf confirmed that they once knew it. Besides, their race was very fond of books, and it could not be that they did not keep records of legends. The elder replied that all the records containing data about this legneda had been stolen. These records were stolen about 100 years ago, and it is because of this that the young elves know almost nothing about the free archer. Only executioners like him remember him. Ha asked if he could tell this legend about the free archer because Ha would like to hear it very much. The elder began the story with the fact that it all happened a long time ago. The information that the elder told him that evening could not be found either on the Midros website or on the internet. The elder said that when there were no people, God and the devil created different races. They watched these races with satisfaction. These creations were their joy. However, peace on earth did not last long. The main reason for wars and conflicts between races was that there were two creators, God and the devil. In order not to make any divisions and rules among themselves, they had to hide Midros. However, the devil did not like this idea. It gave him pleasure to see how the creations of Midros worshipped him. In the end, the devil offered God a match. The condition is following the will of the winner, and the match itself was quite simple. The one who creates a more destructive force will win. This is how this dispute began, which destroyed quite a few lives. God's creations destroyed the demonic ones, and they destroyed God's creations. 6 times in a row, they took turns showing their strength. However, no matter where they aimed, nothing could surpass the power of the Creator. At the very end, Demon decided to use a trick. He told God that his last target is himself. He told God to shoot himself. His words were unthinkable, but they did not violate the rules, which is why God could not answer anything and simply gave up. Although the victory was not yet certain, now it was the devil's turn. God did the same and said that his 7th target was himself. If he kills himself, he will win, and God alone will return to earth. God added that if he does this, he will become a devil who has surpassed God. The devil smiled hideously. The devil did not even wait for God to agree. He directed his blow at himself with a satisfied smile. The devil created force in the form of bullets, and just the 7th bullet pierced his head. God was defeated. Although all this did not matter, because the devil disappeared anyway. After that, satisfied with his victory, God returned to earth. That is why now in Midros, it was not possible to see the mixed forces of God and the devil. That bullet was the last thing created by the devil, and even God himself could not defeat it. And it is the free archer who possesses this killing power. Ha said that they could see it if they remembered the war between humans and demons. The elf agreed and told that it was the devil's plan. He separated a particle from himself in advance and walled it up, so that the one who will fulfill his will in the future will be born from her. The devil planned this from the very beginning. Ha asked what the demon king meant then. The elf continued that, according to their legend, he was the son of the devil, but at the same time, the devil himself. Everything was becoming quite unusual, but Ha was not interested in that at all. Ha asked that in the days of legend who was this free archer to the dark elves. The elder put his hands together and said that in those days the free archer was their savior from the mean and evil wood elves. The elder continued that the forest elves have oppressed them for a long time because they loved meat, which is why they had such a skin color. Physically, the dark elves were much stronger. However, there were many more of them, and they knew how to use magic, and they could easily attract people, saying that the dark elves were cursed by the devil himself. And when their tribe was in a critical situation, the one who struck the dark elves and saved them appeared. It was the same free shooter. Ha asked if this free archer was a dark elf, to which the elder answered categorically. He was sure that the archer was not an elf, but an ordinary person. Ka asked the elder how long ago it was. He told that it was in the distant past, during the time of his great-great-grandfather. Ha realized that it was definitely not during the second war between humans and demons. Ha didn't understand how that person managed to become a free archer. That was very unusual. The head of the tribe of dark elves told that their tribe is very fond of keeping records, starting with even the most insignificant conversations. There are even books in which his words were recorded. Ha asked if it was possible to read them. The elder reminded Ka that those books were stolen quite a long time ago. Ka was disappointed and upset. Ha received a new quest to find the lost records of the dark elves. Ha already knew that some task would await him. Ha had learned so much, but he could not just hear what happened next. Ha understood that now he would personally have to go in search. The elder said that if he wants to know everything about the free archer, he will tell him everything he remembers. The elder hoped quite strongly that Ha would help find all the lost records in exchange for this information. Ha asked where exactly they could be found. The head of the elf tribe said that the person who stole all these records was Kazator. Since childhood, this elf had an incredible curiosity about everything, and was a very greedy dark elf. The elder suspected that he had made a den for himself somewhere in an inconspicuous place, and was hiding there. He understood that the elf was not sure even of this information. The elf handed him a crystal layer and asked him to take it with him because it would help him find Kazator's tracks. You can make this elf layer yourself even in childhood. The chief elf said that their tribe did not know how to manage mana, but Kazator differed from all the others due to his unusual abilities. Sometimes in his childhood, he made such unusual objects that he couldn't even think of it. This boy was really strange. The elder asked the owner of the hero's power to find Kazator and return the precious records of the free archer, and they would not forget his kindness. To begin with, Ha understood now that he had fulfilled Bezbrovgo's quest. Now the problem was with the request from the Dark Elves. I don't understand why many people needed to find someone. However, I decided to start with a simpler task. Ha went to his favorite blacksmith dwarves. Ha knocked on the gate and waited for it to be opened. The main dwarf shouted for him to fall away from them and fail from here. Ha was surprised that he already recognized him by the knock. The dwarf shouted that he did not know how he would recognize him, but he had to fail anyway. After all, how did he offer him to do such a strange thing? Ha said that he was fine, and was sure that he had done almost everything. After Ha asked to open it as soon as possible, because he brought money. The dwarf immediately made a crack in the gate, stuck his head in, and invited the forge into the middle. Ha was incredibly surprised when he saw the result of the dwarf's work and said that it was exactly the same, and from the very appearance, it was clear that it was working perfectly. While Ha was looking at his new scope, he noticed that something was wrong with the dwarf's face. Ha asked what was wrong with him. The gnome said that Ka ran ahead of his father to hell. The gnome worked hard, didn't sleep at night, but that's okay. The dwarf screamed and raged that the prices for magical technology were too high, and he had to use those incredible Cicero Cyclops crystals. Ha was very sorry, and he thanked him. The dwarf instructed him to use this scope with care, because it turned out to be much better than the one they had agreed on the day before.